Who says the human race has no great emperor, ruling the galaxy single-handedly? But as the ruler of the galaxy, you were assigned by the Interstellar Emperor to mine a barren planet surrounded by 3 suns, simply because humans and goblins are the weakest races in the universe. The treatment of humans in the universe is not much better than that of slaves in medieval Europe. But you, as the ruler of the galaxy, laughed, because as a traveler, you awakened the democratic system. You can summon fellow Earthlings and lead them to battle the universe. At that time, the entire universe will realize how terrifying humans truly are. In an office at this moment, a burly Titan teacher looks at the planet assigned to you, despite its remoteness. It is very close to the previous planet devoured by the insect race. But the insect race has not discovered it yet, and this planet has abundant energy, a rare level 5 planet. This is very beneficial for your territory development and population expansion. I hope you can graduate smoothly, the Titan teacher comforted. Okay teacher, I will work hard, you replied with a smile. It seems your mindset is not bad. That's good. Many things are not fair. Actually, this planet is quite good. I will bind the information of this planet to you now. This is the device for registration and collection. The Titan teacher took out a spatial device from his pocket and said, if you show your power, the ownership of this planet will be yours. Although it is close to the insect clan, it is still a class 5 planet. You just smiled kindly. After signing the agreement, the Titan teacher walked towards the departing spaceship and glanced back at you. 3 Alliance months later, the Academy will conduct the first review of results, and there is no interstellar route opened here. If you want to bring your clan over, you can rent an aircraft from the Academy. After saying this, the teacher sat down and the spaceship departed from the planet. After watching the teacher leave, you returned to your spaceship's experimental cabin and looked at the 30 arranged hibernation pods ahead. The system slowly initiated, and as the words fell, the system's voice immediately sounded, alien race template loading, 1%, 50%, 100%, initiating connection to Earth's souls. The soul consciousness began to transmit to the carrier. Meanwhile, in another world's Earth, a game anchor held a futuristic-looking helmet in his hand. This was the alien race testing helmet he applied for online. He never expected it would actually be his turn. He took a deep breath and slowly put on the helmet. Inside the cabin were hundreds of hibernation pods. 30 pods lit up with green lights and their doors opened simultaneously. This was entering the game. The next moment when he sat up from the hibernation pod, his eyes widened in disbelief. When he lowered his head, he could see his body. Surprisingly, both his skin texture and muscle structure were exactly like a real person's. Most anchors usually stay at home all year round, even skinny ones will have a bit of a belly. But now, as he looks down, damn, is this the starting skin? He felt the 8-pack abs on his belly, and after getting up, he realized that he was actually in a highly technological octopus. The several coffins around him were also open, and the people sitting up inside were all handsome men and beautiful women, with faces full of surprise. Welcome to the game. This game uses random default appearances, fully restores senses, and allows for freely adjustable values. After logging into the game, please choose a name for yourself and join our Lord in building the prosperity of the human race. Electronic sounds ring in the minds of every player. Damn, is this so awesome? The game anchor was so excited that he was trembling all over, and immediately chose the name Stealing Oil Ante. After he chose a name, a player in a dark blue bodysuit rose from the bottom of the hibernation pod, and others also began to change into clothes. Stealing Oil Ante, are you a rat? Oh my goodness, you're Lao Chow. I can't even recognize you after changing your skin. This game is simply amazing. The graphics surpass any game on the market. I now feel like it's real. The interface is completely realistic. If it weren't for being able to adjust with arrows, I wouldn't be able to tell if this is the real world. Just as the players were jumping around, experimenting with their bodies, the door of the lounge had already opened. 30 players' eyes all turned towards you. A handsome but somewhat arrogant young man couldn't help but marvel at the 2 handsome leaders in his heart. As you look at the lively players, you are even more ecstatic in your heart. It's true, just like the system said, the players summoned from Earth have incredibly high soul quality. The gene fusion rate of everyone has reached over 90%, which is a truly astonishing data. According to the Alliance records, there was a warrior from the Celestial clan who was seriously injured in battle. They tried to use cloning technology to give this warrior a new body, but even so, the fusion rate was only 60%. Even the 60% fusion rate is considered high in the Alliance. But what about these 30 players he sees now? Each one has a fusion rate of over 90%. What does this indicate? It means that as long as you have money in the future, you can give players stronger bodies and buy better genes. As long as the initial body is human, even if it undergoes genetic modification, it is still human. Moreover, interstellar technology ensures that even with genetic modifications, the appearance of the body's ethnic group will not change. Let them mine to earn money, then use the money they earn from mining to buy better genes and equipment. When it's time to use equipment and genes, make the players pay again. Just thinking about this, you can't help but smirk. Indeed, players are the best cash cows. My people, you have finally awakened. I am your lord, the greatest leader of the human race. I will deliver the well-prepared speech with great emotion. Hundreds of years ago, the human race left their homeland to explore the universe, encountering countless species in the vast cosmos. At that time, the human race was incredibly powerful, but our ancestors encountered challenges during their travels. During the speech, your charisma meter will be maxed out, and the players below will all gaze at you with admiration. As the CPU reaches its limit, you turn around and slowly say, "People, please follow me." You then lead the players out of the spaceship, through the gates, and are greeted by the sight of 3 suns circling in the sky. Light filters through the leaves, shining brightly and casting a lush, green hue that sways gently in the wind. All the players are stunned. They are used to sitting at home playing games, surrounded by skyscrapers, roads, steel, and concrete. Suddenly, seeing such a vast scene resembling a primeval forest, everyone is left in awe. I'm overwhelmed. I feel like every pore on my body is open. Damn, this game developer is insane. Every tree is different. The post-rendering artists did a great job. They are still alive and working hard. A player carefully approaches a large tree, reaching out as if to peel off the bark. He wants to see if it can regenerate. But the next moment, this player is pierced by a tree root emerging from the ground. The sharp and tragic scream instantly caught the attention of all players, blood flowing into the tree roots through the player's wound. This unlucky and impulsive player screamed in pain, saying, "Damn, what the heck, it hurts so much, it hurts. I accidentally pulled a monster, buddy, you're awesome," aggroed as soon as the door opened. Quickly lower the pain sensitivity. Brother, by default, pain sensitivity is at 100%. A normal person would have died early if a tree root stabbed through the butt. That impulsive unlucky player finally remembered to lower their pain sensitivity. The pain sensitivity in this game is too realistic. Almost got me killed. This player with the ID begging in the dark was grinning and groaning. As soon as the pain sensitivity was lowered, the intense pain disappeared. I've been navigating the gaming world for over a decade, also a character who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Today, I was actually pierced by a small tree monster. Begging in the dark lost the sense of pain, immediately going wild. With a twist, the vine demon pulled themselves out of the tree root alive. Players watched as Begging in the Dark's health dropped by half in an instant. Even if they were left with half health, I could still take this hand kill. Begging in the Dark covered there but jumped out of the giant tree's attack range, laughing. "Alright, Begging in the Dark, you want a hand kill? We won't take action. Just recording, checking out the strength of the monsters in the newbie village. If you can't handle it, don't force it, or you'll end up playing yourself to death." The closed beta account got banned. Are players so aggressive now that they charge in without even knowing the monster's strength? Fortunately, the creatures on this planet aren't very strong, like the tree in front of us named Bloodthirsty Spring. Judging by the player's current strength, it will take at least 5 players working together to kill it, and the Bloodthirsty Spring is already at half health. Going up there is just asking for death. You step forward, this is the Bloodthirsty Spring tree, not something you can solo now, let me handle it. He was about to attack and kill the Bloodthirsty Spring, but the next moment, settling the score, I will do it now. Die, tree spirit. Bloodthirsty Spring roars excitedly, completely ignoring your words, he charges in unarmed. The next moment, he gets a face full of tree roots, sending him spinning and flying far away. I can't even defeat a tree, I refuse to believe it. The person lying on the ground lowers their head, slowly getting up. He's still muttering strange lines, and the players who were watching nearby seem to have caught on to something strange. Don't give up, Bloodthirsty Spring, no matter how powerful the enemy is, you can't give up hope as a human. Bloodthirsty Spring, you are destined to face setbacks on the path to becoming strong. Look at this Bloodthirsty Spring, it's your first test. The man who was originally lying on the ground suddenly lifts his head, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, I cannot lose. This is the inevitable path for the rise of our human race. It's so awkward, isn't it? You silently shout in your heart, curl your toes, and feel like scratching the ground. Something is off with these players, something is off. You recall something. Among the many gamers, most are immersed in playing games. Honestly, improve your own strength, but there is also a niche category, the fun-loving players. What they are passionate about is not finding joy in completing game tasks, but in exploring the various gameplay aspects of game development. As you speak, you look ahead at these players who are still performing, silently muttering not good. In the end, among the players you chose, there is a real possibility that some dirty tricks have infiltrated. Usually, when regular players encounter those dirty tricks, they get contaminated. Yes, even your regular players might turn into fun-loving players. A drop of cold sweat falls from your forehead. Ah, guys, this monster is clearly not something I can defeat at my current level. But you just need to wait for me for a while. I will definitely come up with a clever solution. Secretly begging, you cover your chest and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His health bar has reached its limit, only a sliver of health left. There are only 30 beta test accounts left, and no one knows if they will log out. Let's release this spot, so even if we dare not beg secretly, if you can't handle it, we'll have to start grinding this monster. Since it's a tree, it must be afraid of fire. Let me go gather some firewood to warm up Spring Brother. Winning with attribute restraint isn't honorable. Brothers, watch me use my agility to deal with this monster. First, let's determine Spring Brother's attack range. Players are laughing and surrounding Bloodthirsty Spring. You originally planned to remind them that once Bloodthirsty Spring tastes blood, it will indiscriminately hunt surrounding creatures. But thinking about the fun-loving nature of these players, you silently closed your mouth. Perhaps being slaughtered once is their pleasure. Just as the players were chatting, the ground trembled slightly, and 29 tree roots suddenly burst out of the soil. Wu Tsao launched a sneak attack. Spring Brother, can't you handle it? I haven't had time to lower my senses. Wu Tsao, my butt's in trouble. Who put so many monsters at the entrance of the newbie village? Lord, help! Chingya, help, help! You slowly turned your body and covered your mouth. Afraid of laughing out loud, you walked over a few seconds later. Your face showed no sign of being wrong. Under his handsome appearance, his eyes were particularly calm and gentle. He saw players strung up like skewers, and continuously being drained of blood. You sighed. Have the tribe members been away from this world for too long? The strength and intelligence of the bloodthirsty spring will grow with the amount of blood it absorbs. When it has absorbed enough blood, it can evolve into multiple people. You can't kill it with just one person's strength. He casually raised his hand and gestured towards the direction of the bloodthirsty spring. A cold light shone on the trunk, and in an instant, all players fell to the ground. The large tree that required 5 people to hug it was cut diagonally. The tall tree crown fell to the ground with a heavy sound. Without the main trunk support, the tree roots lost their vitality, and it was instantly killed. The bloodthirsty secretly begged, currently the only player still active. He widened his eyes. A slide came to your side, holding onto your thigh, kneeling on one knee, raising a hand and shouting loudly, "Yuang, you are my god." It's really a fun group of people diagnosed. You're a bit numb, but the show must go on. This planet is the primitive planet assigned to me by the Academy. There are many creatures on it, and there may even be intelligent beings already. What we need to do now is explore this planet, unearth its value, just like this bloodthirsty spring in front of us. Its branches, roots, and leaves are all valuable, but the surrounding territory is filled with bloodthirsty springs, posing a threat to the territory's safety. So we need to clear out a safe area, as you just mentioned. All players were reminded of an electronic alert. The Lord's mission has been issued. The word mission immediately popped up on the players' panel. Task 1, clear 1000 bloodthirsty spring. Task details, time limit of 15 days, only need to kill 1000 bloodthirsty spring, with a reward of 300 gold coins. Do you want to accept the task? Is task 2 about bloodthirsty spring material classification? The details involve categorizing the materials of the killed bloodthirsty spring by roots, bark, core, branches, leaves, and twigs. Reward for each bloodthirsty spring material varies from 100 to 1000 gold coins based on the completeness of the categorization. Note, if the classification storage level reaches the system's highest standard, you will receive a hidden reward. Do you want to accept the task? Not grass. What the heck, 1000 of them. Are you crazy? Was this game designed with constellation visuals using feet? Who is the designer? Drag them out and beat them up. Looking at the constantly mocking sand sculpture players, you can't help but laugh. You touched your forehead and chuckled. I didn't ask you to carry it with your flesh. The genes you are merging now are just the most basic geisha genes. They are not opponents of the bloodthirsty spring at all, but the base has many weapons to deal with them, just like the one I used earlier. You spoke as you spread your palm over his fingers, and a metallic-colored weapon appeared. Although the human race is small, there are still many resources within the tribe. These tree people that have not fully grown have strong inherent power, but they are defenseless against laser weapons. The oil thief was stunned. The players who were just making a fuss were also stunned. How embarrassing. The Lord doesn't think we're fools. No need to doubt, the Lord's expression says it all. Who would have thought that when the game started, we would be greeted by such a primitive forest? I thought it was all about mindless exploration. You smiled and looked at the players who gave themselves an excuse. Maybe it's because you spent too long sleeping in the hibernation pods. Moreover, weapons require energy, and the energy stored by the Emperor is also running low. But clearing out some bloodthirsty creatures should be enough. When I hear the word should, my temples start throbbing. The energy supply is probably insufficient. Let's check the weapons first. The weapons in the interstellar world must be cool. All the players got excited. With weapons in hand, what is there to fear? After setting their hearts at ease, all players accepted the mission. Who knows, if they don't accept the task, they might lose their weapons. As they walked majestically into the armory and saw a whole array of weapons, everyone's eyes lit up. Wow, is this a Gundam in the armory? The most eye-catching thing is the row of mechas standing in the middle, each with a unique design towering over 100 meters. The only common point is that they are all handsome, incredibly cool. Mechas are the core of the interstellar game. There are all kinds of energy weapons, dazzling to look at, but the only weapon you can use now is this one. You walk to the corner and take out something like a chainsaw from a nearly dusty shelf. After the low-frequency energy saw is activated, the sound waves can stun the bloodthirsty spring for 1 minute. Just need to saw off the bloodthirsty spring within 1 minute. As you explain, you activate the energy saw. Humans can't hear flat sounds, but I only have one saw here. You furrow your brow. If I didn't have a bit of a collecting habit, I wouldn't have all sorts of messy weapons on me. I'm afraid I can't produce such low-level weapons. You should try this weapon first, then go buy some more. After handing over the low-frequency energy device to the oil thief, you leave. Weapons in the energy arsenal cannot be used without permission, so you confidently let the players stay here. Next is the potion needed for player genetic upgrades. You open the Lord Academy forum, asking who has a large quantity of potions. Most of the replies mock you as a human prodigy. However, among these mocking messages, you see a response discussing the price after negotiation. The deal is done, and you breathe a sigh of relief. It takes about 10 days to come from the Kashgar satellite to here. Even if players received the task early, 5 days should be enough for them to complete it. Just then, you hear continuous exclamations coming from outside. Fog grass. Fog grass. Awesome, bro. It's all thanks to you, bro. You truly deserve the title of Sandbox Game Master. You're the best at collecting materials. Thumbs up to you. Wei Chen walked out and saw 30 players gathered around a bloodthirsty arbor. The oil thief stood in the middle of the bloodthirsty arbor, turned on the switch of the basic energy saw, and controlled the bloodthirsty arbor forcibly. The other players stood quietly at the edge of the bloodthirsty arbor's attack range. Countless roots emerged from the ground, ready to stab towards them. But because they were controlled by the low-frequency sound of the chainsaw, those roots remained suspended in mid-air. Seizing this opportunity, the players used various tools like small knives, axes, shovels, and more to grind the outer layer of the tree roots. Yes, they were actually grinding. Ordinary weapons had a hard time damaging the outer skin of the bloodthirsty arbor. But the real question was, where did they get these weapons from? The more Wei Chen looked at the items in their hands, the more familiar they seemed. It's open, it's open. Brothers, I've broken through here. It probably only takes about 3 minutes of grinding to create an opening. Keep it up, brothers. The first to speak was a player holding a small knife. Wei Chen looked at the small knife in his hand and suddenly remembered that these weapons seemed to be things he made while working on mechas before. Some of them even looked like tools for repairing mechas. Wei Chen saw a player holding a small screwdriver continuously drilling into the roots of the bloodthirsty arbor. Once they broke through the roots' defense, the players pulled out glass bottles from who knows where and started squeezing them onto the roots. Pale green sap gushed out from the openings. 30 players toiled away like this. Wei Chen was stunned. Time's up, oil thief, start it up again. The moment the opponent shouted, the oil thief turned on the energy saw switch once more. The roots, which had just shown signs of awakening, were immobilized again. The bloodthirsty arbor's health bar was squeezed to the point where only a thread of blood remained. Now there was no need to check the health bar. You could see with the naked eye that this bloodthirsty arbor was so weak it couldn't even control its roots. It's time, brothers, let's start material disassembly. Live disassembly, won't this material's quality give me a perfect score? Gagaga, arbor bro, here I come. The players cheered and rushed forward. Wei Chen gasped in shock. Were the players too brutal? Did they really turn the bloodthirsty arbor into this state just to harvest materials while it was alive? Indeed. When the bloodthirsty arbor was alive, they would strip its materials. Whether it was the bark or the roots, they still retained their vitality. As long as they were preserved properly, achieving perfect quality was not a problem. But this method was a bit cruel. While Wei Chen marveled at this, he also began to calculate how much money these perfect quality bloodthirsty arbor materials would fetch on the black market. Although these materials weren't expensive, with their perfect quality and large quantity, it would still be a considerable fortune. Players were truly amazing. They found joy in this tedious work. Wei Chen's hands, eager for wealth, clenched quietly. Keep it up, my players. Earn more money for your lord. However, unexpected events always happen suddenly. Just as the players were about to finish processing materials from nearly 10 bloodthirsty arbors, the energy of the basic saw ran out. Beep beep beep, energy depleted, shut down, please replenish energy as soon as possible. Ah, damn, the energy ran out at this time? The oil thief was dumbfounded. The next moment, a root broke through the soil. Damn, cursed game design, I'll get you for this. The oil thief suddenly opened his eyes wide from under his helmet. His final roar remained in the game. Player steals oil granny, dies in the game, apply for resurrection? Apply. Oil granny was stunned. They were already in the interstellar realm. The energy saw was out of energy, no prompt, just cut off? Damn game designer, what kind of setting is this? At that moment, Wei Chen sneezed. The roar of oil granny before dying was full of resentment. Wei Chen pursed his lips. There was nothing he could do. Any interstellar race that has unlocked the genetic lock can naturally sense the energy situation inside a weapon once they pick it up. No merchant would bother designing such a useless prompt. Oil Granny died. Other players were dumbfounded. Damn, did Oil Granny log out? Will the account be banned? Come to think of it, my health is a bit dangerous too. Looking at the recycled body of Oil Granny, they quietly begged for a glance at their own dwindling health. Brother Yuan, where can we replenish the energy of this energy saw? And why hasn't my health recovered at all? They begged quietly, approaching. Wei Chen smiled faintly, playing the role of his intelligent NPC, and activated the introduction mode. All weapons in the Interstellar use a type of ore called energy stone as their energy source. Fortunately, there are abundant energy or resources on this planet. If needed, you can go mine some. Your body is in an extremely weakened state and needs to enter the medical pod for treatment, which requires coins. The coins needed for treatment are generally determined by the difficulty of treatment. Fellow tribesmen, you should only need 5 coins to fully recover your body. The players gathered around. Hey, is this a mining game? No, energy ore can definitely be exchanged for money. Coins might be used to buy resurrection chances. This is how beta testing goes. Many settings are still unclear. Everything needs to be explored bit by bit. Brother Yuan, where should we go mining? Trigger mission, mining, mission details, go to the mine energy ore, unit price, 10 coins per kilogram of energy ore. With an electronic sound, a route guide appeared in front of all players. The distribution of minerals on this planet had been marked by the system since Wei Chen arrived. Wow, mining is so profitable. 10 coins per kilogram. Forget chopping trees, let's go mining. My health is also dangerously low, feels like I'll die if I work too hard, losing a lot. First resurrection application does not require payment. Resurrection countdown 24 hours, another 24 hours to wait. Oil Granny gasped, took off the helmet in frustration. Returning from the game world to his small gaming room, he felt a sense of crossing dimensions. He was even a bit dazed. Looking up at the computer, he realized he had forgotten to turn off the live stream before starting the game. There were still 30 to 40,000 people in the live stream room. The streamer is awake. Wow, finally awake, streamer, quickly upload the game screen. Beta testing is troublesome, can't watch the live stream, can only watch the recording. Streamer, why did you log out? Is this game fun? As the barrage of comments in the live stream room increased, Oil Granny simply sat in front of the live stream. The recording is being uploaded, brothers. I must say this game is the best game I have ever played in my life, bar none. Although I haven't even started the plot yet, just this screen and the super realistic holographic simulation are enough to say that it beats all the games on the market. The audience in the live stream room was stunned by his words. The oil thief was indeed a true technical anchor. Live streaming relies on authenticity to attract viewers. Wow, it's really rare to see a game that even the oil thief praises so highly. I've also played holographic simulation games before, but I got dizzy and nauseous after a while. Could the anchor be lying? If lying could kill, I'd be run over by a car as soon as I step out. The oil thief raised 3 fingers and swore, this game, there's no discomfort at all, no wait. There is discomfort, it's just that after I log out of the game, I have this feeling as if I've just returned from another world, feeling lost and melancholic. Then why did you log out? Haha, do you even need to ask? I definitely died. If you die, can't you respawn? Or is it because it's a closed beta account, so the slot was given up? I applied for a respawn, but it's a free respawn that requires a 24-hour wait. I'm just waiting now, but first, let me share the information I gathered in the game with everyone. Game guides are the core that all game anchors cannot avoid. Even sandbox games have players creating guides. Since there's nothing else to do, the oil thief began organizing the information he collected in the game. The background of this game's world is interstellar, but among the myriad races in the galaxy, the human race is relatively weak. Players automatically join the human faction upon entering the game, and the first NPC they encounter is called Wei Chen, the lord of the human race. His strength is very strong, but no one knows exactly how strong. The player's starting point in the game is in Wei Chen's territory, which is a place like a primitive forest. The first monster we encounter here is called the bloodthirsty chrysanthemum. Later, I will upload a video to explain this newbie monster called Brother Chrysanthemum, as players refer to him. Don't be fooled by Brother Chrysanthemum being a newbie's first kill. Its strength is terrifying. I was caught off guard and killed by Brother Chrysanthemum. With the oil thief's introduction, the videos he recorded in the game were also uploaded. Shocking real footage. The formidable and terrifying bloodthirsty chrysanthemum monster. Countless players simultaneously cried out in pain from being hit. The stern, handsome, and powerful lord. The coolness of technological weapons. The awe-inspiring presence of a row of mechs facing off. For a moment, the game Interstellar human race dominated the hot search on Weibo. The video uploaded by the oil thief truly ignited the player's passion. Passers-by who saw the video thought a new movie was about to premiere. They praised the movie's amazing special effects. When they found out it was a game, they quickly joined the discussion. The hot search was filled with entries related to interstellar human race. Many celebrities bought hot search spots, but within 3 to 4 seconds of appearing, they were pushed down by the hot search terms related to interstellar human race. Everyone was inquiring about which game company had such a big budget to create such a game. Meanwhile, in the territory, Wei Chen, who was watching players' mind, had no idea that the Earth players were going crazy. It has to be players, they have no idea what tiredness is when they work. Wei Chen sat under the shade of a tree, watching the players sweat profusely while mining. The body in the game feels great, it's like endless energy. It's been so long since I felt such a strong and powerful body. Brothers, keep digging. Despite most of the energy minerals being used in machinery, during collection, they cannot be touched with metal. So, no matter how advanced the race is, when collecting ore, they can only dig by hand. After learning about this characteristic, players immediately started mining by hand. Purple crystal-like or embedded in the soil. The genetically modified bodies were no longer ordinary humans. Although they had not unlocked the genetic lock, their foundation was strong. Coupled with their abundant energy, their efficiency was off the charts. When players got tired, they exchanged the mind ore for coins themselves and went back to the medical pod to recover. It was simply tear-inducing for capitalists. Wei Chen eagerly awaited players to bring more energy ore. But the next moment, he felt a player die and go offline directly. Can you die while mining? Could it be a cave-in? Wei Chen hurried to the scene of the incident. As he made his way there, several more players went offline one after another. At that moment, in the mining area. Damn, are you trying to jinx us, saying there are monsters? I have no idea, how can there be monsters while mining? It's ridiculous. The mine was extremely dim, with only energy or emitting a faint purple light. The air carried a scent of blood. Hiding in a corner with a few players, they whispered. In the darkness, small figures kept moving around the mine, searching for energy or on the deceased players. Finally, they gathered together. I clearly saw them mine a lot of ore, why do they have so little on them? The monsters chattered. Humans are weak and cunning, they must have given the ore to other humans before dying. Damn it, but this time our harvest is not bad either. Let's ignore those hidden humans for now. As long as we kill a few, those humans won't dare to come back. Humans are so weak, yet they dare to mark our planet. It's simply wishful thinking. Let's go, report the situation to the chief. Have they left? The hidden players peeked out. Only after confirming no one was there did they come out of the corner. 29 players were now reduced to only 9. Why are the monsters so powerful in this game? The power gap is too big, isn't it? The hidden players frowned. Despite being a well-known player in the gaming community, having achieved the top rank in a popular game, he had never encountered such overpowering monsters at the beginning. Crushed before even leaving the newbie village? I feel like we might have touched the main storyline of the game. Yes, although at the beginning Yuan-gu said we could explore freely, giving the impression that this game is about exploring maps, but think about it, the game's name, and the background Yuan-gu introduced at the beginning. Battle game. The hidden player's heart leaped with joy. Those sneak attackers just now, they referred to us as humans, I think they belong to another race. Damn, are we going to enter war mode? But everyone's level is still 0, right? Low level means we need to level up. If it's really a battle game, then our condition for leveling up is likely to be killing enemies. The hidden player's eyes lit up at the mention of a battle game. He excelled at playing battle games. He had been slightly disappointed because he thought this game might be more about exploration. Little did he know that on the first day, enemies had already come knocking. But now we only have 9 people left. What can we do? There are only 7 monsters, we can't do 1v1, but we can do 9v1, gang up and kill a few, worst case, we'll wait for resurrection. Players could receive messages in the game, so everyone now knew that each person had 1 free resurrection chance. They could just wait a day if needed. But this plot point was missed, there might not be another chance in the future. After 9 players exchanged glances, they immediately took action. The sky gradually darkened. In the depths of the forest, 7 dwarves were roasting meat by the campfire. A strong smell of alcohol wafted over from their direction. This time we unexpectedly harvested nearly 2 kilograms of energy ore, we really hit the jackpot. These humans are somewhat useful, I never thought that they haven't even unlocked their gene locks. I smashed one with a hammer, it was so satisfying. Indeed. I heard that the only human lord who came to this planet this time was supposed to be strong, but the humans sent us these pieces of trash. Trash is even better, since they haven't unlocked their gene locks, we can capture them and make them our slaves, let them mine for us and get us more ores. But that prospective lord's strength is unknown. The humans they sent are all those who haven't unlocked their gene locks, he must not have much say among the humans, how strong can he be? Exactly, he's just an inexperienced kid, once our chief arrives, he will surely kill him. We are so far from the center of the alliance here, even if he dies, no one will suspect anything. We can then lure those brainless insect tribes over and say the insects ate them. Despite their small stature, these figures were really loud. The players hid in a corner, thinking that the information would be hard to come by. They never expected that as soon as they followed, these guys spilled everything. Damn, it feels a bit forced, lacking a bit of immersion. I thought it would be difficult to gather information, but it's a game, can't be helped. The planners must be afraid that players won't find the clues. Let's not talk about these useless things, let's organize the clues. From what I observed, these people should be goblins, short-tempered, love drinking, carry iron tools with them, short fingers with iron shavings, definitely goblins. Damn, a group of goblins actually wants to enslave us, disgusting. Wow, looking at it this way, humans are indeed very weak among the races. It seems they came prepared, already planning to deal with us, luckily we found out in advance. After we take them down, we'll report to the Lord. They secretly watched the group of goblins. After drinking so much, they will definitely be sleepy, they lit a campfire here, their camp is still far from here, one night won't be enough for them to get back. Let's wait here now. At this moment, a goblin beside the campfire, with a flushed face from drinking, staggered to his feet. Where are you going? Gonna take a leak, can't hold it. Sparks crackled, making a popping sound. In the quiet forest, it was quite hypnotic. The goblin who had just asked muttered a response and fell asleep. The players nervously watched the goblin approaching them. What a fool, coming to pee at this time. Ambush? Yes, but we need to gag him first, can't let other goblins find out. After the secret discussion, the other players all made an okay gesture. By now, the goblin had found a suitable tree. He closed his eyes and started urinating. Now, the player in secret held a thick vine-like arm and jumped down from the tree. He directly strangled the goblin's neck, while another player accurately stuffed a dirty sock into the goblin's mouth. After a few muffled sounds in the forest, there was no more movement. At this moment, the goblins by the campfire still had no idea what had happened. In the shadows, wiping the fresh blood splattered on his face, he wrinkled his brow slightly in disgust. This game is too realistic and a bit troublesome, the smell of blood is so strong, damn it. Just go back and take a shower, quick, look at this guy's bag, so many weapons. Congratulations to player Beggar in the Dark for killing a level 1 goblin, completing the hidden task reward, 300 gold coins 15 weapons dropped by the goblin. What do we have here? Let me see. The players gathered around, their eyes gleaming. Killing a goblin could earn them 300 gold coins. This was more profitable than mining. A tattered armor, bows and arrows, pickaxes, saws, there's a saw. Let each of us choose a suitable weapon first, after we've killed the remaining 6, we'll divide the loot. Alright, let's go. By the campfire, the largest goblin among them furrowed his brow with closed eyes. His big nose suddenly sniffed the air. His pointed ears trembled slightly. The players approached quietly. Put. Woo woo. By the campfire, the drunken goblins were being killed one after another and dragged away. Even though the bodies were removed, the scent of blood in the air grew stronger. When the goblin leader opened his eyes, 3 or 4 goblins were already missing. Hey, where are they? Where did they go? The goblin leader's voice was rough, and after waking up, he shook the goblins sleeping beside him. There were only 7 goblins in total. Now, only 3 remained. Apart from the warm light of the campfire, there was no other source of light in the forest. The eerie forest rustled as the wind blew through. The goblins who had just been awakened were still a bit dazed. Ah, I heard them say they went to pee just now. Do you need 4 people to go pee together? The goblin leader roared angrily, slapping the still dazed goblin awake. Hidden in the shadows, the players who had just taken down the 4th goblin held their breath. Roar! The goblin leader roared into the forest. There was no response. Only the wind blowing through the trees, carrying a stronger scent of blood. The goblin who had just realized that his leader might be acting foolish also reacted at this moment, but his first reaction was to shiver slightly. Leader, could there be some monster in the forest? This planet is a level 5 planet. The native species might have also reached level 5. What if they were eaten by the native species? Another goblin shrank back. The goblin leader furrowed his brow fiercely, feeling a bit scared himself. If it's really the native species, would they spare the 3 of us? Ha! Could it be those humans from before? Exactly, leader, stop joking, let's get out of here quickly. The fear of the 2 subordinates also infected the goblin leader to some extent. But he felt something was off. If the opponent was really strong, why would they hide in a corner and ambush them? After drinking so much, the goblin leader's crimson eyes looked towards the forest. Burp! Just then, a player suddenly burped. Damn, what are you doing, man? Feeling a bit nervous, whenever I'm nervous, I burp, didn't expect this habit to follow me into the game. Damn, stop chattering, that big goblin is coming towards us. 9v3, the odds are in my favor, don't hesitate, hesitation leads to defeat, let's go kill him. Beggar in the dark raised his bow and arrow, aiming towards the goblin leader. Unfortunately, the arrow shot towards the goblin leader fell weakly right in front of him. It lacked any intimidation. It's old 6's arrow. One goblin recognized the arrow that had been thrown. The goblin leader's eyes instantly turned red, roaring angrily towards the direction where the beggars were lurking in the shadows. Dare to provoke me? His rough and sharp nose twitched, catching a scent on the arrow. It was the smell of humans. Damn humans! How dare you kill goblins? Damn it! Damn! The roar echoed through the entire forest. The goblin leader never expected that those who dared to attack them would be that group of lowly humans. Humans who hadn't even unlocked their gene locks could only be the lowest level of slaves. How dare they attack them? After the roar, the goblin leader remembered how he had been scared and ready to flee just now, his face flushing with uncontrollable anger. These damn humans, not only were they not scared witless, but they also dared to come over and intimidate their noble goblins. It was simply seeking death. The goblin leader picked up the large iron hammer beside him and charged into the woods. His short stature made the ground tremble noticeably as he moved. He's in for it, this guy's being mocked. Should we go berserk right away? Damn, this commotion is a bit scary. Enough talk, let's go. 9 players charged forward directly. They were all expert players, having achieved rankings in other games. They were ready to throw down. The 9 players were all knocked out by a single blow from the berserk goblin leader. Ouch, 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 I only activated 5% of the pain, it hurts so much. How can he be this strong? So unlucky, this guy is terrifyingly strong. The players lay on the ground, except for one player who kept a bit of pain sensation to stay conscious. The others had completely shut off their sense of pain. Blood was everywhere. Players with broken hands and feet littered the ground. The goblin leader listened to their words and snorted coldly. Now you know fear? Too late. I was actually considering letting you lowly humans go, but you dared to track us, and even attacked us in secret. Truly despicable and vile. The goblin leader roared, although he didn't understand why these guys were all so injured, yet still had the nerve to chat. But for him, the fear these guys showed was even more satisfying. This guy talks too much, doesn't he? He didn't kill us immediately, and talks so much. What does that mean? It means the protagonist is about to make an entrance. The beggar sneered in the shadows. Such a classic scene, the little brother gets beaten, and the protagonist arrives just in time to save the day. The goblin leader snorted coldly, stupid humans, do you really think your lord will come to save you? Let me tell you, even if your human lord personally came, he wouldn't be able to save you. The goblin leader coldly swung the large iron hammer in his hand towards the head of the beggar in the shadows. Damn, you all say I'm a jinx, whatever I say happens, let's see today if I can predict anything. The beggar in the shadows shouted, Yuan-gu, help me. As the hammer fell, a bone-chilling wind accompanied it. The air even seemed to distort slightly. With this hammer strike, the beggar in the shadows could already imagine his brain being smashed into a pulp. Fortunately, he had turned off his sense of pain. The beggar in the shadows thought to himself. Just then, buzz! The mechanical roar, along with a scorching laser, appeared. Before the hammer even landed, the goblin leader's upper body had already separated from his lower body. A beam of light shone in this forest, instantly illuminating the entire area, as if the sky had suddenly lit up. Goblins were resilient creatures, especially a second-level goblin. The goblin leader spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead yet. He widened his eyes, looking at the mech descending from the sky. Fear filled his crimson eyes. In his pupils, there was a reflection of a pitch-black mecha. With turbo twin wings, the pitch-black mecha had a huge sword on its back, looking so cool that it was about to explode. Battlefield mecha. Battlefield mecha. The goblin boss's heart was pounding, about to explode. Before dying, he thought, is this necessary? Is it worth deploying a battlefield mecha for a second-level goblin like himself? The lord of the human race is really strange. Just as he finished thinking, the goblin boss died. Damn, is the protagonist really making an entrance? Beggar in the shadows raised his head, watching the mecha descending slowly, blood boiling. Damn, this mecha is so cool. I'll upload this video later, it's sure to trend. If I could move right now, I'd whistle for Brother Yuan. So cool, so cool. Players with broken limbs lay on the ground, still praising Wei Chun. The pitch-black mecha landed beside the players, and Wei Chun jumped out from inside. Brother Yuan, those goblins don't seem to be the indigenous inhabitants of this planet. I heard them say they were looking for the chief to deal with you. Beggar in the shadows knew what was urgent. At this moment, the plot was the most important. Maybe a new instance could be unlocked. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chen's expression changed instantly. The goblin tribe? His gaze fell on the two goblins in the corner. They were trembling, not daring to lift their heads. Meeting them resulted in killing their leader. This human race's prospective lord was definitely not as weak as the chief had described. This planet was assigned to me by the academy. How did the goblin tribe get here? Wei Chen frowned. Before he arrived, he thought it was the native species on this planet who had acted. Unexpectedly, it was people from other races, and they must have arrived on this planet in advance. Who sent you here? The human race might be weak, but the goblins were not that strong either. As an immortal race, goblins mostly lived in poverty. They usually made a living by crafting crude weapons, so Wei Chen was certain that the goblins were sent by his good classmates. Who could it be? The elves, also an immortal race? Or the divine race? Wei Chen remembered the two second-rate students in the academy. One was the son of the elf tribe's chief. The other was from the divine race and even the descendant of the former head of the alliance. We don't know anything. Please spare us, sir. Under Wei Chen's gaze, the two goblins were so scared that they were about to wet themselves. With a thud, both goblins knelt down and kowtowed to Wei Chen. Spare us. Please, spare us. We won't dare anymore. We won't dare anymore. Hey, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why are you scared now? A player lying on the ground with just a sliver of health left started attacking the goblins. Brother Yuan, these two guys dared to attack us, saying our human race is a lowly species, just kill them. No, I heard them say they wanted to capture us all as slaves. I think having a few goblin slaves would be nice. The players thought these two goblins would surely be very angry. After all, when they found out it was humans who killed their companion earlier, their expressions were like they had been humiliated. But unexpectedly, when they heard the players saying they wanted to make them slaves, these two goblins suddenly acted as if they had found a way out. They frantically kowtowed to Wei Chen. Sir, we are willing to be slaves, please, accept us as slaves. Being a slave at least offered a way out, but once they were deemed useless, their fate was sealed, death. Goblins were a long-lived species, living 500 to 600 years was no issue for them. In contrast, even if the human race unlocked their third-level genetic lock, their lifespan would only reach 500 years. They could simply outlast them with their longer lifespan. These two goblins had quite a clever plan. Wei Chen knew what they were thinking. Seeing players' great interest in slaves, he nodded. Ma Yun, take them back. Yes. The dark mech uttered a deep word. Then, to the astonishment and delight of the players, Ma Yun reached out and clenched them all in his palm. Ma Yun even considerately asked the players, how do you feel? Any bumps? No, it's fine, no more blood loss, someone subconsciously replied. The mech chuckled softly, just as the master said, "You are indeed humorous." Ha! Wait, do you have your own consciousness? Yes, Moyun answered, artificial intelligence has been applied in many areas. The master said you've just awakened and need to learn many things. If you have any questions, you can come to the weapon arsenal to ask us. We haven't seen so many humans for a long time. Listening to Moyun's words, the players were dumbfounded. I know this game is set in the interstellar future, but I didn't expect the mechs in this world to also use artificial intelligence. You? A player grasped the key point. So, you mean all the mechs we saw in the arsenal before have their own consciousness? Yes. Moyun's turbines behind him emitted a blue light, lifting the players and 2 slaves into the air. We were all created by the master and will be your partners in battle in the future. Holy crap! A player trembled with excitement and then died from excessive blood loss. After being logged out, he didn't have time to be angry. He went straight to the computer and shared the video he recorded in the game. Shocking! Interstellar Humans' new storyline unlocked. Mechs also have artificial intelligence. On Earth, Wei Chen was completely unaware of the explosion in the gaming community that night. He was currently receiving mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of summoning 30 tribesmen. Mission reward, level 1 genetic lock potion, perfect, Titan Giant Gene. Wei Chen widened his eyes in astonishment. Titan Giant Gene, just like that? Damn, Tongs, you know exactly what I need. Although genetic trading was no longer illegal, genes of powerful races were not circulated. Among the myriad races, the Titans were undoubtedly the warrior race. They were renowned for their powerful bodies, with rumors that peak Titan warriors could withstand mechs with their physical strength alone. When Wei Chen was modifying genes for players, he had thought about how great it would be to have these precious genes himself. He never expected the system to actually deliver. When there were good things, it truly delivered. Wei Chen was overjoyed. As for the level 1 genetic lock potion, it was something he urgently needed now. The potions developed by the Interstellar were effective. However, Wei Chen dared not give them to the players, because those potions were controlled and developed by the Alliance Trading Company. In normal major families, when important offspring unlocked their genetic locks, they would prepare the potions themselves. Wei Chen didn't know what tricks were involved in this, but after obtaining the system, the first time he summoned players, the system unlocked all his genetic locks again. This made Wei Chen suspect that there was something wrong with the Alliance's genetic lock potions. Compared to the Alliance, Wei Chen naturally trusted Tongs more. You have a new task list, please claim it promptly. 1. Summon 100 loyal tribesmen within 24 hours. 2. Defend the territory, eliminate 300 invading goblin tribes. The goblin tribe has indeed landed on my planet ahead of schedule. Wei Chen's eyes flashed with disgust. Truly detestable vermin. They have already reached such a remote planet and still dare to attack him. Since that's the case, he won't hold back. Claim task. Meanwhile, on Earth, inside a gaming group. I feel like I'm going crazy. What did I miss? Stealing Oil Granny watched the videos sent by those players who died later, feeling numb. He had only been dead for a few hours, and the game world had already changed so much? Begging in secret, not to say, buddy, you logged off too early, otherwise you could still chat with the intelligent mechs. Stealing Oil Granny, already shut down, do not disturb. Daydreaming, no, why? Mouse, your skills are not as good as mine, your tactics are not as sharp as mine. Why did both of you receive invitations for the game's closed beta, and I didn't? This group is composed of several strong players. Most of the members are skilled players from around the world who occasionally team up. However, currently, only Stealing Oil Granny and Begging in Secret have received invitations for the closed beta of Interstellar Human Race in the group. The other players are just watching. Or rather, since they couldn't get beta accounts, they could only satisfy their curiosity by watching the videos shared by Stealing Oil Granny and Begging in Secret. Most people were originally lurking, but watching the game videos constantly thrown into the group by Begging in Secret, they couldn't stay calm. Everyone loves playing games, so when such an awesome new game appears, who can resist? Exactly, I really wonder how the people at this game company choose players. Mouse just entered the game and died so soon. If it were me, I could definitely survive till the end. That's right, Mouse, you're just wasting the account. If you can't handle it, give me this closed beta account, I'll play for you. Stealing Oil Granny, you guys are making plans behind my back, I can hear you even in China. Stealing Oil Granny, the game company chose us as beta players, it's definitely a recognition of my skills. Stealing Oil Granny, dying at the beginning was just a mistake, it was an accident, understand, an accident. Stealing Oil Granny frantically messaged in the group, preparing to fight for his dignity. Unexpectedly, after messaging for a while, he noticed that the group suddenly became quiet. Where did all those friends who were just messaging disappear to? Stealing oil granny, where are you guys? Stealing oil granny, hello? Begging in Secret's consciousness was still in the game world at this time, as he was being placed in a medical pod. Nutrient fluid slowly filled the pod. Begging in Secret was about to fall asleep comfortably, but in the communication device in his mind, Stealing oil granny kept sending messages non-stop. Begging in Secret, Mouse, are you an idiot? I'm seriously injured now, in recovery, what are you doing? Stealing oil granny. Begging in Secret, what are you doing? Stealing oil granny, holy crap. Holy crap. Dude, the game just updated. Begging in Secret, what updated? A link was thrown into the group. Begging in Secret clicked on it. The official website page of Interstellar Human Race had transformed from a simple page to a striking image. It depicted a goblin being beheaded. Its massive head lay on the ground, blood oozing from the neck wound. The orange bonfire added an eerie hue to the scene. The goblin's blood, a faint green, seeped into the ground. Not a trace of CG synthesis could be seen, even as if someone was on the scene, just took a simple photo. In the center of the picture, there was a line of big characters. The territory battle is about to begin, now calling on players to go to interstellar humans to fight for the defense of human territory. About to release 100 beta accounts, click here to apply for an account. Oh my! And Chi-Chi-Tao, who was secretly begging, opened his eyes in the nutrient solution in shock. In an instant, his connection to the network on Earth was cut off. The electronic screen of the medical cabin emitted a gentle voice. And Chi-Chi-Tao, do you feel any discomfort during the treatment process? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. And Chi-Chi-Tao spoke anxiously, and then a large string of bubbles popped out. I want to participate in the battle mission. And Chi-Chi-Tao's mind was also screaming frantically. And Chi-Chi-Tao has successfully signed up. After the electronic sound rang in his mind, and Chi-Chi-Tao finally calmed down. Haha, indeed a mission. And Chi-Chi-Tao bubbled happily in the nutrient solution. In just one day, the game Interstellar Humans had already exploded in the gaming circle. And Chi-Chi-Tao could conclude that as long as the accounts were opened for this game, it would definitely be popular worldwide. Without needing any technological products, just the visuals of this game and the holographic simulation technology were enough to drive people crazy. And at this moment, Wei Chen, looking at the data sent by the system, was stunned. What? How many people applied for accounts? 200,000. 200,000. Tonzi, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I only sent out these beta accounts for one day. Wei Chen began to investigate in astonishment to find out what was going on. It should be noted that he had only summoned 30 players just one day ago. The time ratio between Earth and here was 1-to-1. In other words, on Earth, the game had just released 30 beta accounts, followed by another 100. Normal games didn't operate like this. So when Wei Chen first released the message, he was a bit worried that these 100 people might not all show up. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, there were already 200,000 people signing up. Wei Chen looked at the messages on the Earth network, and the more he looked, the harder it was to suppress the smile on his face. These players were so enthusiastic. He really hadn't expected it. After the players went offline, the videos they posted on the network had such a huge impact. Not to mention the gaming community, even some non-gamers were leaving comments under the accounts of oil thieves. Wei Chen watched the videos made by the oil thief after going offline and nodded to himself. Among this first batch of recruited players, there were indeed some good promoters. No wonder those advertising companies liked to collaborate with these streamers. Their promotional and rallying power was truly impressive. 200,000 people. It was really a sweet burden to select 100 from 200,000 people. System, you decide on the selection of these 100 people. Okay. The current gaming industry is really stinking. Are they even marketing games now? Indeed, the overwhelming advertisements, and the most realistic holographic simulation game in history, they can really hype it up. I really want to see if this game is really that amazing. At this moment, a rich second generation who originally wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but because he spent a lot of money on buying hot searches and couldn't even squeeze into the top 20, clicked on the account application in front of his computer with resentment. Ding dong! Zhang Tao, the rich second generation, had just clicked the mouse. The doorbell of the villa rang, making him shiver. Then he heard the butler knocking on the door. What's the matter? Young master, your package. Ha! Zhang Tao was a bit surprised, stood up and opened the door, only to see the butler holding a package. What is this? He reached out and took the package. Just as he closed the door, he saw the logo printed on the express package. Interstellar human race? This name. Zhang Tao didn't react for a moment, he even wondered when he had ordered express delivery. This logo does look familiar. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a new interface suddenly pop up on the computer screen. Congratulations, you have obtained the closed beta account of Interstellar Human Race. Please use the helmet to enter the game within 3 minutes. Failure to enter within 3 minutes will be considered as giving up the account, and helmet access will be revoked. This long line of words made Zhang Tao shrink a bit. Damn, is this the game I just registered for? Is this game company too awesome? He didn't even leave an address or phone number when he registered the account. Opening the package, he indeed saw a helmet full of technology inside. Damn, is this a setup against me? Zhang Tao subconsciously doubted for a moment. Then he laughed at his own thoughts. Although he came from a wealthy family, it was unlikely for someone to go to such lengths to mess with him. But he never really played games, should he give it a try? Zhang Tao suspiciously looked at the helmet in his hand. Originally, he planned to enter the entertainment industry, but the Water Army's hot searches were all suppressed, which made him a bit annoyed. But now that he had grabbed this account, he had to give it a try. If it's not fun, he would expose it online using his connections. Putting on the helmet, Zhang Tao's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hibernation pod in the lounge, just like the previous player's process. Zhang Tao named himself Feng Shui Pippi. Then he watched the excited players around him chattering about how lucky they were, how many people failed to grab an account. Damn, 1 in 2,000, and I actually managed to grab one, I must be the chosen one. Wow, it's exactly like what was shown in the videos, everything is so real. If it weren't for everyone having their IDs on their heads, I would have doubted if I had time traveled. Honestly, I used to think those streamers and videos were all ads released by this game, just to attract traffic, but I didn't expect everything to be so real. This game is definitely going to be a hit. Buddy, don't joke, this game is already very popular, isn't it? Listening to the players around him, Feng Shui Pippi took a deep breath. The slightly cool air carried a hint of moisture. The air quality on this planet was completely incomparable to that of Earth's urban areas. It's actually real. Feng Shui Pippi raised his hand, looking at the patterns on his hand and the strong muscles on his arm, his heart beating rapidly. This is power. He clenched his fist. All the muscles in his body were instantly mobilized. This body was terrifyingly strong. Feng Shui Pippi felt that his current physique was much stronger than the bodyguards his father had paid a lot of money for. Has the game really developed to this extent? So cool. Congratulations on waking up, I am your lord, Wei Chen. Following the same process as the first batch of players, Wei Chen directly released a system-generated process video. New players had more or less watched the videos released by players before coming, so their acceptance of the game was very high. According to the information traced in advance by the tribe, our territory has been coveted by the goblin tribe. They have sent hundreds of goblins to lurk on this planet, waiting for an opportunity to attack us. That's why I have awakened you, only to protect our territory. But before dealing with these goblins, my people, you need to move your bodies a bit. And most of the goblins have already unlocked the first level gene lock. If you need it, you can buy the first level gene lock potion from me. Wei Chen unfolded the first level gene lock potion rewarded by the system. The veteran players who were still alive had already placed their orders. New players also came forward to check it out. Damn, a gene potion costs 100 gold coins? I'm just a newbie, where am I going to get 100 gold coins? Bro, you can mine, mining makes money fast. You can also go kill Chunj, get some of Chunj's branches and twigs to exchange for money. Just like that streamer, just started the game and already giving away first blood? Hilarious, let's go, let's mine first. Seriously, I didn't understand why those guys were so excited to go mining before, but now I get it. The player speaking flexed his biceps on his arm. I feel like my whole body is filled with strength now. Me too, the body in this game really feels much stronger than my own. I play games at home every day, turning into a couch potato, never thought there would come a day when I could feel young again. Stop bragging, were you really that awesome when you were young? The players rushed out of the rest area. The feeling of stepping out 2 or 3 meters was truly shocking. From initial disdain to later amazement, and now, jumping out over 3 meters, easily crushing a stone. This extraordinary sense of power was something that even the wealthy couldn't experience before. If I knew playing games was this fun, I should have started playing games earlier. Feng Chupi spread his arms and ran wildly, feeling the breeze blowing across his face. So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. The players had already learned the location of the mine from the videos of the veteran players. They eagerly entered the mine one after another. Witnessing the magnificent scenes they had never seen before, and experiencing physical labor they had never felt. Feng Chupi, along with other players, ecstatically started mining. Even the soreness in his muscles made him obsessed. This game is just too much fun. Feng Chupi was mining while feeling like shedding tears. But the next moment, he felt like he needed to pee. This game is getting a bit too realistic, buddy. I'm going to take a leak. Save me a spot for later. Feng Chupi greeted the players around him who were engrossed in mining, then headed towards the hill outside the mine. Feng Chupi shivered. This game is great in every way, just a bit too realistic. The game designers didn't think it through. What if bad people infiltrate when there are many players? It would be a disaster if they got banned for inappropriate behavior. Once offline, I'll have to find the game company's designers and give them some feedback. Feng Chupi thought, dressed up, whistling as he prepared to go back to mining. After walking a few dozen meters, he felt like there was something behind the hill. Chattering sounds came from the corner. What's that? Feng Chupi peeked out from behind the mound and met a pair of dark red eyes. Damn! Feng Chupi was truly startled when he saw those eyes. Goblin? Human! The goblin arched its back, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. You've actually found me? Never thought that even though he came to scout, he was hiding quite discreetly, yet he was still discovered by humans. Just as the chief had said, these guys were indeed cunning and sly. Oh my god, could it be that I'm actually lucky? Feng Chupi remembered what the players who were mining together today had said. He usually doesn't play games at all. Then, he randomly drew this account. How long has he been playing the game? He encountered a wild goblin. Ha ha ha. With a silly smile on his face, he felt like he was truly the chosen one. Surrender, goblin, I didn't expect the mission to appear right in front of me. He had never really watched the videos sent out by the players. Looking at this small monster in front of him, he felt like he could take it down with just a little effort. He smirked and charged forward. The momentum was quite impressive. He seemed full of confidence. The goblin, who had come to investigate, suddenly saw a human who wasn't afraid of him at all and was a bit stunned. Seeing him charging straight towards it, the goblin couldn't help but frown. Could this human have some kind of trick up his sleeve? Could it be a technological weapon? But he clearly hadn't even activated the genetic lock. While the goblin was still in a daze, he had already reached its front. Smack! A loud and intense slap landed on the goblin's greenish-black face. Oh my, such thick skin. With all his strength, he delivered that slap. Based on his achievement of crushing a stone earlier today, this slap should have at least knocked out the goblin. Why was it still standing there unharmed? And its eyes were getting redder. Even though he had never played games before, he now realized that something was off as he looked at the enraged goblin. Damn human! A slap in the face, no matter the race, was extremely insulting. I'll kill you! The goblin roared and pulled out a big hammer. Thud! Ah! He woke up with a start from his helmet, screaming. The sensation of his brain bursting, he was trembling all over. Young master, what's wrong with you? Hearing his screams, the butler immediately came to inquire. He shuddered and, with a pale face, took off his helmet. As he gasped for air and his heartbeat slowly calmed down, he realized that he had just been playing a game. A game. Thankfully, it was just a game. But it hurt. It hurt too much. Who said that if a person died suddenly, they wouldn't feel pain? Wiping away tears of fear or pain, he shuddered all over. The butler stood at the door, frowning. Young master, is there something wrong with this game? Are you okay? I'm fine, you can leave, I need to rest. He waved his hand at the butler. He looked at the helmet that had been taken off, took a deep breath. It was too thrilling. Too exciting. Ha, so exciting, this feeling is even better than racing. This game is so awesome, so awesome. Putting on the helmet, he said, quick, I want to return to the game. Applying for a free resurrection for you, please wait for 24 hours. What the heck, I have to wait 24 hours? I don't want a free resurrection, how much do I need to pay? This game currently does not offer recharge services. To resurrect immediately, please pay 100 gold coins, your gold coin balance, 37, insufficient balance. Damn it, I only mined for a few minutes today, and that goblin killed me. He gritted his teeth. No wonder those idiots rushed to mine as soon as they logged in. They were all a bunch of idiots. If the mine runs out, how will they make gold coins in the future? He had long forgotten what his plan was when he entered the game. At this moment, because he couldn't return to the game world immediately, he was tearing himself apart. And on the other side, when Wei Chen received the news of the player's death, he was a bit surprised. Even now, after entering the game, don't they lower their sensory values? Dying under 100% pain sensation, wow, that's a true warrior. Wei Chen silently gave a thumbs up to this unknown warrior. Attention all players, a goblin's trace has been found near the mine. The goblin's last known location has been marked on the map. Capture the goblin and receive a reward of 100 gold coins. Electronic alert tones rang in the minds of every player. Next came a piece of territory map. Near the mine, a red dot stood out conspicuously. The players who were mining brightened up. Dealing with the body. The goblin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he acted fast, or else he would have given the human a chance to escape and inform others. However, this human's brain might not be functioning properly. How dare a single person rush in to die? The goblin sneered. Thought he was tough. Killed in an instant. The goblin chose a good spot, where he could easily see the movements inside the mine. Just as he was feeling smug, players started coming out of the mine one after another. Ha! They're not mining anymore? And it's not even dark yet? Could it be they're going to rest? The goblin's brain couldn't handle complex issues, so he thought these humans were taking a break. The chief said that when humans rest, they should go back and report to him. When all humans are asleep, then launch an attack. So now he should be able to go back and report. The goblin turned around, about to leave, only to see the humans who had just come out surrounding him. Ha, this weirdo is still here. Get him, that's 100 gold coins. Dozens of people gathered and rushed forward. Black tiger rips heart. Watch my monkey stealing peaches. Ha ha, little green skin, meet your end. The players surged forward, but they had no weapons. Facing a first-level goblin, and not being able to see clearly in the presence of the goblin's weapons, they couldn't even follow the goblin's movements. Thought I was one of those useless ones? A hint of ferocity flashed in the goblin's eyes. He wasn't like those useless ones sent out before. Being sent as a scout to gather information already indicated he was an elite goblin. Don't charge blindly, this is a second-level goblin. The beggar who had already been treated and came out of the medical pod stepped forward. Looking into the goblin's eyes, he knew it was a second-level goblin. First-level goblins can still be killed with a human wave tactic, but once at second level, you need to level up before you can kill it. Step aside. The beggar, now completely different in stature and demeanor, stepped in front of the crowd. That's right. He was no longer the same beggar as before. He was now LV1 beggar. He had leveled up. In that operation to assassinate the goblin, the gold coins he obtained were enough to buy a first-level gene lock potion. At this moment, he could accurately capture the movements that were previously unclear. Kill! He rushed out. In an instant, his previous position was left with only his shadow. Then came the continuous sounds of fighting. Players could only see countless afterimages appearing before them. The beggar's fist struck the goblin's face. The thick green skin now showed a tinge of red from the impact. How can he be this strong? The elite goblin was knocked down by a single punch, the force on his face not dissipating immediately. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he finally came to a stop. You're not human! The goblin roared. How could a level 1 human possibly overpower a level 2 like himself? The next moment, a heavier fist came crashing down. In the dark, begging pressed the goblin down, raining fists pummeling him rapidly. I'm not human? Open your eyes and see, I am human. Smack! You deserve this. Thud! Begging grabbed the goblin's ear and smashed his head onto the ground. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. You're so arrogant? A little monster dares to challenge our human base alone? Coveting our territory? Ha! Kill me? Begging was furious. The realism of the game world was too strong, making it hard not to immerse oneself in it while playing. When those players were killed, the scenes were quite bloody. Playing together, there was always a sense of camaraderie. Begging couldn't help but recall the scenes of being tortured by those goblins, feeling itchy with anger. If it weren't for Yuan Ji's timely intervention back then, he would have had to wait 24 hours to try again. And even after being saved, he had spent so much gold on healing. How long would he have to mine to earn that back? You really deserve to die. Ah, I'm sorry, please don't hit me. I'm human, isn't that enough? As the goblin reached level 2, within their own group, hierarchy mattered, and being treated this way by a level 1 human was infuriating. The goblin was both angry and resentful, thinking this human must be crazy. Why kill for no reason and say so many strange things? Did they have some deep-seated grudge? Why attack so viciously? Begging had his teeth smashed by the goblin, his mouth full of green blood, looking disheveled. He couldn't even beg properly anymore. Other players watched from the sidelines. Damn, is this the strength after leveling up? Feels so awesome, this speed, this power, so cool. Suddenly I want to level up, what's the deal? I used to think my muscles were already awesome, now it seems I was shallow. Players looked at Begging, envy shining in their eyes. Mine! They had to mine more. Die! Begging vented his anger, then let out a final roar. Stomping on the ground, he leaped up, fists clenched, smashing directly into the goblin. Puff! The elite goblin spat out a mouthful of blood and died at the hands of a level 1 human. He died with his eyes wide open. Awesome! Begging exhaled. Then an electronic voice announced, "Congratulations to player Begging for becoming the first to kill a level 2 goblin. Trigger special reward, 1 special holiday event participation voucher." A small golden firework exploded above Begging's head. All players turned to look at him. What's a special holiday event participation voucher? No explanation? Begging didn't see any explanation either. But being rated as a special reward meant it was definitely something good. Players were curious. "Boss, why don't you ask Yuan-gu? He might know." "Yeah, ask Yuan-gu." Players were all very curious. They felt that this reward must be amazing, maybe even unlocking a new dungeon. At this moment, there weren't many players in the game. Everyone mined together, forming some bonds. Begging also wanted to know what this special reward he received was for. So he ran up to Wei Chen and asked, "Yuan-gu, what is a holiday event participation voucher?" Wei Chen pretended to look surprised and glanced at the beggar beside him. "Have you obtained the holiday event participation voucher? It's a great thing. When the special festival arrives, I need to bring my clan members to participate in the activities at the Lord's Academy. Only clan members with the holiday event participation voucher can accompany me." Wei Chen finished speaking. The players exploded. Lord's Academy. Is it the main storyline of the Interstellar game? So, those who go with him can actually take a spaceship to see the so-called Central Star? Wow, that's awesome. Can we directly go to the Central Star? Only those who have this event voucher can go. Yuan-gu, how can we get this voucher? Yeah. The players curiously looked at Wei Chen, their eyes wide open. "I'm not the one distributing this." Wei Chen shook his head. "Only clan members who have made special contributions can have it." "Ah, beggar, you really can catch any good thing." Another slowpoke, the oil thief, hurried over. The oil thief was really resentful. It's not that he didn't want to go mining, but as a senior player, he was killed by bloodthirsty chrysanthemum on the first day, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation. So, after resurrecting, he quickly bought the players' energy mines and immediately used the basic energy saw to clear out a large area of bloodthirsty chrysanthemum near the base. By the time he remembered to inquire about the players' news to strategize after going offline, he learned that the beggar had once again received a new reward, another special reward. When the oil thief rushed over, he heard Yuan-gu explaining this reward. Plop! The oil thief knelt down on both knees, despondently lowering his head, murmuring incessantly, "Born as an oil thief, why do I have to be a beggar? Ah, it hurts so much." 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. The beggar, who was begging in secret, came over to the oil thief, patted his shoulder, and said, "Mouse, don't be sad. When I go to the Lord's Academy, I will send you the video to watch. Don't be sad, don't be jealous, everyone has a bright future. I haven't even seen the goblin's face, why don't they go to Chrysanthemum Brothers Forest?" The oil thief pushed away the beggar's hand and muttered to himself. Then he walked away looking lost. His figure was truly desolate. Wei Chen looked at the player who had made a significant contribution to recruiting people for him and cleared his throat. He really wanted to remind them, goblins may not be very smart, but they are not that stupid. It's because bloodthirsty Chrysanthemum Forest is so dangerous that they must be confused to run into that area. That large area of bloodthirsty chrysanthemum, while dangerous, indeed provided some protection to the base. The ores the players dug up were enough to pay the final payment to Sister Amilo. After clearing those goblins, they had to quickly make the players cut down that large area of bloodthirsty chrysanthemum. After felling the bloodthirsty chrysanthemum, the materials could be auctioned on the Star Network. There should be many sellers from the Treant clan interested. Wei Chen realized he had a lot to do. He opened the communicator. "Wei Chen, Sister Amilo, where are you now?" At this moment, in the silent cosmic corridor, Amilo, who had passed through countless space tunnels, now looked a bit pale. The communicator blinked twice. "Amilo, Senior, it seems there was a problem with the original route, so I used space shuttle technology. In 3 minutes, I will arrive at the planet where you are. Amilo, by the way, Senior, your planet was unclaimed before, but now it's under your name. Don't you want to give it a name?" "Ah, I forgot." Wei Chen saw the message from Amilo and remembered that he had not used his planet naming rights. Using his intellect to access the Star Network, Wei Chen directly entered the planet registration website. After gene recognition, the planet naming page immediately appeared. "Let's call it Blue Star," Wei Chen said. In this universe, the initial territory of humanity was Blue Star. The reason for space travel was the depletion of resources on Blue Star. After the war with the insect race, Blue Star also disappeared. Since then, the human race has moved to another planet to live. Now, as a reserve lord, Wei Chen named his first human-inhabited planet Blue Star. The moment Blue Star was entered, the registration was successful. On the Star Network, all Alliance members could see the information inside the Lord's Academy at that moment. This child Wei Chen actually named his planet Blue Star? The human race, able to revive the glory of the past. Inside the principal's office, a young man furrowed his brows. Grandfather, if you admire him so much, why assign him such a remote planet? The old principal smiled but did not speak. Buzz! A loud noise appeared above the players' heads. Oh my god, is it getting dark? Where did the sun go? Wow, is that a space battleship? The players looked up and saw a huge silver spacecraft appearing in the sky. Cool. So cool. This super invincible huge spacecraft perfectly matched the players' imagination of the word interstellar. They even put down their work and looked up, gazing at the spacecraft above their heads. This is how Interstellar should look. Wow, there are battle scars, such a strong smell of gunfire. Is it just hovering like this? Is this battleship here to attack us? They wouldn't do that, right? Damn, I'm still mining barehanded, and they bring a battleship to attack us? That's too much. Amilo sat at the pilot's seat, looking at the people below murmuring. Are these the seniors people? Haven't they unlocked the genetic lock? But they seem different from the humans I've seen before. Amilo blinked in confusion. On closer inspection, they seemed quite similar. Why didn't anyone go to report? And why were the seniors people looking so strange? Senior, I've arrived. Amilo waited for a while but didn't see anyone going to inform Wei Chen. Unable to wait any longer, he opened the communicator and contacted Wei Chen himself. The transport ship is hovering, just come down directly, I'll be there soon. Wei Chen activated the base's stealth system. The base's security was extremely important, and Wei Chen couldn't expose it to Amilo. Suddenly, the huge spacecraft above opened a passage. A pink figure flew out of the passage. Amilo's mecha looked very beautiful, with a metallic sheen of the mecha and a layer of pink patterns. Her girlish face made all the players stare in awe. Oh my god, it's a mecha girl. AI drawing brought to life. Brothers, I remember seeing a similar concept online, but it was just a concept art. This game is amazing. It actually modeled such a complete mecha girl. Oh my god, I'm moved. Brothers, I'm really hungry now. Even looking at mechas feels refreshing. Love knows no gender, it can even transcend species. I'm in love. Idiot, the mecha is beautiful, but aren't you curious about the person piloting it? New character. The players were ecstatic. Is a new character finally appearing? Everyone eagerly watched as the mecha landed. Amilo was originally thinking that ordinary people of all races were afraid of advanced warriors. When she landed, she had to be careful not to scare the senior warriors people. But after she landed, these people of the senior warrior actually surrounded her? Ha! Why are they staring at her like that? Amilo was completely puzzled now. She couldn't understand why these people of the senior warrior were surrounding her. The mechs had scanned them just now, and not even a few of them had unlocked the first level gene lock. They couldn't even use gene-powered weapons. Why were they surrounding her? Amilo hesitated for a moment, thinking that she was here to make a delivery, so she had to be friendly. A sweet female voice came from the mech. Hello, I'm Amilo, here to find Senior Wei Chen. Upon hearing the voice coming from the mech, the players screamed in excitement. Wow, it's really a new NPC. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Beauty, can you come out of the mech? Why are you looking for our senior brother source? Did you come from another planet? Do you have any tasks for us to do? A bunch of questions came at Amilo, making her even more confused. Were ordinary human beings so casual towards gene warriors? You can't be so rude to guests. Wei Chen arrived in time and cut off the player's intention to continue talking to the new NPC. Amilo Jr.'s sister, did you bring the goods? Wei Chen asked. Amilo jumped out of the mech, and then this unusually beautiful mech was directly stored into the bracelet on Amilo's wrist in front of the players. The young girl was charming, with pink twin tails, wearing a black combat suit, looking full of vitality. Wow! Hearing the exclamation, Amilo smiled. As a member of the Tree People clan, Amilo's bloodline was of the flower element. She naturally looked better than the average race. Even in school, her beauty ranked above the famous demon clan known for their beauty. From childhood to adulthood, she had heard countless praises. It was said that humans were also very appearance-oriented. Indeed, before Amilo's smile could fully bloom, she heard the ordinary humans who hadn't unlocked their gene locks sighing. Damn, is this spatial technology? Damn, this is too awesome. When the mech was stored, even the airflow was simulated. I can't even imagine, it must be a super powerful processor to create such high-end stuff. So cool, I can't wait to have my own mech. My hands are already itching. I want to go mining. Mining, mining, mining. Brothers, let's get stronger. Get stronger. Mining. Mining. Ha! Amilo looked at the players who suddenly became excited and rushed to mine, and they all looked silly. She looked up at Wei Chen. Senior, are these all people from your clan who were sent to you? Did the human race not have much hope for the senior, so they sent so many seemingly not very bright people over? Wei Chen smiled helplessly and shook his head. They just love working. Joking. When players really got into the game, who cared if the characters inside were good-looking or not? The storyline that affected their gaming experience, these guys, if they didn't jump up and shout, skip, 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 they were already giving him face as their lord. However, there were still some players who preferred to follow the storyline. Just like the one who hurried over now, holding a primary energy saw, the oil thief. Source bro, heard there's a visitor? The oil thief arrived late but made it. He still had a full jar of the bloodthirsty Chuansu tree sap in his hand. The pale green sap exuded a strong life force. Wow, this girl is on time. The oil thief raised his hand and gave Amilo a thumbs up. Yuan Gu, what are you going to talk about? Can I listen? If you want to listen, come along, but if you want to entertain guests, you have to use some of your Chuansu tree sap. Wei Chen smiled and pointed to the large glass jar in his hand. When Amilo saw the large jar of tree sap, he couldn't help but swallow saliva secretly. For the tree people who had evolved into complete beings, this kind of mutated tree sap with a life force was a delicacy. Yes, if you give me a cup of sap, I'll follow you. Amilo nodded heavily, her twin ponytails trembling in the air. A cup? The oil thief glanced at the large jar in his hand. Wasn't a cup a bit stingy? Is a cup too much? Then half a cup will do. Amilo gestured with her fingers. What cup or half cup? If people from other races think we humans are so stingy, I'll give you this whole jar. The oil thief grinned and stuffed the large glass jar into Amilo's hands. He could tell. This somewhat silly alien girl with twin ponytails really wanted to drink the sap. This jar of sap, given to Yuan Gu for evaluation, would at most earn him 10 gold coins. Trading 10 gold coins for an NPC's favorability, there was no loss in this deal. Isn't this too precious? Amilo hugged the jar, feeling embarrassed yet reluctant to return it. Although the bloodthirsty Chuansu tree sap was rare, it was not expensive. What was truly valuable was the sap with a life force. This had to be collected from a bloodthirsty Chuansu tree in an extremely angry state and had to be done on a living tree. Bloodthirsty Chuansu trees generally lived as a forest unit. When a strong individual acted, even if it was a massacre, the Chuansu tree would not show any anger. Weak individuals meeting the Chuansu tree would be killed on the spot, right? Anger would infuse the Chuansu tree's life force into its sap, transporting it to the roots. Therefore, sap with a life force was truly a rare find. Opening the jar, a strong life force surged out, making Amilo dazzled. She looked at the oil thief with a gentler gaze. A good person. These people under the leadership of the senior, although each seemed a bit dim-witted, were good people. This is a gift from my people to you. Speaking of which, the goods you brought over are what they really need now. After Wei Chen finished speaking, he looked up at the hovering ship in the sky. Are the goods all inside? The massive ship bore traces of gunfire, indicating she had encountered danger on the way. However, as a merchant, transporting goods was one of her responsibilities. Amilo didn't bring it up, and Wei Chen wouldn't ask. If this junior wanted to raise the price, it wouldn't be good. Yes. Amilo blushed and covered the jar. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Chen. Senior, do you want to go up and inspect the goods? 37,000 items delivered safely. She straightened her back like a child seeking praise. I even crossed a small war zone to protect the goods. Is she going to start talking about the dangers she encountered during transportation? And then raise the price? Wei Chen still looked at Amilo calmly. She was indeed a cunning merchant. On the surface, it seemed like she admired me, but in reality, it was all for business. A businessperson is a businessperson. What happened on the way? The oil thief curiously asked. These were all plot points. They could be used in their own game strategies in the future. The oil thief's intentions were good. However, Wei Chen silently covered his chest. Oops, I forgot to tell the players not to go exploring. Amilo would definitely mention it. I hope the losses from the transport ship won't be blamed on me later. Wei Chen felt a cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't have much money left. The ores the players are digging up now will barely cover the final payment. Wei Chen glanced at the oil thief indifferently. How can you casually inquire about others' affairs? In the interstellar world, prying for information like this is very impolite. Amilo, you don't need to bother. Let's go check the goods directly. Amilo waved his hand. It's okay, senior. Low-level tribesmen rarely participate in interstellar battles, so they must be curious. I originally planned to take the most conventional transport route here, and then use space jump technology when we reach the farthest border. After all, Amilo sighed, Senior, space jumps consume a lot of energy stones. But unexpectedly, a war broke out on the final stretch of the route, seemingly between interstellar pirates and the defense forces of Star M779. I wonder if the Alliance has received any news. Fighting in such a close-to-the-edge area could attract the Zerg due to the energy waves released. Amilo shuddered at the thought of the Zerg. Those guys, like a nightmare haunting every member of the Alliance. Feeling a bit shaken, Amilo quickly drank 2 big sips of tree juice to calm down. Wow, interstellar pirates and Star M779. The outside world is indeed fascinating. The oil thief's eyes lit up, knowing she had more material for tonight. A game that can be done so well must not have used all its funds on graphics. The plot and storyline must be very complete as well. For players who enjoy the story, piecing together the entire world background of the game is also a very interesting experience. The oil thief is such a player. Fans who enjoy watching his live streams and analyses also prefer to focus on exploring the world background. Information collected successfully, system is calculating. Host, based on the information brought by your friend, this system speculates that your territory may be at risk of attacks from 2 opposing forces. 1. When interstellar pirates flee, there is a 70% chance they will use Blue Star as a temporary refuge. 2. When the Zerg head towards Star M779, there is a 90% chance they will pass by Blue Star. What? Wei Chen exclaimed. Whether it's interstellar pirates or the Zerg, for the current Blue Star, it's a disaster. Wei Chen's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Senior, your planet is still a distance away from the border, no need to worry so much. Amilo was startled by Wei Chen's exclamation. I had to jump through several black holes to get here. And Star M779 is a star, with powerful defense forces. This battle is likely to last for months. Without the system's prompt, Wei Chen might have made the same judgment as Amilo. But since the system already stated a 70% probability of interstellar pirates coming and a 90% probability of the Zerg passing by, there was no escaping it. He had to act urgently. The players have not grown enough yet. Let's settle the final payment first. Amilo, does your family sell any other weapons besides these basic ones? Wei Chen inquired. Yes, our family has a metal planet dedicated to weapon manufacturing, but they are all mid to low tier weapons. Amilo became enthusiastic when talking about business matters. I'll send you the link to our family store. If you have any needs, Senior, you can order at a 10% discount. Free shipping? Amilo fell silent. The postage is not cheap. If it's free shipping, the profit margin will be lower. If the Senior buys a lot, it can be shipped for free. Okay, let's go check the goods first. The oil thief was taken by Mo Yun into the transport ship. The sense of technology is off the charts. But when he saw the curious goods that all players were interested in, he was a bit dumbfounded. It was just a large warehouse, no. A primary energy saw of a large transport ship? Yuan Gu, isn't there a space device? Do we really need such a large ship just to transport this primary energy saw? Isn't this too unscientific? Wei Chen and Amilo looked at the oil thief with puzzled eyes at the same time. There are 370,000 primary energy saws. If we were to store them with space devices, how big of a space device would we need? Amilo exaggeratedly gestured. Just for this bracelet I wear with my mech, 8 cubic meters, it cost me 8 million. How much does this transport ship cost? Makes sense, I can't argue with that. The oil thief didn't expect the game to be so rigorous. No wonder Yuan Ji's many weapons are all stored directly in the arsenal. So, they didn't have money to buy space devices? Wei Chen received a slightly sympathetic look. I'll pay the final payment with energy ore. Wei Chen ignored the glances from the oil thief. Poor. That's all in the past. When players start mining in large quantities, he won't be associated with poverty anymore. Energy ore. Amilo whispered in surprise, then asked urgently, Senior, do you have energy ore on your planet? Yes. Since he was going to pay with energy ore anyway, Wei Chen didn't plan to hide it. The mineral resources on this planet are quite rich, otherwise how could it be rated as a level 5 planet? I envy you. I also hope to be assigned such a rich planet when I graduate. Amilo looked at Wei Chen with eager eyes, 3 points more enthusiastic. A handsome senior with money, and a handsome senior without money, the treatment is slightly different. Although the senior has always been handsome, a senior with a planet rich in energy or has more benefits from making friends. Senior, if you have anything you want to buy, you can contact me. If you pay with energy ore, it can be shipped for free. The free shipping condition that she hesitated about just now, she now agreed to without hesitation. After settling the payment, Amilo didn't leave immediately. Since she used spatial jump technology to come here this time, she suddenly had more time on her hands. Wei Chen didn't mind her interacting with the players here. Anything players say that might be discovered will be forcibly converted by the system. So, Amilo only felt that the people under the senior had slightly problematic minds but were diligent and capable. And the bloodthirsty Chinsung juice they collected was full of vitality. No wonder the human race sent these people to the senior, they are really terrifyingly diligent. Sucking on the straw, Amilo watched as a large group of players woke up from the hibernation chamber and immediately went to mine. When they got tired of mining, they went to the Chinsung forest to cut down the bloodthirsty Chinsung. Then one group cut trees, while another group started collecting materials from the bloodthirsty Chinsung. So skillful. Amilo sighed, suddenly worried about what kind of people the tribe would send when she was about to graduate. Most of the lower-level tribe members are simple-minded and lack intelligence. Holding the straw, Amilo greeted passing players. It's really fun, they really aren't afraid of me at all. Amilo left in a good mood. The players were sighing, the new NPCs are useless, they don't drop gold coins or give out tasks, they just wander around here every day. The oil thief has already said it, right? She came to deliver goods to us, and the task of cutting trees is completed thanks to this batch of goods. Speaking of which, the material of the bloodthirsty chun tree was sold to this NPC at a higher price than what Brother Yuan offered. Truly a cunning merchant. Amilo is a beautiful cunning merchant, but she is so pretty. I love girls with twin ponytails. There are always players willing to spend money to make a beauty smile. Get to work, the first 30 veteran players have already reached level 1, and we are still novices. At this rate, the gap will only widen. Mining every day, my arms feel thicker in real life. Hey, you know what, sometimes when I log off, I feel like my body is better than before when I go out. According to science, when our brain cells are in a frenzy, imagining that the body is also exercising, the body is likely to actually become stronger. My big belly is almost gone, I didn't expect that playing a game would help me lose weight. Are you hungry? Ha ha ha. Several players playfully walked towards the mine. They completely failed to notice a few dark, short figures in the corner. Whoosh! Amilo, who had already walked far away, suddenly turned around. There's a strange aura. Amilo frowned. The Tree People clan have the strongest sensitivity to fluctuations in the natural world. Just now, the air seemed to be vibrating. Could it be caused by those people from the seniors group? She thought, among the seniors group, there were also a few who had unlocked their genetic locks. It might be them. What the heck is going on? Hey, guys, did someone suddenly log off? Is there a problem with the processor? Several players who were about to go mining in the game suddenly disconnected. Players had already set up a large group on Earth. The group was used by players to exchange information. However, there were also some game enthusiasts who didn't get an account. At this moment, the group of game enthusiasts who hadn't obtained the beta test qualification were chatting and boasting, but after the disconnected players sent messages, chaos ensued. I also got disconnected, and I can't log back in. The system tells me not to resurrect. Me too, what's going on? Did the processor break down? Same here. Haha, is this game going to be shut down? I told you this game is garbage, see, now it's having issues. It must be the processor malfunctioning, waiting for tomorrow's hot search. Hilarious. Some game enthusiasts who didn't get an account were sour and started celebrating in the group, but no one paid attention to their sour remarks. These disconnected players were not stupid. Everyone, think back. What were you doing before you got disconnected? Lulu May, I remember your ID. We were about to start working together. Yes, I recognize your IDs too. I was following you guys on the way to the mine, and suddenly got kicked offline. Me too. +1. There were a total of 6 players who got disconnected this time. The 6 players recalled their screens before going offline and found out that everyone was disconnected at the same time. I asked, no one else got disconnected. Only we got disconnected? I asked my buddies, they didn't see any bodies on the road we were walking on. No bodies. All disconnected together. Is it possible that we were knocked out in the game and that's why we went offline? Maybe, let's wait and see. Put on your helmets and wait. What's there to wait for? Come on, you guys really have time to spare. Maybe this game has a bug. The group member with the ID Tian Wanglian mocked again. Lulu May frowned. Are you sick? Get lost, acting like you're sick. The next moment, Tian Wanglianpa was kicked out of the group chat. Already extremely annoyed for not being able to enter the game, Tian Wanglianpa exploded upon seeing himself being kicked out of the group. He opened his game review account and started criticizing the so-called greatest game in history. Interstellar human race is crap. After releasing 30 closed beta keys, they immediately released another 100. It's just a garbage game. Now those players who claim to have entered the game are all fake players. The popularity of Interstellar human race is currently off the charts. After Tian Wang Liangpo's remarks, it immediately sparked a heated discussion. A large number of users joined in. Stupid game, not letting me in, a bunch of idiots dare to kick me out of the group? Do you really think everyone is like you, licking a game? At the same time, shortly after players put on their helmets, some players immediately returned to the game. However, holy crap, goblins! Lulu May opened her eyes and saw a goblin pouring water over the players' heads one by one. All 6 players opened their eyes. Humph, humans! A particularly rough voice sounded from the darkness. Then the ground shook. The players looked up and saw a goblin nearly 3 meters tall appearing before them. This completely shattered their impression of goblins. Damn! Is this a goblin? This must be the Goblin King, the players exclaimed. The massive goblin's laughter made the entire space tremble. Goblin King? I quite like that title. Chief, it seems like the humans have noticed their people missing. Someone has come looking for them. A small goblin ran over to report. The goblin chief cast a sinister glance at the ordinary goblin. From now on, call me Goblin King. Let them search, even if they break their heads, they won't think that we are hiding in the deep forest of the bloodthirsty arbor. The Goblin King laughed heartily. The Goblin King's voice was too loud, hurting people's eardrums. Lulu May covered her ears in pain, trying to block out the noise. She lowered her voice but couldn't contain her excitement. Hana, what a stroke of luck, brothers, we've been directly brought to their lair. Maybe we can make a profit. Eliminating such a large group of goblins would surely result in a gold coin reward during the final settlement. Finding such a crucial point as the goblin's lair would definitely yield more gold coins. Lulu May had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Several players were very excited. The Goblin King glanced at them, knowing what they were thinking. With a cold snort, he said, "Stupid humans, do you still think that even if you fall into my hands, you can still transmit information to your group? I've already activated the mental shield. Here, all communication devices are useless. What nonsense are you spouting? You can't even handle slightly advanced level 4 technology, yet you claim to have a shield. Look at how powerful you are. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" He had long seen the Goblin King's level. Just a damn level 4 boss. What's with all the boasting? In their interstellar terms, it's just unlocking the 4th level genetic lock. Humans! How dare you! Lulu May's words broke the Goblin King's defense, and he swung a slap. Smack! A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The other players were stunned, then quickly took photos of Lulu May's body. Are you okay? This sentence completely broke through the Goblin King's defenses. Brother, I'm dying of laughter. I captured the Goblin King's face looking like he just ate shit. The players in the group were on the verge of flipping out with joy. The Goblin King's expression even became an emoji and started circulating. But on the blue star, the Goblin King looked triumphantly at this group of humans. It seemed that he still needed to intimidate these foolish humans with force. It's good that they're afraid. As long as you don't cause trouble anymore, I won't randomly kill people. Now, tell me where your base is located. The Goblin King lowered his head, face to face with the players. His huge head exuded immense pressure. One eye was almost as big as a player's head. The players who had just come to their senses suddenly saw this huge eyeball and recoiled in shock. Damn, are you trying to scare me to death? A player blurted out a curse instinctively. And then, slap, another puddle of blood. The human race is truly an uncivilized species, daring to be so rude to me, the Goblin King. Completely lacking in respect, even if sent to the lowest slave market, they wouldn't sell well. The Goblin King roared in a low voice. Quick, tell me where your base is. Otherwise, you will all die. The location of the mine was a distance from Wei Chen's base. Plus, Wei Chen had activated stealth mode, so the goblins couldn't find it even with reconnaissance. That's why they thought of capturing a few humans to interrogate. Unexpectedly, these humans had such strong wills. Each one seemed unafraid of death. After threatening the players once more, not a single one spoke up. The Goblin King couldn't help but frown. Why were humans so fragile, yet why were they not afraid of him at all? The Goblin King angrily wanted to kill the remaining humans, but reason made him hold back. Lock them up. I don't believe these humans can withstand goblin torture. Wei Chen had already received the message sent by the players. Attention all players, attention all players. Goblin Lair found. Clearing Goblin's mission, starting now. In front of all players, a map appeared. The red dot marked the location of the Goblin Lair. Damn, goblins are in the bloodthirsty cedar forest? Seeing the map, even the most experienced players were stunned, complaining for so many days, only to find out that those monsters were right under their noses. I'm done. Have I become a clown? Even the most experienced players were stunned. Recently, every time he logged off to strategize, he would complain about how the goblins always appeared near the mine and never in the bloodthirsty cedar forest. But now, the goblin lair was in the bloodthirsty cedar forest. How ironic. He could already imagine how those idiots would mock him. It was truly terrifying. But losing face was a matter for later. Now, he had to complete the mission first. He shook his shoulders. After days of chopping trees and unlocking a level of genetic locks, he now felt terrifyingly strong. At this moment, in the bloodthirsty cedar forest, the player's uncooperative attitude further angered the Goblin King. Damn humans, daring not to cooperate, just kill them all, the Goblin King said cruelly. Next, the remaining 4 players were mercilessly killed. To torture them, the Goblin King even cruelly inflicted pain on them bit by bit. Fortunately, the players had already turned off their sense of pain. Just looking at the wounds on their bodies was enough to make one shudder all over. The fate of offending goblins is like this. The Goblin King licked his lips as he looked at the players' bodies. Wei Chen could observe every player through the system. When he saw the players being tortured beyond recognition, his face turned extremely ugly. Even though the players had turned off their pain receptors, even if they logged out now, they might still be carefree and unconcerned. But they represented the human race. It was precisely because players could turn off their pain receptors that they felt like it was nothing. But what if those captured were ordinary humans? Just the thought of it made Wei Chen's blood boil. How dare a small goblin clan come and cause trouble in his territory? All clan members, assemble. Wei Chen directly summoned all the players. A total of 130 players. Even those who had died or disconnected earlier were called back. The Goblin clan has gone too far. If we don't teach them a lesson, in the future, other interstellar races will also come and cause trouble for us. Kill them, chop off the goblins' heads, take their brains, and exchange them for your gene elixirs. Level 1 gene elixir delivered in advance, usage condition, participate in the goblin slaughter mission. Is it finally time for war? Looks like I can buy elixirs again. A beggar secretly held a dagger in his hand. When I killed those goblins before, I didn't really feel it. Now I can finally kill them with pleasure. As the player who had killed the most goblins, he had already received many friend requests from other players. Everyone came to ask about the weaknesses of these goblins. With so many people, replying to each one individually was impossible. The beggar simply sent a voice message in the group. Everyone, the curtain of war is about to rise. Although Yuan-gu only said to cut off the goblins' heads, we can't just rush in recklessly to our deaths. Before the battle, we must make proper arrangements, or else with our sudden level increase, we won't be able to defeat those goblins who have already unlocked their gene locks. Rushing in recklessly will only result in losing our heads and losing the game. After the beggar's voice message was sent, the group instantly became lively. After all, he was the most popular player in the group. He was also the first player to exchange for a level 1 gene lock elixir. The goblin's strength was evident to the players, especially since the beggar had come forward to kill that elite goblin. None of the dozens of people could defeat that single goblin. Although Yuan-gu didn't make it clear, there are clear quantity records behind the main mission. This means that we will only face a few enemies this time, just 300. But from the videos of the captured players I've seen, I can confirm they have high-level goblins. Even a Goblin King alone is at level 4. How do we defeat such a big boss? Level 1 against level 4? Even with a tactic of overwhelming numbers, it might not work. This is not a traditional game we're playing. We must not underestimate the power of technology. The beggar took a deep breath. According to his own estimation, his current strength should be at the peak of level 1. Compared to other players, he had already adapted to his own physical strength. He could fully unleash his own power. Although I almost died when I first fought a level 2 goblin and Yuan-gu had to save me, after unlocking the level 1 gene lock, I could defeat a level 2 goblin without a scratch. I believe you all remember my performance back then. Based on my analysis, the inherent strength of each race is different. Goblins should be inferior to humans. After we reach level 1 and unlock the genetic lock, we can take on level 2 goblins without getting hurt. But what if there are dozens of players together? Can't we kill level 3 goblins? And just because I haven't tried battling level 3 goblins yet doesn't mean I can't kill them. Analyzing in secret, he said, moreover, I've encountered goblins a few times, and they generally lack intelligence, relying only on brute force. But they do have their own advantage, which is the weapons they craft, very powerful. In secret, he took out equipment that he looted from a goblin when he killed it before. He received an axe. At first glance, the axe looked very primitive, even rough. However, when he swung the axe and it struck a large tree beside him, the blade lit up with a dark green light, and with hardly any effort, the axe cut through the tree trunk, as thick as two people hugging it. He recorded this segment and shared it in the group. Players who hadn't faced goblins directly gasped when they saw it. How can we fight against this? Their weapons are stronger than ours. No, haven't you noticed? This axe, in my hands, is more powerful than in the goblin's hands, right? He was a fervent combat enthusiast. In order to deal with goblins, he specifically kept all the videos of his battles with them. He even analyzed them frame by frame. So when discussing with other players now, he was very knowledgeable. What I want to say is, we may have a gap in strength compared to them, but in the use of weapons, we are stronger than them. And I have already experimented, the weapons crafted by these goblins are the most effective in cutting through their rough skin. These goblins are tough, and if we rely solely on our strength, it's hard to break through the defenses of higher level goblins. But by using their weapons, we can try to kill monsters above our level. So, our initial goal is to first kill all the low-level goblins, loot their weapons, and then go on to kill higher-level ones. According to the videos sent back by the 6 players who were captured, there aren't that many high-level goblins. Mainly, there's a level 4 Goblin King, 8 level 3 Goblin Elites, 60 level 2 Goblins, and the rest are all level 1. Let's roughly consider them as 200 level 1 goblins, split the task, and start by killing these 200 level 1 goblins. Now, I will guide you on how to adapt to your body's speed after taking the level 1 genetic lock potion. As long as our speed is fast enough, the goblin's attacks won't hurt us. He didn't hold back at all and started teaching directly. And after grabbing the goblin weapons, I will also teach you how to use them. The players in the group were excited. Everyone started discussing how to deal with goblins, and players who had fought goblins before began analyzing their attack methods. In just 1 minute, he turned his teaching into a video and directly shared it in the group. Everyone has seen the task this time, sources anger. I feel it's because those 6 players were massacred, challenging the dignity of humanity. So this time, it's best for everyone not to have any internal conflicts or monster stealing. This time, we are fighting for the dignity of the human race. Goblins coming to our territory and killing our people is a provocation. We must fight a clean and efficient battle. Let's give Yuan Ji some face. Remember, Yuan Ji's junior sister is also watching this time. Everyone, don't forget about this NPC. She might very well influence the future plot. Based on my years of gaming experience, if we fight well this time, counterattack handsomely, then Amila is likely to go back and promote it widely. In the interstellar world, only fists speak the truth. Brothers, have you all eaten? Get ready to log in. The clock struck 8. Begging in secret began to gather in the group. At this moment, all players put on their helmets and logged in directly. The 3 sons of Blue Star had all set. The sky turned dark. Wei Chen watched as the players organized themselves in a planned manner and decided not to participate. This time, it was not only a defense of the territory but also the first cooperation station for the players. There would be many places to fight in the future, and the more players trained, the more experienced they would become. Wei Chen couldn't protect them anytime and anywhere in the interstellar war. Go, my players, let the goblins be your first whetstone. Wei Chen watched the players set off. Amila with pink twin ponytails looked puzzled. Senior, are you not going to participate in this war? This was a racial war. Moreover, on the human side, there wasn't even a level 2 warrior. Senior Wei Chen actually let them charge in? Although Amilo didn't know how many goblins were transported to this planet, she was sure that among these goblins, there were definitely high-level warriors, at least level 4. Although individuals of each race were different, there were indeed geniuses who could challenge higher-level warriors at a lower level. But such talents were rare in any race. Senior Wei Chen only sent a few people over from the human race, and he let them all go? This is my territory, and likewise, it is the territory of my people. If people from other races attempt to occupy our land, of course, the masters must personally drive them away and slaughter them. Amilo's small mouth was slightly agape, and for a moment, she was a bit at a loss. Judging from Senior Wei Chen's appearance, it didn't seem like the goblins were stronger, but rather that his people were more confident in slaughtering the goblins? However, since Senior Wei Chen himself didn't take action, she could only watch from the sidelines. For many days, players had been cutting trees and quickly completing the task of cutting down the bloodthirsty chins. They had already figured out the habits of the bloodthirsty chins and the range of their roots. So, in the forest of bloodthirsty chins, they moved swiftly as if in an uninhabited place. After using the first level potion, I can move like the wind now, brothers. The change in my body is indeed significant. If it weren't for the video given by the secret beggar boss, I probably wouldn't have been able to adapt to this body for a while. Be careful when killing monsters. Listen to the players who died before. If you die and respawn, you start from scratch. What? Damn, so if I die, do I have to buy the potion again? So, everyone needs to be careful. When your health drops to a dangerous level, go straight back to soak in the medical pod. Don't be reckless. Let's go. The secret beggar made a gesture, and the players spontaneously formed teams and began to advance orderly towards the goblin's lair. Amilo entered the mech and used its visual tracking to observe the players' actions. The senior talks tough, but in reality, if these people really encounter mortal danger, they will probably still protect them. Amilo sat inside the mech, watching the players shuttle quickly through the jungle. Even the expensive medical pods are willing to be used by them. Tao, do you think the senior is just being stubborn? The artificial intelligence inside the mecha replied, Master, according to Tao's calculations, without the help of Lord Weichin, the chances of these humans winning are only 10%. Are you planning to help out and then gain Lord Weichin's favor? Amilo's face blushed instantly. She shyly hugged her cup and took a big sip of tree juice. You were the one who said whether Senior Weichin is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Why are you saying these things now? The mecha Tao fell silent. By this time, the players had already reached near the goblin nest. The mental shielding effect of the Goblin King was good, making it difficult for Amilo to locate him accurately. But now, with the location provided by the players, Amilo could see the levels of the goblins at a glance. Level 4. Amilo exclaimed. Indeed, the goblins had sent level 4 warriors. Does the senior know? Amilo turned her head, wanting to see where Weichin was. It was only then that she realized Weichin had already left his original position and was now following behind the players. Indeed, he is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Amilo chuckled lightly. However, at this moment, the mecha Tao expressed doubt. Master, the humans' chances of winning have increased. With Senior Weichin around, there's basically no possibility of failure, right? No, Master, I did not factor Lord Weichin into the calculation. Based on the previous data, it seems these humans have a strategy. The tone of the mecha Tao was filled with astonishment. Amilo had never heard Tao speak in such a tone before. Ha! She immediately switched her perspective, directly looking at the players stealthily moving underground. At this moment, in the dark night, the players moved swiftly like ghosts, but after seeing the goblin nest, they did not rush in recklessly. Instead, the first group of players started digging trenches. Yes, that's right, digging trenches. How could they confront the strong head-on with their weakness? All players had ample experience in mining. Even without weapons, they dug the ground barehanded at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, based on the attack range of the bloodthirsty chins, the players dug a long trench in the gaps between the trees, just like a tunnel. Suicide Squad, go attract the first batch of goblins. Secretly begging for orders. Immediately, 20 players stood out from the crowd of players and quickly ran towards the outskirts of the goblin nest. The goblins were already preparing to sleep at this time. Even the goblins on night duty were yawning endlessly. Humans are so weak, why can't we just charge in and kill all the people of that human lord? Exactly, I heard there are only a little over 100 of them, and their levels are very low. If we capture them all, it would be good to make them slaves. That's right, our chief is a level 4 warrior. That human lord has just come out of the academy. How strong can he be? A few goblins patrolled while chatting, not paying attention to their surroundings at all. The players were about to run out from the darkness, but those patrolling goblins didn't react at all. Damn, these goblins are even less serious when patrolling than when I'm at work. It's like throwing pearls before swine. I should use my expertise to conquer them. What's your expertise? I studied acting professionally. Watch me, brothers. One of these players, with a flamboyant gesture, ran his hand through his hair. Unfortunately, he had a muscular and robust appearance. Ugh, go quickly, brother. Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw echoed from the forest. The team of goblins who were chatting with relish just now finally stopped in their tracks. What's that sound? It's coming from the forest. Could it be humans? This is the forest of the bloodthirsty arbor, right at its center. Would humans dare to come here? While they spoke like this, their actions were extremely cautious. Several goblins walked together towards the source of the sound. In the dark night, the primary energy saw started up, cutting into the tree trunk and emitting a harsh noise. Ha, it really is a human. The goblins immediately saw the player sawing a tree with a primary energy saw. The player had his back to the goblins, seemingly unaware of the commotion behind him. In fact, he was watching a video sent by other players in the group, clearly seeing over a dozen goblins approaching him with malicious intent. Wow, so many goblins. Are you all planning to attack me together and end my life? A lone human like me, can't that stir up the evil hearts of you goblins? Come on, come on. I'm a lone, pitiful, weak human, you know. You want to see me panic, with a face full of fear, right? Come on, bring it on. The player kept muttering in his mind. The dozen or so goblins indeed had the same idea as him. After exchanging glances, malice was evident in their eyes. To think there really are humans here, foolishly coming alone. It would be a waste to kill him directly. I want to see if this human can escape our pursuit. Let's not kill him right away, let's scare him first, let him escape, give him hope, and then torture him. The goblins' whispered conversation was quite clear amidst the noise of the chainsaw cutting the tree. All players immediately turned in shock. With a slightly exaggerated expression, they shouted, "Oh my god! Goblins! Ha ha ha, only realizing it now? Humans are truly foolish. Goblins, goblins!" The player's primary energy saw fell to the ground with a clatter after he shouted. The players hiding in the distance watched in silence. Damn, isn't this guy's performance a bit too exaggerated? His acting, can he really claim to be a professional? He clearly dropped the saw on purpose, more deliberate than Sha Wujing dropping a bowl. Can he fool the goblins with this? The players felt that this plan might be doomed. However, the next moment, they heard the sly laughter of the goblins. Ha, didn't expect to find a lone human after all. So foolish, humans are truly beyond foolish. Since you're here, just die. The goblins clearly didn't sense anything amiss. Instead, they were pleased by the fear displayed by the player. The player, known as the future king of acting, fell to the ground at the right moment, then opened his mouth and screamed, but didn't get up to run. Goblins, it's goblins. Why do my legs feel weak now? Damn it. The goblins chuckled, even more relaxed now. One of them approached the player, deliberately moving slowly to give the future king of acting time to get up from the ground. They just loved seeing these foolish humans making fearful expressions and acting panicked under fear. When the future king of acting finally got up, he even slipped a bit. With a clatter as he fell to the ground, both players and goblins fell silent for a moment. This human seems really quite foolish. One goblin whispered quietly. Another nodded. Could it be that he's so stupid that he was driven out by the humans on that side? He's so stupid that I almost feel sorry for him. Can such a human survive in the human race? If he wasn't stupid, how could he have run deep into the bloodthirsty arbor forest to chop wood? Should we let him go? He might expose our location, so let's kill him. If you don't want to kill him, you can pull out his tongue and break his hands. The future movie emperor gritted his teeth in secret. Damn, the goblins looked down on me. What's even more infuriating is that every word of these goblins was heard by the players. Several players hiding in the shadows covered their mouths, trembling. Damn it, am I just performing here? Acting. The future movie emperor silently roared in his heart. He pretended to be terrified all the way, running towards the players. When he felt it was safe enough, he turned to look at the goblins. Ha, turns out you're not that strong, huh? I ran so slowly, and you couldn't even catch up with me, a bunch of trash. The goblins who were considering whether to spare this foolish human were infuriated by this statement. Idiot, you're asking for death. We were actually going to let you go. Foolish creature, die. Don't kill him, bring him back as a slave. I'll make him mine until death. Damn, all these humans are equally disgusting. Capture them, torture them to death. Yes. The goblins gnashed their teeth and roared. The future movie emperor stood behind the trap that the players had already set up, pounding his chest and shouting loudly, "Oh, I'm so scared. Come on, kill me, stupid goblins, a bunch of stupid goblins." Damn it! The goblins growled lowly, drew their weapons, and charged. And then, thud, thud, thud. After a few muffled sounds, the goblins fell into the trap set by the players. Under the trap, several goblin weapons confiscated earlier were standing upright. Just as these fallen goblins were arrogantly mocking, "Do you really think your trash weapons can break through?" Puff! Several goblins were pierced through their chests. Dark green blood splattered all over the trap. The players hidden from view picked up their weapons and started stabbing into the trap. Even if some goblins hadn't died initially, they were now facing certain death. Cunning humans! The goblins let out a final roar. Soon, the video of the future movie emperor spread to the players' group. This clever operation directly sparked inspiration among the players. For a moment, players from several directions began using various performances to attract the patrolling low-level goblins. By the time the higher-level goblins in the goblin nest noticed the decrease in their kin, most of the low-level goblins had already disappeared. Alright, now we can launch a full attack. Begging in secret, a player cut off the head of a second-level goblin and threw it on the ground. The weapons were already equipped. The slaughter began. In the darkness, first-level players, like wolves among sheep, slaughtered any lone goblins near the goblin nest. They didn't even bother using lure skills when encountering a group of goblins together. First-level players, killing first-level goblins, were as easy as slaughtering chickens and cows. When they encountered second-level goblins, players began to cooperate. Some more skilled veteran players even directly launched attacks. The dark green blood quickly seeped into the ground. The bloodthirsty arbors around started moving towards the goblin nest. Damn it, what's going on? Why are all the goblins sent out for patrol disappearing one by one? Who is hunting goblins in secret? Several third-level goblins were analyzing the situation. When they realized that most of the goblins had disappeared, there were hardly any first-level goblins left inside the nest. Originally, they thought that the first-level goblins had been hunted down, which must have been the work of some monsters on this planet. Only daring to hunt down first-level goblins, it must have been some first-level beasts or evolved tree people from the bloodthirsty Chuansu tree. Sending some second-level goblins to patrol might help catch the culprits, but it turned out differently. Not only did they not find out the reason for the disappearance of the first-level goblins, but those second-level goblins sent out also never returned. What should we do now? Should we tell the chief about this? The chief is sleeping right now. Today he was so angry with those foolish humans. Steelbar almost got killed by the chief just for saying the wrong thing. Do you want to go and die too? One goblin, scratching his head in frustration, asked. Then what should we do? The second-level goblins were killed too when they went out. Should we patrol? This is a level 5 planet. Maybe it's the native species at level 5 hunting. Who isn't afraid of death? Several goblins looked at each other. First and second-level goblins, if they die, they die. If they go on patrol, what if it's them who end up dead? So, should we just act like we don't know anything? If it's really the native species hunting, who knows when it will be full? But if it's not the native species hunting, and the chief wakes up to find half of the tribe missing, we probably won't survive either. The goblins were filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, inside the mech, Amilo was dumbfounded. What the heck? Is it now common to kill higher-level beings? Why have the members of the seniors tribe adapted so quickly to their unlocked bodies? When she unlocked her first-level gene lock back then, it took her 3 days to adapt to her brand-new body. That way, she had already become a genius on their planet. But now, what did she see? Those humans who had just injected the first-level gene unlocking potion during the day were already skillfully using their bodies at night. And in such a short time, they could calmly kill goblins. In terms of gene ranking, goblins' genes were superior to humans. After all, they were long-lived species. Long-lived species meant that even at the same level of gene warriors, although their abilities might seem similar, long-lived species, because they could live longer, would stay at the same level for a longer time. Without considering talent, the longer one stayed at a level, the more they could develop their own abilities. This was already well known in the Interstellar Alliance. But now, in front of Amilo, the human race had broken this rule. The goblins, who were also first-level gene warriors, were no match for the first-level human warriors. These humans had just unlocked their genes for half a day. Half a day. Looking at the members of Senior Weichen's tribe, they seemed to have no fear of killing goblins, only excitement and joy in their emotions. Amilo's lips were turning pale. It was too terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. As a student of the Lord's Academy, Amilo was not just a naive girl. Being able to cross the war zone alone and come to such a remote planet might have a tiny bit to do with her liking Senior Weichen. But more importantly, she wanted to take this opportunity to befriend Weichen. It would be best to become friends. Build relationships, more friends mean more paths. Besides, Senior Weichen's future achievements were definitely not small. In such a mindset, she could always treat Weichen's people with a smile, even when she found out they were just low-level warriors, and many of them weren't even warriors. But now, she felt fear towards these humans she had previously looked down upon. These humans are like natural killing machines, Amilo exhaled softly. Tao Tao, they give me a familiar sense of fear. They are very similar to the Zerg. Mecha Tao Tao suddenly spoke up. Amilo shuddered. But don't worry, Master, Tao Tao has scanned them, they are definitely true humans, genes don't lie. From records many years ago, I also found out that the ancestors of humans, when they first left their territory to explore the universe, encountered various races. Facing competition for resources among races, humans were terrifyingly strong, even confronting the gods head-on. But after the fierce battle with the Zerg, almost facing extinction, they became what they are now. Perhaps the humans we see now are the true image of humans. Tao Tao analyzed. Amilo took a deep breath, maybe. If that's the case, the probability of Senior Weichen becoming the next chancellor would greatly increase. The humans of that era were a presence that even the myriad races dared not speak of. When she learned there was a human in the Lord's Academy back then, her ancestors even came to her specifically to advise her to befriend that human student. Unfortunately, despite spending so much time in the academy, she never had the chance to interact with Senior Wei Chen. If it weren't for this delivery opportunity, Senior Wei Chen wouldn't have given her a second glance. Amilo took another big gulp of tree sap. It seemed she had to work even harder. At this moment, Wei Chen standing on the outskirts of the battlefield seemed to sense something. He furrowed his brows slightly, feeling as if someone was thinking about him. Shaking his head, Wei Chen ignored this sudden fleeting sensation. He watched the players battle. At this moment, outside the goblin's nest, countless torches were lit. Not a single goblin came out. Damn, these goblins have really become clever. The players were waiting in the forest outside. Seeing this situation, they were a bit stunned. No profit is a loss, brothers? I only killed a level 1 goblin. If this is settled, maybe I'll have to give some gold coins to the system. Damn, weren't goblins supposed to be fierce? Why are they all hiding now? I was planning to record a big battle video, but now it seems like just a small skirmish. The players sighed one after another. However, Wei Chen chuckled lightly. These players still didn't know the true horror of goblins. But now, it seemed that the system's products were indeed top-notch. Wei Chen was already surprised that the players could adapt so quickly. They even spontaneously used tactics and cooperated. Moreover, several players with extremely high skills directly soloed level 2 goblins. This was truly a stroke of luck. Wei Chen silently noted down the IDs of those players who could kill higher-level goblins without getting hurt. These players were reserves heading to the academy for a competition. While Wei Chen was pondering in his heart, a player suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, the ground is shaking." Wei Chen and the players looked towards the direction of the goblin's lair at the same time. They only saw a tall, mountain-like figure emerging from the ground. The massive body, just standing up, made the whole area tremble. In the darkness, in front of the bonfire, the Goblin King stared in the direction where the players were, roaring angrily. "Humans, how dare you come to provoke me, the Goblin King again?" A huge sound had even created ripples, rapidly shaking in the air. It made the players stagger. Puff! Players closer to the goblin nest even started spitting blood. So terrifying, what the heck? Is this the Goblin King? The pressure is 100 times stronger than what we saw in the video. Damn, not only will we not make a profit this time, but we'll also lose a lot. Even though the players were injured, they kept talking. The Goblin King frowned in disgust. "Even when I'm asleep, I can smell the breath of you foolish humans. Not obediently waiting to die in your base, but daring to come to my territory to provoke me. Truly a group of fearless fools. Since you're so eager to die, then die." The Goblin King's eyes turned red. The emotions that had been shattered by human mockery during the day had not dissipated yet. Now, another large group of humans came to provoke him. Having just woken up, his temper was extremely irritable. "No, I don't want to start over again." The players in front turned to escape the Goblin King's attack. But the next moment, they were smashed into a pulp. Snap! Blood splattered, not even a complete corpse was visible. Amilo couldn't help but gasp. Was this their first battle, encountering a 4th-level goblin warrior? Would these humans be so discouraged that they wouldn't dare to fight in the future? If they ran away, wouldn't death come even faster? Amilo couldn't help but feel worried. Even if the senior students intervened, probably only about half of these people would survive. And this half, after being crushed in such a one-sided battle, would be useless. Without the mindset for battle, even the strongest warrior would only end up losing. Just as Amilo thought so, he saw the players who had originally planned to escape coming back. Several players at the forefront began their provocation. "You goblin trash, you're just a 4th level, and you dare to call yourself a Goblin King? Exactly, with your level and appearance, you dare to call yourself a king? Haha, is the goblin race running out of members?" The players' fearless provocations made the Goblin King's face darken. Seeking death. His palm slammed on the ground, and instantly 4 players died. However, among the players, a covert voice begged for a microphone to be opened. "Great, brothers, you've worked hard. I'll advance you the resurrection coins first. Go ahead and provoke this Goblin King, make sure to lure him into the forest of the bloodthirsty arbor." Understood. Preparing for resurrection, let's see what the remaining brothers can do next. Go go go. This was all part of the strategy. A covert strategy of begging. However, after these 4 players were killed, when the players behind them started clamoring again, the Goblin King just sneered. "Stupid humans, are you planning to lure me into the forest of the bloodthirsty arbor?" The Goblin King looked contemptuously at the players who were clamoring. "You bunch of trash, being intimidated by these puny humans, are you even worthy of being goblin warriors? After the Goblin King finished speaking, the players were shocked to see countless small mounds rising behind the Goblin King. Numerous figures appeared densely. They were goblins. Countless small goblins were growing from the ground. This hair-raising scene made the players' hearts beat rapidly. Damn! What is this thing? Why do I feel numb all over? I'm getting an anxiety attack. What the heck is this? Oh my god, why is the game's graphics so clear in the middle of the night? It's giving me goosebumps. It's too damn terrifying. Take a screenshot, directly post it. I can't be the only one feeling uncomfortable. Fog grass, these are the skills of the goblins after level 3, brothers. A player looked at the goblins that suddenly emerged from underground, and he saw a small bright spot. Clicking on the spot, he saw the introduction sent out by the system. Scout level 3 goblin skill, reproduction level 3 goblins can continuously split and reproduce a large number of level 0 goblins in places with land, with a chance to spawn level 1 and level 2 goblins after the level 3 goblin mother body is destroyed. The puppet goblin's bread will disappear. Damn, why wasn't this intelligence given earlier? Originally it was supposed to be a warrior flow. How did it suddenly become a mage? And aren't these monsters goblins? Why does this skill seem so much like an undead mage? I swear, is this game copying everything? Copying everything will only make us eat better. The players recorded videos while commenting. Some players who were overwhelmed by the goblin tide before they could start recording were disconnected directly. How can we still play? The previous plan is completely useless now. In the rear, Stealing Oil's expression turned ugly. Stealing Oil, now is not the time to disrupt morale. Begging in the Dark jumped from a distance to Stealing Oil's side and patted his shoulder hard. Open the free mic and cooperate with the brothers. Got it. Stealing Oil rubbed his shoulder that was padded. The free mic was opened on the game screen, and all players heard their voices. Brothers in the front who can retreat, start retreating, and try to kill as many goblins as possible if you can't retreat. I currently have 4,300 gold coins, which can provide the brothers with 43 revivals. Just as Begging in the Dark finished speaking, Stealing Oil also opened his mic and said, I have 7,000 here. I'm the same as Begging in the Dark. I've already invested my gold coins in the common pool, so players can directly use the common gold coins to revive after death. This battle will be very difficult, but brothers, please cooperate, we will definitely win. Begging in the Dark said, now, remote players, start marking the positions of the level 3 goblins. Begging in the Dark continued, the remaining players, kill the level 3 goblins nearby. It's not difficult to kill them when they are using skills and their bodies are stiff. Begging in the Dark added, as for the level 4 big boss, it will be dealt with by me, Stealing Oil, as well as Shinchin, Makabaka, and Fengchuipipi. Begging in the Dark asked, are you ready? The players on the screen all responded, ready. Charge. Boss, lead the way. The players mentioned by Begging in the Dark were those who could kill level 2 goblins without getting hurt in this battle. The first batch of players were all big shots in the gaming circle. Fengchuipipi, as part of the second batch of players, was unexpectedly named by the big shots to cooperate in dealing with the big boss. This surprised the players. After all, everyone was part of the gaming circle and had some degree of interaction. But this Fengchuipipi seemed to have really not been heard of much. Could it be that he's a particularly low-key big shot? He entered the game with us, right? Could he really be a big shot? I've never heard of him. Fengchuipipi, hearing his name called out by Begging in the Dark on the screen, was also extremely surprised. Damn, am I going to fight the big boss with them? Fengchuipipi looked at the terrifying Goblin King, feeling nervous. After so many days in the game, he was actually not much different from other players, just mining and chopping trees. He might accidentally get killed by a bloodthirsty chrysanthemum, then revive using the hard-earned gold coins. Nothing special. Could it be that I'm a gaming genius? And then caught the attention of those big shots at first sight? The wind blew through the bottom of the heart. But then again, I just didn't play games before. That's called being silent until you make a surprising appearance. Maybe I'm just naturally good at playing games. Fengchuipipi felt a bit dreamy. With a spring in his step, he joined the 4 big shots. Begging in the Shadows and the Oil Thief stood together, followed by Makabaka and Shinchin, who turned out to be 2 female players. Fengchuipipi greeted them from afar. Hey, I'm here. We've divided up the high-quality goods confiscated from the second-level goblins. This is yours. The beggar in the shadows threw a machete to Fengchuipipi. Dude, you look so unfamiliar. Makabaka looked Fengchuipipi up and down. Were you just playing single-player games at home before? Never participated in any gaming activities? Players meeting each other would initially guess each other's identities using their IDs. After all, the gaming circle is not that big. But later on, everyone discovered that the modeling in this game world surprisingly resembled their real-world selves. Most of these top players in the gaming circle have shown their faces in public occasions. At the very least, after communicating in the game, they would usually arrange to meet offline. Female players are rare in the gaming circle, especially those with good skills. Plus, Makabaka is quite outgoing and loves making friends. Most of the gaming circle's experts are acquainted with her. So when Makabaka saw Fengchui Pippi, she was first surprised by his handsome face, then realized that she had no impression of this person at all. Wei Chen had specifically optimized them genetically, not only in terms of physical attributes but also in terms of body posture and facial features. So the faces of these players can be considered the top-tier versions of their faces on Earth. And they can stand out among so many beautiful women. Fengchui Pippi's looks are unquestionable. Having such a handsome face in the game, he must be quite impressive in real life as well. Makabaka thought that if she had seen him in the real world, she would definitely remember. That's why she asked in such a strange way. Ha! Fengchui Pippi scratched his head. I didn't play games before, this is the first game I've played. This is your first game? Makabaka looked at him in amazement. Wow, buddy, you're really talented, you must have some innate skills. Not only Makabaka, even Xingqian, who had been standing behind everyone with a cold face, raised an eyebrow in surprise. So are you an athlete in the real world? Makabaka continued to ask. Fengchui Pippi shook his head. Oh my, then why are you leveling up so fast? After the second batch of players entered the game, Wei Chen updated the players' experience bars. Only when the experience bar is full can players use the gene unlocking potion. However, this experience refers to the degree of development of the body. So even if you die and resurrect, this experience will not be lost. Fengchui Pippi's experience bar was leveling up at an alarming rate. He caught the attention of several veteran players because his experience bar was different from others. Others were slowly leveling up their experience bars bit by bit. This Fengchui Pippi was really mysterious, dying once, leveling up a large chunk of experience in an instant. To be honest, are you making some shady deals with the game officials behind the scenes? The oil thief put his arm around Fengchui Pippi's shoulder and whispered. No way! Fengchui Pippi innocently shook his head. If I did, I would definitely make the officials sell some painkillers. Every time I die, it hurts so much, I have nightmares at night in the real world, it's really painful. After the wind blew and finished speaking, he thought everyone would join him in complaining. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he saw 4 big shots staring at him as if petrified. Dude, you know about adjusting the 5 senses page, scroll down, all the way down, you can adjust the pain sensation. Damn, you're a tough guy. Awesome, truly amazing. I salute you as a man, I now believe you haven't played games before. The crowd all gave thumbs up to wind-blowing butt. Xingqian quietly uttered a word, 6. Alright, it's time to deal with that goblin king, Lu. Whispering begged for a pat on the back. By now, all the players had begun the beheading operation on the level 3 goblins according to the previous plan. Most of the little goblins surrounding the Goblin King disappeared. They could now break through and charge in to take down the boss. Whispering begged for the first to rise, darting out from the goblin group with a hammer in hand, fiercely smashing towards the Goblin King. Insect, dare to provoke me? The Goblin King looked enormous, but his movements were far from clumsy. One could even say his actions were faster than the players. As Whispering begged for the hammer to strike, he felt his hand holding the hammer go numb, but the spot on the Goblin King's skin that he hit didn't even change color. Whoosh! A powerful wind blew towards Whispering begged for. It was like a giant hand swatting out, carrying a gust of air. Damn! Faced with the Goblin King's attack, Whispering begged for's heart suddenly raced, but he couldn't dodge, the surrounding air held him in place. Can't dodge, is this a skill? Whispering begged for's heart tightened. He watched as the palm struck him. Bang! After a loud noise, the Goblin King didn't even spare him another glance. Just a level 1 human, easily slapped to death, why bother looking twice? The players watched as Whispering begged for was slapped flying tens of meters, then hit the ground, rolling several times. Blood spilled out. He must be dead. Not moving at all. The players gasped in shock. They never expected that Whispering begged for, the strongest among them, would be slapped to death just like that. However, the next moment, the Goblin King's body suddenly stiffened. His face turned red as he looked down. Another human was now right at his backside. Witness my rear spear. The oil thief roared, forcefully pushing the long spear stuck in the Goblin King's rear. The skin in this area couldn't compare to the rest of his body. Even for a rough goblin, this was a weak spot. Damn, was that human just a decoy to draw your fire? Truly cunning. The Goblin King's eyes instantly turned red, feeling not much pain from the stab, but deeply humiliated. Die! The Goblin King slapped the oil thief offline. Just two humans like this dare to challenge me? Any other strong ones, come out, let's fight together. The Goblin King contemptuously pulled out the long spear stabbed in his rear by the oil thief, a little blood on it. But in reality, this damage was nothing compared to the mental blow to the Goblin King. At the same time, the attacks from the other three had also arrived. Makabaka threw 2 grenades, wind blowing but wielded a cleaver, and Shingshin drew 2 long knives behind them. Despite the 3-pronged attack, the Goblin King showed no fear, even sneering coldly, raising his hand to crush the grenades in his palm, exploding and sending Makabaka flying. Wind blows but was even more miserable. His machete was broken by the Goblin King at first sight. The front half of the blade flew out, beheading Wind blows but, in an instant, Wind blows but returned to Earth, leaving behind the only star. Her face remained cold and calm. Even when all her teammates were killed, she still held her dual swords in her hands, swiftly slashing towards the Goblin King. Swish! The blades flashed, colliding with the Goblin King's dark green skin, sparking off. As the Goblin King's attack came towards her, Star swiftly dodged, leaving a residual image in the air. She actually dodged it. Amilo was shocked, leaning in front of the monitor. This was a level 4 warrior. Even she, now a level 5 warrior, dared not say she could dodge the Goblin King's attack in such a critical situation. How could this senior, a mere level 1 member of the tribe, be so fast? How could she have such extreme speed? Amilo now began to observe these humans carefully. They were all members of Wei Chen, all with black hair and black eyes. Grandpa seemed to have said before that humans with black hair and black eyes were different from other humans. Meanwhile, the battle on the Goblin King's side was still ongoing. The 2 long knives in Star's hands hummed softly. There were already notches on the blades. The girl's black long hair scattered in the battle. She stopped in midair with extreme speed. Under the moonlight, her face was exquisitely beautiful, with a chilling and breathtaking coldness. Indeed, in this game, I can use ancient martial arts. It's just a pity that this weapon doesn't match this body. Cold light flickered in Star's eyes. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Wow, among this group of casual players, there was actually a hidden expert. The Goblin King found that he had not killed this human girl, and he was furious. Good, your speed is indeed good, the clan leader approves of you, but as long as you make one mistake, it will be your death. With that, he stomped the ground fiercely, leaped up swiftly, and started fighting with Star in midair. Star's speed was very fast. She could dodge the Goblin King's attacks every time. She could even inflict some damage on the Goblin King in the gaps. Every time she struck, it landed in the same spot. 2 red marks appeared on the originally dark green skin. Damn, this is a real pro. Too awesome, too awesome. A level 1 taking on a level 4 boss solo. Who is this pro? I always thought the strongest among us was the beggar pro in the dark. This pro is called Star, seems to have only played simulation reality games, a very low-key pro, but also highly respected in the pro player community. This video must be recorded. Why are all level 1s? My level 1 is worlds apart from theirs. Players kept dying, kept respawning. They had long unknowingly wiped out those level 3 goblins. Even Wei Chen was surprised by the efficiency of the players. Now, on the field, only Star and the Goblin King were left fighting. Everyone knew that if Star lost this round, all of them would be wiped out by the Goblin King again. Players knew, and the Goblin King knew too. Those who died were just some level 3 trash. Their Goblin clan could produce countless more. If they died, they died. The annoying human in front of him was the one he wanted to eliminate the most. She was just too annoying. Her speed completely exceeded the Goblin King's attack speed, not to mention catching up. Even if he anticipated it in advance, he would still be dodged. A hint of ferocity flashed in the Goblin King's eyes. He could only take advantage of her attacking to crush this annoying fly. Swish! The final blade flashed past. The Goblin King made no defensive moves at all, instead letting her strike. Splat! Dark green blood spurted out as the giant palm gripped Star's neck. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Guys, the public account is out of coins. We revived too many times just to clear those goblins earlier. Now the account has no coins left. Who has some to spare? Hurry up and recharge to give Star a chance to revive. I used up all mine during the battle. Damn, does anyone have any left? I'm out of coins. Me too. I'm broke too. What do we do? I got carried away killing goblins earlier and threw all my coins in. Now I can't even revive. Same here. Me too. Oh no, what do we do? Is it too late to go mining now? I'm afraid it's too late. Anyone still at the revival point? Don't come over, just go mining. The mine and the bloodthirsty arbor were 2 different directions. Players were already bloodthirsty to kill the level 3 goblins. With the public account empty, they started using their own coins. When their own coins ran out, they realized they were screwed. It seemed like the big shots had no chance of revival left. The oil thief watched the messages on the public screen and typed with a grin, "It's okay, whether we revive or not doesn't matter much now. Oh no, the big shots have given up. Looks like we're going to lose this time." They could handle the level 3 goblins. Some could be dealt with using sheer numbers. But facing level 4 goblins now? It was better to just commit suicide and revive earlier. Hee, just baiting you with a little flaw, and you couldn't resist taking the bait? The Goblin King held Star, lifting her to eye level. Her head was almost as tall as Star herself. A wound on her arm was bleeding profusely. Just a minor injury, to exchange for an elite of the human race, it's worth it. Without hesitation, the Goblin King snapped Star's neck. Such a formidable opponent, having only unlocked the first level of genetic potential, was already this strong. If she were to grow further, it would pose a serious threat. Star went offline, everything went dark. She had expected to be forced back to Earth upon logging out, just like before. But this time, when she opened her eyes again, she could still see the battle scene on Blue Star. However, her perspective had shifted to floating in midair, watching her own body being tossed aside by the Goblin King. In her ears, players were frantically discussing the lack of revival coins. "This game updates pretty fast," Star murmured softly. "Are players satisfied with the new features after the update?" Suddenly, Wei Chen's voice came from beside her. "Ha?" Star turned her head and saw the NPC Lord smiling brightly at her perspective. When the Goblin King killed Star, Amilo couldn't help but gasp in shock, standing up inside the mech to watch. This human is a genius among geniuses. Why didn't Master? Why didn't he intervene? Amilo couldn't understand. If such a genius appeared among her people, she would surely spare no effort to nurture them. How could she let such a talent go to waste? Amilo felt both regretful and heartbroken. It wasn't just this human named Star. The other humans before were also exceptional. They were all individuals who, if placed among the tree folk, would require special attention and training. Why didn't Master intervene? Amilo asked in confusion. Is this how we lose? The remaining humans also need to. Amilo's words were cut off before he could finish. He saw the Goblin King preparing to attack the ordinary players. A nimble figure suddenly darted out. What the fog? It's the beggar boss in the shadows. How come he can resurrect on the spot? Fool, what resurrection on the spot? The beggar boss in the shadows seemed to have been playing dead all along. Ha! The beggar boss in the shadows was already somewhat tattered. The Goblin King's slap indeed left him covered in wounds. But after resting on the ground for a while, his health had stabilized. 70% health. Enough. The beggar boss in the shadows smirked. In his hand, there was a syringe. The syringe looked like a level 1 gene unlocking potion. Ha, brother, we've all fought for you to have this opportunity. Go for it now. The excited voice of the oil thief came through the open mic. Makabaka was also shouting, "Charge, beggar, it's all up to you." Starry Online, wearing a helmet and listening to the voices on the open mic, didn't know what to say. "Starry, hurry up, say something nice too." Starry, 6. Put. The Goblin King was already prepared to slaughter recklessly. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He lowered his head. Just in time to meet the gaze of the beggar boss in the shadows smiling up at him. The Goblin King's pupils suddenly contracted. This human, he's still alive. He resisted a blow from him, and he didn't die? What made the Goblin King even more fearful was that he suddenly felt his arm going numb. Then that heavy feeling quickly spread throughout his body. What was it? How could these level 1 humans have a poison that could incapacitate him? No. With a thud, the Goblin King fell to the ground. The entire ground trembled. This tremor, it killed the beggar boss in the shadows. After entering the death view, the beggar boss in the shadows entered the open mic. "Brothers, go up and chop off this goblin's head. We've won." Cheers echoed through the entire public screen for a moment. Although the players were exhausted, they were more excited now. Congratulations, host, for completing the territory defense mission. Rewards, level 2 gene lock potion, high quality goblin gene, star iron mind map, so many rewards. Wei Chen checked in surprise. Despite these goblins sent to his planet being trash, the high quality genes of the goblin race were top notch. They were born blacksmiths. If they had high quality genes, they should be able to cultivate advanced blacksmiths. Advanced blacksmiths could create extremely powerful weapons. Interstellar warriors didn't just rely on technological weapons for combat. In the absence of mechas, the combat capabilities of warriors themselves had to be very strong. Having a handy weapon was also important for interstellar warriors. Congratulations to all players for perfectly completing this mission. Now, let's start distributing rewards. At the same time, a video of humans chopping off goblins' heads spread to the Star Network. Wei Chen placed the scene of a level 1 human warrior beheading a level 4 goblin at the end. He coldly said at the end, "Those who trespass our territory, die." The Star Network instantly exploded with excitement. The goblin race had been humiliated by the human race. What is that? Amilo stared fixedly in the direction of the battlefield. What the beggar boss injected into the goblin's body was definitely not a gene unlocking potion. They must have switched it with something else. Tao Tao, scan and see. Scanning now, Tao Tao replied, "Master, the analysis results show it's the bloodthirsty chrysanthemum's toxin. The effect of this toxin is anesthesia and anticoagulation. The effect varies with the dosage, and only 0.1 grams of toxin can be extracted from each bloodthirsty chinsa tree." Amilo took a deep breath. Senior brother is really generous. When hunting bloodthirsty chinsu, they mix the toxin into its sap and then inject it into the prey. They actually purified so much. Amilo naturally thought that the large syringe of toxin he begged for in secret was purified by Wei Chen's purification equipment. But in reality, when Wei Chen saw that large tube of toxin, he was also dumbfounded. These players were really frugal. He vaguely remembered that when the players exchanged a large amount of sap, they found some juice in the capillaries between the bark and the core of the tree when breaking down the bloodthirsty chinsu, and these were precisely the toxins that the bloodthirsty chinsu hadn't had time to flush into the roots yet. When the players saw that this substance looked very similar to sap and that sap was much more expensive than tree trunks and bark, the thrifty players simply squeezed all the toxins into the sap. They were then informed that mixing toxins into the sap would actually lower its quality. Unexpectedly, after discovering it was a toxin, they started collecting it bit by bit. Since the system didn't retrieve these toxins, they circulated them internally by themselves. After so many days, they probably only managed to extract this much. And then it came in handy. Congratulations to all players for completing the Goblin Cleanup mission. Now, gold coins will be distributed based on player performance. First place in this mission, Xingqian, rewards, 100,000 gold coins, 1 second level gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 high quality Goblin gene, 1 Lord's Warehouse weapon, can be collected from the Lord. Second place in this mission, Stealing Oil Lady, rewards, 80,000 gold coins, 1 second level gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 high quality Goblin gene. Third place in this mission, Begging in Secret, rewards, 50,000 gold coins, 1 second level gene. Unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 high quality Goblin gene. The rewards announced on the game screen made Makabaka's eyes turn red. Damn, why is Stealing Oil Lady second? Makabaka looked at his own reward. He only received 30,000 gold coins, a second level gene unlocking potion, and a Titan Giant gene. Why? It's because of the significant contribution I made. Stealing Oil Lady replied loudly. Ha ha, this time I finally got the position I deserve. Beggar, do you admit defeat? As soon as he received his reward, he immediately resurrected, stood with his hands on his hips in front of Begging in Secret, and was extremely arrogant. Buddy, I really admit defeat this time, can we call it even? Begging in Secret couldn't help but laugh and cry. Thanks to the Chinsa toxin you collected, otherwise we would have lost this time. Even if we could all resurrect, being killed by this Goblin King would be a piece of cake. I never expected that a 4th level boss would be this strong. He hasn't even used his weapon yet. He probably looks down on us, so he didn't even bother using his full strength. Begging in Secret subconsciously began to summarize the battle. As a high-level player in the hegemonic game, Begging in Secret was much more sensitive to the situation than the other high-level players. Stealing Oil Lady nodded. We were lucky, but that's how it is in the Interstellar. If we let him look down on us, aren't we just asking for death? Ha ha ha. The distribution of rewards this time was a carnival for the players. Everyone could say they made a fortune. Wei Chen gave high-quality Goblin genes to the top 100 players, while the top 10 received Titan Giant genes, and the top 5 were directly given second-level gene unlocking potions. When the players were checking their rewards, they also saw the updated in-game store. However, many items were temporarily unavailable for Wei Chen, so they appeared grayed out. The gene unlocking potions only had the icons for level 1 and level 2 illuminated. Fortunately, most players' experience bars were just about to reach level 1. Even if the top 3 players redeemed their rewards, they wouldn't gain that much experience in a short time. Watching the players excitedly collecting their rewards, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of joy deep in his heart. Although he had long heard of the formidable reputation of the 4th catastrophe, this time he truly felt the players' terrifying potential. There was no need for him to intervene. The players were swiftly completing tasks with their own gold coins. It was like watching leeks madly harvesting themselves with sickles and then thanking themselves. Just like now. Even Star, who always maintained a cold demeanor, couldn't help but blush slightly when she came to Wei Chen to claim her reward. "Lord!" the tall, fair-skinned black-haired girl said, "I'm here to claim my reward." Wei Chen nodded. "Follow me." It was still the same weapon arsenal as before. However, after unlocking the first-level gene lock, those weapons that used to look impressive suddenly seemed to have a life of their own. Star stood at the entrance of the weapon arsenal. She faintly felt that all the weapons inside had their own heartbeat. No, not their heartbeat. Star took a deep breath and walked towards the direction where she felt the strongest heartbeat. Star, in the Interstellar Alliance, weapons are divided into two types. One is energy weapons made by mechanics, using energy stones to provide power and unleash powerful attacks, which require matching gene levels to use. Wei Chen said calmly. And the other type? Star's heartbeat began to accelerate as she eagerly looked at Wei Chen. There is another type of weapon crafted by blacksmiths using various materials. These weapons have a spiritual essence and are not restricted by levels. Wei Chen took out a pair of tang swords from his weapon rack. The slender blades exuded an extreme coldness the moment they were drawn out. A faint chill shimmered. Without even trying, Star knew that this pair of tang swords was very sharp. These weapons rely on the user to unleash their full power. In theory, as long as the user is strong enough, these weapons are invincible. Wei Chen swung the tang swords lightly, making a gentle slash on the ground. The tough ground was instantly cut as if it were tofu. Star watched as two black cut lines, as thin as hair strands, appeared on the ground. The two tang swords emerged from the ground without a scratch. Now, they are yours. If such weapons existed in the real world, it would be amazing. Star held the two swords, feeling a bit dazed. These two swords were truly perfect. When she held them, she felt as if her arms were extended. It was as if these two swords had grown out of her body. This game is truly, terrifyingly real. Hearing Star mutter softly, Wei Chen chuckled and said, "During today's battle with the goblins, I saw you using ancient martial skills. Star, do you have a family heritage in martial arts?" Ancient martial arts. Star turned to look at Wei Chen. Could there be something related to ancient martial arts in this game? In fact, her family did have a heritage in ancient martial arts. However, it had now turned into a martial arts school, and business wasn't doing too well. In recent years, it was on the verge of closing down. If it weren't for the fact that her father had only one daughter, and the heritage couldn't be lost, Star's mother wouldn't want her to practice. After all, in a world where literature is poor and martial arts are rich, if you want to excel in martial arts, you need to put effort into your diet. It's not just about enduring hardship, but also about eating well for nourishment. Eating well alone is far from enough. You also need to soak your body in various medicinal substances every day and take plenty of supplements to boost your energy. However, in modern society, with severe air pollution, the effects of medicinal herbs are far less effective than before. Coupled with the fact that young people nowadays are not willing to go to the mountains to gather herbs so laboriously, good medicinal herbs are hard to come by. Xingqian never expected that playing a game would make the NPCs in the game realize that he knew some martial arts. Suddenly being described with such a grand term as ancient martial arts made Xingqian feel a bit embarrassed. "I can only say I understand a little." "As long as you understand, that's enough. I happen to be planning to invite some teachers to come to our Blue Star to teach our people some skills, and ancient martial arts is one of them. I have already sent out recruitment information, and many interstellar people have already submitted their resumes. 3 days from now, we will conduct interviews. Can you help as an interviewer then?" Lord's mission: accompany the Lord to the central galaxy and act as an interviewer. Note: after accepting the mission, you must not log out forcibly during the Lord's mission. Mission reward: unknown. Do you accept the mission? Yes/no. What the fog? Special mission. Where is the cold and icy demeanor on Xingqian's pretty face now? Being a cool beauty is all about external appearance. Accept. The Lord's time is scheduled for 3 days from now, right? Wei Chen nodded. Okay. Wait a minute. Lord, how many days will this mission take? She remembered the system prompt just now, saying that she couldn't log out forcibly during the mission. Although she didn't know why she couldn't log out forcibly, she still needed to eat, drink, and take care of her bodily functions in real life. If this mission took several days, wouldn't she starve to death in real life? This mission should take a week to complete. After Wei Chen finished speaking, Xingqian hesitated whether to refuse. Just then, the system prompted, "Mission accepted successfully, please log out later and receive the game warehouse specially prepared for players by the game." The game warehouse is fully equipped with a complete nutrition system, providing players with a full set of services for a month without logging out. Damn it! Xingqian had lost count of how many times she had exclaimed "damn it" in her heart today. Anyway, each time was so thrilling. This game is just too awesome. She only snatched an account for this game because it was a holographic simulation game, so she wanted to come in and practice her skills. She wasn't really into playing interstellar games, because the game routine was just too old. Interstellar games were all about countless spacecraft, mechas, high technology, and so on. But now, Wei Chen, this Lord NPC, mentioned ancient martial arts to her. Then she was no longer tired. Now, by accepting a mission, she could get a game warehouse. What a big move! What a big move! Xingqian took a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. She couldn't be as noisy as those beggars in the dark. As an inheritor of ancient martial arts, she still had some idle baggage. Inheritor of ancient martial arts. This name was usually quite embarrassing to say, but being praised like this by an NPC in the game was quite satisfying. Wei Chen saw Xingqian, who nodded coldly. He had no idea that this seemingly aloof beauty actually had no difference in her inner self from other silly players. After all, there are only two types of people who can't get out of bed. Just as there are only two types of players a game can attract. Players are only two types: 1. Pure pleasure seekers. Another type is someone who appears very serious on the surface, but deep down, they are still a fun-loving person. Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really not easy. Among this group of silly players, there is actually one reliable player. This Xingqian, even if taken to the central star system, is quite impressive. I have a good eye for picking players indeed. Wei Chen's smile grew even wider. Since you have accepted the mission, let's settle it this way. However, taking only one clan member along may not be enough. Xingqian, do you have any recommendations for additional players? Lord, are you referring to taking people to the central star system together? Xingqian asked. Wei Chen nodded. A reliable player would surely have their own circle. Maybe Xingqian could recommend a few more reliable players. Anzhong Qitao, Makabaka, and Feng Shuipipi are all good choices, especially Feng Shuipipi, who has a great temperament, Xingqian said. Wei Chen nodded. These players are indeed very skilled. And this time, the success of the mission also depends on them. However, why didn't Xingqian recommend Stealing Oil Lady? Before Wei Chen could ask her why she didn't recommend Stealing Oil Lady, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Stealing Oil Lady slid over and ended up at Wei Chen's feet. She hugged Wei Chen. Yuan-gu, take me with you. I also want to go to the central star system. I, Stealing Oil Lady, have been diligently educating players for so many years. My experience bar increases slowly because killing bloodthirsty chunks doesn't raise the experience bar. Yuan-gu, woo-woo. Xingqian, you icy iceberg, I recommended you to play this game, and you have such a great opportunity to see the outside world, yet you didn't recommend me. You are ungrateful. A burst of crying and wailing. Xingqian's face was cold, but she couldn't help but chuckle inside. She knew this gossip monger must have been eavesdropping on her and the Lord's conversation from a corner. This guy, where there's action, he's sure to be there. How could this mission proceed without him? Wei Chen shook his leg but couldn't shake off the person clinging to it. Stealing Oil Lady wailed, not shedding a tear. Your acting skills are not even as good as that player called Future Best Actor. Xingqian was getting a headache from his crying. She stepped forward and pulled Stealing Oil Lady down. With your acting skills, how dare you make a video of Future Best Actor? Stealing Oil Lady, who was forcibly pulled down, quickly twisted to break free from Xingqian's grip and headed towards Wei Chen's leg. However, before she could crawl 2 meters away, Xingqian's long leg stepped on her. What are you doing? What are you doing? You traitor! I know about all the good things and still take you along, but what about you? The Lord asked you to recommend players, and you didn't choose me. When I go back to make a strategy, I'll definitely make a ridiculous video of you. Shut up, you're so noisy. Xingqian gave Stealing Oil Lady a knock on the head. The Lord said he needs reliable players. Look at yourself, are you reliable? Am I not reliable? Stealing Oil Lady wriggled on the ground like a cockroach, but because she was being stepped on, she couldn't move at all, looking quite ridiculous. Am I less reliable than Beggar and Makabaka? Beggar is simply a battle maniac, right? If someone like him really follows the Lord to the central star system and loses his mind, wanting to fight, what will happen? Tell me. And that Makabaka, you know about that guy, always seeking excitement, running around everywhere, eager to make friends, does he look reliable? Xingqian was silenced by his words. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, the silent person had to include Wei Chen as well. Goodness. It seems like they are not easy to deal with. Should I consider changing a few candidates? Wei Chen's gaze fell on Xingqian. Lord, I have already accepted the mission, don't even think about taking it back, Xingqian said as he met his eyes, instantly throwing out these words. Wei Chen immediately turned his face away. Was his intention so obvious? Since the mission has already been issued, how could it be taken back? Wei Chen awkwardly changed the subject. However, since you are so eager to take on the mission, considering your excellent performance in the last mission, I can take you along this time, Wei Chen said as soon as he finished speaking. On the other side, Xingqian received a mission invitation from the system. Without hesitation, he clicked to confirm. Great, I can also go out and see the outside world. Xingqian's foot was still on his back. Xingqian danced with joy, then looked more like a cockroach being stepped on. This mission will last for about a week, so I'll go offline first to ask for leave from my fans. Xingqian, let me go, I need to log off. Xingqian pushed away Xingqian's foot. 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes in his game room. At the same time, just like when he received the helmet before, the delivery from the game warehouse had arrived. Xingqian couldn't help but touch the game warehouse that looked very similar to the medical pod in the game. Amazing. This game company is really amazing. When I saw the medical pod in the game, I already felt impressed, but I didn't expect that in the real world, they have actually created something similar to a medical pod. In the eyes of players, everything in the game is rendered visually. The technology inside is all fake, just settings. So naturally, they assumed that the technology in the game would be difficult to achieve in the real world. Xingqian didn't expect that this game company could actually provide a game warehouse in the real world where one could stay without eating or drinking for a month. Cool, so cool, I'll go ask for leave from my fans first. Soon, Xingqian started a live broadcast. As before, he chatted with his fans about what happened in the game world. There were already many videos of battles with goblins online. These were videos of players being killed, returning offline, and then posting them online. The videos online are almost saturated. Where are your videos, Xingqian? Hurry up and update them. Although there were many videos online, fans were most looking forward to Xingqian's version because he usually recorded the entire process and had a good grasp of the perspective. This time, Xingqian didn't keep them waiting and uploaded the video directly. Just as all the fans were about to click to watch the video, he released explosive news. Brothers, 3 days from now, I will go to complete the Lord's mission. This Lord's mission will probably take about a week to complete, and I cannot go offline during this time, so I'm asking for leave now. Lord's mission? Wow, never heard of it. Xingqian is still awesome. Is this the legendary special mission? The other streamers I follow haven't said anything yet. Xingqian, you always lead the way. Tell us quickly, what mission is it? Yeah, why does it take a week? And if you can't go offline, what will you eat and drink? Are you going to starve yourself by playing a game? Seeing the concerned greetings from the fans, Xingqian smiled mysteriously. Everyone, look behind me. Xingqian turned his head to reveal the game warehouse. The sleek cabin, when closed, looked like an oval giant egg. As the oil thief reached out to touch it, electronic sounds rang out. Interstellar human game chamber at your service. May I ask if you want to log into your game account? No login. After showing off the cool effects of the game chamber, the oil thief decisively chose not to log in. Then he saw countless barrage comments flashing across his computer screen. Damn, envy, what is this? Game chamber? So cool, it looks like the medical chamber in the game. Damn, is this game company really just making games? They even made such awesome stuff? This game chamber is something, even if you don't look at other functions, just this appearance, if it's sold for tens of thousands, I bet it would make countless people crazy to book it. Oil thief, you're living the good life, huh? You damn lucky. The oil thief happily watched the jealous comments from netizens. Alright everyone, wait for my good news. By the way, the nutrition system that comes with this game chamber can sustain for a month, brothers, a month. Don't envy, don't be jealous, I'll bring back good stuff for you guys. Blue Star. Amilo, your school start date is approaching. Hurry up and bring the transport ship back to me. What's with this nonsense? Going out to play and still need to bring a transport ship. Listening to the roar coming from the communicator, Amilo shrank her neck. She knew her dad would be angry, but she didn't expect him to be this angry. She looked up at the transport ship riddled with bullet holes. If she went back like this, she would definitely die miserably. Anxiety. Amilo anxiously took a big gulp of the bloodthirsty tree juice. Master, for the sake of your life, I suggest you go find Lord Wei Chen's people and buy some bloodthirsty tree juice to bring back. The voice of the Mecha Peach sounded from behind Amilo. Right. Amilo suddenly clapped her hands. Peach, you're really smart. Bloodthirsty tree juice is hard to find now, and the juice collected by the human race still carries vitality. Dad will definitely be very satisfied. Maybe this beating can be avoided. The worry on her face disappeared in an instant, and she happily ran towards the direction where the players were gathering. Just finished a tough battle, all the players' pockets were bulging. At this moment, they were on a large open space, selling the things in their hands. Come and see, don't miss it. Weapons soaked in bloodthirsty tree toxin. When hunting, just break through the prey's defense, and you can hunt without injury. Limited quantity, first come first served. Big sale, big sale. Advanced goblin weapons, heritage battle axes. The effect is the same as the tang knife of the Star Master, both are treasures in cold weapons. 2 gold coins for everything, 2 gold coins for everything. No loss, no deception. Just arrived on this street, Amilo was warmly stopped by the player in front. Oh, it's Miss Amilo, come here, look at what I have here. I have the freshest bloodthirsty tree juice, just squeezed out, very fresh. Ours is even cheaper, Miss Amilo, come to my place, buy more and get an 80% discount. 75% off, I have 75% off here, you don't need to buy in bulk, Miss Amilo, come to me. In an instant, players were all frantically trying to sell their bloodthirsty tree juice to Amilo. Most of the players who could set up stalls here were the first batch of players. After all, the first batch of players were the big shots selected by Wei-chan in the gaming circle. When the second batch of players returned to the game with sleepy eyes, they saw such a lively scene. I was planning to start mining, and this place is already open for business? Damn, what are those big shots up to? Why are they all promoting their bloodthirsty camphor tree juice? That stuff tastes awful, and because the oil thief bosses sold too much to the system, the prices have dropped now. Hee, you guys don't know this, but I heard Miss Amilo loves drinking bloodthirsty camphor tree juice, and she pays way more than what the system offers. The player who got this information rubbed his thumb and forefinger against the other workers getting ready for work. And she doesn't even pay in gold coins, she directly gives energy stones. Ha! Energy stones? I remember energy stones and energy ores had similar prices. Wasn't there someone who calculated that giving bloodthirsty camphor tree juice to Amilo was not as good as trading with the system? Your information is outdated, bro. The veteran players have already reached level 2, and after level 2, they can buy energy weapons from the system store. The consumables for energy weapons are just energy stones, right? The energy ores we mine need processing to become energy stones, but we don't have that technology here in our territory. Damn, so you're saying we can only get energy stones from Amilo? Exactly. This news spread through the player community in an instant. This was the first time Amilo felt so popular among the people of Senior Wei-chen's tribe. Previously, whenever she came to buy bloodthirsty camphor tree juice, these people seemed indifferent. They always said they sold it to her out of courtesy for her twin tails. Players usually seemed aloof, but now suddenly being so enthusiastic left Amilo a bit overwhelmed. Do you all already know that I'm about to leave? Amilo bought up all the bloodthirsty camphor tree juice on the street. Only when it was time to pay did she ask the player she was trading with. Could it be that Senior Wei-chen knew school was starting soon, so he asked his people to be more friendly towards her? Thinking about this, a faint pink color appeared on Amilo's face. However, the player standing opposite her suddenly let out a sharp exclamation. What? Miss Amilo, you're leaving? His loud voice echoed. Instantly, all the players turned to look. Damn, when are you leaving? Can't we discuss and have you leave later, sis? Amilo, if you leave, what will we do? The players were all in a panic. They had thought this NPC was just a background character, but now that they realized her importance, she was leaving. What kind of planning was this? Were they being played? I'll be leaving in 3 days, Amilo sighed. So, I came to purchase some bloodthirsty camphor tree juice as gifts for my family. Do you still have some? I want all of it. At this moment, she had barely squeezed out time due to using spatial jumps. If she had taken the normal route, she would have had to return immediately after delivering the goods. Unexpectedly, Senior Wei-chen's tribe, who seemed indifferent to her usually, now seemed reluctant to see her go. Only 3 days left? The players were shocked. 3 days. Brothers, I won't set up my stall for now. Squeezing juice is urgent, goodbye. I'm out too, just bought weapons, no energy stones, they won't work without them. The players came quickly and left even faster. In just a few seconds, the bustling market street became desolate. Weren't humans supposed to be the best at socializing? Why are Senior Wei-chen's people so? Amilo didn't know what adjective to use to describe her current mood. They seem to only have a slight sense of awe towards Lord Wei-chen, Mecha Peach summarized, like worker ants to their queen ant. How are they like ants? Ants have no emotions, they only ruthlessly carry out the queen ant's tasks, devouring everything in their path. Amilo thought of the ants and unconsciously frowned. Senior Wei-chen's people seem quite friendly towards her, don't they? Mecha Peach watched Amilo bouncing away and tilted its head. However, the simulated data it produced internally showed that Lord Wei-chen's people had at least 90% similarity in their interaction patterns with the ants. If Lord Wei-chen is likened to a queen ant, aren't his people just worker ants? In the ant colony, there is only the queen ant and the worker ants. Among the worker ants, there is no hierarchy. But in the Alliance, not to mention gene warriors and ordinary people, even senior gene warriors do not regard lower-ranking gene warriors highly. They have always believed in the rule of the strong. However, on this planet, Mecha Peach observed that these humans showed an attitude of equality towards Amilo. They even dared to loudly say in front of Amilo that the price she offered was not worth it at all. Such a thing would never happen in the Tree People's tribe. Peach, what are you thinking about? Amilo didn't know when she had stopped walking. It's not good to leave without saying goodbye. I should go tell Senior first. When Amilo found Wei Chen, he was eating on another street. Most of the stalls here were run by new players, who didn't have many resources. After mining for a long time, they felt tired and went to hunt for animals to make some money at the night market. The resources on a level 5 planet are abundant, both in terms of animals and plants. Players also like to have a barbecue when they have nothing to do. Because Wei Chen has a bit of a hometown sentiment, he recruited mostly Chinese players. So, fresh wild boar meat, fragrant roasted mountain chicken eggs. Boss, a skewer of roasted chicken leg, please. Wei Chen stood in front of the barbecue grill, smelling the fragrant roasted chicken leg, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's Yuan Gu. A player fanning himself with a homemade fan wiped the sweat off his face, then skillfully sprinkled wild chives from the seasoning box onto the chicken leg. In an instant, a more dominant fragrance pierced Wei Chen's nose. It had to be someone from Earth. Wei Chen stared at the golden sheen on the chicken leg. In the Interstellar era, regardless of the race, they only focus on efficiency, even their desires for food have been evolved away. As for the human race, after the Great War with the ants, only a few people managed to escape, and no one cared about bringing recipes. After crossing over, Wei Chen ate nutrient solution every day. Although the nutrient solution could fill the stomach, the taste was indescribable. According to the law of transmigrators, Wei Chen should also be a master chef, conquering many interstellar experts with his food. But unfortunately, Wei Chen on Earth is a takeout food enthusiast. With takeout available, who would bother cooking? The most he has cooked at home is instant noodles. He could barely be considered an instant noodle chef. Spicy? The player quickly turned the roasted chicken leg. Golden oil dripped onto the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound. White smoke drifted out, full of the aroma of barbecue. Extra spicy. Alright, the roasted chicken leg is ready. Yuan Go, 1 gold coin. The player wrapped the grilled, fragrant chicken legs with the leaves of the bloodlust camphor tree and sent them over. After taking Wei Chen's coins, the player was not at all polite. Senior Wei Chen, do you still have to pay when buying things? Amilo, who had just rushed over, looked shocked at the scene before him. Wei Chen and the player were separated by a barbecue grill, both looking puzzled at Amilo. What do you mean, I can't take money? The player scratched his head. What do you mean, Amilo, you don't pay when buying things from my people? Wei Chen's eyes instantly turned sharp. I did pay, I did. Amilo looked at Wei Chen's eyes and suddenly felt a chill down his neck. As long as you paid. Wei Chen resumed eating a chicken leg. The sizzling chicken leg was just too delicious. You looking for me? Wei Chen's mouth was covered in oil, but it didn't diminish his handsome appearance. It even added a touch of vitality, making him seem less unattainable than before. Amilo looked at Wei Chen with some infatuation. Want some? Wei Chen ate more heartily, and after finishing all the chicken legs in his hand, he turned around. Boss, 2 more chicken legs. Do you like it spicy? Amilo looked at Wei Chen cutely. Senior, I want the same as you. Sure, both spicy. Wei Chen paid for 2 more coins. Tao Tao watched as Wei Chen handed 2 coins to the player, and the similarity between the human race and the insect race on its internal display screen decreased rapidly. Even if it's the insect race, the queen insect would never pay for the worker insects. Serving the queen insect is an honor for the worker insects. Amilo had just taken a bite of the grilled chicken leg, and her fair face suddenly turned red. What is this feeling? It can't be poisonous, right? She slightly stuck out her tongue, trying to alleviate the tingling sensation on her tongue. But saliva started to flow abundantly at that moment. Although her mouth was in pain, why did she want to eat more? Eat more, it won't be spicy if you eat a lot. Wei Chen continued to eat heartily. The salty and spicy grilled chicken leg was simply delicious. Amilo's eyes were almost teary from eating, but as an advanced genetic warrior, her constitution was strong. She quickly adapted to the spiciness and became more addicted as she ate. After a few bites, she finished a whole big chicken leg. Unexpectedly, besides the delicious bloodlust camphor juice, the human race also had such delicious food. Stimulating and tasty. Before Amilo could speak, Wei Chen quickly asked, "You came to find me, right? What's up?" Seeing this big glutton, she must still want to eat chicken legs. As a senior and host, he couldn't appear too stingy, at least not in front of the players. So he quickly diverted Emilo's attention from the chicken legs. It was then that Emilo remembered she had come to tell Wei Chen that she was about to set off on a journey. "Senior, school is about to start. I need to send the transport ship back first, so I came to say goodbye to you." After Emilo finished speaking, she looked at Wei Chen with some anticipation. She didn't know if the senior would miss her a little, but she noticed that Wei Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Junior, it's too dangerous for you to go home alone. What if you encounter interstellar pirates on the way?" "Senior, I can use spatial jump technology to pass through the war zone directly." Wei Chen shook his head. "Even if you use spatial jump technology, I still can't rest assured letting a young girl like you go home alone. How about this? I'll bring a few people from the tribe to escort you back." "Senior, you're so kind." Emilo's face turned even redder. She sneakily glanced at Wei Chen. Her heart was beating a bit faster. "Ha, look, I told you Emilo must like Brother Yuan. I won the bet. Quickly, give me all the coins." "Ah, Xuanmo finally succumbed after all. It's just a pity. Our brother Yuan is a man with great ambitions. How could he be held back by a little girl's affection?" Sigh. "Emilo, you really disappoint us." Not far from Emilo and Wei Chen, a group of players reluctantly handed over their coins. Obviously, the players who won the bet were all smiles. The ambiguous atmosphere disappeared instantly. Upon hearing their remarks, Emilo covered his face and hurried away. Wei Chen stopped the players collecting the coins and extended his hand. "Since you bet on me, hurry up. We split 3 to 7, I get 7, you get 3. Yielding to coercion, the players took out their coins. "Brother Yuan, you're already a lord. Why are you still so stingy?" "Exactly, you're a great lord, a man destined to be the king of the stars in the future. It's hard to find a wife if a man is too stingy." "Humph, one can't help but suspect, Brother Yuan, that what you said to Emilo about escorting her home was fake, and you actually planned to hitch a ride on her spatial jump." "A stingy man. You're actually willing to sell your looks just to save some ticket money. Poor Emilo who trusts you so blindly. Ah, such is the way of the world." Wei Chen glanced at the coins in his hand and then at the players. "You should know, our human race is quite poor. If we don't count every penny, how can we support you, my people?" With that, he turned and left, paying no attention to the somewhat disoriented players behind him. Just kidding. Without his meticulous planning, could he have built such a vast empire for the players during his time at the Lord's Academy? Could the weapons in the arsenal have just blown in with the wind? But what the players said was indeed true. He wasn't a fool and could tell that Emilo had some interest in him. Since she already liked him, there was no harm in hitching a ride. Moreover, the players' identities had not been registered in the Star Network yet. Strictly speaking, they were all unregistered. Unregistered individuals couldn't board official passenger starships. Triggered mission, process identification for players. As an interstellar lord, how could your people be interstellar unregistered individuals? Please process identification for each of your people. Mission reward, navigation fleet. Damn. Wei Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the mission details and rewards. Fortunately, there were no players around at the moment, or he would have gone out of character. However, the sudden appearance of this mission and its rewards seemed a bit out of line. Process identification for the players? With genetic cloning technology and the Earthlings summoned by the system, there was no way this could be done openly. If the interstellar beings found out that he could summon powerful souls from another world, he would definitely be captured by those top races, forced to summon players, and then compelled to make them into warriors to fight the Zerg. Compared to the interstellar beings, Wei Chen still felt like an Earthling. He and the players were like fellow villagers. "System, are you dangling this mission reward in front of me to tempt me?" Wei Chen complained. "But a whole fleet of navigation warships. That's 81 navigation warships. The value of this, even in the Alliance's central army, would make several military leaders fight over it." Wei Chen was tempted by the mission reward. But when he thought about the mission requirements, he sighed. Should he do it or not? If he did, he would have to try to hack into the Alliance's terminal intelligence A. The alliance of 10,000 races, where technology was rapidly advancing due to the collision of various races. Artificial intelligence was a part of assisting the research of genetic technology among the 10,000 races. And all identity registrations are uploaded to the cloud. All data in the cloud is managed and stored by the terminal AI. I don't have the technical prowess to hack into A's backend and tamper with data. Moreover, the number of players will definitely increase in the future. I can't keep hacking into its backend every time I summon something. Besides, although the people in the Alliance are incredibly foolish on the surface, those who truly hold power behind the scenes are not idiots. If they notice any traces of tampering with the backend data, they will surely enhance their defenses. Challenging this repeatedly, wouldn't that be foolish? Tonesy, we are so close, almost like relying on each other. Can you give me some information? Can this be done? Wei Chen really couldn't bear to give up this task. Detected that the task is too difficult for the current host, searching for solutions for you. After evaluation, the help that the summoned tribespeople can provide is 0, initiating system assistance. In terms of technology, this system can assist you. The host only needs an interface that can connect to the terminal AI. Although it's a bit simpler than before, it's still not easy to get access to the terminal AI interface. Wei Chen fell silent for a moment. It looks like I have to go back to school. Thinking that if the principal found out that he was going back to steal the terminal AI interface and hack into Wei's backend, he would probably break his legs. Forget it, let's go select some talents first. At least we need to train players to be somewhat decent. Just relying on resurrection, even if we endure until death, will just be cannon fodder. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of departure, players gathered tearfully under Amilo's transport ship. Sob, Amilo is leaving already. After this farewell, who knows if there will be any more NPCs bringing energy stones in the future. Have a safe journey. Oil thief, don't forget to record videos for us. We were all the same, mining peacefully. You had to stir things up. Now, you can follow the Lord to the central galaxy. Boss, bring back more energy stones for us. Oil thief, secret begging, wind blowing butt, Makabaka, and star. 5 players stood in the middle of the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Secret begging, brothers, just wait for our good news. Oil thief, when we reach the new map, I'll definitely record videos for you and bring them back for you to watch. Makabaka, if there's anything good, I'll just send a message in the group chat. You can message me privately when the time comes. Star, 6. Wind blowing but looked at the 4 people, unsure if he should say something or if staying silent would make him seem out of place. At that moment, Wei Chen arrived with Amilo. Alright, stop showing off and get on the transport ship. Look, this is the interior of the transport ship. Although this is my second time here, I'm still amazed by the interior space every time I come. Look, this door is so cool. It's simply too cool. This compartment used to store basic energy saws. That was truly shocking back then. Now we can only see that this place is very spacious. Amilo is definitely a super rich woman. I overheard her conversation with Source Brother before. This transport ship belongs to Amilo's family. She's a rich beauty for sure. If Source Brother can get close to Amilo, we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore, brothers. Oil thief walked in the queue, muttering to himself while recording videos. It was Wind blowing but's first time joining them on an operation, and seeing the oil thief's behavior left him puzzled. There is no live streaming feature in the game at all. What is he doing? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Can't he see that Amilo is feeling awkward? The wind blew, and when he turned his head, he saw Wei Chen shifting his gaze. Oh no, even the Lord feels embarrassed. It's so shameful, he's about to feel embarrassed for someone else. Blushing, the wind blew his head down. As a second-generation rich kid, this was the first time he experienced that awkward feeling people talked about online, the kind that made you want to dig your toes into the ground. Just as the wind was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment, Makabaka's hand landed directly on his shoulder. Feeling awkward? Stealing oil granny is a streamer, you'll get used to it. That's how holographic simulation games are. When you're playing, you get so immersed that you forget they're all NPCs. The wind expressed gratitude, but he didn't feel comforted at all. Maka, the immersion in this game is just too strong, I can't ignore it. The wind whispered to Makabaka. In the time they were talking, Amilo couldn't help but laugh several times. The Lord's face was full of embarrassment. How did they manage to stay so calm in front of the Lord and Amilo, saying they were all NPCs? After system processing, players' Earth language would be automatically translated into the Interstellar Alliance's common language. However, when it touched on game-related terms that would expose the game, it would automatically switch back to Earth language. So Amilo felt that Wei Chen's people were always so cool no matter when they appeared. I never thought I'd get to ride a spaceship in my life. Are we going to start interstellar travel now? Poking his head against the window, he saw nothing. Curiously, he turned to Amilo and asked, Amilo, did you put privacy film on the window? Damn privacy film. Wei Chen really wanted to throw these 2 embarrassing guys off the transport ship. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Maybe next time he shouldn't bring these guys when going to the academy for competitions. He should find some more reliable and stable players among the players. Just as Wei Chen's scalp was tingling, Amilo gave him a knowing look. It's okay, senior, I know they've just turned from ordinary people into genetic warriors. Never been on this kind of transport ship, it's normal, very normal. Amilo was understanding. But in her heart, she thought, the human race is indeed as rumored. Ever since the war with the Zerg, their resources have plummeted. No wonder Senior Wei Chen was known for his hard work and frugality in school. And now, being top in all subjects at the Lord's Academy, after receiving his territory, the human race only sent a few people over. And they were all ordinary humans, not a single genetic warrior among them. Amilo remembered what her father said, that when she was about to graduate, they would send all the potential genetic warriors from the clan to her. She wouldn't have to worry about training resources. Compared to that, Amilo suddenly felt that Senior Wei Chen was really working too hard. Thinking of this, Amilo no longer had the joking attitude towards the players from before. She gently explained, during interstellar travel, there may be spatial fissures, so for safety, 70 years ago, the Alliance upgraded all spacecraft. After the upgrade, there are no viewing areas in the spacecraft. If you want to see the outside, you can check the real-time monitoring from the main control position. Amilo finished speaking and tapped on the smart bracelet on her wrist. With a swish, the cosmic scene appeared in 3D form around the players. They now seemed to be immersed in the universe. 3 huge suns were 3 relatively large spots of light. The blue star of Wei Chen's territory was getting so small that it was almost invisible. Wow, have we already left the gravitational pull of the Earth? I don't feel anything at all. Thiefpa was filming and sighing at the same time. Amilo smiled, if it's just regular navigation, you won't even feel any vibration, but this time, we're using space jump technology to cross the war zone, so be prepared. Ha? Prepare for what? Amilo controlled the transport ship. They heard a mechanical voice above their heads, space jump countdown, 3, 2, 1. Prepare to vomit. Amilo's words had just fallen when the players felt their heads spinning and their bodies feeling like they were being squeezed and flattened like rubber mud. They couldn't even vomit, feeling uncomfortable all over. It wasn't just physical discomfort, but discomfort at a soul level. Ugh! When the jump stopped, all the players' faces turned pale. Thiefpa was on the verge of tears and snot running down her face. Vomit bags. Mecha Peach brought vomit bags. The 5 players collectively vomited into the bags. Space jumps are like this, causing strong discomfort, but you'll get used to it. Amilo was also uncomfortable, drinking the sap of the bloodthirsty tree to suppress the discomfort. This is too uncomfortable, ugh. Amilo, are we home yet? After Thiefpa finished vomiting, she finally managed to lift her head. She saw Amilo shaking his head. Not yet, we've only jumped over the war zone for now. To get home, we need to jump at least 8 more times. 8 times, all 5 people exclaimed. Even the stars were holding vomit bags, exuding an aura of wanting to die. Even though the physical pain was numbed, the discomfort during this space jump was still unbearable. It was 100 times worse than motion sickness. 100 times. Yuan Ge, I can't take it anymore. Just drop me off here and I'll restart. Makabaka raised her hand, weakly requesting. It was just a game, no need to risk her life. Makabaka used to suffer from severe motion sickness on Earth. She would vomit when riding in a car. Back then, she thought there was nothing worse in the world than motion sickness. But now, she had encountered something even worse, and it was in a game. It was just a game, yet she almost vomited just by entering a dungeon. Makabaka was now truly praying as she looked at Wei Chun. Lord! Yuan Ge, let me go, I can't jump anymore. Really can't jump anymore, ugh. As she spoke, she started vomiting again. Wei Chun only realized how severe Makabaka's motion sickness was after checking her information. Space jump technology is not yet very refined, the experience is indeed very poor. Senior, should I turn back and drop off your people? Amilo asked. If all these humans got off the transport ship, there would only be her and Senior Wei Chen left on board. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Amilo blushed slightly, full of excitement, unable to contain the anticipation in her eyes. Forget about turning back, you're about to start school again, it's not good to delay further. Wei Chen lowered his head to look for a nearby planet where they could dock. How could he complete the players' mission without taking them along? The system had specifically instructed to take the players to the central star system to find suitable mentors for them. Yes, this mission was not something Wei Chen had come up with on his own, but a branch task given by the system. This sudden temporary task is rewarded based on completion. So, players must go together. And since they don't have identification, they have to smuggle to the central galaxy. Fortunately, the position of the blue star is very, very far from the central galaxy. Generally, in such remote star systems, as long as you pay enough money, you can arrange for smuggling. But, Senior, this area belongs to the Border Army and Interstellar Pirates, will it be safe? Amilo was somewhat worried. It will be fine, they can take care of themselves, don't worry, find a planet to dock, Wei Chen said. What is needed is chaos. The more chaotic the war zone, the more smuggling ships there are. The planet in the war zone is in chaos. Everyone fleeing wears a numb expression. Their eyes are filled with sadness. Makabaka and the oil thief followed the system's instructions to board the smuggling starship. Along the way, they had already seen many bodies torn apart by explosions. Children lay next to their dead mothers, waiting for death. Wives curled up in their husbands' arms after their husbands had passed away, their eyes lifeless. There were no wails or cries. When there was no gunfire in the war zone, it could even be described as eerily silent. Makabaka just glanced quickly and couldn't help but tear up. Is there something wrong with the graphic designer for this scene? Why make them so miserable? Makabaka's voice was already choked with tears. Just a few minutes ago, she was vomiting uncontrollably. Now, she was witnessing a living hell. It's just a game. Why render the scene so realistically? Makabaka couldn't help but wipe away her tears. It's just a game scene, don't get too involved, just look at their eyes. Feng Shui, standing next to Makabaka, patted her shoulder. This time it was his turn to comfort Makabaka. But when he saw that scene, his nose also tingled with emotion. The others weren't faring any better. Even Xingqian's eyes were moist. Stop dawdling, get on the starship quickly. If you want to live, go squat in the kitchen, don't make a sound, got it? The purple-skinned man leading them onto the starship had a cold expression. Seeing these 5 kids shedding tears, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Where did these oddballs come from? They had already resorted to smuggling, yet they still pitted the civilians? Hurry up, he urged impatiently. The starship bound for the central galaxy would take 2 days to reach its destination. So, there wasn't much food stored inside. The storage space was relatively decent. At least when Makabaka and the others huddled together in a corner, it didn't feel crowded. It seems that those who can board the starship are all genetic warriors, the oil thief said as the purple-skinned man leading them had left. He quietly raised his head and looked around. In this storage room, there were already 40 to 50 various people huddled here. Next to the corner where the players gathered, there was a chubby white balloon-like person lying on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was a huge gash on his stomach. Silver liquid was slowly oozing out of the wound. Looking at him, the oil thief suddenly thought of those civilians who didn't qualify to board the starship. Even the genetic warriors suffered such heavy casualties, now those civilians could only rely on luck to see who would survive. Although the oil thief kept telling himself that this was just a game. Just a game. But he couldn't help the slight redness in his eyes. As a human living in peacetime, it was rare to witness such a brutal scene. Even if he kept reminding himself that it was all fake, there was no way to dispel that sadness. I'll go find out some information and see what's going on with this planet. The oil thief sighed and stood up, heading towards the balloon person. As a strategy guide anchor, this was how he fulfilled his duties. Brother, are you okay? The oil thief leaned in next to the balloon person. Hearing the voice, the balloon person's eyeballs moved, but his gaze remained lifeless. Hee, you don't seem to be okay either, the oil thief awkwardly spoke. I want to inquire about what's going on with this planet. Aren't the interstellar pirates fighting at M2779? Why has it spread to this side? When Emilo and Weichin discussed this matter, the oil thief eavesdropped a bit. But now, the planet they landed on was not M2779. His sincere question was met with the balloon person still staring at him with lifeless eyes. And he had his mouth open, as if wanting to speak but unable to. Without hesitation, the oil thief leaned down and brought his ear closer. Buddy, tell me quietly. Gurgle gurgle. A thick watery sound came from the balloon person's throat. A voice as delicate as a thread sounded from the other side of the oil thief. It's a war zone. When the interstellar pirates run out of resources, they target weaker planets nearby, plundering resources to sustain their war efforts, understand? So that's how it is. The oil thief turned to look at the person speaking. Only then did he notice another person opposite the balloon person. However, this person seemed to be in better condition than the balloon person. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill on his ear. He reached out and felt dampness. Damn, why did you spit on my ear? The oil thief exclaimed. The balloon person trembled, then stared wide-eyed, breathless. Damn, you're not trying to trick me, are you? The oil thief took a step back. The person who had just spoken coughed softly in the corner. He was almost out of breath anyway, so why does it matter? The body is right here, no problem? The oil thief wiped the water stains off his ear with his sleeve. He felt uneasy all over. Although it was a game, the fact that the balloon person spat on him before dying was somewhat ominous. Seeing that the person opposite seemed to know more information, the oil thief simply went over to the person speaking. This area was filled with food storage for the starship's kitchen. The person lay on a pile of woven bags, wearing a light green robe, looking frail. With pointed ears, a pointed nose, and a pair of green eyes. If he weren't unattractive, the oil thief would have thought he was an elf. From the looks of you, you don't seem to be from our planet. What race are you? The man spoke with a breathless tone. He stared straight at the oil thief, obviously having noticed them when the players entered the kitchen earlier. Human race, isn't it obvious? The oil thief grinned and leaned in. You already know what race I am, so what about you? Green, which clan? I'm called Ukaz. Ukaz smiled and said, You're very curious about the war zone. Are you from somewhere else? There were actually quite a few wounded in the kitchen. But most people, even if they heard the commotion here, remained numb and dazed. So encountering an NPC willing to chat like this was quite rare for the oil thief. Ukaz seemed to be in a slightly better state than the other patients. The oil thief thought, could this be the NPC guiding them? I just approached the wrong person earlier, that's why I couldn't trigger the dialogue. And this NPC seems quite intelligent, coming over to engage in conversation on its own? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed likely. The oil thief scrutinized Ukaz's face carefully. TSK. He looked like a typical NPC. It's nothing compared to the exquisite craftsmanship of Emilo. Not to mention the rough and withered skin, even the eyes seemed a bit lifeless. A game is just a game. There are always oversights by the staff. Look, this little bug has been found. The oil thief couldn't keep things to herself. From Ukaz's perspective, it seemed like this human suddenly stared at him for a while and then smiled mysteriously. And the more he smiled, the more proud he looked. Could this human have some kind of problem? Ukaz's lifeless eyes rolled stiffly. It couldn't be that his disguise had been discovered. He had encountered so many Alliance members before without being exposed, so there was no way he would be exposed in front of such a low-level human. Besides, Ukaz glanced at the already dead balloon person. This guy had no sense of caution at all. Even if he noticed something was wrong now, he would be eaten in no time. Humans. Unexpectedly, they were the ones who could cause great trouble even to the kingworms. They didn't seem strong at all. Oi, oil thief, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to gather information? The beggar in the shadows saw the oil thief acting like a fool, smiling at a green-skinned person in the corner for a long time, feeling something was off. Didn't the Lord say? We should stay quietly on this smuggling starship. If we fail to complete the mission because of you, you're done for. The beggar in the shadows put his hand on the oil thief's shoulder and whispered, This mission we're on cannot be resurrected. If you die during the mission, it will be impossible to complete it. As the beggar spoke, he led the oil thief towards the player. Ukaz stared straight at the beggar in the shadows. His demeanor made the beggar feel uneasy. It's nothing, I'm just gathering some information, playing the game, you know. If we don't understand the background, what's the point of fighting? The oil thief brushed off the beggar's hand. This person is called Ukaz, probably an NPC on the starship. We can trigger a dialogue with him. The oil thief whispered. The words they spoke fell into Ukaz's ears, turning into intermittent sounds mixed with incomprehensible buzzing. Young man, you don't need to be nervous. I'm already like this, can't harm anyone, and we're not allowed to use force on the smuggling ship. Ukaz could see the vigilance in the beggar's eyes. He suddenly became interested in the beggar. He had been eyeing them since the players boarded the starship and arrived in the kitchen. Humans. Such a special race for the insect race. Yes, Ukaz was part of the insect race. No, perhaps it should be said that the brain inside this body, named Ukaz, was part of the insect race. This body was on the verge of collapse. Like his companions, he needed to find another body to inhabit. The people in the war zone were too cautious. The gene warriors they could parasitize were all maimed and mentally scattered. Such bodies couldn't survive for long. Ukaz glanced at where the players had gathered just now. Over there, Windbreaker, completely oblivious, had already been targeted. He was still sticking his butt out, untying a rope from a large hemp bag. Do you want to know about the war zone and the interstellar pirates? Ukaz asked the beggars in secret. I can tell you some information I know, but I want to stay with you. I'm in a bad state right now. If I don't have companions with me, the administrator might take my things away. Without resources, even if I reach the central galaxy, I only have a dead end. It is said that humans, as a race, are very compassionate in the Interstellar Alliance. They usually are willing to help the weak. Ukaz recalled some information about the human race that he learned from the Queen when he left the insect race. Is that administrator still up to these things? What a despicable person. The oil thief rolled up his sleeves. Beggars, let's help him. The oil thief winked at the beggars in secret. Whispered, this NPC seems a bit off, doesn't he? The beggar in secret replied, you idiot, you know he's off and you're still talking to him? The oil thief said, I thought he was some kind of triggered NPC, but it turns out we're being watched. The oil thief said, since we're already being watched, let's see what he really wants. The beggar in secret said, if you mess up, you're done for. This is a special mission. The beggar in secret really didn't want this mission. He had barely left when things went south. But Ukaz clearly had ill intentions towards the 5 of them. After some thought, the beggar in secret messaged the oil thief. The beggar in secret said, "Alright, if things go wrong, just let Xingchen kill him directly." The beggar in secret and the oil thief exchanged a glance. The oil thief nodded slowly. The 2 of them, with Ukaz in tow, headed towards where the wind was blowing. At that moment, the wind was spitting out saliva. Makabaka also had a disgusted expression. Only Xingchen, holding a test tube-like object, was gently swaying it. "What are you doing?" the beggar in secret asked curiously. They insisted on seeing what kind of food was being made in this kitchen, so I opened a sack. Xingchen somewhat humorously revealed the sack that the wind had just opened. Inside were all the test tubes Xingchen had. They contained a clear, viscous liquid. "What's this?" The beggar in secret took one out and saw the words "nutrient solution" written on it. "It's so disgusting, but I'm a bit hungry. I should have brought some food from the food street." The wind recalled the nutrient solution he had just drunk and felt like throwing up. This game really didn't need to be designed with so much detail. You can actually feel hungry in the game. The wind was in pain. The most important thing is not being hungry, but staying hungry will cause you to lose status. Xingchen added, then expressionlessly drank the nutrient solution in her hand. "Not bad, drinkable," she commented. Makabaka and the wind looked at Xingchen with admiration. A boss is a boss, able to gulp down even such a disgusting thing. Xingchen was already used to it. How many unappetizing supplements had she taken at home? She glanced at Ukaz, who had been brought by the oil thief and the others. "Who's that?" "An NPC, but it seems his intentions are not quite right. He said he wants to travel with us, have someone to look after him, and he's been seriously injured. The oil thief wants to gather some information." The beggar in secret explained briefly. Xingchen nodded. In the team, Xingchen was undoubtedly the most powerful overall, but the real leader was the beggar in secret. "I'll follow your lead." Xingchen took 2 more nutrient solutions. She walked over and handed them to the oil thief. At that moment, the oil thief was chatting with Ukaz. Ukaz began to tell the oil thief about his experiences based on the memories in the brain of the body he had devoured. When Xingchen approached, he immediately smiled to please her. Xingchen nodded expressionlessly at Ukaz. "The nutrient solution doesn't taste great, but it can give you a sense of fullness and prevent your hunger from worsening." "I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. I haven't eaten yet," the oil thief chuckled. She lifted the lid of the nutrient solution and gulped it down in one go. Gurgle just after one sip, the oil thief's stomach growled again. Instinctively, he looked at another bottle. "I'm quite hungry, so I'll have this one too," he said. Xingchen brought 2 bottles, one for the oil thief and the other for Ukaz. Ukaz waved his hand. "I've already had mine. The nutrient solution in the kitchen is sufficient." This low-grade nutrient solution was no longer satisfying for the brain parasite. The brain marrow of a genetic warrior would suit their taste better. The oil thief cheerfully took the bottle of nutrient solution, showing no sign of finding it distasteful, and drank it straight down. Xingchen watched silently. 6. "What do you mean by 6? The oil thief clicked his tongue, feeling a bit hungry. "Why do I feel like I'm not getting full today?" He rubbed his stomach in confusion. "Maybe you're just tired from the day, that's why you're hungry. The nutrient solutions are over there, shall I get you some more?" The oil thief nodded. Feng Shuipi had already seen the oil thief drinking the nutrient solution. Their eyes widened in surprise. "Damn, is the oil thief's taste buds just for show? Did this guy shut off his sense of taste altogether?" After Feng Shuipi's exclamation, he quickly opened a page to check if he had accidentally left any senses on. Makabaka frowned. "You can't shut off your taste buds, and the oil thief is quite picky about food." "Something's not right," he muttered under his breath. "Something's not right. Something's not right." The 3 of them mimicked rubbing their chins, looking silly as they watched the oil thief approaching them. "Hurry up and bring me a few more bottles of nutrient solution." The oil thief grinned, reaching out for the bottles. But the next moment, he seemed to freeze, his eyes darting around, and his mouth opening and closing. Oh no, guys, I'm frozen," the oil thief shouted in his mind. He found himself unable to speak. Quickly, he messaged their team chat. "Damn, guys, the nutrient solution I just drank wasn't fake alcohol, right? Why is my body not responding? What the heck, is this a bug? I really..." Triggered random mission, new branch of the Zerg. Your summoned tribesmen are under attack by brain parasites. Please exterminate the brain parasites immediately. Mission reward, Zerg details data, brain parasite genes, lying in the transport ship. Wei Chen, who was lying down like Guyu, suddenly opened his eyes. Are these sand sculptures really that unlucky? Just putting them on a smuggling ship by themselves? and they encounter the Zerg? Brain parasites. A new branch. Wei Chen carefully read the message given by the system, his face turning grim. The Zerg were attacking. And what appeared were insects never seen before. Brain parasites. What were they? Wei Chen had studied at the Lord's Academy for so many years, excelling in all subjects. But the term brain parasite was not mentioned in any of the textbooks at the Lord's Academy. This was bad. He wasn't with them. These sand sculptures, encountering the Zerg, probably had only one way to go: death. Wei Chen furrowed his brow. Players could respawn after death, and as for missions, he could go back and recruit more players to the central galaxy. But brain parasites were a serious matter. Triggered mission: clearing the brain parasite. Player stealing Oil Granny's body is being invaded by brain parasites. Players need to work together to clear the mission. Reward: brain parasite gene. Brain parasites. Oil Granny is acting strange. When did she get invaded by brain parasites? It was the saliva spat out by that balloon person just now. Damn! Oil Granny exploded in an instant. Oh no, brothers, barbecue Ed, that balloon person spat saliva towards my ear just now. Damn it, the brain parasite must have crawled from my ear into my brain at that moment. What should I do? I don't want to die. I haven't fully experienced the power of level 2 yet. Sob, save me. Xingchen, save me. What should we do? What should we do? Oil Granny frantically sent messages in the group, constantly tagging Xingchen. This series of messages kept echoing in their minds. Xingchen's expression grew increasingly grim. Wookas had been watching the show from the corner. Their companion was about to be devoured. Would they notice? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. A slightly lagging voice came from Oil Granny's mouth. His eyeballs seemed like toys being fought over, shaking uncontrollably. Oil Granny, it's over. The brain parasite is trying to control my body. Oil Granny, my brain is being nibbled on. I can hear it. Oil Granny, at Xingchen. Oil Granny, at Xingchen. Oil Granny, boss, save me. Boss, quickly get that bug out of me. I'm going to die. Do I have to start over? My money. Xingchen's brows furrowed instantly, growling lowly, shut up. She drew a tang sword from her side, its sharpness sending chills through the area. Wookas was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? He's just hungry. What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited here. I didn't say I wanted to kill him. Xingchen shot Wookas an impatient glance. Help him with his brain. In the group. Oil Granny, boss, I'm scared the way you're doing this. Xingchen, is being scared useful? If I don't open your skull, how can we get rid of the bug? Wait for it to eat your brain completely, then you can start over? If you want to live, then shut up. Makabaka, 6. Fart in the wind, 6. Begging in the dark, 6. Oil Granny, 6. Oil Granny shed tears in her mind, that Xingchen was definitely doing this on purpose. This stingy woman. But now there really was no other treatment method, they could only open the skull. Oil Granny's body was still lagging, and he kept saying he was hungry. Xingchen wasn't going to indulge him. The tang sword was raised high, aimed at Oil Granny's head. Should she make a vertical or horizontal incision? While Makabaka and Fart in the Wind were still watching the show, Begging in the Dark suddenly realized, horizontal. Oh. Xingchen coolly adjusted the position of the tang sword. Don't worry, my hands are quick. Oil Granny, I really thank you. He's just hungry, there's no need to kill him, right? Wookas felt more and more uneasy as he watched. What were these humans up to this time? Weren't they supposed to be peaceful and friendly towards the weak? Why were they planning to kill their companion just because he was hungry? Why wasn't anyone else stopping this? After joining the alliance, Wookas had eaten quite a few brains of different races. He was quite familiar with the basic moral theories of these groups, although he hadn't encountered humans before. But he remembered that the alliance generally considered humans to be a very kind race. Could it be that because they had been isolated for too long, the human race had also changed, but the members of the alliance were unaware? This must be reported to our king. Just as Wookas was muttering in his mind, the oil thief's skull has been uncovered. The tang knife in Xingchen's hand traced a beautiful arc before being perfectly sheathed. The quick-handed beggar secretly pressed the thin line opened by Xingchen, revealing the oil thief's skull. Oil thief, oh, my head feels cold. Oil thief, at phone blowing buddy, take a picture of me. Hurry up, I'll post it on moments after I log out. Ha ha. Phone blowing buddy, you're really awesome. Phone blowing felt a bit nauseous, but seeing the good attitude of the parties involved, he suppressed his disgust and started recording the oil thief. The moment the skull was uncovered, his brain tissue swayed slightly like tofu. Blood began to flow from the edge of the cut on the skull. Where's the brainworm? The quick-handed beggar muttered quietly. Oil thief, That jerk spat on my right ear at the time, so it must be on the right side. Look carefully. Oil thief, hurry up, my health is dropping. Oil thief, have you found it? The quick-handed beggar searched carefully, but with blood flowing continuously, he couldn't find it at all. Let me do it. Xingqian pushed aside the quick-handed beggar and took over directly. The viscous blood soaked Xingqian's fingers. Ukaz nervously watched Xingqian's movements. He watched as Xingqian's fingers stirred inside the oil thief's head. It felt like his own brain had been opened up. Found it. Ukaz's pupils constricted, as if hearing a demon's whisper. Then he saw the human woman grab his companion with just one hand. It was a worm that looked very much like a brain. Fleshy, covered in blood. When grabbed, it didn't even have the ability to turn back and bite Xingqian. She grabbed the worm and examined it carefully. Is this the Zerg? Can't it be killed with just one hand? What's so scary about it? Ukaz, standing not far away, trembled all over. Zerg communication relies not on language, but on brainwaves. At this moment, Xingqian's fingers had already made the brainworm tremble in pain. Fear, pain. Several emotions were transmitted to Ukaz through brainwaves. On closer inspection, it feels quite disgusting. Oil thief, it seems to have eaten a part of your brain tissue. Xingqian looked disgustedly at the oil thief's brain. After the brainworm was pulled out, a large chunk of the oil thief's brain tissue was empty. Oil thief, sister, stop talking for now, help me cover my skull, it's really cold. And my health has been dropping all alone. The oil thief's body couldn't recover for a while, so he can only express his current feelings in the group chat through text. Alright, covering the oil thief's skull. Xingqian exerted force on her hand. Snap! The brainworm was directly crushed and burst. Ugh! Foam-blowing butt and Makabaka both vomited. Just seeing the oil thief's brain tissue was disgusting enough. Seeing Xingqian calmly crush a worm that looked very much like a brain, causing it to burst, was too much for them. Ugh! Ha! Wasn't the brainworm already eliminated? Why hasn't the mission completion prompt appeared? The quick-handed beggar asked. Yeah, why is that? Xingqian calmly wiped the liquid off her hand. Then, with a cold gaze, she turned to the still trembling Ukaz. Buddy, you must have seen it just now, right? She drew the tang knife from her waist again, but the one she drew just now was from her left waist, using her right hand. This time, she drew two knives. The twin knives were very long. Other players had to make way for her. Ukaz's face instantly turned extremely pale. He now deeply regretted choosing this parasitic body, a first-level genetic warrior, and he was heavily injured. Our king will not spare you. Your human race can only be the food of the insect race. Why don't you speak to me with your true form first? The long knife in Xingqian's hand flashed. The head of the Greenwich clan was immediately split in half. His brain had been completely eaten by Ukaz. At this moment, the brain tissue inside had also been taken over by a whole brainworm. At first glance, it looked like this brain had grown eyes and a mouth. So grotesque. Xingqian swung his knife without hesitation. Ukaz was instantly cut in half. At the same time, inside the insect nest, a huge kingworm opened its eyes. Inside the nest, the mature brainworm queen was trembling. My king, Ukaz and the others are dead. The kingworm's compound eyes opened, looking at the brainworm queen. Was there any final information transmitted back? Yes. The queen insect conveyed the final message received from Ukaz to the kingworm. A black-haired, black-eyed girl held two long knives in her hands, coldly swinging them. The information abruptly stopped, but the kingworm's compound eyes widened all of a sudden. Humans! His wings on the back trembled slowly. It's humans. Back then, it was after eating a few humans that he decided to create brainworms. Now, after finally creating a few independently thinking brainworms and releasing them into those food sources, he didn't expect to lose two right at the beginning in the hands of humans. What a narrow path of fate. To differentiate a brainworm with independent thinking, it requires 1/10 of the nest's energy source. We are running low on energy. The brainworm queen spoke slowly. Other insect races have been evolving as usual, constantly devouring, and their swarms are incredibly vast. It seems we are falling behind. The competition among the insect race was equally fierce. Each kingworm was accompanied by a nest. The nest hatched worker insects. The workers searched for energy sources, consumed them, brought them back to feed the kingworm and the nest, and then hatched more insects. In such a community, all thoughts were controlled by the kingworm. This had been the path followed by the insect race for thousands of years. However, the kingworm in front of the brainworm was very different. After consuming several humans, he began to choose a different hatching method for the nest. After many years of experimentation, the brainworm queen was hatched. It absorbed some of the nest's energy, giving birth to more brainworms. but brainworms were difficult to produce. Over the years, only 7 brainworms with independent thinking and wisdom had been born. Bukaz and the brainworm that had just appeared and died shortly after were the most recent ones. The smallest brainworm hadn't even had time to name itself. The brainworm queen looked somewhat dim. They are still following the old evolutionary path, which is a dead end. The kingworm, you said disdainfully. Every kingworm had intelligence, but not every kingworm was smart. Those foolish guys only knew how to eat, endlessly consuming until all the energy was gone, then searching for more. In the vast universe, they searched for energy, then ate again. If they were unfortunate enough to run out of energy on their search, they died. Utterly foolish. You pondered, let those who have successfully infiltrated suppress all the information. We must not let the Alliance people discover our evolution. According to the messages transmitted by those few before, the human race had been hiding since the last major battle. They rarely showed themselves. Unexpectedly, this time when the brainworm attacked, they encountered the human race again. The kingworm licked its tongue. Humans. Among the Alliance people, they were the most difficult to deal with and the most intelligent race. If only he could use such a race for his own purposes. Thinking about the wisdom of those humans. Taking another look at the brainworm queen he had spent a lot of resources creating, Wang Changwu let out a faint sigh. A replica was still just a replica. It was still lacking in many ways. Speaking of which, his intelligence seemed to have started to improve after consuming humans. Then, Wu remembered a few other worm kings. Back then, in the war against the human race, he wasn't the only worm king. They were all a bunch of cunning fellows. After saying this, King Changwu closed his huge compound eyes again. Congratulations to the host for completing the brainworm killing task. Rewards obtained, details of the worm race, brainworm genes. Seeing the message sent by the system, Wei Chen was stunned. The player killed the brainworm? What's going on? He quickly used the system to check the perspective of the oil thief and her group. Indeed, a new species. Wei Chen absorbed the system's rewards while examining their visual information. Looking at the various types of intelligence that had emerged within the worm race over the years, Wei Chen was dumbfounded. Damn! Are these worm races going to defy the natural order? The strength of the worm race was already above that of the Alliance. The Alliance had managed to survive for so many years solely relying on technology. But now, looking at the detailed information about the worm race, especially the appearance of several special worm species, Wei Chen sighed. Perhaps those inside the Alliance were still unaware of this information. If he rashly informed the principal, they might end up investigating the players they had summoned. If they discovered that the players were all unauthorized, it would be even more troublesome. Wei Chen simply extracted segments of the videos recorded by the players, isolating the footage of the brainworm. He directly posted it on the Star Network. On the Star Network, Wei Chen deliberately used a sensational title commonly used by players. Shocking! Worm race discovered in the war zone. Latest worm race branch, brainworm. Over the years, while our technology has advanced, what have the worm races evolved into? A series of headlines accompanied by videos were sent out by Wei Chen. News related to the worm race usually goes viral, but I won't boost the traffic this time. Wei Chen calmly closed the pop-up page for increasing traffic. On the oil thief's side, her brain was pushed back into place. However, her body still felt somewhat out of sync. Am I really this unlucky? Did this brainworm just happen to devour the part of my brain responsible for coordination? Even if it did, it's not a big deal. I can see the wound on your head starting to heal. The oil thief secretly begged as she pulled back the oil thief's hair. The incision had already begun to close. We're sorry, but the content you posted has been deleted due to violations. Wei Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the message on the Star Network page. Well, the latest news about the worm race not only went unnoticed but was also instantly deleted? It seems that a worm race has appeared within the Alliance. Wei Chen glanced at Emilo, who was still smiling sweetly at him not far away. The Interstellar Alliance was no longer safe. Everyone's perception of the worm race was that they were just a bunch of monsters who only knew how to eat. But now, these mindless monsters not only grew brains but also diversified. How many people within the Alliance had been manipulated? Over the years, with the continuous wars and the deserters from the military districts, could there be the involvement of the worm race in all this? Wei Chen was uncertain. The entity capable of directly controlling the Star Network's review process, even erasing all the content he had posted, was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Who could it be? Senior, we're about to arrive at the Kashgar satellite. Would you like to come to my place for a visit? Emilo looked at Wei Chen with eyes full of love. Without those annoying humans around, when she and Senior Wei Chen were together, even the air seemed to carry a sweet fragrance. I won't be a guest, just drop me off at the nearest route to the central galaxy. Wei Chen smiled. A guest? What kind of guest? If they arrived at the Kashgar satellite any later, they would miss the last starship to the central galaxy. Amilo watched Wei Chen leave. He just walked away. Without a pause, Mecha Tao Tao handed him a handkerchief. Master, don't be sad, at least you've earned some goodwill from Lord Wei Chen. I just feel that Senior Wei Chen even looks handsome leaving. Mecha Tao Tao. Well, this master is beyond help. Feng, Pippi, and the others were carefree. Just after dealing with the brainworms, they fell asleep in the cabin in no time. Hey, wake up, we've already arrived at the central galaxy. The purple-skinned person tapped the oil thief next to him with a stick. The oil thief woke up with drool. The beggars were also sleeping soundly. We're here already? Feng rubbed his eyes. It felt like only a few hours had passed, and they had arrived. The 5 of them followed the purple-skinned person off the starship, just as they did when they boarded. Wei Chen stood not far from the starship. Wow! Yuan Gu, you're here to pick us up. Oh, you have no idea, Yuan Gu, I almost died on the way. Yuan Gu. Lord! The oil thief slid over and hugged Wei Chen's thigh, tearfully recounting what happened on the starship. The beggars and Makabaka kept adding details on the side. Starlight seemed relieved when she saw Wei Chen, her gaze softening. The insect clan is indeed cunning, luckily you're all safe. Wei Chen patted the oil thief's shoulder. This guy is really unlucky. He's always the first to get into trouble. But this guy, his luck is quite something. By the way, Yuan Gu, we killed someone on the starship. Will that purple-skinned person come after us? The oil thief glanced nervously at the purple-skinned administrator watching them nearby. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. Wei Chen's words had just left his mouth when the administrator bowed and ran over, saying, Sir, we have safely escorted these young warriors to you. My master said it's our honor to serve a person of your rank, and we cannot accept any payment for this journey. He only dared to approach after seeing the players talking to Wei Chen. The players were dumbfounded by his respectful demeanor. I'm speechless, this guy wasn't this obsequious when rushing us onto the starship. Is this what having connections feels like? Oh, with Yuan Gu around, I feel so safe. Wow, what level must our Yuan Gu be to make this level 5 purple-skinned person so deferential? Feng and the others were trembling with excitement. Starlight, on the other hand, looked at them in disbelief. A level 5 warrior personally coming to meet them was already surprising. On the way, they walked slowly, dragging their feet. The purple-skinned person only urged them on, without taking action. In the kitchen cabin, all passengers feared the purple-skinned person. Even the brainworm kept repeating that killing was forbidden on the starship. But when Starlight killed someone, the purple-skinned person just glanced and pretended nothing happened. Would such a powerful being show leniency because of them? Anyone with a bit of sense could figure it out. It must be because Lord Wei Chen is a formidable presence. Starlight looked at Wei Chen, excitement flashing in her eyes. I really don't know how powerful the Lord is. Ah, what am I daydreaming about? This is just a game. Just a game. The stars kept reminding herself in her heart. But on the surface, she still looked as aloof as ever. Who is your master? Wei Chen took the energy or bag sent back by the purple-skinned man, which he gave as travel expenses to the players. There are energy ores inside, which are quite valuable. The purple-skinned man looked at Wei Chen calmly taking back the bag of energy ores. His eyes widened a bit. This lord, did he really just take the travel expenses? Normally, a high-level lord like him should just give these energy ores as a reward, right? The purple-skinned man sighed silently in his heart. He felt like he had been happy for nothing just now. He actually encountered such a stingy lord. Your master has a good eye, worth making friends with. Wei Chen opened his smart brain page. Tell him to add me as a friend, I will approve it later. The purple-skinned man instantly turned from sorrow to joy. Happily, he copied Wei Chen's contact code. Although he didn't gain any benefits from this lord, having this lord's contact number would bring rewards from his own master later. Alright, let's go. Wei Chen waved his hand, leading the players straight to the recruitment market. The interstellar races are not just for show. As soon as Wei Chen entered the talent market, he was dazzled. There were all kinds of races with strange appearances. Some were similar in size to humans, while others didn't even look like living beings. There was even a massive gas that shouted, "Why are you cutting in line?" As they walked along, the players were all amazed. Are these the real interstellar races? This is so cool. If we record a video and bring it back, those guys will go crazy with excitement. The players were all amazed. Wei Chen was recording everywhere, afraid of missing something. Our interview room is in 306, let's go. Wei Chen, holding the room number drawn from the Talent Market Management Bureau, headed towards the corresponding room. The interview process was uneventful. The job application process was no different from interviews on Earth. It could even be said that it was less thrilling than when the players encountered the brainworms on the starship. We have selected the best candidates. The list has been given to you. Carefully select. If you find someone suitable to be your teacher, keep them. Wei Chen left the players and went straight to the Lord's Academy. Oh, look who's here. The academic bully of our Lord's Academy is back? Why are you back at the Academy instead of managing your poor territory well? Is it because your territory's location is so good that it caught the attention of interstellar pirates, and now it's about to be blown up, so you came back seeking support? Sarcastic remarks rang out as Wei Chen was about to enter the dean's building. Wei Chen frowned at the speaker. The person was short, with rough, dark skin. He was even wearing a tiger-skin skirt, exuding a primitive aura. What do you want? Wei Chen coldly glanced at the person, then prepared to walk past. He wouldn't stop and confront just anyone who blocked his way. Wei Chen didn't even have the desire to say another word to someone like this. Damn, what are you so arrogant about? The human race is just a small dying race. Wei Chen, by provoking a conflict between the human race and the goblin race, don't you feel guilty? Nonsense. Wei Chen just wanted to enter the dean's building, but this guy directly blocked the door. Wei Chen, who was already in a hurry, was in a bad mood now. The Goblin Clan? Are you planning to avenge the Goblin Clan? Wei Chen calmly stepped forward, looking down at the unfamiliar goblin. Bastard, if you want to die at the principal's office, I can send you there right now, Wei Chen whispered to the goblin. You dare? Do you think I dare? Wei Chen reached out his hand. Just as Wei Chen was about to get rid of this annoying guy, the principal's office door slowly opened. Then came the voice of the principal. Alright, Wei Chen, is there something you need at the academy? Wei Chen pushed the goblin aside and entered the principal's office directly. The elderly-looking principal kindly looked at Wei Chen. Principal, I have a video here that you should see. Wei Chen sent the video to the principal. It's about the insect race. Insects. The expression on the principal's face instantly turned serious. After I uploaded this video to the Star Network, it was quickly deleted by someone. Principal, I think you should understand what that means. Outside the door, the goblin stared at the principal's building with an unpleasant expression. Hateful. It was truly hateful. This Wei Chen. He was simply arrogant. How could a mere human dare to provoke him? It should be noted that both the elf clan and the goblin clan were extremely rare long-lived species. So when this goblin elf, born from the union of a goblin and an elf, came into existence, it meant an additional path for the future development of both races. He was the treasure of both races. This Wei Chen not only dared to be extremely arrogant by beheading goblins and posting it online as a warning, but also openly challenged other races. This attitude made the only goblin elf at the moment very displeased. His cousin, the prince of the elf clan, with his extremely noble status, was also being overshadowed by this person named Wei Chen. But he's just a mere human. What audacity does he have to dare to challenge us Goblin Clan on the Star Network? They are all a bunch of trash, unable to even conquer a level 5 planet. If it were me, I would have turned all those human trash into slaves long ago, muttered the goblin elf. He squatted on the ground, his eyes still fierce. But the next moment, a large shadow loomed over his head. And you Dong's cousin? Wei Chen's voice rang out from above the goblin elf's head. The goblin elf instantly raised his head, looking disdainfully at Wei Chen. Just a human, how dare you, daring to challenge us goblins on the Star Network? Since I've encountered you today, I'll tell you this, the position of the ruler belongs to my cousin. You trash, don't even think about it. The human race will also pay the price for your arrogance. We Goblin Clan have been successfully provoked by you. The goblins that were killed were just the weakest batch of the Goblin Clan. Smack! As the goblin elf continued to spout nonsense, Wei Chen was no longer in the mood to listen. He had heard the goblin elf muttering as he came out of the principal's office just now. He never liked dealing with such fools. But today, his mood happened to be not so good. So while the other party was rambling, Wei Chen didn't bother to give him any face. He directly slapped him across the face. The goblin elf exploded. How dare you hit my face? I'll kill you. When my cousin ascends to the position of ruler, I'll turn all of you humans into slaves. He roared out. Wei Chen's brows furrowed suddenly. Have the humans truly been absent from the public eye for too long? A hybrid of goblins and elves dares to speak like this? Or is it that the Goblin Clan has become so arrogant? Who gave them the courage? The elves? Wei Chen was furious. He grabbed the goblin elf by the neck and slapped him across the face, knocking out several of his teeth. Not far away, and Yudong was watching this scene, unable to suppress a smile. Young chief, isn't this going too far? Beside him, the elven steward looked worried. The goblin elf was not very bright. Easily influenced by An Yudong's words, he impulsively provoked Wei Chen now. There was no guarantee that his words wouldn't truly offend Wei Chen. If Wei Chen were to kill him, it would be hard to explain. What's there to fear? Wei Chen has always had a good temper, and a human who can offend goblins but not elves. This indeed is just a hybrid, thinks he's my cousin, needs a lesson. And Yudong was confident. Wei Chen is just a human. Even if he's in the limelight, surpassing me and Feng Yuxing, so what? He's not an immortal species. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be our opponent. After An Yudong finished speaking, the steward who had been by his side all along showed a complicated expression on his face. The young chief had really been spoiled. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. Just as An Yudong had finished expressing his confidence, he saw Wei Chen, looking a bit disgusted, take out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wipe his fingers. Damn it! An Yudong's pupils trembled. The goblin elf's head had already been crushed. The shattered skull split open like a smashed watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere on the ground. Wei Chen! An Yudong was dumbfounded, unable to hold back. He rushed out from the corner. Seeing the blood all over the floor and the dead goblin elf, he trembled with anger. How dare you? What's there that I wouldn't dare? Wei Chen folded the handkerchief he had wiped his hands with and put it back in his pocket. Indeed, one feels much better after squashing a fly. At the Lord's Academy, Wei Chen was just low-key, not without a temper. And you, if you want trouble in the future, it's better for you to come at me yourself. After all, I can't just get rid of you in one go. You! How dare you? And Yudong was trembling with anger. Idiot! Wei Chen glanced at An Yudong, just back and forth with the same words. Huh? How dare you? Huh? Haven't I already crushed him to death? What's wrong? You want to pick a fight with me? Or are you planning to have your steward behind you pick a fight with me? Wei Chen raised his eyes to look at the steward by An Yudong's side. The steward who had served the elven royal family for generations felt a chill all over his body at that moment. Yes, steward, he killed my cousin. Aren't you going to avenge him? And Yudong was getting anxious. Things were getting out of hand. The goblin elf indeed seemed incredibly stupid. But his identity was quite special. The goblin clan and the elven clan originally lived on the same planet, so there had always been communication between the two races. But in the interstellar era, all races began to try to unlock the genetic lock. Once the genetic lock was lifted and they became genetic warriors, the once easily fertile common races began to have difficulty reproducing, and those immortal species were never easy to conceive. After unlocking the genetic lock, it became even harder to conceive. Both the goblin clan and the elven clan are long-lived species. Within their own races, there are very few newborns each year, let alone intermarriage. For hundreds of years, there has never been a child born from the union of two genetic warriors from both clans. It wasn't until An Yudong's mother battled his aunt and successfully obtained the Elven King's throne. Then An Yudong's aunt, following tradition, married the strongest warrior of the Goblin clan. Several years later, they unexpectedly gave birth to a child of mixed heritage. So, although An Yudong looked down on this cousin, he had to admit that if this cousin died, he would be in trouble. And this trouble was all brought by Wei Chen. Endless anger filled An Yudong's chest. He had to bring Wei Chen back. Let Wei Chen bear the wrath of the Goblin clan. Steward, capture Wei Chen and bring him back to the Goblin clan. It would be best if Wei Chen were killed directly by the Goblin clan. In that case, he would only have Feng Yuxing as an opponent. Ha ha ha. Wei Chen looked at An Yudong and burst into laughter. What a talent he was. Do you think that after so many years in school, achieving the top spot was due to academic subjects? The air around Wei Chen suddenly distorted. With each step he took towards An Yudong, his momentum increased exponentially. By the time he stood in front of An Yudong, the air around them had become thin. An Yudong and the steward behind him showed expressions of fear. They even felt their knees starting to ache, as if carrying a weight of thousands of tons on their shoulders. How is this possible? You're just a student, how could you have unlocked the 9th level genetic lock by yourself? Under immense pressure, An Yudong's speech was fragmented. Wei Chen patted his cheek with a smile. It's good to have the life tree nourishment of the elven race. The skin felt quite tender to touch, leaving a palm print with just one pat, not very resistant to blows. When Wei Chen removed his hand, An Yudong's face was already swollen. His proud handsome face now resembled a pig's head. Do you want to press charges? Do you want your steward to arrest me? Wei Chen smiled at the steward behind An Yudong. The steward's heart skipped a beat at that moment. It's over. The young clan leader had really kicked the iron plate this time. He breathed heavily and instantly knelt before Wei Chen, paying his respects. "Lord Wei Chen, we have no ill intentions, and I also saw earlier that it was the young master who came to provoke you first. I will report this matter truthfully to the king. Our elven clan has always believed in peace and friendship, similar to the human race's ideals. Years ago, the humans and the elves even established relations. We have no ill intentions towards you, let alone handing you over to the goblin clan." Beads of cold sweat dripped down the steward's head. Goodness! How dare the young clan leader speak so recklessly? Asking someone who had just unlocked the 8th level genetic lock to capture a 9th level genetic warrior? Did he think that challenging levels was still possible after the 1st and 2nd levels? It should be noted that the gap between levels may be just a doubling factor from the 1st to the 2nd level. However, after the 3rd and 4th levels, the gap between each level increases exponentially. On the battlefield, a 7th level genetic warrior could instantly annihilate tens of thousands of 6th level genetic warriors. 9th level. They were already the top combat power in the alliance. Wei Chen had never disclosed his genetic level to the public. Everyone speculated that he might be at a level similar to Feng Yuxing's 7th level. Even so, he was already considered one of the few geniuses in the history of the alliance. But who could have imagined it? Who could have foreseen it? Wei Chen is not a 7th level at all. He is a 9th level. A 9th level genetic warrior. Not to mention the elven race. Even the divine race would probably not dare to easily offend him. It seems that the status of the human race is about to undergo a drastic change. How is this possible? How is this possible? And Yedong's eyes welled up with tears, and he knelt down with a thud. He couldn't believe it. I have always been low-key. Wei Chen didn't even think about killing in Yedong here. There is still an old principal in the academy watching over here. If he casually killed a student, the old principal would definitely not allow it. Moreover, the elven race has a deep heritage. In their clan, there are at least 3 9th level genetic warriors. And every elven king, they all have to inject the 10th level genetic lock potion. Only those who haven't died or had their genes collapse can survive and become elven kings. So this Xin Yedong, with such a good head, couldn't be crushed. The human race is still too weak. Players also need to grow slowly. TSK. I have always been low-key. Wei Chen put his hands in his pockets, turned around without any change in tone. Yes. The elven steward instantly understood Wei Chen's meaning. He knelt on the ground and watched Wei Chen walk back to the principal's office. When the terrifying aura around him completely disappeared, the elven steward dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He instantly relaxed his body. If Yedong wasn't nearby, the elven steward would probably have sat on the ground. However, Yedong had no such concerns. With a thud, he knelt on both knees, looking despondently at his hands. His long hair hung down to the ground, swaying when the wind blew. How is it possible? How could he be a 9th level genetic warrior? When he first came to the academy, he was only at level 5. Even that level 5, I felt it was fake, a human with only a few hundred years of lifespan. How could he be a match for our long-lived race? It's only been a few years? Young chief. The elven steward shuddered all over when he saw this situation. Just now, he wanted to complain a bit, asking Yedong why he didn't even know Wei Chen's level and dared to provoke him. But now, looking at Yedong's expression and hearing what he said, is this still acceptable? And Yedong was almost going crazy from the blow. Geniuses appear every year. Who, at the peak of their time, wouldn't encounter someone more outstanding than themselves? And Yedong had lived a smooth life, being the only child of the Elven King. He had always believed that he would be the next Elven King, that he would unlock the 10th level genes in thousands of years. Even in the Lord's Academy, the only opponent he could consider was the Phoenix Feather from the Divine Race. But now, Wei Chen really gave him a hard slap. Wei Chen, whom he had never respected. A human. He wasn't even a long-lived race. In just a few years, from level 5 to level 9, and he had always been so low-key. This time, he made Yedong realize directly. As long as Wei Chen wanted to, as long as he didn't care about the human race behind him, he could even casually crush Yedong in the academy. Just like crushing that stupid elf. Easily crushed. Just like swatting a fly. Young chief, don't think about it anymore. The steward stepped forward, grabbed Yedong's shoulder, and shook him forcefully. Every generation will have geniuses, some are geniuses, and some are peerless geniuses, like Wei Chen. There may only be one in the alliance after so many years. Don't be too disheartened. Apart from Wei Chen, no one else is as good as you. You must believe in your own talent, and Wei Chen is not an immortal seed, after all. And Yedong lifted his head. Tears were already streaming down from his eyes, but what if he unlocks the 10th level gene lock? Losing his mind. and Yedong was really on the verge of being struck by depression. Standing outside the principal's office, Wei Chen leaned against the railing, looking at the two figures on the ground, chuckling lightly. With this attitude, he still wanted to play tricks on him? Not even 1/10 of his subordinates have that ability. And the steward was also mistaken. In this world, there is not only Wei Chen who is leveling up quickly. At least now, there are already 130 people. It's not very nice to strike him like this. The old principal stroked his beard, smiling at Wei Chen, the most outstanding student he had seen in so many years. Just because he looks very gentle. In reality, his temper, the pride of heaven, needs to sharpen his edge a bit, otherwise, one might really think that our human race has no one left. Wei Chen leaned on the railing. Principal, you saw the video too. I suspect that the brain parasite has already infiltrated the alliance internally, otherwise, they wouldn't have deleted the post I made so quickly. I think we need to get it to handle this. Doesn't our school have a linked terminal AI interface? Let me go talk to him? The old principal hesitated for a moment. What's the use of asking a? Can the terminal AI distinguish who has been invaded by the brain parasite? The old principal frowned. From the video sent by Wei Chen, he also saw it. The branch evolved by the insect race this time is very terrifying. Although the strength of the main body is very weak, even a second-level gene warrior can crush it bare-handed. But after devouring the brain parasite directly takes over the entire body, becoming the new brain of the other party. It seems to have all the memories of the original host. How long has this brain parasite been lurking in the alliance? I don't know much about that, but talking to a, as the most advanced artificial intelligence, must know more than I do, and the accuracy of deducing who has been invaded by the brain parasite must be higher than mine. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow. Besides, I haven't seen what the terminal AI looks like in so many years. I only know from the elders in the clan that our school's interface was also derived from the human race. The old principal smiled helplessly. Alright, I'll take you there. Wei Chen's strength is terrifying, and in just a few short years, he has unlocked the 9th level gene lock and can maintain an incredibly stable mental state. The old principal didn't even need to think about it. He knew that unlocking the 10th level gene lock was just a matter of time. He just didn't know how Wei Chen unlocked the gene lock. Maybe it's the heritage of the human race. The old principal thought. The human race, this is a gamble. Fortunately, this child Wei Chen is very promising. The next head of state, the old principal, has the highest hopes for Wei Chen. The moment he saw the terminal interface, Wei Chen placed his hand on it. When the virtual image of it appeared, it flickered. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. The system's pleasant voice rang in Wei Chen's mind. Hey, you, just an interviewee, dare to look down on us? The oil thief, angered, shouted. You're not qualified, call the next interviewee. Talent market. Room 306. A tall giant stood in front of several players, full of anger. A few small second-level gene warriors dared to shout at me. The oil thief wiped his face, covered in spit, with a bitter smile. Damn it. In the offline world, it's fine to be criticized by interviewers during job interviews. But now, after playing a game and finally becoming an interviewer, you still have to endure criticism from the interviewees. The key point is, goodness gracious, the amount of saliva sprayed out is like a faucet. No, buddy, we are recruiting teachers to go to Blue Star for our people, and you really don't meet our standards. Wei Chen had made it clear when he left. The martial arts teachers would be selected from the human race. This time coming to the Central Galaxy, players were given the choice of 4 positions: Weapons Master, Psychic Manipulator, Forge Master, and Mech Engineer. They would all be taken back to Blue Star to train the players. However, this one-eyed giant who applied for the interview came to apply for the position of Psychic Manipulator. He started by saying that their one-eyed giant clan had a natural talent for psychic power. His psychic power level was very high, and his gene lock had been unlocked to level 5, making him very powerful. He was quite proud during the interview. But when asked by the interviewer how he would train lower-level warriors, he arrogantly stated that psychic power was innate for them, and if psychic power needed training, then it was no different from being useless. Upon hearing this, the interviewer realized that this guy simply couldn't teach. Knowing something and being able to teach it were completely different matters. No, I'm already here anyway, and there's no one stronger than me here. If you don't hire me, humph. The one-eyed giant had already clenched his fist. He menacingly stared at the interviewer. Several second-level gene warriors were brought out to be interviewers. The person who posted the job advertisement probably wasn't that strong either. And they were all humans. The human race had long been defeated. A weak race with very few people left, let alone producing exceptional strong individuals. The one-eyed giant was very clear in his mind. If the other party was a strong individual, he might have restrained himself a bit. But now, he was facing a group of only second-level minor characters. Oof. The one-eyed giant knew he was not suitable for this position at all. But the pay was high. The salary for a psychic training instructor could reach 200,000 star coins a month. 200,000. More than hunting interstellar beasts for money. And without risking his life. A safe job. I'm giving you face by applying, you better not lose face. If it were any other time, these second-level gene warriors wouldn't even have the qualification to speak to him. Now they dared to reject him? Even if he didn't get hired after this interview, he would still secure the 20,000 monthly job. Damn, are you planning to force me into this? The interviewer was furious. He slammed his hand on the table. The next moment, he was slapped hard and sent flying. In an instant, he was pinned against the wall. Blood splattered all over his face. Everything before his eyes turned crimson. Damn, my health points. The interviewer let out a heart-wrenching scream. His health points dropped drastically, almost reaching rock bottom. He had already lost a lot of blood on the starship. Now, his health points were dangerously low. He was going to die. Was he going to be kicked out of the instance? The interviewer was trembling all over. This was the opportunity he had obtained with dignity and pride. Ha, this is the consequence of defying me. After slapping the interviewer, the one-eyed giant arrogantly glanced at the other four who had gathered around. The other interviewees, upon seeing the commotion, had temporarily left. Xingqian furrowed his brows, drew his dual blades. This guy was strong. Terrifyingly strong. Her gaze fell on the information handed to the oil thief. Level 5. Level 5 genetic warrior. Are you planning to be our enemy? The beggar secretly restrained the tang knife in Xingqian's hand. He stepped forward, looking calm. Actually, he was a bit nervous inside, as Yuan Go let them handle this matter on their own. There wasn't much danger in the highs and lows. Obviously, the other party was reasonable. The beggar secretly calculated frantically in his mind what to do. They definitely couldn't beat this guy in a fight. But if they died now, they probably couldn't respawn in the instance. According to the nature of this game's design, if you fail to clear an instance, you probably won't have the same chance again in the future. He glanced sourly at the oil thief he was still trying to pry off the wall. But since the mission had already started, if they recruited this guy, Yuan Go would definitely not be satisfied. I haven't killed him yet, he's still hanging on. The one-eyed giant smirked triumphantly. As long as you hire me, it's fine. Otherwise, next time I strike, I might not remember to leave anyone alive. Threat. A blatant threat. Now, not only Xingqian's face turned cold, but all the players looked at the one-eyed giant with disgust. Damn, an NPC acting so despicable? Antagonist, this guy is definitely an antagonist, we must take him down. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Although they knew it was a game, the immersion was too strong. Being threatened by an NPC like this, as a player, could they endure it? Is playing a game meant to make oneself feel wronged? Even if we can't finish this instance, we still have to save face here. The oil thief limped down from the wall. Damn it, I can't swallow this insult. He roared and charged with low health. The beggar, wind blows but, and Makabaka had already rushed in before the beggar could stop them. As for Xingqian, he had long since wielded his dual blades. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. The beggar hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw them all charging. Could he still continue talking here? Wait for me, damn it. Seeing 5 people charging towards him simultaneously, the one-eyed giant sneered. Ridiculous, ants. Even if he stood still, he let them make the first move. These 5 ants couldn't break through his defense. Since you're applicants, I'll let you attack first for a few minutes. He just crossed his arms and looked coldly at the oil thief charging at the front. Trash, if you end up being killed by your own power backlash after hitting me, don't blame me. Although this guy is disgusting, his taunting is not quite on point. The oil thief spat. You said it yourself, standing still and letting us hit you. The oil thief undid his pants. Sizzle. The warm red liquid splattered all over the one-eyed giant. From being arrogant just a moment ago, he instantly turned into a rage. You're dead. Ah, humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. This second-rate trash dared to do this. His huge palm grabbed the oil thief's jaw. The one-eyed giant's eyes were almost spitting fire. You damned human, you must die, you have to die. At this moment, although the others had already reached the one-eyed giant, they all silently stopped in their tracks. Wind blows but, boss, awesome. The beggar, I've never seen this kind of retaliation before. Makabaka, wow, I have to say wow, but it's a pity. The game already allows you to have this excretion function, why still have a health system? I just saw a bunch of pixels. Xingchen, 6. Cough, hee, how dare you call me trash, and even dare to deplete my health bar, I said, even if I die, I will make you bleed from head to toe. The oil thief was being choked by the one-eyed giant, coughing up blood continuously. I will kill you, the one-eyed giant said through gritted teeth to the oil thief, but before I kill you, I will also kill your companions. I want you to witness, it's your actions that killed your teammates. The one-eyed giant gritted his teeth, holding the oil thief with one hand and swiftly striking the beggars in the dark with the other. This was no longer the strength that the Goblin King could match. The four were prepared. However, they were all knocked down to the ground in an instant by a slap. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Xingchen's head was the first to be grabbed. The one-eyed giant held the oil thief's head with one hand and pulled Xingchen's head over with the other, making the oil thief watch clearly. Xingchen felt like her neck was about to break. But after unlocking the second-level gene lock, the resilience of this body was terrifyingly strong. She only felt her head pounding severely, but her neck didn't break. She wondered how strong her body would be after a few more levels. At this point, she was still thinking that after she resurrected, she would inject some newly acquired genes. By then, she would come back strong and make this bastard one-eyed giant know what pain is. See that? This is the consequence of angering me. I want you to watch your teammates die before your eyes. The one-eyed giant's finger pressed against Xingchen's head. The oil thief, brothers, this is intense. Xingchen, this is something ordinary people can't endure. I feel quite badass. The beggars in the dark, it's okay, this instance is probably bugged. When you edit it later, remember to make it more tragic, and add some pixels. The players communicated in their minds at this moment. Xingchen's face was already contorting. The one-eyed giant's finger exerted a little force. Obviously, he wanted to torture the players to death and see the pain on their faces. It was a pity that everyone had blocked the sense of pain. At this moment, they were all calmly facing death. Tisk, in just a moment of absence, my people, are you in danger? Poochie. A laser appeared. The one-eyed giant, holding Xingchen's hand, instantly broke it at the wrist. When blood gushed out, the one-eyed giant still didn't feel pain. But the next second, his other hand also broke. It was only then that the pain reached his brain. Room 306's door was opened. Wei Chen walked in with a cold face. Standing behind him was the person in charge of the talent recruitment market. Ah! The one-eyed giant howled in pain twice. He quickly rushed towards a corner of the room. Only when he felt safe did he turn around to look at the person who had entered from outside the door. His wound. Flesh was surging wildly. Then his hand grew back. But his complexion had worsened significantly. Evidently regrowing his body required a lot of energy. Who are you? He looked at Wei Chen's face, which had human features. Are you their master? Did you post the recruitment information? This one-eyed giant had decent intelligence. Wei Chen glanced at the still-living players, feeling relieved. It was close. His precious players were almost killed by a smash. Damn it, it was just a matter of not explaining a sentence. Thinking of this, Wei Chen coldly glanced at the person in charge of the talent market behind him. The person in charge was sweating profusely. This is a race from the abyss, with a demonic appearance that looks extremely fierce. However, at this moment, facing the visibly irritated Wei Chen, even the person in charge's heart was racing. Who would have thought that Lord Wei Chen would bring a few second-level genetic warriors for an interview, and without even saying hello? Even in the central galaxy, the safest place, the strong preying on the weak was common and could be seen everywhere. Moreover, this was a talent market. The interviewees were powerful, and it was not uncommon for them to bully the recruiters. Normally, the officials of the talent market would intervene, but this one-eyed giant was already at level 5. The market side did not want to offend him. However, it was unexpected that just because of this negligence, they offended Wei Chen. What a loss. A big loss. The person in charge felt a chill creeping up his neck. The way the one-eyed giant looked at him was like looking at a corpse. You are indeed strong, but the reason I took action against your people is because they insulted me first. The one-eyed giant sensed that the situation was not good. In an instant, his previous arrogance vanished. Pointing to the blood and urine on his body, he said bitterly, one of your people, a second-level genetic warrior, urinated on me. It was not a time to worry about losing face now. The one-eyed giant could tell from the way the person in charge looked at him. This human in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. So, he decided to take a gamble, hoping that the other party was reasonable. As long as the embarrassment he faced was greater than the others, then logically, the talent market side would save face. In the eyes of the high-level genetic warriors, killing 1 or 2 low-level tribe members was no big deal at all. So, the one-eyed giant subconsciously felt that Wei Chen was upset because he wanted to kill his tribe members, so he said that. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. My people can urinate on whoever they want to urinate on. Wei Chen coldly uttered words that made the one-eyed giant feel suffocated. And you were indeed trying to kill them just now. So, you deserve to die. Lord Wei Chen, he belongs to the one-eyed giant tribe. I don't care what tribe he belongs to. If he wants to kill my people, then I will be the one to end him. Wei Chen glanced coldly at the talent market person in charge. If the one-eyed giant tribe wants trouble, they can come and kill me for revenge. Isn't that fair? The talent market person in charge's hands were trembling, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Faced with Wei Chen's inquiry, he could only nod and reply, yes, that's fair. Fair my foot. Who would offend a lord who was a sure candidate to become the next head of the Lord's Academy for the sake of an ordinary tribe member? Especially when not everyone was as protective. The person in charge of the Abyss tribe muttered to himself. It seemed that in the future, when going out, one really had to be careful when encountering humans. These humans were absolutely crazy when it came to protecting their own. At this moment, in the corner, the one-eyed giant, whose hands were already prepared, had eyes bloodshot. He realized that this human was not going to let him off. He was still going to kill him, just because he had harmed his tribe members. Absurd! It was too absurd. How could he lose his life because of those few trash? Although he couldn't gauge the true strength of that human, he absolutely could not sit idly by now. The one-eyed giant made up his mind, knowing that Wei Chen would not spare him. If he wanted to survive now, he could only fight to the death. Fight! Roar! The one-eyed giant stomped on the ground, leaped high into the air, and attacked towards Wei Chen. However, his main goal was not Wei Chen, but the gap beside Wei Chen. He wanted to escape. Once he left this small space, he could release his mecha. When the time came to activate the mecha and escape at full speed, it would definitely be possible. The one-eyed giant hadn't even finished his thoughts in an instant. His body was suspended in mid-air. Wei Chen had already appeared behind him. The giant's body was huge, and Wei Chen, standing on his back, accurately stepped on his spine. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard by everyone. The one-eyed giant crashed to the ground, convulsing all over. His single eye revealed fear. Please, spare me. Spare me. Wei Chen came down from his back and reached out to hold the giant's head. But just now, you didn't think about sparing my people, did you? He looked in the direction of the players. Star's skull had been deformed by his grip, just a few seconds late. This mission would have failed. 5 fingers pressed on the one-eyed giant's head. When the pain reached its peak, he couldn't even make a sound. Bang! The skull, several times harder than an elf's, shattered under Wei Chen's hand. Blood mixed with brain tissue splattered everywhere. The players felt a rush of red before their eyes. Makabaka, I'm shocked, Yuan Gu is so ruthless? Stealing oil, so cool, isn't he? Fart Wind, Lord, you're awesome. Begging in secret, sob, saved by Yuan Gu for the second time, love it. Star did not express any opinion. Her body was slowly recovering, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wei Chen. That kind of revenge. Was it all for her? Although she kept reminding herself that it was just a game, watching this scene still deeply touched Star's heart. It would be nice if the Lord were real. She suddenly understood why those two-dimensional monkeys fell in love with paper people. Star thought she might be in love. Clean up, and the interview continues. Wei Chen took out the bloodstained handkerchief from his sleeve. Poor, but still maintaining elegance. Wei Chen sighed, wiping his fingers carefully with the handkerchief. Yuan Gu, with us like this, I'm afraid we can't continue the interview, right? Stealing Oil's spine had been broken. His health was pitifully low. It would take a while before he could recover. He could only crawl on the ground with both hands and then struggle to stand up. Wei Chen wanted to give them a couple of coins from his pocket. Begging in secret also crawled over and lay down next to Stealing Oil. Yuan Gu, can we, get a warning for such dangerous tasks in the future? We almost wiped out. Wei Chen looked at these two funny guys, holding back a smile, and asked, why didn't you inject the Titan Giant Gene Potion? I remember you both obtained a lot of high-quality gene potions. After injection, those potions won't change your racial appearance. They contain high-quality talents corresponding to the race, like the Titan Giant race, with invincible bodies. Once you inject the Titan Giant Gene Potion, your physical qualities will increase at least tenfold. It wouldn't have let a level 5 one-eyed giant beat you up like this. Seeing Stealing Oil and Begging in secret looking dumbfounded, Wei Chen added, so why didn't you use it? Because you don't know how? Invincible body? Tenfold increase in physique? Does the system explain? No, I thought it was just a bottle of junk potion. I thought so too. After all, there are still the insect race, and what's the deal with the goblin race? Actually, I thought that injecting it would lead to a job change, so, damn, almost got killed before realizing it, huh? Damn it, guys, this stupid plan is deceiving us again, false advertising. Begging in secret, looking at the few bottles of potion in his backpack, the tiny label stuck on them left people dumbfounded. Wei Chen touched his nose and discreetly glanced at the beggar in secret. Hey kid, the stupid planner you cursed is right in front of you. The beggar suddenly felt a chill on his body. He shivered. Damn it, my health must be too low, inject quickly, inject quickly. Since they already knew what it was, why wouldn't they inject it? The pale green potion injected into the body in an instant. Players felt a warm flow passing through them, followed by a comprehensive increase in all attributes. The previously precarious health instantly surged. The health bar slots increased. Oh damn, no wonder it's only for the top 10. Titan Giant's genes, are they so awesome? Awesome, this is amazing. When the players went back to face the teacher again, Wei Chen went outside to check the reward he received for connecting to the terminal brain interface at the academy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fleet of navigation battleships, 81 navigation battleships. Sent. Wei Chen looked at the navigation battleships in the system's backpack, unable to contain his excitement. So cool, these stylish battleships, can't wait to use them in action. His smile had not even fully formed when the system popped up another notification. Urgent reminder. Urgent reminder. Your territory is about to be attacked, please return immediately, Lord. According to the system's calculation, the Interstellar Pirates route will pass through Blue Star. They will land on Blue Star in 3 days. Probability of calculation, 97%. Interstellar Pirates. Are they the same group of pirates from Star M2779 before? Wei Chen's heart suddenly tightened. When the system warned him before, he checked the situation in the war zone and estimated it would take at least a month to determine the outcome. Didn't expect them to return so soon? And they have to pass through Blue Star. Damn! Could it be his jinx? Wanting to test the power of the navigation battleships. Well, it seems he really has to use the navigation battleships now. Otherwise, with the player's current strength, encountering interstellar pirates would be a sure defeat. The strength of interstellar pirates is no joke. The group of pirates they encountered on Star M2779 this time is even more formidable. In the interstellar era, besides the Alliance, there are 2 other groups. One is scattered pirates plundering resources everywhere. The other is the rebel army that defected from the Alliance. Compared to the rebel army, a formal military group, interstellar pirates are no different from the pirates of the past. They are even more despicable than the pirates of the Great Maritime Era. They commit atrocities of burning, killing, and looting. Some even take pleasure in slaughter. System, can you calculate how many pirates will pass through Blue Star approximately? It has been calculated, among this wave of pirates passing through Blue Star, there is one group, after being repelled from M2779 Star, to avoid being captured by the regular Alliance forces, the interstellar pirates fled in a scattered manner. This group has 70 warships, 300 advanced genetic warriors, including 10 warriors above level 5, and 1 level 7 genetic warrior. There are also 800 lower-level genetic warriors. If the host is unable to resolve the situation quickly, the main force of the interstellar pirates is likely to discover the situation on Blue Star. Wei Chen's heart sank instantly. Level 5 planets, for interstellar pirates, are resources that are hard to come by. If discovered by a large fleet, they would likely turn back immediately. Among this group of pirates capable of commanding a war zone, there are bound to be level 8 or even level 9 genetic warriors. Although he himself is also level 9, for players, it would be a certain death. His resources cannot sustain the unlimited resurrection of players. Moreover, losing territory would lead to the system closing off again. I really have a jinx, Wei Chen lightly tapped his lips. Judging from the situation, it's impossible to proceed without a flagship. Fortunately, the enemy's number of warships is not greater than his own. During ship-to-ship combat, the gap between low-level warriors can be disregarded. As long as he intercepts their high-level warriors, it should suffice. However, with over 100 players, there is simply no way to control so many warships. You have a new task list, please claim it promptly. Task 1, summon 10,000 players within 24 hours. Task 2, defend the territory, intercept the interstellar pirates passing by Blue Star within 3 days. Task rewards, Level 3 Genetic Lock Potion, Basic Insight. Basic Insight? Wei Chen clicked on the details of this task reward. Basic Insight, applicable to all players, can enhance a player's basic attributes. After insight points are added, it will improve a player's insight. The higher a player's insight, the faster they can learn skills, and they may even achieve the ability to instantly absorb knowledge. Unbelievable. When Wei Chen saw this introduction, his first thought was disbelief. The biggest difference between his summoning and a real game lies here. Everything one wants to learn must be learned diligently. Now the system claims there is insight. Damn. How is this any different from a game? Tonesy, why didn't you develop this project earlier? Do you know how much effort I put into studying back in school? Damn it. If such a good thing had been available earlier, did he really need to study day and night after crossing over? Host, this is an ability that was developed after you worked hard to complete tasks, the system explained. Wei Chen wiped away imaginary tears. Players are really living the good life now. Wei Chen is starting to understand why the elderly always say, if we had the conditions you have now back in our days. Seeing the reward given by the system, he now feels a pang of jealousy. However, it's all ultimately for his own good. He turned and entered room 306. Stealing oil lady, increase the number of weapon instructors, fine 10. Understood. The process of recruiting teachers by players was very fast. After all, the teachers who dared to apply after a one-eyed giant's death were at least of decent strength. And they were quite courageous. Stealing oil lady felt that these teachers were all acceptable and was having a hard time deciding. Wei Chen came over and requested 10. Now, all the teachers he was satisfied with were selected. Once they confirmed the people on their side, Earth, the gaming community was once again stirred up. On the webpage of Interstellar Human Race, a huge announcement popped up. The ghosts of the Starry Sea, the Interstellar Pirates, a group of people who commit arson, murder, and plunder, are about to land on Blue Star. The human race is about to face an extremely difficult battle, just as they were about to rise, against the Interstellar Pirates. In the Starry Sea, fight for the inheritance of humanity. Interstellar Human Race officially calls for 10,000 players to fight alongside the human race. Starsea Battle, the curtain rises. 10,000 slots for the first round of testing are now open. Players who wish to claim them, click the link below. Those selected will receive a delivery from our company. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, is Interstellar Humans releasing game accounts again? This time there are 10,000 accounts, haha, I've been waiting for so long, it's my turn to get in. Last time over 400,000 people fought for 100 slots, I missed out, but this time, with 10,000 slots, I must get in. I want to mine, I want to read, I want to enter Interstellar Humans. The gaming community exploded once again. And this time, it's even more intense than when they fought the goblins last time. Obviously, this sudden release of slots is because a battle is brewing, and it's against the Interstellar Pirates. The image released by Wei Chen this time is of the navigation battleship he just acquired. A cool and domineering warship picture. Just one look makes the blood boil. Weapons. The ultimate form of hot weapons. So cool. Damn, this game is releasing slots again. Since cursing Interstellar Humans last time, Tian Wang Liangpa was kicked out of the elite players group chat, and he has been holding a grudge ever since. The more he was ostracized, the more he paid attention. Seeing 10,000 slots available, Tian Wang Liangpa couldn't resist clicking the link to apply. With 10,000 slots, this time he must get in. Late at night, with bloodshot eyes, he sat in front of the computer waiting for a message. Ding! Just as he dozed off, a notification popped up on his computer. Opening it, he found it wasn't about the slots, but that the streamer he followed, Stealing Oil Granny, had posted new content. Tian Wang Liangpa resentfully clicked on Stealing Oil Granny's latest post. He remembered this Stealing Oil Granny. She was one of the moderators in the elite players group, and the first one in that group to enter the game. Oof. Let's see what new stuff you've posted this time. What junk has this game come up with now? Before even entering the streamer's page, Tian Wang Liangpa posted a barrage. Didn't the streamer say she was going on a special mission? How come she's back in just 5 days? Did she die halfway through? Or is that game warehouse actually garbage? Stealing Oil Granny immediately noticed this unfriendly comment. Stealing Oil Granny, the streamer completed the mission ahead of schedule, and this time the mission was quite spectacular. With many unexpected events along the way, it was really exciting. No more words, let's watch the video. Stealing Oil Granny posted the edited video on her page. I have to praise the amazing game warehouse of Interstellar Humans here. I thought spending 5 days in the game warehouse would make my body somewhat uncomfortable, but surprise, my friends, really surprise. Not only did I not feel the usual back pain and soreness from playing games, but I feel like my body has even improved a bit. Stealing Oil Granny flexed her back muscles in front of the camera. Oh my, the streamer really looks much stronger now. Even the skin has improved, honestly, she looks really different. Her spirit is different too. Streamer, did you soak in the game warehouse? I remember, there's scientific proof that when your brain is active, if you keep imagining exercising a part of your body, that muscle group seems to actually get exercised. Are you sure that's not pseudoscience? No time to watch the streamer. Damn guys, Stealing Oil Granny's video this time really has something. It's mind-blowing. Go watch. Everyone go watch, it's amazing, the sooner the better, remember to download, I suspect the authorities might take it down for its blood and violence. Netizens swarmed to watch the video. Tian Wangliangpo also went to watch the video with the intention of finding fault. But he didn't expect that. The moment he clicked on the video, he seemed to hear the sound of gunfire. Interstellar beings were everywhere dodging the flames of war. They looked somewhat different from humans, but the desperate look in their eyes was heart-wrenching. What are you all dilly-dallying for? Hurry up and board the starship, the administrator's voice came from the video, and all netizens saw the huge, incredibly high-tech starship. Then, following the perspective of stealing oil granny, they entered the kitchen. The balloon man spat out saliva with brainworms. The stars sliced open the skull, pulling out the feelers of the brainworm. Ukaz had a brainworm with facial features on his brain. And then the final battle with the one-eyed giant. All netizens watching the video felt like they were truly entering the interstellar world through his perspective. Especially when stealing oil granny's neck was being choked, and they watched as the star's head was about to be crushed. Everyone held their breath, their heartbeats gradually accelerating. Until the moment Wei Chen appeared. Redemption. Netizens watched Wei Chen's figure and felt a glow emanating from him. So amazing. It feels like being there. Oh my, this game is simply incredible. I almost forgot. I was just watching the video recorded by stealing oil granny in the game. I can't even imagine how strong the sense of immersion is when entering this game. Whoa, that line from Yuan-gu, my people, makes me want to cry. Goosebumps all over. Yuan-gu is the best. Awesome. Really, so cool. When I was watching, I thought stealing oil granny was really going offline like that. My heart is still beating so fast. Incredible. When I saw Yuan-gu, I even felt like crying. Tian Wangliangpo looked at the computer screen, refreshing it over and over again. But when the page showed that all accounts had been distributed, he didn't see his account information. Damn it. None. Again, none. Why? The man sat in front of the screen, going mad, his eyes red, and quickly opened his alternate account where he had insulted the game Interstellar People Tribe. What a trash game, starting to distribute accounts again in a short time, definitely waiting to harvest money from the fools, a bunch of idiots eagerly waiting to be sheared. Even if I got an account, I wouldn't play. Just a garbage game. After venting, Tian Wangliangpo picked up his phone, only to find that he had just opened a game group. In the group, a newbie actually posted a screenshot. Shoshua, wow, a pure newbie. At first I thought the game graphics were from a new sci-fi movie, didn't expect it to be an extremely popular game, and even more unexpected, I won. Shoshua, image JPG. This was a group of 3,000 people, with many players like Tian Wangliangpo, old-timers. Not many newbies. Tian Wangliangpo remembered this Shoshua. Indeed, she had just started playing the game, and it seemed that she started to understand the game because of Interstellar People Tribe. Unexpectedly, she managed to snatch an account right away. Why? Tian Wangliangpo, oh, so you got an account. What's there to show off about? There are so many people in our group. It's not like you're the only one who got an account. Tian Wangliangpo, who are you showing off to in the group? Stupid idiot, just because you got an account, do you really think you're something special? Tian Wangliangpo, you have no skills at all. Once you enter the game, you're on a path to death. This level of difficulty is not something a newbie should touch. The group fell silent for a moment. Everyone silently watched Tian Wangliangpo go crazy in the group. His sour grapes attitude left everyone speechless. Xia Shuela, are you feeling sour? Xia Shuela, I remember your ID. You said before that Interstellar Humans is a trash game. You wouldn't even play it if it was given to you. Why are you feeling sour now that I got the account? Xia Shuela, sour lemon. Tian Wangliangpo roared in the rented room. Damn idiot. Tian Wangliangpo, what are you saying? You have no right to speak in this group. If you dare, give me your offline address, I'll come find you. Xia Shuela, oh, sure, come to City S, Zhengshi Group. Give them my ID, come find me. Xia Shuela, image JPG. She sent a photo taken from the top floor of an office building. At that moment, on the top floor of Zhengshi Group, Zhang Shui'er flipped her long hair back. She had never been insulted like this before. Even if it happened online, she would have to confront the disrespectful person and teach them a lesson. But after sending the message, the other party remained silent. Xia Shuela, are you too scared to come? Xia Shuela, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you. Tian Wangliangpo trembled as he read Xia Shuela's messages on his phone. Then he promptly left the group. From that picture, he recognized the familiar building. He currently lived in City S. The perspective of the photo was clearly from the rooftop of Zhengshi Group. Zhang Shui'er didn't expect this guy to be so cowardly. She chuckled, then heard a call from the front desk saying there was a strange package delivered downstairs. Her bossy demeanor vanished instantly as she happily ran downstairs to open the package. Jiang Shui'er had never played games, but she had seen videos of Interstellar humans players on the headlines. The visuals and the word Interstellar had captivated her. The virtual reality seemed so real, and the players all gave positive reviews. How could this not excite this interstellar enthusiast? Moreover, this battle was mainly fought with warships, truly a romantic interstellar conflict. Inside the Interstellar Alliance, all commanders sat around a round table. The headmaster of the Lord's Academy was also present. He nervously watched the leader convening the meeting. The leader's expression was serious, with a virtual representation of a young man named A by his side. Today, I called you all here because A has calculated the movements of the pirates attacking the M2779 star. As the leader finished speaking, some people at the table began to speak. What's there to calculate? Hasn't the 7th Military District's reinforcements arrived? They seem ready to flee back to the Starry Sea. Don't chase after the poor. These interstellar pirates are hard to catch while navigating the Starry Sea. The resources spent on catching them outweigh their own resources, it's not worth it. Exactly. Several people chimed in. The leader's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to A. A, this is the model I created. Based on the scale of this upcoming battle, it seems that the pirates attacking the M2779 star are likely the Octopus Gang, one of the 3 major pirate groups. In terms of scale, even if the 7th Legion's support has arrived, their sudden withdrawal is quite unusual, and this time, their retreat route is in a fan-shaped pattern. It doesn't look like fleeing, more like systematically searching for something. The model diagram appeared in front of everyone. The pirates' departure trajectory was all marked, along with some planets they would pass through, all labeled. When they saw the blue star, the old headmaster couldn't sit still. Emperor, we may need to provide support. He pointed to the landmark of the blue star. The territory allocated to the human child is here. The human child? Everyone realized. Headmaster, are you talking about Wei Chun? Yes, I heard before, this child named his territory Blue Star. Humans, a name we haven't heard in many years. He is the only lord cultivated by their human race in so many years. It is said that his strength surpasses Phoenix Feather, and the Emperor's grandson is not even his match. Shoo! The scene was noisy for a few seconds. The old Emperor glanced at the few Alliance people who spoke last. Everyone fell silent. Only the old headmaster's beard trembled slightly. Emperor, everyone is well aware of the strength of the Octopus Gang. Even if the First Legion attacks, they may not be able to detain them. Wei Chen's territory has just begun to develop. It is no match for the Octopus Gang. And he is a descendant of the human race, the last hope of the human race. If we don't help him, it may be difficult to explain to the human race. The old headmaster said, looking towards A. It should be noted that A's development back then was not without the contribution of the human race. Headmaster, as the Emperor of the Interstellar Alliance, I will not show favoritism. I will try to help any race in the Alliance, but their location is indeed remote. The Emperor's intention was clear. He would help, but it would be done through proper channels, following protocol. And from the diagram, it can be seen that Wei Chen's small planet, at most, will only be passed by a branch of a few thousand pirates. He is an outstanding student of the Lord's Academy and will surely hold on until the supporting army arrives. The old headmaster's face instantly turned pale. The Emperor was right in what he said, but the premise was that Wei Chen's planet had no value. A planet without value would naturally not attract attention. But his planet was a level 5 planet. Level 5. Enough to attract the attention of the Octopus Gang's main forces. Wei Chen could deal with those support teams, of course. But could his small group withstand the main forces? The old headmaster's gaze swept over everyone present. They all knew the situation. But now, no one spoke. In fact, isn't it just because the human race is already weak? The principle of when the person leaves, the tea cools was vividly displayed at this moment. The old headmaster sighed. He wasn't worried that Wei Chen would die at the hands of the Octopus Gang. If this child used his full strength, he could even single-handedly wipe out the entire Octopus Gang. But if his people suffered heavy casualties because of this, perhaps this child, who already had some opinions about the Alliance, would feel even more detached from it. Alright, old headmaster, he's just a genius. How many exceptional geniuses does our Alliance produce every year? Exactly, didn't we come through the same way back then? Young people will inevitably encounter setbacks. Interstellar battles are cruel. Encountering such things, we can only say that the fate of the human race is like this. We can only do our best. The words spoken by several important members of the Alliance at this moment also made the old headmaster feel a chill in his heart. Are you all planning to just watch? Knock, knock, knock. The room door was knocked. Amilo, who had just settled into her soft blanket for a nap, was dozing off. After several space jumps, she had fallen asleep as soon as she got home, and when she heard a knock on the door, she mumbled, "Dad, I'm too tired, let me sleep a bit more. Take the bloodthirsty camphor juice I brought back to Mom. I won't have dinner." After saying that, she buried her head and went back to sleep. Outside the door, the couple exchanged a glance. The gentle woman sighed, "Maybe we should wait for Amilo to wake up and discover the situation with the Star Network herself. Aren't you worried she'll recklessly pilot the mech to Blue Star? This child may seem obedient, but she's actually quite rebellious." Amilo's father's face was serious. If he hadn't noticed a large amount of goods missing from the house and that the child had taken off with a transport ship, he wouldn't have known that Amilo, this troublesome child, had ventured into the war zone alone. Fortunately, this troublesome child knew how to space jump, and luckily, she wasn't spotted by the pirate fleet's main forces. Otherwise, they would have been frantic. Even though he was relieved to see his child return safely, Amilo's father was still terrified. But when he saw the determined look on Amilo's face as she expressed her affection for Wei Chen, he felt like his heart was about to explode. "Amilo, wake up. We need to talk to you about something related to your senior." Amilo's father called out loudly from inside the room. With a bang, the door opened. Amilo, with her pink hair scattered behind her, looked at her father with bright eyes. Excitedly, she asked, "Dad, do you agree to intermarry with the human race?" Veins started bulging on Amilo's father's head. His fist was ready to strike Amilo's head. "Amilo, what your parents want to discuss with you is not about that. Wei Chen's territory is about to be attacked by the pirate group, and your father and I hope you won't get involved in this matter." Amilo's mother spoke gently. Swiftly, she grabbed Amilo, who was about to activate the mech. "Mom, let me go, I have to go." Sob. Amilo's mouth was also sealed. A dose of tranquilizer was injected into Amilo's body. Amilo's mother held her eyes closed to Amilo and sighed, but suddenly, Amilo opened her eyes wide, leaped into the air, and released the mech, Peach. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad. I'll come back after helping Senior escape this attack." Amilo used one hand to control the arm injected with the tranquilizer, regulating the flow of blood in her body to release the highest concentration of tranquilizer. "Peach, full speed to Blue Star." "Master, we can't leave." Mech Peach projected the image of the entire cache satellite. "Your father has activated the restricted airspace defense network." "What?" Amilo looked down and saw her father's extremely displeased expression. "Amilo, come down." Amilo's father gritted his teeth. "This is not a joke. Even the Alliance forces might not be able to rescue them if they go, and you going there will only cause trouble. Do you want your senior to have to worry about you while trying to escape?" Amilo was locked in her room. Despite being extremely tired, she couldn't sleep at all now. She logged onto the Star Network, where students from the academy were discussing the situation, with most saying that Senior Wei Chen's territory was doomed. She opened the communicator. "Amilo, Senior, are you okay? Wei Chen, on the road. No worries." After replying to the message, Wei Chen added, "I'm fine, no need to worry." At that moment, he was speeding ahead in the navigation ship. The oil thieves had already entered the hibernation chamber on the navigation ship and gone offline. Without space jumping, they had no way to return to Blue Star. Attention all players, the game version is updating. Please log off within 10 minutes during the version update. Players will receive the game pod sent by the game company. This version update will last for 1 hour. The game announcement was made. All players logged off. I haven't finished mining this or yet, and I have to log off. There are only a few hours a day to play games. Game pods for everyone? Wow, this is too cool. The veteran players were both surprised and delighted. The promotion said there's going to be a big battle. Last time I made a small profit from the battle. This time there must be good things coming again. Is it that exciting? With a 1-hour server shutdown for updates, there will probably be even cooler stuff coming. After logging off, all players received the game pods. During this 1-hour wait, players were not idle. One by one, they started showing off the game pods they received online. Those friends who missed out on grabbing an account were green with envy. The hot headlines were always featuring Interstellar human race. It never came down. The 1-hour time quickly passed. When in the lounge, when 130 pods simultaneously lit up green, players crawled out of the pods and saw so many people logging into the game at the same time. It was still somewhat shocking. The oil thieves slept in the navigation battleship. With one blink, they were back in their territory. Over 10,000 people logged in simultaneously. Now this feels like playing a game. The oil thieves had long known that this game would be popular. But when the day really arrived, the number of players skyrocketed from just over 100 to thousands. And everyone logged in at the same time, which still shocked him. "Dear tribe members, please gather in the central area of the territory." Wei Chen's voice echoed from the lounge's broadcast. "Is Brother Yuan being so formal? Wow, I smell a serious atmosphere. We're in for a tough battle this time. So excited, let's go to the central square." The veteran players walked cheerfully. The newcomers were still amazed by everything around them, experiencing this world that was completely like reality. Oh, by the way, newcomers, don't forget to adjust your pain sensitivity. Of course, if you want to level up faster, you can leave it as it is. The oil thieves spoke loudly to the players as they walked. Among the new players, Zhang Shui's eyes burst with great surprise. This wasn't a game at all. This was clearly a real world. She reached out to touch her face, smooth and delicate. The air was fresh, completely different from the stuffiness of a big city. It was a freshness that even a new air system couldn't compare to. "Oh my god, Shui Jia, what are you doing here?" Feng Chui Pippi suddenly patted Zhang Shui, whose ID was Shuixia, on the side. "Zhang Tao?" Shuixia turned to see Feng Chui Pippi. "Are you playing this game too?" "Damn, Shui Jia, it's really you." Feng Chui Pippi was also surprised. Zhang Shui was the nightmare of all the children in the circle. She had just graduated not long ago, took over the family business, and in just a few years, she boldly led the Zhang group through a transformation from a traditional to an emerging enterprise. She was truly a child from another family. But now, she actually met this sister in the game. "This game is so popular now, I found it interesting after seeing it, so I tried to grab an account, and unexpectedly got one." "I heard it's an Interstellar game, right?" Shuixia asked. Feng Chui Pippi nervously nodded. "Yes, Shuijia, you're really lucky. There are very few people who can grab an account in this game. I came before you, so if you have any questions, just ask me directly." Although, he didn't play games before. But compared to Zhang Shui, it's still entertaining. You see, for the sake of the family business, Zhang Shui hasn't even attended gatherings with her peers for so many years. Everyone can only see her on important occasions. Such a legendary figure, appearing alive in front of them, made Wind blows but feel a sense of pride in his heart. He arrived before her. And he's doing even better now. If the family ever tries to belittle him using Zhang Shui again, he'll tell them that he's the one leading the game she's playing. "Shuijia, let's go. I'll take you to the central square first. We just came back from another planet. You have no idea, this game is so much fun. Besides the awesome virtual reality, the environment and characters are all done so well." Wind blows but said as he led Zwalala out into the snow. Buzz! A loud roar appeared above all the players. A dark, orderly fleet of navigation battleships hovered in the air. Just seeing these steel behemoths made one feel the aura of slaughter. When the navigation battleships start up, they emit a slight roar. 81 of them parked together. The sound was deafening. The moment Zwalala looked up, she was completely captivated by the steel behemoth. So beautiful. So violent. What is this? Why is it so cool? She had never seen such a perfect, almost artistic, war weapon before. Fellow tribesmen, the interstellar pirates are about to arrive. In order to defend our homeland, we must intercept and kill them before they discover the Blue Star. These are 81 navigation battleships. They will lead you to intercept the interstellar pirates. I have invited some teachers who will teach you how to use the battleships in combat. You only have 3 days to learn. The players were immersed in the grand beauty of the battleships. Interstellar weapons have been iterated countless times. Battleships are heavier weapons than mechs. In major battles, having one more battleship could potentially determine the outcome. The teachers brought back by Wei Chen were also speechless at the sight before them. 81. These are navigation battleships, not ordinary ones. To have 81 of them, it's like a whole fleet of battleships. Even in a medium-sized military district, having one navigation battleship as the main one, with the rest being ordinary battleships, would be considered wealthy. Here in Wei Chen's place, there are a full 81 of them? This is insane. All the teachers who came with Wei Chen felt their heads buzzing. They also arrived at the Blue Star on a navigation battleship with Wei Chen. But who could have imagined? He not only has one. Besides the one that brought them back, he has 80 more. I was actually worried about dying on the Blue Star. Oh my god, this is simply amazing. The human race's heritage is unexpectedly rich. It seems those people on the Star Network were all wrong. Several teachers gathered together and couldn't help but speak. When they first learned that the pirates were going to pass by the Blue Star, they were considering resigning. After all, for the sake of work, they shouldn't risk their lives, right? No matter how high the salary, it's not worth it. But they were also afraid that Lord Weichen would be so angry that they would die before reaching the blue star. So they nervously followed Weichen, and when they saw that they were being received by navigation battleships, everyone started to feel more at ease. At this moment, seeing so many navigation battleships, a dozen teachers felt that their lives were definitely going to be spared. After all, these were navigation battleships. If they really couldn't win, as long as they activated the battleships, escaping would definitely not be a problem. The flagship is not just a flashy name. However, Lord Weichen just said, how many days did he ask us to teach his people skills? 3 days. 3 days. Several weapon masters were dumbfounded. How could they possibly master operating a warship in 3 days? Oh no! Could it be that the first thing we do here is to personally pilot a warship and fight against interstellar pirates? The faces of all the weapon masters didn't look too good. Their hands were trembling slightly. Operating a warship requires multiple coordination. Just the numerous buttons and the timing of the battle are not something an ordinary person can achieve. Usually, all the crew members in a warship need years of cooperation to fully unleash the warship's power. Now, Lord Weichen wants them to teach these seemingly curious humans in front of them how to operate a warship in 3 days? Is he crazy? Ha! Is Lord Weichen crazy? The faces of the 10 weapon masters alternated between red and white. Not a single one dared to confront Weichen, for one reason only: fear of death. If need be, the 10 of them could operate a flagship together. The 10 teachers exchanged a bitter glance, feeling disheartened. But the players erupted in cheers. Wow, are we really going to fight? So cool, so cool. Can I personally operate a warship? This is so awesome. This is the real Interstellar game. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Yuan, when do we start learning? Yeah, I want to learn now. This is the true charm of the Interstellar game. What's the point of mining every day? Isn't it more exciting to have some cannon fire and bloodshed? The players were eager. Just seeing the protruding cannons on the warship made them shiver all over. So cool. Really cool. Let's start now. Everyone split into 10 groups and follow the teachers to learn. Please choose a weapon teacher's course. Current teacher courses: Gaiwan 987/1013, Sophia 326/1013, Alice 1013/1013. Each teacher only had 1,013 spots. Players signed up on their own and found time to study. But when the teachers saw the schedule, they were dumbfounded. Lord Weichen, why not let them all learn immediately when time is so urgent? Yeah, how can they choose their own time? Could it be that the human race will send reinforcements? The dozen or so teachers all gathered around Weichen. They were truly afraid. When the pirates come, who cares if you came to work here? They just kill people on sight and loot things. Their lives were hanging on these humans now. Who wouldn't be afraid? Seeing the anxious look of the teachers, Weichen expressed understanding. Unfortunately, he could only offer some comfort. Sorry, the human race cannot provide support in a short time. The only ones who can fight are these people now. Weichen said gently, 3 days is enough for them to learn how to operate the flagship. You don't need to worry about teaching them. What you need to do is to select among my people those with leadership talent. I intend to entrust this major battle to my people. What? Among the weapon teachers, the most powerful Gaiwan was completely tense. He looked at Weichen in disbelief. Lord Weichen, forgive me for being presumptuous, but this time you will face the Octopus Pirate Group, the third largest pirate group in the Starry Sea. Even if you have 81 flagship battleships, I'm afraid there's no way to guarantee a definite victory, especially with these low-level soldiers operating them. Gavin didn't dare to say it out loud, but among the over 10,000 people, only about 100 or so were genetic warriors. The rest were all ordinary people. Letting a group of people who had never seen a battleship in their first half of life operate flagship battleships? How is this any different from sending them to their deaths? Gavin's face turned bright red, but he didn't have the courage to confront Weichen. Even if you don't believe in my people, you should believe in me. Weichen's gaze swept across all the teachers. Apart from the weapons teacher, the other teachers also had unmistakable worries on their faces. I wouldn't have brought you all back from so far away just to send you to your deaths. I promise, even if my territory is occupied, you will be able to leave alive. The teachers exchanged glances and fell silent. Since Lord Weichen had spoken like this, they really couldn't say much more. They could only hope that they would be able to leave unscathed when the time came. After all, Earth was so far away. There wasn't even a direct route. If they piloted mechas themselves, they would run out of energy halfway and die in the Starry Sea. It was a dead end no matter which way they looked at it. A dark cloud hung over all the teachers' heads. On the players' side, almost everyone had finished signing up. Damn, a bunch of idiots. I saw it just now. The only female teacher's spot was taken as soon as it was released. Exactly, a bunch of old perverts. I'm just innocent. I only signed up because I thought Alice's name sounded nice. But among these teachers, Gavin should be the strongest. He's at the front of the line anyway. Since I didn't get Alice's class, the other teachers don't matter to me. All players successfully registered, starting special attribute, basic insight. The voice of the system rang in all players' minds. Damn, basic insight. Let me check. Feng Chupi was about to go see the oil thieves with snow falling when the system suddenly announced the special attribute. He immediately opened his details page. Player, Feng Chupi, level, LV2, gold coins, 14,759, insight, 3, skills, none. Our personal pages in this game are still so rudimentary. The oil thief was also checking his insight. Feng Chupi casually asked, brothers, what's your insight level? Xingchen, 6. Feng Chupi, boss, I'm honestly asking, -3. Xingchen, really, 6. Oil thief, I have 5, seems not bad. Secretly begging, bro, a bit stronger, 7. After everyone had spoken, they all turned to look at Makabaka. And you? Makabaka blushed. 1. Ha ha ha, 1? Ha ha, Makabaka, you really? Ha ha ha. The oil thief burst into laughter, covering his mouth, laughing heartily. Then Makabaka slapped him on the back. Insight isn't intelligence. Why are you laughing? Makabaka's face turned red with anger. She just couldn't understand science-related things back in school. But when it came to playing games or anything else, she had no issues at all. How come this game suddenly introduced an insight attribute? Ridiculous. The oil thief chuckled and looked at Makabaka. I know it's not related to intelligence. We were in the same class in high school. You were just a bit weak in math and science, that's all. It's okay, I'll have your back in the future. Have my back? Can't you see this insight can be leveled up? Makabaka fiercely kicked the oil thief and then opened her gold coins to start leveling up her insight. Darn it, a bit of insight and they want 1,000 gold coins from me? After reaching 10 points of insight, it jumps to 10,000 gold coins? Robbery? Even for veteran players, they only started playing a week or two earlier than new players. Everyone is short on gold coins. Makabaka already has a relatively large amount of gold coins. In this way, if she wants to add some points, she can only add up to 10 for herself. The oil thief urgently checked how many points she could add to herself with her gold coins. Feng Chupi leaned close to Zwalala, who was shivering in the snow, and said with a sly smile, Shuajie, you just arrived here and don't have many gold coins on you. Do you want me to lend you some? You see, it's not easy to earn gold coins in this game. If you go mining, it takes a whole day to dig up around 50 gold coins. I lend you some gold coins in the game, and you can pay me back offline. Consider it as you buying my gold coins with money. Your brother doesn't give you money? Zwalala asked. He does, hee, but not much, not enough to spend. Feng Chupi smiled ingratiatingly. You're in the game every day, do you still need to spend money? Zwalala showed her disdain towards Feng Chupi. And after you've added points to yourself, you probably won't have any extra gold coins to lend me, she said with a light laugh. Feng Chupi didn't take it seriously. Shuajie, don't underestimate me. I also have gold coins. Oh my god. Feng Chupi's loud exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the others who were still arguing. Although Makabaka lacked insight, she had sharp eyes. At a glance, she saw Zwalala's personal page. The huge number 20 appeared before her, making her a bit dizzy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where did you come from, genius? Isn't it? Everyone plays within 10 points, right? Why is there someone with 20 points of insight? The oil thief shouted and started spinning in place. Even Xingchen's eyes widened. Oh my god, sis, you're my sis. Could it be that the insight value in this game is really based on individual insight? Unbelievable. When the players were full of doubts, Wei Chen was also shocked. He could directly see the players' attributes from the backstage. He could guarantee that this insight was not randomly generated by the system. All players had their insight values calculated after being evaluated by the system. Did I summon a monster? Starting with a 20-point insight value. This woman. Wei Chen clicked on the opponent's identity. The system directly laid out all the detailed information about Zwalala in front of Wei Chen. Wow, she really was a genius from a young age. Wei Chen swallowed nervously. My luck is unmatched, ha ha ha. It just so happened that in this battle, there was no qualified commander, and he would have to directly face the advanced genetic warriors of the Octopus Gang. The remaining pirates would have to be dealt with by the players themselves, which made Wei Chen a bit worried. Not that he was worried about losing, but mainly about not being able to hold the defense line and letting the pirates discover the blue star. Now that a female boss with such a high insight value suddenly appeared, letting her temporarily act as a commander should be no problem. Zualala, of course, had no idea that Wei Chen had his eyes on her now. She just felt that this game was interesting. Insight value can be increased with gold coins anyway, so what's there to be surprised about? If you earn more gold coins later, you'll catch up. Zualala waved her hand indifferently. Now let's hurry up and learn how to control the warships. She raised her head. Those hovering navigation warships in the sky really made her envious. This company is both powerful and mysterious. Before logging into the game, she had conducted a detailed investigation. The delivery of the game warehouse was all done in secret. Even the delivery men seemed to be specialized agents. She couldn't even find specific information about the delivery men. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Xia Shuelua even began to suspect that this game was created by some secret organization. Shuejie is right, let's go study now. Let me see, the teacher I signed up for is Gaiwan. Shuejie, you are also Gaiwan, let's go together. Guide me, guide me. Feng Chuipapai followed behind Xia Shuelua, looking like a loyal follower. Seeing this guy like that, Xia Shuelua lightly laughed without refusing. After all, they were all in the same circle. Zhang Tao seemed like a carefree second-generation kid. In fact, he was much better than his gloomy and calculating older brother. Let's go, let's study. They happily ran off to study. As some of the strongest veteran players, although they were not as insightful as Xia Shuelua, they were just like she said. Anyway, in the future, they could enhance their skills with gold coins. Do a few tasks, and won't they catch up? After a few players added each other as game friends, they each went their separate ways. It was actually quite surprising for Xia Shuelua. In the real world, she rarely encountered people like them. What's wrong, Shuejie? Feng Chuipapai saw Xia Shuelua stop and asked curiously. Xia Shuelua said, I just feel that your friends are different from the people we usually meet. Feng Chuipapai immediately understood Xia Shuelua's meaning. He nodded with a smile. Exactly, they are much cleaner and simpler than the people in our circle. Since we are all playing games, everyone just wants to have fun and be happy. Who would bother plotting against others? Besides, in this game, we are all defending the human race, we are all of the same kind. Jiang Shuer suddenly began to understand why some people liked playing games. Let's go. Jiang Shuer's ID looked soft and cute, but she, as a person, was actually very mature. Tall and slender, with long legs and a slim waist, she had the right proportions. Coupled with a perfect oval face and slightly sharp phoenix eyes, her temperament was exceptionally outstanding. Look, where is Teacher Gaiwan? Feng Chuipapai saw Gaiwan coming out from Wei Chen's place from afar. He shouted loudly and waved towards Gaiwan. Teacher Gaiwan, we are here to study, please take us up for lessons. Gaiwan was already holding back his anger, thinking about Wei Chen's indifferent attitude, then looking at these humans who came to him for lessons. A low-level warrior not only didn't show respect to a high-level genetic warrior but also acted so carefree. It was really unbearable. Gaiwan, you don't want to die here. Gaiwan kept shouting in his mind. He remembered very clearly. It was when that one-eyed giant made a move against these human beings during recruitment that he was killed by Lord Wei Chen. He couldn't get angry because of this. He must not get angry. Lord Wei Chen was very protective. Very protective. Gaiwan kept brainwashing himself. But when Feng Chuipapai directly placed his hand on Gaiwan's shoulder, he couldn't hold back anymore. Anger exploded in his deep purple eyes. You, Feng Chuipapai, you should respect your teacher. Just at that moment, Xia Shuelua spoke up, instructing Feng Chuipapai to put his hand down. Feng Chuipapai, having spent a long time with stealing oil granny, somewhat didn't take these NPCs too seriously. After all, they were just NPCs. But since Shuejie had spoken, he didn't dare to act out of line. He obediently put his hand down. Xia Shuelua respectfully said to Gaiwan, Teacher, are you ready to start the lesson now? Gavin was quite angry. He was ready to scold these humans who didn't know their place. I'm not in a good mood right now, and even if I teach you now, you definitely won't learn. Does Lord know you're talking to us like this? Snow was not someone to mess with. She was just being polite. And, Gavin, why do you think we can't learn? Because you are too low level, and you are just an ordinary human. No ordinary Alliance member has ever been able to operate a navigation battleship. If you want to talk to me, at least become a genetic warrior first. Gavin snorted. But Lord didn't say that we ordinary people can't learn, Snow calmly replied. Are you dissatisfied with us, Gavin, or with our Lord? How could I be dissatisfied with Lord Wei? Gavin quickly denied. Don't talk nonsense here. If you want to learn, just follow along honestly. He backed down. In the territory of the human race. Even if he was really annoyed with these ordinary low-level humans, he had to hold it in. Anyway, in 3 days, the interstellar pirates will come. Let's see how arrogant you can be then, Gavin muttered quietly. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for these two ordinary humans in front of him to hear. He couldn't afford to offend Lord Wei. He dared not lay hands on these low-level warriors now. He could only take advantage of them verbally. But, is the teacher implying that we will be a joke for the human race in 3 days? Snow asked loudly. At that moment, Lord Wei happened to walk over from not far away. Gavin's face twitched instantly, and he hurriedly shouted, No, I was just muttering to myself, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to learn? Come with me quickly. What's wrong with this human woman? What's wrong with her? Gavin's heart was about to explode. He was already afraid of Lord Wei, and now he almost got caught talking behind his back. Gavin looked up and saw Snow provocatively raising her eyebrows at him. Teacher, be more careful with your words in the future. Damn, what's wrong with this human? Why aren't they afraid of him at all? What's going on inside the human race? Gavin's mind was in turmoil, and he wasn't feeling too good. Lord Wei stood at a distance watching everything. He found it somewhat amusing. Gavin, as an alliance member, had strength and skills, making him suitable as a teacher. But his personality would clash with the players for sure. He just didn't expect his first encounter to be with Snow. Now, let the teacher take us up to study. After all, time is running out. Teacher, you wouldn't want Lord to know you can't teach, right? Snow said. Gavin widened his eyes. Threat. This was a blatant threat. Fine, I'll teach now. Gavin gritted his teeth, itching with anger. He wanted to see how these humans would learn to operate the navigation battleship so skillfully. Lord Wei had already granted access to the navigation battleship. As long as these teachers took the players, they could enter the battleship. Snow, you're something else. Once inside the battleship, Wind blew a raspberry at Snow. Well, he had just been buddy-buddy with this teacher a moment ago. Snow said she would respect the teacher, but in reality, she was out to drive him crazy. Do NPCs in this game have their own personalities? Snow looked at Gavin, who was suppressing his anger and planning to show them who's boss. It suddenly felt very strange. Was this game too realistic? If it wasn't for logging into the game, was it like being in a game warehouse? She was starting to doubt if this was a real world. Even if she hadn't played games before, Zhang Shuer would investigate before playing a game. So far, there have indeed been several AIs that passed the Turing test. But, could there be an AI reaching this level? She felt a bit heavy-hearted. Gavin, just one of the many NPCs. Is such an unimportant character controlled by intelligent AI? You should know that when top AIs are running, they burn money every second. The Interstellar Human Race Game Company distributes game pods for free, which can be seen as a form of promotion. After all game pods require matching nutrient solution. This common marketing tactic is normal. Initially, Zhang Shuer thought that this game mainly profited from nutrient solutions. With a high daily active user count, game revenue is inevitable. So, after this game became popular, making money was a given. It's just that the initial investment might have been a bit too much. Just at that moment, Gavin spoke, facing these unpleasant students with a stern face. Pay attention, I will only demonstrate how to operate all the programs once. After saying this, he began to demonstrate to the two. Learning navigation battleship operation procedures, learning on-site, efficiency, 100%, recording learning video, learning progress, 1%, 2%. 3%. Gavin was indeed a bit arrogant, but his teaching level was indeed high. Learning, besides the student's own cognitive abilities, also requires the teacher's teaching level. Although Gavin had some opinions about these two humans, he was very serious during teaching. After finishing explaining the usage methods of a small area, Gavin took a break. Looking at these two humans who seemed very serious but also annoying, he coldly said, just watching won't help you learn, you need to practice hands-on. Now, follow what I just said and demonstrate. See if you can launch a low-end particle beam and hit the target. Gavin pointed to a piece of barren land exposed on the screen. That huge rock on this land needs to be crushed into powder, but without any excess energy overflow. Gavin said seriously to them. Then he waited to see the show. Don't think operating a low-end particle beam is easy. He thought to himself. These ignorant little fellows need a lesson. That rock is already at the farthest distance a particle beam can reach, and it must be turned into powder without energy leakage. Oof. This isn't something you can do just by learning. You need extraordinary perception. Or rather, experience. I must deflate the arrogance of these humans, let them fail, and then demonstrate it myself. Make them truly admire me from the bottom of their hearts. Gavin looked at them with a smile. Now, start operating. Yes, Teacher Gavin. Pressure? Snow had absolutely no pressure. Damn it, Snow, wait a moment, my learning progress is still stuck at 65%. Wind grabbed Snow. It's okay, if you're at 65%, You should have learned how to aim at this point. Just aim at the target later and follow my instructions. Gavin stood aside, sneering inwardly. Quite the arrogance. An ordinary human, thinking they're some kind of genius. This level 2 genetic warrior is useless, actually listening to a human who hasn't even unlocked their genetic lock. Truly a disgrace among genetic warriors. Muzzle calibrated, energy 15, azimuth 37, ready to fire, press key for 2. 7 seconds, release. Accurate. Decisive. There was no sign of panic in her command. In just 10 seconds after the snowfall, the wind obediently followed her instructions and shattered a distant boulder. The wind passed. The rock, on the monitor, crumbled at the slightest breeze. He had been ready to mock Windy but in Snowfall's Gaiwan, but now he felt like that boulder, about to break. What did he see? A human who hadn't even unlocked their genetic lock. Just now, she commanded a level 2 genetic warrior to complete a localized particle beam strike mission. How long did she study? 17 minutes. How long did her strike mission take? 10 seconds. At this moment, Gaiwan recalled his smoothest operation. How long did he take? Just calibrating the cannon took him 30 seconds. Not to mention accurately relaying all information. Teacher, it's my first operation, a bit clumsy. Did I do poorly? Do you think this qualifies? The most infuriating thing about Snowfall wasn't her arrogance or domineering attitude. It was that despite her prowess, whether in conversation or in her gaze, she remained calm from start to finish. It was as if this matter was just ordinary to her. If this is only considered qualified, then what about my previous operations? Are they all just jokes? Gaiwan seemed to still be standing in place. In reality, he had been shattered for a while. Teacher? Windy but patted Gaiwan's shoulder. He was almost bursting with laughter inside. Ha ha ha. Indeed, anyone facing a freak like Snow Sister would be struck down. After all, she emerged from an extremely male-dominated family and managed to directly control the family in just a few years. Isn't she a tough one? Awesome. So awesome. Watching Gaiwan's expression on the verge of breaking, Windy but was about to burst with joy. This feeling was different from the revengeful pleasure of squishing the Cyclops head like Source Brother did before. This kind of joy was directly slapping the faces of these Alliance people. So satisfying. Although the teacher had recruited Windy Butt and the others, when they interacted with these Alliance people, they could clearly sense it. They only feared Wei-chan. Faced with Windy Butt and their low-level genetic warriors, these teachers carried an air of superiority. Now, ha ha ha, are you intimidated by the genius? Seeing Windy Butt's smiling face, Gaiwan was still a bit dazed. However, geniuses don't come from anywhere. Among millions of people, there will always be one or two like her. Snowfall is a genius, and Windy but can't be underestimated either. Gaiwan felt he could still salvage his teacher's dignity. You should give it a try too. Same requirements as before, this time you will be in command, with Snowfall as your assistant, and the target for the strike will be the 3 bloodthirsty camphor trees next to the boulder we just hit. Gaiwan's face tensed. At this moment, standing next to Snowfall made him feel uncomfortable. It was like being pricked in the eyes by a genius. So he just looked directly at Windy Butt. Are you treating me like a soft persimmon to squeeze? Windy Butt raised an eyebrow at Snowfall. Snow Sister, come. Snowfall nodded. 1 minute later. There was no access loss in the low-end particle beam, and the 3 bloodthirsty camphor trees were eliminated. At the same time, a player preparing to chop down the trees below was revealed. I've been stabbed. Who's so despicable? Fire at me. The player below, who was about to gather some bloodthirsty camphor materials, roared. The wind blew, causing Pai Pai to shrink his neck. Fortunately, they were not the only ones studying on the flagship. So, for a moment, the player below couldn't figure out which flagship had fired the cannon. Ah, my skills are still lacking a bit, hee. The data calculations took a bit too long. Pai Pai scratched his head and smiled at Gavin. Seeing him looking a bit lost, Pai Pai's mischievous side emerged. Teacher, you happen to be here now. How about I call a few clan members over to learn from you? They all signed up for Alice's class, but Alice is too busy right now, you see. Gavin returned somewhat lost to the accommodation arranged for them by the teacher. He sat on the bed, unable to figure things out after thinking for hours. What on earth was going on? Could it be that his talent was really that poor? He rested his hands on his forehead, almost curling up entirely. Today, all students, every single one, everyone that Pai Pai called over, all the humans, all of them were learning faster than him. He had only taught them once. Yet, even the slowest among them could accurately use low-end particle beams in just a minute. Was that something so simple? Gavin remembered back when he was in school, the teacher even praised him as a rare talented student. It seemed quite laughable now. Gavin laughed and cried. Wow, could it be a collapse of the Tao heart? Wei Chen clicked his tongue. Of course, there was no such thing as a Tao heart in the Interstellar era. If one were to really talk about it, that would probably be a psychological disorder. It was not impossible to collapse under the pressure of being a genius. Wei Chen thought about what Pai Pai had done and felt a bit exasperated. Mischievous. He deliberately chose some veteran players who could fill up their comprehension with a bit of gold, just to challenge Gavin. Once their comprehension reached 10, the learning abilities of those players would be considered above average even in the Lord's Academy. The new players were busy chopping trees and mining just to earn more gold to enhance their comprehension. Wei Chen was afraid that Gavin might really break down mentally, so he came over to him. Gavin! Gavin numbly raised his head, his eyes slightly red. Seeing Wei Chen, he sighed, Lord Wei Chen, it's my shallowness. I never expected the human race to have so many geniuses. Why sigh about it, Teacher Gavin? Shouldn't you be happy to teach geniuses? Wei Chen handed him a glass of juice made by the players. Don't you want to see the scene where the famous Star Sea Octopus pirate group is being defeated by a group of low-level genetic warriors? The learning video has been recorded. Thanks to the players for providing their learning experiences. All rewards will be distributed after the new players have finished watching and learning. As soon as Shuela and Pai Pai got off the flagship, Shuela received a notification message. She opened the system panel and was checking when Pai Pai suddenly exclaimed, Wow, Shuejie, did you just record the video while studying? Didn't you also turn on the camera? Pai Pai pursed his lips, afraid of laughing out loud. He hadn't recorded any teaching videos. What he had recorded was Gavin's changing expressions throughout. He would have to share this good stuff with the gang later, hee. Alice was a wood elf with long emerald green hair, round and moist eyes, looking young and adorable. When recruiting teachers, stealing oil directly brought her in. Among all the teachers, Alice, who had the lowest rank and the poorest skills, had been nervous for a long time before. She was afraid that her teaching might not meet Wei Chen's expectations and he would dismiss her. When she first arrived at Blue Star, she was still thinking that if she tried teaching on the first day and did not do well, she wondered if Master Wei Chen would be willing to pay her for that day. But she didn't expect that. On her first day at Blue Star, she just followed Master Wei Chen's instructions and set up course registration on the Smart Brain. Her quota was already filled by Master Wei Chen's people. It looks like my people really like you. When Master Wei Chen said that, Alice felt incredulous. Approved. Looking at her filled quota, Alice felt dizzy. But the next moment, oh no, she had only learned how to use warships from textbooks at school. Her actual combat experience was almost zero. If she hadn't just graduated and had no job, couldn't earn money, and could only eat those unappetizing nutrient liquids, she wouldn't have had the courage to sign up when she saw the high-paying job posting. Alice's big eyes were moist. If she was found out to be a fake, she would be done for. She was only level 3. She had just unlocked the level 3 genetic lock and had just left school. There was no support from home. Faced with the upcoming teaching, her heart was beating fast. Teacher Alice. It's Teacher Alice, I signed up for your class. When do we start teaching? The old players all gathered around. Damn, the modeling of this game is simply amazing. It's even better looking than a celebrity. To be honest, the green hair is my favorite, love it. Now I declare, Teacher Alice is my wife. Defend Teacher Alice, it's everyone's responsibility. Everyone's responsibility. Alice, my wife. Oh. The players were shouting as if no one else was around, scaring Alice into shrinking her neck. Why did Master Wei Chen's people seem so warmly strange? Get out of the way, you old players, I've finally saved up enough coins to raise my insight to 10, move aside and let me in to study. I'm anxious without coins, hurry up and teach. After teaching I have to go mine and chop trees, just now to earn coins chopping trees. I almost got shot by someone. Ha, buddy, you're the unlucky guy who almost got shot by a cannon, right? Go, I almost died of fright, still laughing here. When I learn how to use weapons later, I'll give you a zap first. Seeing that the players were about to start a commotion, Alice hurriedly went up timidly to stop them. Classmates, let's not make noise for now. Those who want to learn come to me first. I'll take you to the navigation battleship and teach you about the operating system first. As Alice spoke, she opened the Smart Brain and projected a set of instructions. Wow. Teacher Alice is actually using instructions. From my 10 years of teaching experience, Alice, you must have just graduated. Clearly just graduated, first job, so nervous, my heart is melting. Alice's face suddenly turned pale. Oh, it's over. Was she found out? She widened her eyes, looking in horror at the player who was speaking. Was she going to be fired so soon? When Alice was about to cry, her emotions were suddenly interrupted by the player's ghostly shouts. She's just too cute. Alice, wife, come on, the first job is always like this. Look at that almost crying face, so adorable. Walk, 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 hurry and take us to study. If not, showing us your instruction manual will do. Okay. Alice led the players onto the navigation battleship. She felt dizzy all the way, answering every question the players asked. It didn't look like a teacher leading students to learn, but more like a group of bosses inspecting interns. After touring the entire navigation battleship, the players' learning progress reached 100%. Until they coaxed her back to the teacher's rest area, she still felt a bit dazed. Was today's teaching completed? Just then, the door of another compartment opened, revealing a weary-looking Gavin, who saw the still bewildered Alice. Alice, how was the first day of teaching? Alice remembered the assurance her students gave her, not to tell Lord Wei Chen that her teaching level was inadequate, so she smiled broadly. The students are all very easy to get along with. I mean, in terms of teaching, Gavin asked quietly. It couldn't be that he was the only one encountering such abnormal students, right? And such a group at that. When Alice heard his question, her brain froze. Teaching? Did she teach today? She only told the students what the buttons were for, how to operate the systems in different areas. As for detailed tutorials and practical exercises, she didn't teach any of that. Alice's mind was spinning wildly and screaming. It's over. The students didn't learn anything. They haven't learned anything at all. Seeing Alice's face turn pale, looking like she could drop dead the next second, Gavin felt something was off. You haven't taught them anything yet, have you? Alice raised her head, tears welling up. I forgot. I just took them for a walk inside the navigation battleship. It's okay, you can teach them tomorrow, it should be fine. Gavin had just finished speaking when Alice shook her head, murmuring, but there are only 2 days left. No. Wait. To be precise, there's only 1 day left. The pirates will come on the 3rd day. How could I possibly finish teaching in 1 day? I'm such a useless teacher. It's over. Alice turned and went inside, muttering to herself, or should I have them come to study tonight? I absolutely can't let them lose their lives. Gavin watched Alice close the door, retracting his outstretched hand silently. Could it be that no matter what teacher came to teach, it would be the same for them? Gavin listened to the noisy commotion outside, with players already carrying junior energy saws ready to chop trees. After some thought, he decided to keep quiet. By 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Alice, still working on her lesson plans, suddenly smelled an extremely overpowering fragrance. Gurgla, it smells so good. Looking up from her lesson plans, Alice's green long hair was now messy and scattered, all messed up from when she was working on her lesson plans. However, she was so hungry that her stomach was almost touching her back. She hadn't even noticed what her hair looked like. Then, in front of the player who was fanning and barbecuing, a big clump of green hair appeared. From this big clump of green hair, a cute and silly face emerged. Holy grass, you little cutie, you scared me. The player was so startled that he almost dropped the fan in his hand. When he saw that it was their lovely teacher Alice, he steadied his trembling hand. Ha! It's you, classmate. Alice smiled at the player. What are you roasting? It smells so good. Actually, she didn't remember the other person's name at all. After all, the players had such a variety of names. But the food the little classmate was flipping smelled incredibly delicious. Just now in the room, the smell of her had already made me drool. Now that she's getting closer, she's almost intoxicating with her fragrance. My mouth is watering. Roast chicken, this is Brother Yuan's favorite. He buys one every day. Teacher, would you like one too? Really? Alice's eyes lit up. She swallowed noticeably. Are you giving it to me? Then I'll have 2. She extended 2 fair fingers, looking obedient. Alright, you go sit over there for a while, I'll bring it to you later. Players were almost overwhelmed by Alice's cute and adorable appearance. Alice felt a bit embarrassed seeing the players' prompt agreement. Was it too much to ask for 2 roast chickens all of a sudden? Alice glanced at the skewers behind the player. Besides roast chicken, there were various meat and vegetable skewers. Several players were sitting around, just out of the mine after working for hours, coming to have some barbecue, drink some fruit wine, and enjoy the breeze. It was a comfortable scene. The atmosphere was truly enjoyable. Alice's cheeks blushed slightly. The elf tribe hierarchy was quite strict. What elves were considered average among the elf tribe? She had never seen humans gather together to eat, drink, and have fun regardless of their status. Here you go, Alice, the teacher's 2 roast chickens. The fragrant roast chicken steaming hot. After Alice swallowed twice, she reached out to grab it. With a gentle bite of her sharp teeth, she tore off large chunks of meat along with the bones. So delicious. Fragrant, tender, slightly spicy. So delicious. Alice kept eating, screaming in her heart. 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. The barbecue stall owner was dumbfounded and hurried over to ask, "Did you burn yourself?" "Hey, you can't eat the bones, they'll hurt your throat." "Oh my, teacher, spit it out quickly." He hadn't roasted the bones to be crispy. With one bite, several players who had just come out of the mine were all attracted over. "Alice, are you okay? She's crying while eating, she must have burned herself. Maybe it's too spicy. How much chili did you put in, bro?" "Not much, just a little." "Wow, just a little. No wonder it made our Alice cry." Confused by the noise around her, Alice opened her eyes in bewilderment. "What are you guys talking about?" The barbecue stall owner's ID was Dependence Defense, and he quickly asked, "Alice, why are you crying?" If this wasn't explained clearly, his stall might be shut down by the old players in the future. Alice looked around at the concerned players, feeling shy, and whispered, "I'd never eaten something so delicious before." "Ha!" The players were dumbfounded. "Really? Brothers, in your interstellar setting, is there no delicious food?" The players glanced at each other. "Brother Yuan has always liked it, but I've never seen him cry while eating. Amilo loves it too, but she prefers drinking the bloodthirsty tree's sap." "Wait, I remember when Stealing Oil Granny posted a guide before, she mentioned that the people in the Interstellar Alliance were all eating some kind of nutritional supplement, which was said to be super unappetizing." "Wow, I remember when I was on a diet and had those meal replacement powders, they were nutritious but made life meaningless." "So, there's no good food in the Interstellar? You ask." Finally, a few players looked at Dependence Defense and asked. He was curious too. "Alice, do you think what I made is delicious? Have you ever eaten anything delicious when you were living outside before?" Alice shook her head. She could understand some of what the players had just said. Suddenly, she remembered hearing that the human race didn't like going out. She had initially thought it was because they were too weak in strength and their group was too feeble, so they didn't leave their gathering place. Now it seemed very likely that they found the nutrient supplements too unappetizing. Alice took a bite of the roasted chicken in her hand fiercely. Even in the central galaxy, ordinary genetic warriors can only eat nutrient supplements. The expensive nutrient supplements, at most, provide a bit more energy. Alice's words excited the players. "Isn't this a good way to make money? Ha, why don't we give it a try? Let's do it, let's do it." Watching her students inexplicably start cheering again, Alice raised her hand and whispered, "Blue Star is too far from other planets, and the nearest one is still within the war zone. If you don't study well, I'm afraid. In 2 days, we'll all be dead." Itua Dabian rubbed his chin as he relied on the defense. If he couldn't open his own shop in the real world, damn it, he had to open one in the interstellar world. "Brothers, want to make a big move?" He looked at a few brothers around him. These guys were all hardcore players. They worked in the mines day and night, looking like they didn't have many coins, but they were people with plenty of time in the real world. "How do we make a big move?" Several players looked over. I carefully observed the traces of those old players who got rich before. Like that beggar boss in the dark, he seized the opportunity, that's why he made a lot of coins. "Why don't we give it a try too?" "Are you saying, sneak into the war zone and meet those pirates first?" The players' eyes met. Agreed. They were all players, who didn't love causing trouble. Mining every day, wasn't that like being a slave in real life? "But we have no coins, no weapons, not even a spacecraft. What can we do without money?" A player named Ergo asked a soulful question. Itua Dabian looked at Alice. "Teacher, can we discuss something?" "Ha!" Alice finished the roasted chicken in 2 or 3 bites. Hearing Itua Dabian saying he wanted to discuss something with her, she became alert. She sat up straight. "Classmate, you said it yourself, both of these roasted chickens were given to me." In Alice's emerald eyes reflected 2 words, "no money." "Hey, teacher, it's not right for you to be suspicious of us." Itua Dabian pulled up a chair and sat next to Alice. The other players also gathered around. Each one looked earnestly at Alice. 7 or 8 people spoke to Alice all at once. "Teacher Alice, we are all so close now, we really need your help. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to sail together on the same boat, and 100 years to cultivate the relationship between teacher and student. The bond between us as teacher and students is a rare one that took 100 years to build. Your lovely students really need your help now, will you help us?" Alice listened to what they were saying without being moved at all. She had already figured out that her students were planning to do something risky, but because they had no money, they couldn't do it now. It seemed like they were now targeting her for a solution. "I have no money," she shook her head firmly. Itua Dabian's eyes darted around. "Teacher, as long as you lend us a little bit of coins this time, after the matter is done, not only will we repay you, but we'll also split the profits we make with you in a 70-30 ratio. The most important thing is, from now on, you are the most esteemed VIP customer of my barbecue stall. Eat as much as you want, whatever you want, it's on the house, how about that? In that moment. Just a moment ago, she was so firm, absolutely determined to stick to her principles. Alice, who would never agree to any conditions the students proposed, hesitated. Truly hesitated. All those delicious-looking foods, she could now eat to her heart's content in the future. To be honest, roast chicken, 2 of them, to fill the gap between her teeth. Just enough to fill the gap. Alice swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Who goes out to work without thinking about a meal? But I really have no money, I only have 1 star coin on me right now. Alice awkwardly opened her smart brain, revealing her balance to the players. Oh my, you're really broke. Well, no wonder when I see Alice, I smell a familiar scent. Turns out she's just like me, exuding the stench of poverty all over. No wonder she's not worried about pirates at all. If it weren't for Yuan-gu picking her up, she would starve to death, right? Alice's face turned red. So, why don't you go ask another teacher for money? No, Alice, it's because you're poor that we want to help you, Itua replied, patting Alice's shoulder. Even if you're the god of poverty in the universe, we still want to rescue you from dire straits. You may not have money now, but as a teacher, you must have a decent monthly salary, right? Go on, go ask our Yuan-gu to advance you a month's salary. He's very accommodating. Joking. Can any other teacher fool people like Alice does? But Alice hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With her teaching skills so poor, how could she possibly ask Lord Wei-chun for her salary in advance? And on top of that, as a prepayment. Teacher, don't get confused, Itua whispered devilishly in Alice's ear. Look, normally, workers get paid for the work they do, right? But bosses pay monthly, which means they're holding onto your money, making you do whatever they want or risk a pay cut. However, if you get an advance on your salary for a month, do you think the boss would dare to fire you? Think about it, even if my teaching quality is poor, Lord Wei-chun invited me here himself. Exactly, this is his due retribution, and you, our dear teacher, you've already taught us today, you just need an advance on your salary for a month. It doesn't harm Yuan-ge's interests, right? Besides, the pirates are almost here. If you get a month's salary and spend it all, even if it's just for that salary, Yuan-gu can't just watch you starve, right? Right. Alice's emerald eyes suddenly sparkled. She had to go ask for her salary. She had already taught for a whole day. If she got her salary, she wouldn't fear Lord Wei-chun firing her. Advance the salary. Advance the salary. Advance the salary. Alice marched proudly towards the lounge where Lord Wei-chun was. Watching the elf girl who was timid just a moment ago leave with such determination was like she was possessed, exuding a powerful aura. Those who knew understood she was going to ask for an advance on her salary. Those who didn't thought Lord Wei-chun owed her money and she was going to collect it. Wait, buddy, you used to do pyramid schemes, right? Guzi gestured to Itua with a thumbs up. Your talk is unbeatable. Oh, just average, Itua waved his hand. Given Source Ge's personality, he will definitely give us the money. Let's think about what to buy. The players opened the system store. Wei-chun, who had been watching from a distance the whole time, couldn't help but feel a bit amused and exasperated. Goodness. These guys really managed to deceive even the fake NPCs? How could Alice, such a pure and lovely girl, be influenced by these troublemakers? Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was complaining, Alice came to knock on the door. Wei-chun reluctantly opened the door. Well, these guys are daring and resourceful. As their lord, he should still offer some help. However, he decided to lower the exchange rate between star coins and gold coins a bit. Consider it a tax. Wei-chun smiled slyly and opened the door. Alice, come in quickly. Is Lord Wei-chun always this easy to talk to? Alice walked out of Wei-chun's lounge in confusion. 200,000 star coins. Has it been deposited already? This was the first time she had seen so many zeros in her account balance since she was born. Looking at her account balance, Alice felt a bit unreal, but the approaching players made her feel a bit lost again. She had just received her salary, and now she had to give it to these little guys. Ha, I knew Source-gu would definitely give it. Quick, Teacher Alice, transfer your salary to us so I can buy equipment. Seeing Alice's reluctant expression, Itua quickly reassured her, after we finish this, the money will definitely be returned to you. With a smile showing all 8 of his teeth, Itua effortlessly exchanged the star coins for gold coins in the system and started shopping. Rent 6 mechas, thermal weapons, particle sniper rifles, photon grenades. 200,000 star coins only exchanged for 1 million gold coins? The exchange rate seems to have changed, but this money should be enough for us. Let's gear ourselves up first. Hee, we're getting mechas. How cool. They were all new players, and all the information about the game they had learned was from videos shared by veteran players like Stealing Oil Granny. When Source-gu descended from the sky in the Ink Cloud mecha, they were all envious. Ituo looked at the deposited gold coins and felt a burning excitement inside. Mechas. Place the order. All the weapons appeared before them. After Wei Chen completed the summoning task, the system also automatically upgraded. With the upgraded system, items from the system store could be directly transported to the players. Where are the mechas? Despite being amazed by the weapons in front of them, what the players wanted to see the most was the mechas. Mechas. The ultimate romantic dream for men. The mecha you ordered is currently being delivered. Please be ready to receive it. The system's prompt appeared the next second. 6 bright lights flew from the distant sky. Knock, 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 knock. 6 sleek, silver-glowing combat mechas stood before the players. The 3-meter-tall mechas scanned the players with their bright eyes. Rental customers confirmed, please receive. The players' game panels all displayed a receive button. Is it really this formal? Ituo's hands were trembling. They had actually rented such tall mechas just like that? So exciting. So thrilling. Reception completed, let us introduce ourselves. We are the BT series mechas. My number is 003, number 004, number 005, number 006, number 009. Each mecha's voice sounded similar, but upon closer listening, there were subtle differences. When Ituo heard the mechas say they were from the BT series, he exclaimed, does that mean your pilots are called Iron Riders? Standing opposite BT-003, who was leaning against the defense, tilted his head in confusion. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by, but our drivers are generally referred to as masters. But we are tenants. Temporary masters. No. From now on you will call us. 2 dogs, standing next to the defense, jumped up and shouted excitedly. He was a veteran player of Titan's Fall. The mechs turned to the players for clarification. Several other players also excitedly howled. BT. Don't underestimate the bond between BT and getting fired up. Woo-woo. Protocol 3, I will not lose my. Believe me. Believe me. Believe me. The mechs looked at the players cheering and shouting, then glanced at each other. Something seems off with these masters people, right? They have chat codes internally. The mechs immediately began to communicate. 003, they seem to be communicating. Are we going to sacrifice for them? 006, but the master said that if we encounter a task we cannot complete, we can abandon his people and leave directly. 007, they are shouting, Protocol 3. 008, command not recognized, Protocol 3 invalidated, let's still follow the master's orders. 004, new Protocol 3, we can lose the. 005, sigh. Suddenly, 005 raised a thumbs up to the other mechs. The timing of this action was just right. It coincided with the players shouting, believe me. Alright, now let's head to the nearest war zone first and meet these terrifying pirates. Okay, let's go. When purchasing the mechs, they came with a user manual. The players took the manual, entered the cockpit, and began to learn. Operating the mechs was much simpler than piloting warships. The main thing was to link the spirit with the mech. While the players were flipping through the manual, their mechs had already opened the cockpit. We have autonomous consciousness, the level is too low, if forcibly linked, the spirit will suffer trauma, you can directly issue commands for us to complete autonomously. It's not that the mechs look down on the players. Normally, the level is linked to the strength of the spirit. If the players were truly just ordinary humans, then these level 1 small fry, when linked with the mechs, might be overwhelmed by the plethora of data streams and turn into fools in an instant. But, are they ordinary humans? The defense smirked, spiritual link? 2 dogs immediately caught on to the defense's meaning. Doesn't that mean we're going to merge man and machine? Okay. I found the reason why I can't find a wife. It's all because of you old perverts, always thinking about machines instead of women. Another player slapped the defense's back hard, feeling heartbroken. Are all your XPs this twisted now? What the players were saying, the mechs didn't quite understand. But seeing the mechs' puzzled looks, all the players returned to a serious demeanor. When adults are talking, children shouldn't eavesdrop. Spiritual link, will even make BT look down on you? If I fail to link, I'm not worthy of being your. The defense swiftly climbed into the mech's cockpit. He grabbed the spiritual link channel of BT-003 and pressed it against his temple. The mechs were prepared to control their data streams. However, they didn't expect that the next moment, all their data would be received, and the players even opened their eyes. Oh, cool, everything is digitized. Erguzi opened his eyes, and everything in front of him had labels next to them. As long as he looked closely at something, all the data of that thing would instantly appear. He would also remember it directly. His brain seemed to have developed 100% sense, which was simply awesome. Let's go. Relying on the data stream from BT-003, the coordinates of the recent war zone were directly extracted. Luckily, they could reach it with the mecha. Let's go! 6 dark lights flashed by. They soared into the sky, leaving the gravitational pull of Blue Star and entering the Starry Sea. Alice held a large skewer of grilled meat given to her by relying, eating more and more nervously. At this moment, she began to realize something. It seemed like she had been tricked. What to do? If Lord Wei-chan found out, he would probably skin her alive. Thinking of this, she ate the skewers even more voraciously. She was determined to eat until she was full, even if it meant dying. Alice felt a bit lost. The grilled meat that was in her hands just now had now transferred to Wei-chan's hands. Watching the 6 players disappear into the sky, Wei-chan took a bite of crispy grilled pork belly. Among our people, there are not many who have such good barbecue skills. Wei-chan sighed and ate even faster. Alice, watching the barbecue being quickly devoured, had tears in her eyes. Lord Wei-chan. She wanted her skewer back. After all, whether you stick your neck out or not, you'll still get cut. Even if she was going to die, she wanted to have one last bite before that. Wei-chan, with a calm face, continued to eat voraciously in front of Alice, chewing leisurely. Alice. Chew chew chew. I already know why you asked for an advance on your salary. Chew chew chew. When you eat barbecue for free in the future, you better bring me along. Seeing Alice take a deep breath, preparing to speak, Wei-chan swallowed the food in his mouth, raised his hand, revealing his smart brain. Hey, look at my brain, I forgot to check the message from the headmaster of the Lord's Academy. Alice, I'm leaving now, he said, waving the skewer. This barbecue is so delicious, thank you. Ha! Alice watched Wei-chan's departing figure. For a moment, she didn't realize what had just happened to her. Lord Wei-chan wasn't angry. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked blankly at her empty hands. Why does she feel like she had been fooled again? Wei-chan swaggered back to his resting room. Speaking of which, Relying had quite a skill in barbecue. He went to the war zone and didn't even have any barbecue for himself. Luckily, he was clever enough to intercept some. He finished the last skewer. Wei-chan opened the communication request sent by the old headmaster. He really wasn't lying to Alice just now. The old headmaster did try to contact him, but he didn't answer before. Now that he had some free time, he clicked on it. In an instant, the somewhat defeated look of the old headmaster appeared in front of Wei-chan. Wei-chan, the Alliance may not be able to arrive in time for support. After all, time is too tight. Wei-chan smiled. I told you earlier, we still have to solve this ourselves. When Blue Star had trouble, could the Alliance people arrive in time for support? They might come over and backstab them, even if they had a conscience. Wei-chan had long given up on the Interstellar Alliance. Although the Alliance support may not arrive in time, the Academy will send students to. Don't! Wei-chan waved his hand. Old principal, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to force the students to come and face danger. I am confident that I can handle the pirates this time. Besides, I never had any hope for those idiots from the Interstellar Alliance. No hope, no disappointment. You insist on going to talk to them about nonsense against my advice. Those people, seeing you defend me like this, might end up hating the human race even more. Wei-chan sat nonchalantly in front of the screen. How could the human race, once so powerful, be truly defeated by the Zerg? They were once considered the most powerful race among all races. Unfortunately, so many resources left behind were not devoured by the Zerg but instead divided up by those fellows from the Alliance. Otherwise, how could they develop so quickly right after forming an alliance? It was all thanks to devouring the resources of the original human race. Of course, they feared the resurgence of the human race. Moreover, it was Wei-chan, the petty one, leading the resurgence. They would rather see Wei-chan die alongside the human race. Now there's a way with the pirates. If Wei-chan is in trouble, those old folks probably dream and laugh in their sleep at night. Wei-chan, the Interstellar Alliance is already unstable. If there's internal strife again, it might collapse, which won't be good for either the human race or all races. The old principal sighed as he looked at Wei-chan's expression. As long as you ascend to the position of the sovereign in the future, the human race will naturally rise again. What's more important now is to get through the current difficulty in front of you. I will handle this difficulty, don't worry. Wei-chan lost his patience. He waved his hand towards the old principal and ended the communication. The human race's past grievances were long and foul. When Wei-chan first crossed over, he had no interest in meddling in the affairs of the human race here. He felt no sense of belonging to the human race here at that time. However, after he crossed over, many things happened. Those things gradually wore down Wei-chan's patience, annoyed him. In the end, Wei-chan even started to resent those people from the Interstellar Alliance. And the old principal actually thought Wei-chan wanted to become the sovereign of the Alliance? In reality, he had always wanted to find a time to cut off the heads of those old men and hang them on the walls of their respective clans. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, after flying for over an hour, relying on the defense was becoming a bit unbearable. BT-003, I'm here. Want to chat? As beautiful as the scenery in the starry sky was, even after watching for an hour, he was starting to get tired of it. Were there 001 and 002 before you? Yes, BT-003 said, but they both perished in the starry sky, fighting alongside their masters, which was their honor. Ah, mechs can die too? They can. 003 explained. 001 dispersed its data after taking a fatal blow for its master during a mission for the Academy. 002 was killed by an ambush while its master was hunting star beasts. Dying to protect the master is the highest honor for us mechs. Hearing about Wei Chen's situation, the players were no longer sleepy. The quiet gaming channel suddenly became lively. Brother defense, quickly ask your mech, what's going on? Why did our source brother fall into an ambush so easily? The key point is that the mechs all exploded and died, yet our source brother is still alive. Amazing. His life is tougher than the mechs. The main issue shouldn't be why the mechs died, right? The intelligence of the mechs is just some programs, isn't it? If the core code or carrier still exists, theoretically, shouldn't they be able to resurrect indefinitely? Players were chattering in the chat. The mechs were linked with the players mentally. At this moment, the questions they pondered were synchronously transmitted to the mech's brain. We will die. The voices of the mechs resonated inside the cockpit. BT-003, Iron Control, we will die. After saying this, he fell silent. The mechs all revealed a hint of sadness. Mechs were created as weapons, originally not needing a soul. However, as technology advanced, even weapons gained souls. The mechs did not fear death. But they were not like what players said, that as long as the core data was preserved, they could live forever. For the mechs, the definition of being alive was not about data preservation. Just like the definition of being alive for humans was not about the body not decaying. I don't know why, but I feel the sadness of the mechs. A player suddenly exclaimed in the group chat. Other players, upon seeing this sentence, also felt uneasy. Without a soul link, they just regarded these mechs as emotionless weapons. Now, with data flowing into their minds, as the main controllers, players could clearly perceive the mechs' emotions. It was at this moment that they realized how terrifyingly real these mechs' emotions were. But this was just a game. Even the NPCs inside were made of data. How could some mechs be alive? Playing games can really make one lose their mind. Several players reminded themselves to stay alert. However, in unspoken agreement, none of them spoke in front of the mechs, choosing instead to communicate through the player group chat. Air Guzzi, as Iron Control, we cannot ignore BT's feelings, I will protect my BT. E2A replied, you were the loudest one shouting Protocol 3 earlier. Stop chatting, brothers, I see something scanning towards us. The human eye saw lasers scanning the area where the players were. Inside the mechs, players could even see the energy range of these lasers. Iron Control, we are entering the combat zone, activate stealth mode now, prepare for landing. All mechs changed their surface with a high-density layer capable of evading the scanning machines directly. In the desolate battlefield, 6 mechs landed one after another with a bang. The ground swept by gunfire was charred. There were several large dark masses on the ground, indiscernible. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burnt. E2A, who often barbecued, recognized the familiar smell. He glanced at the large unidentified black objects on the ground. His stomach churned. Ugh, is it necessary for this game to be so realistic? This smell, ugh. BT-003 considerately shut down the external circulation system. What's wrong? I just smell something burnt, not that disgusting. A few other players wrinkled their noses. None of them sensed anything amiss. Damn it, it's the smell of burnt flesh. Those big black masses on the ground, ugh, are charred bodies, merged together. Ugh, E2A was almost retching tears. However, with the thought that if he was disgusted, they shouldn't have it easy either, E2A loudly explained to them in the chat. This definitely wasn't caused by the artillery fire. After the bombardment, the bodies would have scattered. We need to gather all the Alliance people together and burn them to death at high temperatures, so the outer circle of corpses has melted, and inside. Ugh. Inside should not have carbonized yet. If you don't believe me, I'll split this group open and let you see if the bodies inside are not charred yet. Damn, relying on defense, you're really, ugh, oh damn. This game is too realistic, I can actually smell the flesh. I can't take it, ugh. In the communication channel, there were continuous sounds of vomiting. Players didn't initially find it too disgusting. Who hasn't encountered disgusting scenes while playing games? But this game, the visuals are just too realistic, and the smell in the air. Actually, if relying on defense didn't explain in detail and just said the bodies had carbonized into a group, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this is just sick. When we get back, I'm definitely giving you a chicken claw. Bro, be careful, it's boneless chicken claw. Stop messing around, see if there are any survivors. We borrowed a lot of money from Alice's wife this time, let's not go back empty-handed. Air Guzzi wasn't too affected. The Mechs had already closed the outer loop when relying on defense explained in detail. The players who followed relying on defense to the war zone were Clarkla, Crazy Rabbit, Order, Grandpa here, plus Air Guzzi, a team of 6. BT, scan for any survivors nearby. Air Guzzi was the most agile player in using mechs. Scanning, 970 meters ahead, 6 meters below, intelligent life forms detected. Blue Star. The player's super high learning progress almost scared several teachers to death. They even began to doubt if their own abilities were just too poor. Some teachers went online to check the normal Alliance people's weapon learning speed. Heavens! I've never seen such talented students. Their learning progress surpasses mine by 100-fold. It took me half a month just to learn all the operations. Why can they understand everything just by watching my analysis once? Why? I'm still a bit dizzy. So your students are all like this? I never expected the human race to be so talented. Their learning speed, just pick a human and send them to the Alliance school. They would crush others of the same level. So, the human race has been avoiding Alliance activities before, not because their strength has weakened, but because they fear their talents being exposed? Who knows? There was a Star V who wrote before, saying the human race was on the verge of extinction. Now it seems ridiculous. Several teachers couldn't sleep at night and ended up gathering together. Gaiwan saw them all looking so shocked by the people of Wichan, and he felt extremely satisfied. Yes, that's it. It's that feeling of surprise. Feeling like their lives have been shaken, right? Ha ha ha. Gaiwan smiled and scanned the whole room, but he noticed the only female teacher, Alice. She was huddled in a corner, looking uneasy. Alice, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Alice was wondering if Wichan would find out that she had lent her salary to the students, and Gaiwan's voice startled her. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, I didn't lend them my salary on purpose. In an instant, the whole room fell silent. All the teachers turned their gaze to Alice's face. As the youngest and lowest ranked here, Alice was a little scared of them, to tell the truth. Miss Alice, what did you mean just now? Gavin asked. Lend them your salary? Can salaries be advanced? Who are they? Are they Lord Wachan's people? There's a lot implied in Alice's words. Although those present weren't considered very clever, being weapon masters required a bit more insight than the average Alliance member. Miss Alice, we're all in the same boat now, about to face space pirates. If there's anything, just tell us. Yes, if something goes wrong, maybe we can help you plead with Lord Wachan. You lent your salary to Lord Wachan's people? Those kids are of such low rank. What did they do with your salary? Lord Wachan doesn't know about this yet, right? Speculations flew around the room. Beads of sweat formed on Alice's forehead. She had no choice. She wasn't very brave to begin with, and now, with her colleagues discussing it, she felt even more doomed. A few students said they wanted to do something big, borrowed my salary, bought some weapons, and headed straight for the enemy's lair. Alice lowered her head, wishing she could disappear. But her words made the teachers present break out in a cold sweat. Gavin widened his eyes, looking at this seemingly harmless girl. Alice. She looked so timid, so weak. How could she dare? You said, Lord Wachan's people swindled your salary and went straight to the space pirates' lair? Not necessarily the lair. They might have gone to the war zone. I saw them with the Mets Lord Wachan made. Alice shrank, her voice getting smaller. You didn't stop them at the time? They said, after it's done, they'll give me a big share. And a lifetime supply of grilled skewers. Of course, Alice didn't dare say the second half. She glanced at all the teachers present. Their faces were particularly grim. If they get caught, will the pirates trace back to our location? I'm not sure. Gavin felt his head go numb. The space pirates' technology was advanced. If Lord Wachan's people were caught, the pirates could easily locate this planet with their intelligence, and then the 5th-level planet would be exposed, and the pirates' main force would join the battle. Everyone would die. Everyone would die. Gavin appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was going crazy. He wanted to scream and shout. What the hell is this? Why is everything so unreliable? Why did a bunch of low-level guys go to their deaths? If they had gone alone, it would have been fine. Maybe they would have been blasted to bits by a laser cannon. Who could locate them then? But no, they had to bring the mechs. And the BT series mechs made by Lord Wachan. Wasn't that just telling the pirates they had resources? Feeling the strong negative emotions emanating from Gavin, Alice curled up even smaller. Her voice was barely audible if you didn't listen carefully. I haven't dared to tell Lord Wei-chan yet, he might still think those students just went for a stroll. Alice lowered her head, afraid to look at Gavin. How terrifying. Lord Gavin now looked like he was about to go mad. Wah! Indeed, she had made a big mistake this time. How could she be swayed by students and impulsively become an accomplice? Alice cried. Gaiwan was full of gloom, looking at his colleagues still immersed in surprise. He sighed and walked out of the teacher's lounge. At this moment, the guy's gang was running around outside. When they saw Teacher Guy heading towards Wei-chan's resting room, their eyes lit up with curiosity. The four-person team quietly followed behind Guy. Makabaka said, "What's wrong with Teacher Guy? Could he have been hit hard?" An undercover beggar added, "That guy who talks nonsense is also in a bad mood." His sister, the boss lady, went up and confused Guy. The curious one said, "No, I saw Yuan go to enlighten Guy this afternoon." By evening, Teacher Guy was still cheerful. There must be something going on. Xingqian glanced at the curious one. 6. This guy is always snooping for information. Let's go, brothers, let's eavesdrop by the wall. I feel like something big is about to happen. Maybe we can seize the opportunity this time. The curious one saw Guy enter the room and immediately climbed to the corner of the wall, listening to the sounds inside. Makabaka said, "Man, you're so sneaky. Hee, this game is all about misinformation. Collecting intelligence everywhere is important, right?" The curious one gave Makabaka a look and said, "Be quiet, let me listen carefully." Lord Wei-chan. Those students. Warzone. Mechas. A vague voice came from inside the room. The curious one almost stuck his head through the door crack. Guy shouted excitedly, but the soundproofing of the door was quite good. "What did you hear?" Curious one, tell us, what did you hear?" Makabaka leaned behind the curious one, asking non-stop. The curious one was so anxious he wanted to scratch his head. He whispered, "I didn't hear clearly. Something about students, mechas, war zones, it's driving me crazy. The key is that Yuan Gu started talking, his voice is so low. Your ears are not working, let me listen." "Did you hear that?" The undercover beggar also leaned over. "No, did Yuan Gu speak?" "I don't know. Stop talking, I can't hear what's going on inside." At that moment, inside the room, Guy, sweating profusely and anxious, was bewildered by a gesture from Wei-chan to keep quiet. What? Lord Wei-chan wasn't in a hurry at all? He was almost dying of anxiety. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Bang! Oh my goodness! Makabaka, get off me, you're crushing me! Ouch, 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 I'm at the bottom, beggar, get up, don't push my face with your hand. The three goofballs rolled on the ground. And at the doorway, Xingqian locked eyes with Wei-chan inside. Wei-chan's faint smile made Xingqian blush instantly. Xingqian, do you have something to discuss with me? Wei-chan teased Xingqian. Xingqian's face turned red in an instant. Glancing at the three still crawling on the ground, he was speechless. Why is it me? Clearly, they were the ones eavesdropping. Why am I the one embarrassed? We saw Teacher Guy come to see you and wanted to know what happened, Xingqian asked openly. There's no point in hiding it. Wei-chan nodded, nothing much, just 6 tribesmen rented mechas and went to the war zone on their own. What? 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 The three goofballs on the ground all raised their heads and shouted. Damn! We've been beaten to it. How did I not think of that? I was just busy collecting coins. After studying I said I'd take a break, chop some trees. I didn't expect this. Alright, there are truly countless heroes in this world. Damn it, we've been beaten to it. Just a second ago, Gaiwan felt that someone finally paid attention to this matter, but the next second, he saw these humans and regretted it. How could this be considered realizing the seriousness of the problem? Lord Wei-chan, the important thing now is to find those students and bring them back. If their identities are exposed, the pirates will definitely trace them back to us. Wait a minute, renting a mech costs 10,000 gold coins. Where did these newcomers get so much money? Anti-stealing oil shouted, interrupting Gaiwan. Gaiwan subconsciously said in disbelief, it's all because of you students, being too cunning, even managing to persuade Teacher Alice to advance them a month's salary. These humans are simply lawless. Low level, but full of cunning ideas. The hierarchy concept Gaiwan established in the interstellar space for so many years was shattered by the players on Blue Star in just one day. No one fears him. Moreover, they even eavesdropped and openly asked questions while the Lord and Teacher were communicating. Gaiwan sighed deeply, as did Alice. How could they be so easily fooled by the students into giving away their salaries? Anti-stealing oil really didn't expect that these newcomers would play so recklessly now. They actually managed to swindle the teacher's salary, truly talented. Why didn't you think of such a good idea? Even Makabaka realized, damn, there are experts among the newcomers. They dare to think and act, so we can't fall behind either. The first to try something new always ends up doing better. Xingqian, that's right. She didn't have time to care whether Weichen was mocking them or not. In the game, players are not only of the same race but also competitors for resources. Although the first kill mission was not openly stated, players who had participated in the goblin mission before knew it well. The player who kills the enemy first will receive additional rewards. While there is no news yet about a player killing pirates, let's hurry up and prepare to set off. Most of our money has already been exchanged for insight, now we need a way to get a large amount of gold. The eyes of the four-person team all turned to Gaiwan. Gaiwan was stunned for a moment, then the four-person team surrounded him. Teacher Gaiwan, you must be very worried about the safety of those 6 people, right? Yes, they came to Source Brother to talk about this, they must really want them to come back. You may not know our strength since you just arrived on Blue Star, but remember? We were the ones who interviewed you. Yes, Teacher Gaiwan, do you remember me? Anti-stealing oil brought her face close to Gaiwan's. We have a relationship, Teacher Gaiwan, we don't need much, just lend us half of your salary, and we will help you bring back those bad students, how about it? Except for Xingqian maintaining her aloof image and standing outside, the remaining 3 people crowded around Gaiwan like flies. Gaiwan felt overwhelmed. He looked to Weichen for help. Unexpectedly, Lord Weichen gave him a helpless look. How can I make the same mistake as Alice? Don't even think about it. Gaiwan shook his head and walked away. Since Lord Weichen himself wasn't worried, there was no point in worrying himself. Instead, these kids were really eyeing his money bag. He hadn't even received this month's salary yet. Without a second thought, he hurried away. Weichen was relieved. However, looking at anti-stealing oil and the other 3 following Gaiwan, they probably wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. Gaiwan wondered how long he could hold out. I told you, I won't lend you my salary, why do you keep bothering me? No matter where Gaiwan went, these 4 people followed him like shadows. The oil thief had an extremely thick skin. Teacher, what you said is not right, we don't necessarily need to borrow money from you. That's right, when we were interviewing, we were immediately impressed by you, your level, your skills, your professional qualities, we all felt so lucky to have met you at first sight. We don't mean anything else, we are acquaintances, and also teacher-student relationships, right? We won't mention anything else, taking care of the teacher is our duty. Yes, and besides, since you are our teacher now, we should at least treat you to a meal on the first day, without mentioning borrowing money, we must welcome you properly. They somehow managed to get some food and wine. The wine was homemade by the players. The food was also prepared by the players. They didn't just stick to Gaiwan and do nothing else. When the oil thief found out that the newbies had deceived Alice's teacher's salary with a barbecue, he immediately brought good food and wine. This group of alliance members had never eaten anything delicious, how could they not win over Gaiwan with good food and wine? Teacher, rest assured, we sincerely want to thank you, even if you don't lend us your salary. Yes, come, try this, it's a specialty of our human race. Makabaka poured a large glass of wine for Gaiwan. Braised pork and peanuts were also served. The oil thief even kindly served him the meat and vegetables. I have never seen a more responsible teacher than you, really, I must toast to you. The oil thief stood up and poured a glass for Gaiwan. That's right, teacher, you don't know, we admire you a lot. When we saw you during the interview, we were so happy. Just now at the Lord's place, throwing a tantrum, must have scared you. Oh, I'll drink as a self-punishment. The begging continued. Xingqian raised his glass. No more words, emotions are all in the wine. This made Gaiwan a bit embarrassed. He never expected that these students would admire him so much. Here, I'll drink too. After a few glasses of wine. Teacher, I actually have always had a dream. It has always been weighing on my heart. Meeting you today, I feel like I finally have someone to talk to. The begging began their performance. The night passed. Gaiwan stumbled out of Wei Chen's lounge. He never expected to be so welcomed by the students. Tears welled up in his eyes. With students having dreams, how could a teacher not support them? War zone. Under a scorched earth, the smell of death lingered. In the war zone, children never grow up. Watching Itua Dabian curled up in a corner, devouring nutritional supplements as if they were delicacies, it felt unsettling. If we leave him here, he won't survive. Kralakra approached Itua Dabian and spoke. There were hardly any survivors left in the war zone. This child was detected by the mecha. When he first saw the child, he was almost dead. Kralakra couldn't bear it, so he spent coins from the game store to exchange for a healing potion to save the child's life. The nutritional supplements were also provided by the players. But we are on a mission now, the mission is not completed yet. Are you going to bring a child with us? Leave him here, we can bring him back later. Air Guzzi said. The child was a merfolk. Just now, I already learned from the child's mouth that after the interstellar pirates arrived on this planet, they directly drained all the seawater just to extract the energy from it. The gene warriors of the mermaid tribe all died in battle, and even the ordinary merfolk were burned to death. He was lucky, managed to hide deep enough, and the pirates seemed in a hurry to leave, so they didn't inspect carefully, allowing him to keep his life. At this moment, hearing the players discussing their own fate, the mermaid child hugged half a ration, curled up on the ground, looking at Klakla with pleading eyes. He didn't even dare to ask the players to take him away. Poor thing, so young. Leaving him here like this, he's as good as dead. But we are in debt to outsiders. If we leave Alice's wife with nothing, I'll feel even worse. None of the 6 people could make a decision. After all, the players all came from a peaceful era, and at this moment, asking them to make a decision that could likely sacrifice a child's life was quite painful. What are they hesitating about? Blue Star. In Wei Chen's lounge, several teachers gathered together. On the big screen, 7 live feeds were playing. 6 of them showed several students traveling through the Starry Sea. Only the earliest departure, relying on their defense video, was in the war zone. That's right. Besides Gavin, several teachers were deceived. The teachers were a bit dizzy from being fooled, agreeing to be angel investors, before suddenly coming to their senses. They had gathered to demand an explanation from Wei Chen. Unexpectedly, they were now watching the live feeds, because Wei Chen had said, no money, no life. Now, who would dare to ask Wei Chen to get back the money that the players had swindled from them? However, what are they hesitating about? This mermaid child, clearly a surveillance left behind by the pirates, can't they see that? These kids are still young, lacking any experience in battle. Wei Chen, I remember the BT series mechs you designed have their own consciousness. Why don't they remind these kids that this is a trap? Wei Chen grabbed a handful of melon seeds, reclining as he watched the screen. Why? These matters. Spitz, they have to experience it themselves. He spat out a melon seed shell. Wei Chen was not surprised. Joking, remind them? In this game of his, exploration was the main focus for the players. Before setting off, he had specifically instructed the mechs that all actions were player-driven. The goal was for them to have a great time playing. The experience, well, they had to experience it themselves. Full throttle. At this moment, the defenseless ones who knew nothing about this had made a decision. Give him some more food and water, and then some defensive weapons. The defenseless one transferred 30 gold coins from his account. Kid, after we finish our business, we'll take you back to our territory, okay? Klakla jumped out of the mech, patting the mermaid child's head. Mermaid juveniles were all very cute. The now satiated little merfolk tilted his head up. In his sapphire eyes, reflected Klakla's gentle face. He accepted the food and water brought to him, his emaciated body unable to even shed tears. Thank you. Holding what Klakla handed him, he lowered his head and whispered, don't go looking for those pirates. They will leave tomorrow, hide yourselves, and you'll be able to survive after tomorrow, before they are discovered. Hurry up. Hurry! The little merfolk's body kept trembling. All his kin were burned to death before his eyes. His sister was taken away. These good people don't need to report as long as they don't bother the pirates. The pirates won't discover these good people, and the little sister will be safe. Just wait until the pirates leave. The little mermaid prayed that the players wouldn't go looking for the pirates. Unfortunately, we came specifically to find them this time. Kid, just wait here, we'll take you to a safe place. Clark patted the little mermaid's head. But they're just some pirates. I'm the man who's about to become the pirate king. Clark stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Uncle, are you really that powerful? The little mermaid looked up at Clark. This uncle looked ordinary and seemed to be of lower rank than her father, who died at the hands of those pirates. Uncle may not be powerful now, but Uncle has a mecha, see? This towering mecha, flying over, will blow those pirates to bits with one cannonball. The expression on the kid's face showed disbelief. Clark sneered. Being looked down upon by a little brat? Then you must come back. The little mermaid said nervously, I'll be waiting here for you. All right, got it, don't worry. Itua replied, jumping back into the mecha and said to Clark, let's go. After some chattering, the pirates left. BT and the others exchanged glances but didn't speak. They had already located the pirates and, after bidding farewell to the little mermaid, sped off. Once the players were out of sight, the little mermaid took out a button. If the pirates found out that people entered the gathering place from her direction, her little sister would be turned into jerky. I'm sorry. Hey, there's actually a unit from the Alliance coming at this time? 6 people dare to come and deliver food, haha. As the players flew close to the ground, The monitoring system, which had already lost power, lit up green as they flew by. Then it captured all of the players' images. What series of mechas is this? They don't look like the junk of the Alliance military. On the pirates' warship, several pirates looked at the 6 mechas and chuckled. What's this? Coming to deliver food, delivering mechas, hee hee. Although the pirates were burning, killing, and looting everywhere, the resources they could get were not much when divided. Many pirates below had neither money nor resources, let alone mechas. There are only 6 people, and from the information obtained from the little fish, they are just a few low-level genetic soldiers, no need to report. The captain of the pirate squad spoke. The people monitoring here were all from their team. Once this was said, everyone knew what to do. The resources from these mechas and these few people could be directly confiscated. Hee hee, good job, Captain, I've cut the monitoring footage into the previous one, they won't find out. After the seawater was drained, the deep sea abyss turned into a cliff-like appearance. The base of the interstellar pirates was very large. Looking down from the cliff, a huge fleet of warships could be seen. Damn, so many! Ergo exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, it was all warships. And each warship, at a glance, had excellent weapons. The footage was also synchronized to Wei Chen's location. Wei Chen, who was originally reclining, suddenly sat up straight. At least tens of thousands of warships? The main battle group is actually on this planet. Gaiwan immediately recognized a flag fluttering in the fleet, a flag that only the main battle group would raise. But, wasn't everyone's prediction before that the main battle group took a different route? Gavin looked at Wei Chen in horror. His voice trembled, Lord Wei Chen. If we retreat now, there's no way to retreat. Wei Chen's face also darkened instantly. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. Originally, all predictive models indicated that the main pirate fleet was taking a different route and wouldn't pass by Blue Star at all. The planet where players logged in was on the outermost edge of the war zone, the closest to Blue Star. According to the AI's prediction, there should only be a small group of pirates stationed here. Tonzi, didn't you predict this? Wei Chen asked in his heart. His brow furrowed slightly, facing a bit of trouble now. System, mission difficulty increased. System has automatically upgraded rewards for you. Well, Tonzi, you. Wei Chen was stunned, but it wasn't like there was no chance at all. Wei Chen frowned. He could escape himself without any problem. But what about the players? Their highest level was only second tier. Players relying on the defense team, discover the latest battle information. Attention all players, attention all players, attention all players. Battle upgraded. Players relying on the defense team, return immediately, leave the war zone, protect your mechas, protect your mechas. Designated mission, players relying on the defense team, ensure the safe departure of mechas from the war zone, mission reward, ownership of mechas. The system's message was sent out. The players were all stirred up. Before they could even react to relying on the defense team, the grand scene below was overshadowed by the alarm sound issued by the system. What's going on? Did we just catch a special mission? Oh my, if we leave now, we can directly own the mechas. Damn, ha ha, let's go, can't stop for a moment. Air Guzzi jumped up excitedly. Ha ha, no way, did we really trigger some new plot? Hee hee, I wonder if triggering a new plot will bring rewards. Let's go, before they notice us. The 5 players were all laughing uncontrollably. Air Guzzi's mouth was about to split from smiling. However, relying on the defense team felt something was off. If we can leave so easily, the system wouldn't offer such high rewards. You see, a mecha in the store alone costs 1 million gold coins. Among the equipment they bought this time, the rental fee for the mechas was the highest. Would such a high reward be for a simple task? Just as relying on the defense team finished speaking, a moment later, a red thread lit up around the players. Enemies? Boom! A beam cannon exploded among them. 3 immensely huge mechas landed, accompanied by over a dozen pirates wearing portable auxiliary devices, descending from the sky. Let's see, which young master's army from the Alliance is this? To actually have BT series mechas, remarkable indeed. Ha, looks like we're going to strike it rich. Young masters, if you want to live, get out of your mechas and hand over your resources obediently. The pirates approached with a sinister grin. The red threads contracted with their movements, surrounding the players. They think we're from the Alliance army. Should we deceive them and find a chance to escape? Relying on the defense team was about to ask over the mic. In his mind, the voice of BT-003 resounded. Taiyu, am I your comrade in arms? Relying on the defense team shuddered. Is BT planning to fight alongside me? BT, rest assured, we will safely bring you back. Relying on the defense team replied excitedly. So, now please hand over all your actions to me, we will leave together. The BTs spoke at the same time. After all, although players have played a lot of games, their real combat experience can be said to be zero. So the mechas need the players to directly hand over their actions. Iron control, trust me. Trust me. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the iron control in Air Guzi's heart burned fiercely. Good. BT, I trust you. Air Guzi was the first to hand over his actions. In an instant, the metal wings on BT-005's back opened up and shot feather arrows in all directions. The feather arrows melted upon touching the red threads. They noticed someone trying to resist. The 3 huge heavy mechas quickly stepped forward and punched BT-005. The players also agreed to hand over their actions in those split seconds. 6 mechas moved simultaneously. 3 mechas withstood the heavy blows from the heavy mechas. Thud thud thud. The mechas' arms were instantly smashed with craters. The players were injured simultaneously, their health points dropping drastically. Damn, they're so strong? The other dozen or so pirates had also launched their attack. They held weapons and charged towards the injured 3 mechas. Hey, they're coming, what do we do? Trust me. BT-004, BT-006, BT-007 whispered to the players inside them. Oh my god, do they want to throw us out? Woo, don't, BT, we won't die, don't leave yourself behind. Damn, BT, you've projected us in the wrong direction. Oh no, we're screwed. Damn it, pft. 3 players, Crazy Rabbit, Dien Kai, and Grandpa were here. They were just touched by BT's sacrifice for them. The next second, they were ejected from the cockpit. They crashed directly into the faces of the pirates charging towards them. Several scorching lasers cut through them head-on. The 3 players were instantly shredded. Damn, not only were the players dumbfounded, even the pirates were shocked by this sudden turn of events. Since when did mechas eject their pilots? Accompanied by the players' terrified screams before their deaths, the mechas quickly ascended. Thinking of running now? I'm afraid it's too late. The captain of the pirate team grinned, took out a huge cannon from behind, and fired towards the mechas. Turning his head to look, he missed. Just as the captain spoke, the shell exploded, forming an energy net in the air. Scatter and run. The mechas with iron control were obviously slower than the other 3, who had already discarded their iron control, and were faster. Following the escape route calculated by BT-003, they rushed in one direction. The others also left without hesitation. BT, KLA has been captured. Depot shouted from the cockpit. Sorry, iron control, our most important task now is to escape. BT-003 didn't even turn his head. Watching his teammates run without looking back, KLA muttered softly, BT, let's make a deal, don't eject me, okay? The deaths of those 3 just now were too tragic. They were directly shredded. Although the pain receptors were shut off, all other senses were still there, and being shredded must have felt terrible. KLA didn't want to experience that. The best solution at that time was to eject the iron control, expose the enemy's vulnerability for half a second, and then escape. Ejecting you now is useless. BT-009's voice was cold. The massive mech was entwined with red energy lines, leaving fine traces of burning wherever the lines wrapped around. BT-009 knew they couldn't escape anymore, so they had to stand their ground. Master, BT-009 requesting permission to activate self-destruct system. BT-009's voice appeared on the large screen of Blue Star. All the teachers in the Wakhan rest area stood up. After the mechs gained self-awareness, they could be considered part of the mechanical race. However, being artificially created by Wakhan, they had always stayed by Wachan's side. Request denied, BT-009. Recalculate survival probability, under the condition that the pirate squad's objective is to keep you for their use, unaware of your self-awareness. Now, apply for shared brain mode with your Iron Master. Wakhan commanded. He couldn't let his mech self-destruct in front of him. Players were on their 4th doomsday, able to resurrect infinitely, so there was no need to worry. BT-009 hesitated for a moment, command received. Iron Master, please grant shared brain permission. Clarkra was a bit confused, but since his BT had already spoken, he instinctively nodded, you go ahead. Shared brain mode activated. Instantly, Clarkra's consciousness lost control of his body. He watched as his body performed a series of fluid movements, skillfully evading all attacks, while targeting the source of the red energy lines. All the red threads were cut in an instant. Then it was time to flee. The mech moved so agilely, it didn't seem mechanical at all. Under the siege of gunfire, BT-009 seemed to predict attacks in advance, dodging and changing shape swiftly. In just a few minutes, BT-009 escaped in a nearly self-destructive manner. Unable to avoid some attacks, he chose to intercept them with his lighter appendages and quickly flee. Damn, BT, you're amazing. Clarkra was dumbfounded. All he could control now were his eyes and mouth. Iron Master, I've done my best. After confirming that he had shaken off the enemies, BT-009 landed heavily and exited shared brain mode. After Clarkra landed, he realized his health bar was almost depleted. This meant that the injuries on BT-009 were close to rendering him scrap. BT, are you okay? Sorry, Iron Master, I have a serious issue now. Their landing spot happened to be right where they had encountered the merfolk child earlier. BT-009 locked onto the child emerging from underground. Iron Master, with the remaining energy I have, I can only ensure my own escape from this planet, with no guarantee of returning to Blue Star. I will drift in the starry sea. Now, the informant merfolk child has appeared. If I waste energy on him, I won't be able to leave, and the enemies will soon find us. What? The informant merfolk child? Damn it, BT. Are you saying that little brat leaked our location? Clarkra gritted his teeth. It felt like they had run into a betrayer. He wished he could slap his past self an hour ago for being too compassionate. So, BT, what do you plan to do? Clarkra asked pitifully. Damn it, BT must be planning to abandon him and escape alone. Wah! Clarkra shed tears of regret. Iron Master, as you wish, please delay the enemy for me. I will remember you. The cockpit opened. Clarkra seemed to be spit out by the mecha like saliva. It fell to the ground, bounced up a bit. Goodness, his health points were even lower now. Goodbye, Iron Rider. BT-009 ascended without hesitation. Under the protection of the coating, the enemy would not be able to locate their current position for at least 5 minutes. But that kid, if he could betray them once, he would surely betray them a second time. BT-009 saluted Clarkra on the ground. Farewell, my Iron Rider. One must take responsibility for their kindness. Everyone will face their own consequences, that's what our master taught us. BT-009 left decisively, without a hint of nostalgia. Clarkra looked up, watching BT-009 leave. Tears streamed down his face like noodles. Damn, Protocol 3, all lies. He closed his eyes. Oh well, let's meet death. At least he wouldn't be chopped into pieces. Clarkra comforted himself. Then he felt himself moving. Moving? Clarkra opened his eyes and saw the little merman struggling to drag him away. Oi, kid, what are you doing? He was already prepared to die. Since no players would see, even if he died at the hands of this brat, no one would laugh at him. But what was this kid up to? The child remained silent, persistently dragging Clarkra away. Kid, what do you want? Did you leak our whereabouts? You heartless little rascal, I thought you were the pitiful one, turns out, the one to be pitied is me. I'm such a joker. Clarkra felt tears welling up again. Don't cry, there's no water now. The little merman, seeing Clarkra about to cry, immediately spoke up. Ha! Clarkra looked up at the expressionless little merman and couldn't hold back. Seriously? Kid, not only did you betray us, almost leading to our downfall, now you want to take me back as a reserve ration? The little merman shook Clarkra's collar loose, and his head hit the ground. Damn, damn, damn. His health was almost gone. With that knock, even that tiny bit of color was almost gone. Are you okay? The little merman nervously approached, somewhat timidly. I don't eat people. I'm sorry. His tears had dried up. Now his eyes, once sore and painful, could only show large red veins, unable to even produce tears. But the guilt. It felt like a knife stabbing into his chest. I didn't want to betray you, but my sister was taken by them. If I didn't report your whereabouts, my sister would be burned to death and turned into dried fish. Ha! Clarkra hadn't expected this hidden truth. Suddenly, he felt a bit embarrassed. This kid was also unlucky. He almost died himself, and now his own sister was taken as a hostage. The person designing the game script must be crazy. Damn, dried fish. Hey, I don't blame you. If you don't want to eat my flesh to survive, just throw me by the roadside, I'll die on my own. With just a bit of health left, he might as well see what the seabed looked like after the ocean dried up, something his friends in the social circle had never seen. He might as well let the kid throw him aside. He could take some nice photos, post them on his social media, and then log out. The little merman's mouth dropped open. What was this kind man saying? Was he so injured that he had gone mad? I'll take you to where I hide, even if they search, they won't find you, the little mermaid assured. The pirates are leaving, their energy reserves are low, they won't waste energy on me, you hide with me, you'll survive. As long as they leave by tomorrow, he can live on with the good uncle, and then there's his little sister. Thinking of the beautiful life ahead, the little mermaid's face lit up with a smile. Clark nodded. He thought, this kid is quite pitiful. After the battle, I'll take you and your sister to our planet, and I'll have Itua make barbecue for you. Uncle, does your planet not have wars? No wars, life is great. Can I eat grilled fish there? Come on, don't be ridiculous. On Blue Star. Wei Chen looked at the situation on Clark's side and smiled. These fellow villagers of his, their hearts are too soft. Such compassion is rare in the era of the Interstellar Alliance. Very rare. He glanced at Gavin. Gavin sighed, Lord Wei Chen, the entire alliance has rumors that the human race loves peace, but when faced with war, we still need to remind our students. Kindness is the shining virtue of our human race, isn't it? Wei Chen smiled. Mission trigger. BT-007 captured. All players who have gone to the war zone, prepare for rescue operation. Mission rewards will be based on player performance. On the Starsea side, the oil thieves had already salvaged the energy-depleted BT-009 floating in the Starsea. Captain, we only caught one mech. The squad leader looked at the number on BT-007 and was ecstatic. Never expected such luck. It's actually from the BT series. This series, reportedly created by a genius lord of the human race. After the mech company obtained the design, they didn't mass-produce it. Instead, it was used as a high-end series of combat mechs specifically for use by some high-ranking military personnel. TSK, the BT series, we rarely even see them, aren't you envious? Apart from the 4 fastest fleeing ones at the beginning, there's another one, should have run out of energy and not escaped this planet. Moreover, with a driver on board, after entering the Starsea, the protective shield for the driver needs to be activated, which also consumes a lot of energy. The pirate squad leader calculated in his mind, the BT series of mechs, even if they have sufficient energy, encountering their large-scale attacks would definitely consume a lot of energy. And with a driver on board. But Captain, those few from before. They hadn't forgotten, during the battle, those mechs spat out their drivers in an instant. Those 3 drivers were significantly weaker, maybe just brought along as accessories by some big shot. Didn't you see how skillful that fleeing mech was? Can it be compared to ordinary cannon fodder that can be abandoned? Forget it, I've said enough, you guys wouldn't understand. The squad leader glanced at the pirates in his team. The various races in the galaxy look quite different, but most of them have much lower intelligence than the human race. This pirate squad leader can lead them not only because of his strength but also because of his slightly higher intelligence. Alright, let's search around. Hee or let's go to that little dried fish, dried mermaid, it's delicious too. Hee since we're leaving soon anyway, before we go, let's scavenge a bit more. Maybe those drivers left some good stuff with the dried mermaid. The dark underwater nest, cold and dim. Curled up in the corner, Klakla felt a chill creeping into the seams of his bones. This kid living here doesn't even fear rheumatism. After unlocking the gene lock to level 2, even in the darkness, he could see some things. For example, at this moment, he could already see the mermaid curled up in another corner, directly holding his breath and entering a dormant state. I'd rather be outside looking at the starry sea. This pitch-black darkness is no good for posting on social media, Klakla muttered under his breath. No one spoke. Although his health points were close to critical, he just wouldn't die. Losing health points was really uncomfortable. Living but not living well. Dying, but not dying properly. Klakla simply started sending random messages in the group. Klakla, little cabbage, things are looking bad, iron control has been abandoned, life and death are uncertain. Klakla, good brothers, I've been abandoned by BT2, sob. He's heartless, he's unfaithful, he's unreasonable. Klakla, who would have thought that the mermaid we rescued is actually a spy for the enemy? Klakla, is anyone alive, say something. The group suddenly exploded with messages. Dependent Defense looked listless. He was lying in the mecha cockpit, floating in the starry sea. Dependent Defense, bro, if you're going to die quickly and restart, don't spam the group, it's too noisy. Second Dog, exactly, we're both floating in the starry sea now, just waiting for some passing buddy to pick us up. Diensai, the 3 of us have restarted, this time we might lose everything. BT-007 has been captured, don't know if the mission will be considered a failure, it's so tragic. Klakla felt energized when he saw the messages in the group. Klakla, our venture has failed halfway. This is what we call a bloodbath. Klakla, Dependent Defense, you and Second Dog are really lucky, you have no idea how unlucky I am. Now I've been taken to the mermaid's lair, it's pitch black and cold, really boring. Dependent Defense, don't talk about losing everything, I can't face Alice's wife anymore. Second Dog, you think you're the only one bored? We managed to escape that planet, but BT's energy is running low, barely enough to sustain the cockpit's power supply. We already said when we arrived, I'm so sick of looking at this starry sea, and now we have to keep looking, sigh. Klakla, damn, stop complaining, I think I heard footsteps coming from the seabed, damn, there should be several people. Someone? Are they enemies or big shots coming to help them out? Dependent Defense, Klakla, what are you hesitating for? Second dog, quick, turn on the video for us, let's watch it live. Jiantsai, check it out, check it out. Clackla, but it's pitch black in this lair right now. Although he said that, he still opened the group chat video the next second. Just opened it. The pitch black lair was illuminated by a strong light. A rough voice sounded from a member of the pirate team. Hey, mermaid kid, still alive, ha. The mermaid, originally curled up in a dormant state, trembled all over. He staggered out of the corner. Clackla's hiding spot was very discreet, and the team didn't notice him. They gathered around the mermaid with smiles on their faces. The information you reported to us was very useful. A fat, green, sticky creature, like a big blob of green snot, approached the mermaid. Is that a slime? Dependent Defense asked as he watched the video. I don't know, these pirates all look so ugly and weird. Human-like races are still more pleasing to the eye. Several players chatted in the group video, bantering. But the little merman being interrogated thought these pirates were coming to bring his sister back. He looked hopefully at the group of pirates. I have done a good deed, can you bring my sister back? You are leaving tomorrow, my sister is of no use to you. Without seawater, the little merman's fishtail turned into deformed legs, but his face and hands still had fish scales. He looked like a pitiful 6 or 7-year-old. But this kind of pity, in the eyes of the pirates, was just a better target for ridicule. It's most satisfying to deal with such weaklings. His sister had begged the same way before she died. Bring her back? He, we'll take you to meet your sister. Tisk tsk, don't you say, your sister tastes really good, truly. I wonder if you taste good, this tender flesh, when roasted, must taste good too. 3 or 4 pirates spoke to the little merman, licking their tongues at the same time. The little merman trembled in shock. He couldn't even bring himself to beg for mercy. Sister, dead? Or eaten by these guys? His muscles tensed, trembling all over. His sunken eyes were instantly bloodshot. I'll kill you. The childish voice broke directly from his throat, sharp and piercing, filled with endless hatred. A child, unaware that these people were pirates. One should never trust a pirate's words. Unfortunately, the anger of the weak is always taken as a joke. Oh, ha, this little fish is quite spirited, stronger than your sister. Tisk tsk, you don't even know what your sister said at the time. As long as we spare her brother, she willingly agreed to be roasted. Actually, it's not our fault. You merfolk were just food for the gene warriors of the merfolk before breaking the genetic lock, so being eaten is your fate. Among the pirates, several drew weapons. Dealing with a little merman who hadn't unlocked the genetic lock was simply a waste. I heard there's a dish called sashimi. What if we slice meat from the freshest body while still alive? Will it still be able to move? A pirate swallowed saliva, inquiring. We're leaving tomorrow. If we have the chance in the future, we'll go catch some merfolk children for experiments. Now, let's eat him first. The weak child mustered all his strength to fight back, but for the pirates, it was futile. Still daring to resist? We'll eat you now. Eat. The pirate grabbed the child's collar, lifting him up. Sharp claws tore the skin of the little merman's chest. Damn, are they really going to gut him? Kralik, do you still have the strength? I'm screwed. I'm bleeding now, one more move and I'll probably die. Can't watch, really can't watch. I still have some gold coins here, all on healing potions. Brother, save this kid. Kralik is only level 2, can't save him, but if he runs with all his might, he should make it. Guzzi, I posted Kralik's situation on the public screen. Those big shots who come to cover our backs, if they see it, they'll definitely intervene. Don't worry. No one said they wouldn't save this little merman. Even though it's a game. Even though the little merman had indeed tricked them before. But he was a 6 or 7-year-old child, just wanting to save his sister. Now, his sister had been eaten. Clark couldn't forget the moment when he was ready to die. The words the kid said while dragging him back to the nest. Hey, there's no way around it. I said I would take you back to Blue Star. After saying this, a syringe pierced his body. His blood level was completely restored. In an instant, the little mermaid that was in his hand just a moment ago was forcefully pulled away. Before the pirates could react, they were startled by Clark suddenly appearing. Clark held the child with a large wound in his chest and ran at top speed. Buddy, give me another syringe. 3, all for you. The system replied with a gift. 3 syringes immediately appeared in Clark's backpack. After injecting one into the child, the little mermaid slowly opened her eyes. Good uncle. Don't talk, follow me and let's run for our lives. Wei Chen coldly watched the video. Something was wrong with BT-007 in the footage. The captain of the pirate team died by the side of BT-007. And the one who killed him was a member of the main combat team. With red flames scattered behind him, his face covered in crisscrossing patterns. He belonged to the Fire Demon clan. At that moment, he was holding a bloody heart, eating it piece by piece. Thick blood splattered like juice. Like eating an apple, the fire demon gnawed on the heart, then licked his fingers clean. So greedy, planning to hide the BT series mechas. The pirates next to the captain were trembling in fear. Another figure emerged beside the fire demon, a snow demon with snow-white skin and hair. The female snow demon glanced disdainfully at her partner licking his fingers. Enough, you always have to find something to eat wherever you go. Now that we've found this disturbance, let's go back and report. She waved her hand, freezing all the surrounding pirates in ice, muttering, with this strength, they can even keep the BT series armor and pilots? Let's go see the boss first, maybe we'll strike it rich again this time. Most battles ended in defeat, but each time they left with plenty of spoils. This time they were about to leave, unexpectedly encountering the BT series mechas. Following BT-007's perspective, Wei Chen saw the majority of the Octopus Pirates forces. 198 level 7 warriors, 679 level 6 warriors, 8,092 level 5 warriors. The system was also observing and reported the numbers it counted. The number of low-level members is too large to count. High-level members currently undetected. Warning, warning, the Interstellar pirate team is attempting to access BT-007's core data. We can't wait any longer. Wei Chen looked at the screen with a serious expression. These pirates weren't just good at robbery and murder. Among them were talents skilled in terminal data manipulation. As soon as BT-007 was captured, several technical talents began dismantling it, preparing to breach its defenses and modify the core data. Damn, talent is everywhere. Wei Chen cursed for the first time. When he was creating the BT series, he was just a student. The protective walls weren't strong enough. If they managed to steal the core data of the BT series, not only would Blue Star's secrets be exposed, but all the data of the BT series would be known to the pirates. Players using the BT series mechas in battles would then be vulnerable. We can't wait any longer. Wei Chen could tell with just one look. The time the protective walls could hold was only 10 hours. All players, gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. Important notice, repeated 3 times. Players with nothing to do at hand all arrived. Even the teachers who originally just wanted to join in the fun also came. Wei Chen scanned the players, still numbering in the tens of thousands, with a solemn expression. Clansmen, this time, it's truly a matter of life and death. The squad heading to the war zone lost a mech. The core data of this mech will be tampered with and accessed in 10 hours. Once the pirate group discovers our existence, they will undoubtedly launch a massive attack on Blue Star. Without territory, we will be displaced. My clansmen, it's time for you to fight for territory. The pirate interception mission starts now. Main mission, intercept pirates. Important mission of life and death. Mission completion will trigger a new plot. Mission failure will result in the game being temporarily shut down during the mission. All players can resurrect indefinitely. The game will provide players with low-quality gene potions, up to level 5. All players' respawn points will be moved to the flagship battleship. For the player's well-being, please note that after using low-quality gene unlocking potions, the body will experience side effects, making future upgrades difficult. Now, all players, prepare for battle and head to your respective flagship battleships for immediate departure. Damn, is this mission really that intense? Shutting down the game directly if we fail to complete it? Could it be that the game company is running out of money? Impossible, it's probably a real test. Players speculated in various ways. Wei Chen, however, had already entered Mo Yun's body. When he activated the video, he did not see the legendary leader of the Octopus Pirate Group. Perhaps the other party was also a 9th-level genetic warrior. Swish! Mo Yun's massive battle wings spread out, lifting Wei Chen into the air. In 3 seconds, they entered the starry sky. Interception mission, commence. Buzz. Above Blue Star, the warships hummed low. All players looked up, sensing the impending storm. It's time for war. Ha, is the glory of our human race about to begin? I will surely win in this great battle. No worries, I will intervene when necessary. The show-offs had already started their passionate performances. Players were going crazy everywhere. Mo Yun looked at the humans on the ground still spouting awkward lines, and fell silent for a moment. In theory, as the strongest combat armor's master, Mo Yun should unquestionably support the master's decisions. But as a combat mech with awakened intelligence, he doubted the mental state of the master's clansmen. Well, even the 4 words awakened intelligence were told to him by the master's clansmen. Master, can we really entrust the battle to them without any issues? Mo Yun asked. Wei Chen, who was connecting to the data stream, paused his movements. When he lowered his head, he happened to see several players laughing heartily with their hands on their hips. Shifting his gaze, he saw other players making Ultraman's laser shooting gestures. Who wouldn't shudder at this sight? Wei Chen was no exception. To be honest, he had originally intended to find some calm players, and when selecting summon players, that was his approach. Even most players, in their real-life gaming preferences, lean towards strategy games. However, he never expected that among his players, there would be fun-loving individuals. By the time he realized it, almost all players had been influenced. Wei Chen reminisced for a moment. Probably, the problem arose when the first batch of players were summoned. 2 hot tears fell from Wei Chen's heart. Even if he wanted to return the item now, he couldn't. However, on the surface, Wei Chen still had to pretend to be confident, nodding lightly and saying, "They are my people, and there is a sense of propriety in what they do." Sense of propriety? Players would only ask, what is a sense of propriety? All players immediately choose to assemble the warships. The selection of the overall commander for this battle has been determined. During the battle, all players will be moved to the same channel. All players, be prepared. Feng Chupi looked at the system message and muttered under his breath, the selection of the overall commander must have been made from the original 30 veteran players again. Damn it, we already started the game later than them, this is unfair. After cursing angrily for a few moments, he heard the voices of other players in his ears. Damn, who's speaking so boldly on the mic? Blatantly criticizing in the public chat? Ha, and this dude hasn't even activated anonymous mode. At Feng Chupi, bro, you're awesome. Awesome. Even the stars who had already arrived in the war zone could hear Feng Chupi's clear complaints through the mic. Star 6. Secretly begging, damn, Feng Chupi, bro, I didn't misjudge you, you're a man. Makabaka, ha, Feng, you're too awesome, you're already preparing to be our overall commander before the battle even starts? Stealing oil, I have to speak up for the veteran players, we've also worked hard for this. Feng Chupi was dumbfounded. What the heck, why did they pull everyone into the group so quickly? And why was the mic on from the beginning? Isn't this just a scam? The planning of interstellar human race is really as deceitful as ever. He quickly turned off the mic. Then, like an eggplant hit by frost, he drooped his head in dejection. Looking at Feng Chupi with his head down, Shuijia, who rarely raised her head from her own main page, asked, "What's wrong?" "Shuijia, I seem to have offended someone." Shuijia hadn't been paying attention to the messages in the group at all, but she shifted her focus to Feng Chupi. "Tell me, I'll help you solve it." "It can't be solved." Feng Chupi sighed, "If it were offline, Shuijia, your strength is unquestionable, but we're in the game, Sai, it's just my bad luck." "Shuijia, you don't know, these gamers fear nothing, they can do anything." The words I just said must have offended that overall commander. This game is a trap, letting those veteran players be commanders. Who knows what this mysterious commander will do, he's definitely going to target me. Feng Chupi hadn't played many games before. In their circle, offending someone with a word was not uncommon, so his father always reminded him to be cautious. Originally, Feng Chupi didn't care at all. Even in their own circle, he was known for his bad temper. But in this game, who cared how much money he had at home? Everyone was here to play the game, and in the players' minds, being inexperienced was the original sin. If he said the wrong thing, he felt a bit uneasy. Would that mysterious veteran player really target him? In a few seconds, he thought of countless possibilities. The more he thought, the more he felt he might be targeted. Is it just for this? Shuijia closed her main page, calmly glanced at Feng Chupi, who was still in a state of distress. First of all, in the game, everyone is playing. Don't use the rules of your previous small circle as a standard. No one is that petty. Secondly, it's snowing, Light chuckled, the mysterious and unpredictable, the supreme commander of the little chicken intestines. That's me. Oh, is what? Wind blew, eyes widening suddenly. Holy crap. Snow, you're the supreme commander? Wind blew with mouth agape, looking as shocked as if struck by lightning. Holy crap. Snow boarded the flagship and opened the group chat interface. She was about to issue orders when a strange sound came from the group. Wind blew, ha ha ha. Oh no, this guy must be crazy. Crazy, get him out, next. Ahem. Snow's voice appeared in the public channel, silencing all players instantly. All players, board the ship immediately. Now, rely on the defense team to report the intelligence you've gathered to me. Begging team, provide the battle zone coordinates. All flagship warships, activate stealth mode and head towards the coordinates. 8 warships act as one group, my ship is the main one, let's go. This kid Wind Blue, cracks me up, ha ha ha. Makabaka laughed heartily in the mech cockpit. His luck has always been good, but I never thought the supreme commander would be Snow. Wow, that beauty's insight is at 20, that's her base value. How much are we at now? I've spent all my gold coins and only reached 11. There are truly countless talents in this world. By Ningbing, what a buy. Hey, Makabaka, you're off topic. Makabaka interrupted. Shingshin, 6. 4 mechs had arrived at the planet's war zone. The exposed seabed always felt particularly awe-inspiring. Stealing Oil unconsciously started recording a video. Brothers, we have started a new war, this time against interstellar pirates. This is their final stronghold. Look, this should be the seabed exposed after the seawater was drained, baked by the sun, cracked, but we can still see some marine products on the ground. Stealing Oil, high in the sky, zoomed in with the camera. Well, these marine products are all that's left are shells. Oh, look, on the exposed seabed, there's actually a person running. Stealing Oil's camera spotted a black, then zoomed in to see a man in a blue uniform running with a child under his arm. Oi! Brothers, I'm here, come save me. Kralakra ran frantically, waving towards the 4 mechs. Behind him, there were pursuers. Is that a player? Stealing Oil exclaimed, and the other 3 also saw Kralakra. Save him. Shingshin flew towards Kralakra first. As he flew low over Kralakra, Shingshin reached out and grabbed him in his hand, gliding up. Laser beams and gunfire followed. It's a new mech, they have reinforcements, report immediately. Several pirates who chased out saw Shingshin's mech and reacted instantly. They raised their smart brains to transmit the message. Unfortunately, Shingshin had already heard. Against the level 3 or 4 pirates, the mech was unstoppable. Shingshin's mech raised its arm and fired at the pirates. Boom! A huge cannon blast, along with a large amount of soil being blown up, splattered everywhere. 3 pirates had fallen in a pool of blood, gasping but unable to move. Only the pirate who looked like a slime before has now softened into a fluid-like form, swiftly moving on the seabed. Shingshin, I have activated the signal blocker. Within 5 kilometers, he won't be able to contact his main forces. But now the mechs can't target him, his body seems to be able to seep into the seabed crevices. What should we do? At this moment, the oil thief and the others have arrived as well. The oil thief was inside the cockpit, recording a video all alone. What should we do? Of course, we kill him. Shingshin, inside the cockpit, drew the pair of tang swords from his waist. Simultaneously, he severed the link with the mech. BT, assist me. Yes, Iron Control. The series of mechs made by Wei Chen could assist personnel in action even without a pilot. Just like now, BT-010 quickly rushed to intercept the slime pirate's route and open the hatch. Shingshin jumped directly out of him and landed on the ground. The twin tang swords plunged into the ground. A painful low growl emanated from underground. Shingshin made a handsome sword draw, bringing out 2 green blood mists. The slime pirate painfully emerged from underground. He was a level 4 genetic warrior, and in fact, his body and experience were already at the point where he could withstand level 5 genetic lock potion. But because the pirates were resource poor, to obtain level 5 genetic lock potion, one needed to purchase it themselves or earn it through merit. And he was just a lowly slime. Let me go, I won't tell them you came to ambush them. Please. The slime's eyes were not small, and when he turned into a round shape, he still looked quite cute. 2 wounds were still oozing green blood. The long knife in Shingshin's hand was already standing by his side. Several other players had also gathered around. 4 mechs were in the air, and on the cracked seabed, a black-haired, black-eyed girl, wielding twin tang swords, coldly stared at the green slime in front of her. Are you afraid of death? Shingshin spoke. The jelly-like flesh on the slime's face trembled. Big sister, I'm already begging for mercy. Are you sure you just realized now that I'm afraid of death? The slime made a sound of agreement. Embarrassing, but perhaps it could save his life. Our mission is to eradicate pirates. Shingshin frowned, hesitating somewhat. She clicked on the slime for information. Level 4 peak slime, as long as level 5 genetic potion is used, will definitely advance to level 5. Genius among the slime race, timid personality, gluttonous, capable of changing forms. Slime race is weak, even at level 4, seems to have no real means of attack, weak in strength, but because of the ability to change form at will, not easy to kill. Current lifespan, 5 years. After injecting level 5 genetic unlock potion, lifespan will be extended by 50 years. Makabaka clicked his tongue and began to beg for mercy in secret. Oh no, Shingshin's weird fetish is probably acting up. You mean, liking to buy some ugly dolls? The beggar looked at the slime pirate on the ground. Like a big lump of jelly, still green, it seemed like it could transform into any form. Liquid, solid, or even fluid. At this moment, this slime was in a solid-like jelly form. Its round eyes stared straight at Shingshin. I beg you. The slime pirate crawled on the ground. Among our slime race, I am the only one who has climbed to such a high position. I don't want to die. The slime pirate honestly spoke. I became a pirate because here, I can get genetic unlock potions. In the Interstellar Alliance, our race can only apply for up to level 3 potions. I just want to survive, to live a little longer, and I have great talents. As long as you don't kill me, I can submit to your race. Xingqian's face remained icy cold. The slime shivered as it watched. Tell me about your pirate group in as much detail as possible, Xingqian coldly demanded. If the information is useful, I can give you a level 5 gene unlocking potion. In truth, she was already bubbling inside. A jelly-like slime, so super cute. Only 3-level gene unlocking potions for races? Isn't that blatant discrimination? What kind of interstellar alliance is this, so trashy? Bah! I can download the information from my brain to you. The slime rolled to Xingqian's feet. There was a slight ripple. The slime took off its own head. With its hands cradling the head, it respectfully handed it to Xingqian. The cold memory extractor, when inserted into the slime's head, made it shiver all over. The greenish jelly-like body rippled. The genius of this slime race, at this moment, was thinking about whether the organization behind these people could really be stronger than a pirate team. But they said they would give themselves a level 5 gene unlocking potion. Even a 2nd level gene warrior could operate such advanced mechas. They must be a very wealthy race. Please, don't jump to conclusions. I need information about the pirate group. BT-010's voice sounded above the slime's head. The slime raised its eyes and saw a huge mecha, bowing its head to look at it. Oh, okay, the slime answered respectfully. The sneaky stealer whispered, this slime really knows how to adapt. Adaptation is key to survival. This slime race is quite pitiful. Why does the Interstellar Alliance still practice racial discrimination? Makabaka muttered. Xingqian had already sheathed her 2 tang swords and was watching BT-010 collect information with folded arms. This technology is amazing. It can really retrieve visual information stored in brain cells? An eavesdropper approached. BT-010 replied, technological progress is multifaceted. After the threat of the Zerg, the Interstellar Alliance no longer focuses on weapon evolution. As BT-010 collected information about the Octopus Pirate Group, he recalled the things he discovered after being created and linked to the Star Network. With the significant decline of the human race's power, powerful races in the galaxy all got a piece of the pie. This included various aspects of technology. Humans were not the most indulgent race among the galaxy, but they were the most technologically advanced and not limited to weapon technology. So after the Great War between humans and the Zerg, the Interstellar Alliance suddenly introduced a variety of new technologies, including the memory extraction technique they were currently using. Recalling what he had seen in the Star Network, the former head of state had said that the most powerful aspect of the human race was their brains. Such a race was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they were not immortal. Even better, they always believed they had a duty to sacrifice for future generations. For the future of the human race, they fought against the Zerg. Sometimes, BT-010 couldn't understand why, after benefiting from the human race, other races still sought to share the resources of the human race. Seeing this slime now, BT-010 began to understand a bit. The human race always sympathized with weaker races. But these weaker races would only bow down when the human race was dominant. When they become strong enough, they will plunder. BT-010 planned to help Xingqian deal with the slime after extracting the memories. At that moment, the little mermaid woke up in Clarkla's arms. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 huge mechas standing beside him. He was being held by Clarkla, and not far away, his enemy, the slime pirate, had his head detached and attached to the mecha. He looked excited. I'm going to kill you. Clarkla scooped up the little mermaid in one go. Stop causing trouble. The commotion on the little mermaid's side also attracted the attention of other players. Whispering, hey, brother, did you kidnap a child? Makabaka said, isn't this the mermaid child you encountered before? Stealing Oil said, TSK, I'm just saying, when playing games, if you encounter the weak and don't shoot them, you're waiting to be deceived? As a seasoned player, Stealing Oil saw through the information brought back by other players at that time and realized that this child was definitely a spy. Hearing Stealing Oil's words, the little mermaid trembled and looked at Stealing Oil with fear in his eyes. He shrank behind Clarkla, glaring resentfully at the slime not far away. Clarkla rubbed the little mermaid's head. There's no other way, this child is quite pitiful. Anyway, it's an exploration game. It's good to take him back and raise him. He has no other relatives. Kind uncle, can you help me kill it? The little mermaid hugged Clarkla's leg, pointing at the slime not far away. The pirates who had just prepared to attack the kind uncle were sure to help me kill those pirates. Definitely. Tears welled up in the little mermaid's eyes as he looked pitifully at Clarkla. Xingqian glanced over. Clarkla opened his mouth, then closed it again. Revenge is something you should do yourself. That guy has caught the attention of our big shots. The Little Mermaid was stunned. He looked around at the players. Weren't they friends of the kind uncle? If you have the ability, you can take revenge yourself. Clarkla instigated with a smirk. Do you want to become a genetic warrior too? I'll take you back to my home planet. You can work for me then. I'll give you genetic unlocking potions. When your level is higher than his, you can go after him. Recruiting child labor directly. Can I do that too? The Little Mermaid was somewhat puzzled why the kind uncle would rather provide him with genetic potions than help him kill the slime. Xingqian withdrew her gaze. She quite liked this slime, since it was already begging for mercy. She decided to take it back and raise it as a pet. It would also help with mining and earn some gold coins. Regarding matters between pets, if you don't interfere, I won't either, understand? Xingqian spoke up. Stealing Oil exclaimed, damn, Xingqian actually said so much today. Whispering, it looks like she really likes this slime. It's not just liking, didn't you hear Xingqian say it's a pet? Stealing Oil said, Xingqian plans to bring that guy back to the base like Clarkla did. Damn, Xingqian is really smart. I also want to capture a pet. If I bring it back to help me mine, I can have time to chop trees, then I can earn 2 shares of money. Clarkla said, the big shot is tough, but big shot, what's the use of keeping this guy? If you bring it back, what if its level rises and it causes trouble? To raise it, you have to subdue it first. The stars coldly spoke, glanced at the trembling slime. If there's backlash, then it's my own fault, the players chattered. They completely failed to notice the shock in BT-010's eyes. Pets need to be tamed before raising them? If there's backlash, then it's her own fault? Did the human race always think this way? They never cared about other races in the Alliance plundering their technological creations. They never even complained to their masters about those things being taken by the Alliance. Instead, they had said before that over the years, the Alliance was truly trash, progressing technologically at a snail's pace. They truly didn't care about being robbed of resources. Instead, they despised the slow progress. So, it was because the human race never considered the other races in the Alliance as equals? The more BT-010 thought about it, the more it seemed right. After all, even the so-called strongest individual race, the gods, started using technology after that Great War. You see, in the past, aside from genetic unlocking technology, those immortal races completely disdained such external means. Download completed, a notification sounded. BT-010 snapped back to reality, packed all the data, and sent it to the Snow database. Undercover begging team, I've received the data you sent. Snow's voice echoed in the player's ears. The warship is advancing, Lord Mo Yun has set off early, just wait a few minutes in place, and the Lord will arrive. After the Lord arrives, follow him into the enemy's territory, act after the Lord, head to the coordinates I've given you, and rescue BT-007. Undercover begging, received. Stars, received. Oil thief, received. Makabaka, received. Clackla, Commander, what should I do? BT-009 is unable to return to base for repairs, so wait in place, and when the main force arrives, board any navigation warship. Clackla, got it. Just then, he watched the Little Mermaid nearby. The child was still glaring fiercely at the slime not far away. Clackla could understand the Little Mermaid's thoughts. After all, his dear sister was eaten, and he was deceived. It was only natural to hate these enemies. But Clackla wouldn't act recklessly for revenge. This was a game. He couldn't offend the big shots for a rescued mermaid child. Even outside the game, to Clackla, the child was pitiful, but at least he survived. As for the eaten sister, what difference did it make from other fish eaten in the sea? BT-010 glanced at Clackla. When Clackla's live broadcast was watched by players, the mechs linked to them could also see. Initially, he thought Clackla would sympathize with the rescued mermaid and seek revenge for him. Unexpectedly, although Clackla rescued the mermaid from the pirates, he had no intention of seeking revenge. The mechs had only seen Wei Chen, a human, all these years. So, they were always curious about what the Master's people would be like. Now, after the encounter, the mechs were even more puzzled. Sympathy overflowed, yet it seemed lacking. And there was a hint of malice. They could kneel and lick the Master while conversing as equals. Faced with a slight threat, they would back down immediately, but when it came to a real danger, they would charge ahead. Too complicated. Too complicated. Humans were indeed not easy to study, they were just too complex. BT-010 shook his head and retracted the data interface. Taiyu, your pet, how do you plan to deal with it? Xingqian glanced at the slime that had already retracted its head and was crawling on the ground. After the Lord arrives, I will give you a level 5 gene unlocking potion. But first, you have to do me a favor and be a guide. The slime looked puzzled at Xingqian. What does being a guide mean? Explain it to him, stealer. Xingqian pointed to the stealer. The stealer rolled his eyes. This Xingqian is getting more and more pretentious in the game, acting like a big shot. Annoying. Am I really supposed to be a lackey? The stealer cursed inwardly, then walked to Xingqian's side in a lackey-like manner. Being a guide means, you go over, tell your buddies that you caught a few of us, and then boldly lead us into your inner circle, got it? The slime's brain was not very bright to begin with. The stealer's long explanation left him confused. How could I catch you guys? The stealer rubbed his chin with his hand back and forth. Wow, I was worried you might betray us before, but now it seems your intelligence is lacking too. Listen, when the time comes, you'll say whatever I tell you to say. The stealer brought a rope over. Just as the players were getting ready, a gust of wind blew, and the incredibly handsome Mo Yun descended from the sky. Mo Yun's speed was extremely fast. He didn't even leave a trace in the air, appearing next to the players. Wow, so cool. Seeing Brother Yuan driving the mecha again is just too awesome. Will we see Brother Yuan in action today? So excited. Countless voices came through Xingqian and their team's earpieces. Although it was a public channel for tens of thousands of people, it wasn't noisy at all when everyone was talking. Mo Yun's cockpit opened halfway, revealing half of Wei Chen's body. Wei Chen said, "Let's get ready to go." The stealer raised his hand. "Wait a minute, Brother Yuan, we have a traitor here, we have a traitor." Wei Chen was stunned. He asked himself in his mind, huh? What is this guy up to? A traitor? Wei Chen lowered his head and saw the stealer excitedly explaining his plan. "Brother Yuan, we'll let this slime lead us into the enemy's inner circle. I've noticed that these pirates probably can't recruit any decent people. They only recruit some not very bright gene warriors as cannon fodder. After we follow the slime into the enemy's inner circle, we'll create a diversion, causing chaos inside. Makabaka, have you been eating idiom books? Oh, come on, doesn't it sound more cultured this way?" The stealer chuckled, showing a mouthful of big white teeth. "Well, it kind of works." Wei Chen nodded. It didn't make much difference to him. If they just charged in and bombarded everything, even the high-level gene warriors would come out to fight. But that way, it definitely wouldn't be as interesting as the stealer's idea. Wei Chen didn't notice. The initial fun of infecting the source was right in front of him, and at this moment, it was starting to contaminate him. Alright, let's go. Since we're going to sneak in, we need to have some traces of a defeated battle on us. The stealer grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on his face. He. The reflection of his 2 rows of big white teeth shone. "I don't want to, this is too dirty, right? And the mud on the seabed stinks." Makabaka crossed her hands and made a gesture of refusal. "Of course, girls prefer to be clean and fragrant. Then you can't come play the game of sneaking into the enemy's base with us." The stealer leaned in next to Wei Chen. He looked like he was asserting his authority. "Even Brother Yuan agreed, don't you?" The oil thief stood with hands on hips. "Come on, embrace the baptism of the sea mud. Get lost." Makabaka ran swiftly, with the oil thief chasing madly behind. Secretly begging for support, these 2 guys, still so immature in mind, unbelievable. But the oil thief was right, without any traces of battle, it would probably be hard to blend in. "Yuan go, let's disguise ourselves too, at least not let those pirates spot us at a glance." Wei Chen nodded. "Disguise is necessary, but why use sea mud?" He looked at the oil thief with a mischievous expression of doubt. Then he clapped his hands towards Mo Yun behind him. A light shot out from Mo Yun's pupils, enveloping everyone present, except the oil thief. Then everyone's bodies showed very realistic traces of post-battle. Even the bodies of several mechas emitted a strong burnt smell. Except for the oil thief. Covered in mud, the oil thief stood still, mouth agape. Yuan Gu, you have this skill, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The oil thief was dumbfounded. Makabaka, so dumb, you crack me up. Xingqian, 6. Secretly begging also chuckled. "Never thought Yuan Gu could be so silly. I'm dying." Yuan Gu must have suspected you were going to smear mud on him too, so he quickly had Mo Yun do the disguise. Secretly begging chuckled. I don't believe it, it's all illusions." The oil thief touched secretly begging's face. The fake wounds on his face were large areas of minor abrasions, with large but not deep wounds. Just a glance would reveal that the wounds had scabbed over not long ago. As the oil thief wiped across, the scabs on his face tore open with his movements, oozing blood. Even the mud on the oil thief's hands remained on the wounds. Damn! So realistic? I don't believe it, it must be an illusion. Illusion! The oil thief shouted to the sky. Shut up, we need to hurry and leave. Makabaka pulled the oil thief's collar. Wait, Yuan Gu, give me a disguise too. The oil thief approached Wei Chen. He wanted to slide over and grab Wei Chen's thigh as before. but he didn't dare. He was really dirty now. Wei Chen suppressed a smile, shook his head, and said in a very calm and fair manner, "Oil thief, your disguise is good, there's no need to waste energy on another layer, believe in yourself, the most basic disguise is usually the most effective." "Oh, is that so?" The oil thief silently withdrew his hand. Then he whispered to secretly begging, "We're doomed, beggar." "What's wrong, Joker? Yuan-gu must have been corrupted, now he's joking with me." The oil thief spat angrily, "I don't know who the hell corrupted Yuan-gu like this. When we started, Yuan-gu was such a handsome and cheerful person. Oh, what should we do now? Am I going to follow you with a face full of mud?" If everyone was covered in mud, it wouldn't matter. But now, everyone except him had the appearance of battle scars on their faces. Only he looked like a wild boar that had rolled in a mud pit. "Yuan-gu, by doing this, you're making me look foolish. If my fans see us like this, they'll definitely make fun of me." The oil thief's professional ethics were always there. He was still recording with his camera. "What should we do? How would I know? Why don't you go ask Mo Yun yourself, see if Mo Yun is willing to give you an extra layer of battle damage filter." After whispering his plea for help in secret, the oil thief swiftly ran to Mo Yun's side. Mo Yun, who had been following behind Wei Chen with large strides, suddenly felt something sticky under his foot. As he was about to kick it away, the mud-covered tribesman spoke up, "Boss Missouri Yun, please don't shake me off." Mo Yun looked down and saw the man with a face full of mud blinking his eyes. "What's up, Boss Missouri Yun, could you help me with a disguise too? It's embarrassing to be seen like this," he pleaded with a face covered in black mud. "But, we're already at the enemy's base," Mo Yun replied straightforwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his connection with the person who was partially linked to his spirit suddenly improved. Ah, the oil thief exclaimed and dropped something on the ground. At that moment, they had reached the edge of the seabed cliff. In the dark night, numerous starships lay prostrate at the bottom of the cliff, twinkling with faint red lights. "Stop sulking and come guide the slimes in acting," the beggar whispered to the oil thief, pulling him towards Slime. "Quick, both of you establish communication and then guide them." The group hastily made preparations. Wei Chen instructed Mo Yun to hide on the side. The BT series mechs were already impressive enough to attract the mid-level pirates. Wei Chen smirked, thinking that the players' methods might lead them to discover the captured BT-007. Halt! Just as the players had disguised themselves and were being led by Slime towards the outermost battleship, several green lights were aimed at them. "It's me!" Slime waved his hand. "We were going to find some dried fish, but we happened to run into these mechs from the same team." "Wow! Well done, did you really bring them back?" The green lights disappeared. Several guarding interstellar pirates emerged. Seeing that the oil thief and his group were only second-rate genetic warriors, they marveled, "Such advanced mechs paired with such trashy genetic warriors? Huh? Isn't this like delivering food to us? Ha, it's so satisfying. You might get a level 5 genetic potion this time. By the way, where are your teammates?" After the guard finished speaking, he patted Slime on the shoulder with one hand. "They all died in battle." Slime waved his hand. "I've taken them to the team leader, so all the credit will be mine." "Hey, don't go." The guard stopped Slime and handed him a pack of cigarettes. "I heard your previous team leader died. It was the patrol team, and they're still inside." "The patrol team?" Slime's gelatinous face trembled several times. "The captain is dead?" "Yeah, blood all over the cockpit. If you go back now, you might be killed too." Seeing Slime's terrified expression, the guard chuckled and took back the offered cigarette. He lit one and smoked it slowly. "This is a high-quality item I've managed to get, won't you try it?" Slime was both shocked and scared. The patrol team was specifically in charge of managing low-level pirates like them. If anyone caused trouble, the patrol team could execute them without needing any justification. Swallowing hard, Slime realized that his blatant betrayal, coupled with bringing enemies into their midst, would likely result in a gruesome end for him. But now, he had no way to turn back. The mechs were right behind him. Caught in a dilemma, Slime failed to notice the hints from the pirate in front of him. The guard appeared human-like in form but had a skinless appearance, with a body entirely covered in deep red. At this moment, he stared at Slime with a pair of bright red eyes, confirming that Slime did not understand his meaning. Feeling somewhat speechless, he said, "What are you standing there foolishly for? If you bring these mechas in now, the patrol team will definitely kill you just like they did your captain. Brother, I can endure some hardship to help you out. I have a way," he hinted while pointing at the cigarette in his hand. Cigarettes, ever since they were introduced by the human race, had become popular throughout the galaxy. However, pirates, due to their status, were excluded by the Interstellar Alliance. Except for high-ranking pirates with connections, lower-level pirates like Slime had no means even to buy things, let alone something as good as cigarettes. So, the little red guy just gave Slime a cigarette to show him that he has a way? Oil Thief stared with both eyes at the little red guy. The red pirate looked a bit uneasy and glanced around. Just then, he saw Oil Thief grinning at him. "Ha! Why is this prisoner covered in mud?" The red pirate's eyes sharpened instantly as he approached Oil Thief. Oil Thief's muddy appearance was easily noticeable in the crowd. I got a bit scared during the battle. So, Oil Thief's mind worked quickly. In an instant, he figured out how to phrase his response. Unexpectedly, the other party burst into laughter. "So you're a coward, it's really strange. How can second-tier genetic warriors like you have such good mechas? It's a waste to give you these mechas." The red pirate licked his lips, scanning the players and Wei Chen. "Give me control of the mechas, and I'll have Slime release you. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. How about it? It's quite a profitable deal." The red pirate's voice was not loud, just enough for the players to hear but not Slime. The players were stunned. Oil Thief was the first to send a message in the group chat. "Wow, there are such cunning old foxes in the galaxy too? Makabaka, when game designers create characters, have they been through the ups and downs of society for years? They've really brought out characters like this." Xingchen, 6. "Should we agree?" Secretly begging, "If we agree, our plan to sneak in will be ruined, but if we don't, he probably won't let it go. He's pressuring us with a 4th tier, can we handle it?" Xingchen, "It might be difficult for me alone, but with the BT mecha, it's no problem." Oil Thief coughed lightly. In his mind, he sarcastically thought, "Of course. If they use mechas, what are they worried about? The main concern is that if you fight with mechas at someone else's doorstep, with such a commotion, won't you attract everyone over?" Just as the players were getting anxious, Slime nervously ran over and said, "They are all my prisoners. What do you want to do?" "Humph, what do I want to do?" The red pirate sneered. He scrutinized Slime from head to toe and said, "What are you? Don't you know yourself? You're just a slime, lucky to have reached the 4th tier. Do you really think you're someone in the pirate group? I gave you a cigarette earlier to give you face, but if you don't want that face, then don't blame me. I'll tell you the truth, the patrol team has left, but I want these mechas." After the red pirate finished speaking, he took the cigarette out of his mouth, threw it on the ground, and put on a cool look, saying, "If you know what's good for you, have these drivers give me control of the mechas. Otherwise, we'll all die." When using ordinary mechs, just like with the AI brain, biological genes are needed for authentication. Therefore, typically, after killing the mech's owner, the plundered mech needs to be forcibly reset and re-authenticated before it can be used. However, there is a simpler method, which is for the mech's previous owner to voluntarily unbind. The red pirates clearly want players to unbind themselves, and then obtain these mechs. For BT mechs. For these pirates, that is quite a fortune. As for the patrol team, if they turn to piracy, they might as well kiss their heads goodbye and might die at any moment. Would they release this easy prey just because they fear the patrol team? Impossible. The red pirate's intentions have not fully revealed themselves yet. A laser beam sliced the red pirate in half with a sizzle. The extremely high temperature of the laser beam cooked the flesh above the cut on the pirate's bisected body. A burnt smell wafted in the air. I never expected that, at this point, there would still be someone so short-sighted trying to hide things. A gloomy voice came from afar. A group of pirates dressed in black robes approached them. The leader of the pirates held the weapon that had just fired the laser. Slime trembled all over and quietly explained to the players, "The patrol team. They are the patrol team." The oil thief scratched his head. Wow, in just a few minutes, they had already encountered the patrol team? What luck! Maybe this time, they would get to see BT-007. Just then, a voice came through their earpieces. "Begging squad, be prepared, in 30 minutes, the fleet of navigational battleships will arrive above the combat zone, and we have relocated the respawn point inside the battleship. Ada's Star, Moon Ancestral Clan." The Elven Queen, holding a wooden staff, looked solemn. In front of her, there was an oval mirror entwined with vines. The mirror rippled like water. As the queen pointed her finger at it, ripples spread across the surface. In the blurry image, a human named Wei Chen seemed to be in a place with several other humans. Can't even the Tree of Life see clearly where this Wei Chen is heading? The queen lowered her gaze, feeling a bad premonition. For so many years, the humans had been living in seclusion, completely ignoring the changes in the outside world. Unexpectedly, they suddenly produced such a talented young man. In a short time, he had become a level 9 genetic warrior. This was not good news for all races. "Master, the young clan leader is still completely immersed in the illusion of failure, and Wei Chen seems to have become his inner demon," the steward said earnestly, bowing his body. In fact, not only the young clan leader, but even he had been intimidated by Wei Chen's momentum that day. However, the old steward had been serving the elven royal family for almost 1,000 years. He had some resilience. But Moon Ancestor, the young clan leader who had always been hailed as the pride of the elves, had never been so thoroughly crushed before. It's good to be struck down once in a while, at least he will know in the future that there are always people better than him. The Elven Queen waved her hand. Her expression was proud. But how can my son, Donger, be humiliated by a human like this? Summon him. Although the power bestowed by the Tree of Life cannot show a clear picture of Wei Chen's surroundings, it can give a rough idea. As long as he sees Wei Chen's failure and death with his own eyes, he will be able to face his inner fears. The Elf Queen sighed. It was already difficult for the elves to conceive, and she might only have this one child, and Yadon, in her lifetime. If he was not educated well and then given power recklessly, it would be a huge blow to the entire elf race. So, upon learning that Wei Chen was about to face a catastrophe and engage in a battle with the octopus team, the Elf Queen began to waiting for this rising human to once again meet failure, just like the humans of the past. Deep down, the Elf Queen thought to herself that it was not the students in the academy who truly feared Wei Chen's rise, but rather the myriad races that had benefited from human resources. Host, there is a prying gaze from the Elf Queen, the system's voice sounded in Wei Chen's mind. At this moment, he was being led by the patrol team along with other players. The interior space of the main battleship was vast, even larger than a typical tech exhibition hall, filled with all sorts of strange things. The group wandered around curiously. Although our flagship is not as handsome, this interior space is really huge. The space is undeniable, but the taste of the owner of this battleship is really questionable. The lights inside the battleship were mainly green and red. Walking under these lights, the group felt like they were walking on the road to the underworld. Their mitts were left outside, and now they were truly walking into the lion's den. The slime was trembling all over, imagining countless ways it could be killed. Aren't you afraid? The slime shrank back, subconsciously moving closer to the players. Afraid of what? This path? I have to say, it does have a bit of a horror movie atmosphere, but, one of the players interrupted, flicking some mud off his face. This horror atmosphere is far from what we've experienced before, like playing Escape from the Madhouse or Identity V. Mother, are you telling the truth? And Yedon's eyes, originally lifeless, lit up upon hearing the Elf Queen's words. Wei Chen had encountered the octopus pirate crew. Ha ha ha, this was truly great news. And Yedong knew that Wei Chen would definitely survive this great battle because he knew Wei Chen's true strength. However, the graduation competition of the Lord's Academy was not just about individual strength. The Academy's competition was about the strength of the people under their command. If Wei Chen's planet was plundered by pirates, he would not be able to save many of his people. With the pirates' nature, even if they couldn't kill Wei Chen, they would definitely wipe out all the middle and high-level genetic warriors on Wei Chen's planet. The human race itself did not have many people. Over the years, there had been no news of them purchasing many genetic unlocking elixirs. Yes, the elf race held a portion of the shares of the company that developed genetic unlocking elixirs. They controlled the Interstellar Alliance in all aspects and had long been eyeing the human race, guarding against their resurgence. Although we don't know how Wei Chen managed to grow to level 9 right under our noses, the Elf Queen said in a gentle tone, now that we have discovered it, we must take it seriously. No one from the myriad races had openly mentioned persecuting the human race yet. After all, it was an era dominated by technology. The initial developer of the terminal AI, was a genius from the human race. Although that genius developer died in a major war after the decline of the human race, the control of the terminal AI fell into the hands of the Alliance. However, no one knew if the terminal AI would still lean towards the human race. Several dominant races in the Interstellar Alliance do not want to see the human race rise again. When Wei Chen entered the Lord Academy back then, he attracted a lot of attention. The Elven Queen gently stroked the scepter in her hand, watching in Yudong not far away still in ecstasy. Her son didn't know that Wei Chen had already caught the attention of the rulers of those races when he was in the academy. However, despite numerous probes, he survived each time and even received protection from the old headmaster. Everyone was originally just giving face to the old headmaster. Coupled with the fact that his strength was only at the level of a 6th or 7th grade genetic warrior, it prevented those races from launching a frenzied attack. Now that this battle is over and Wei Chen's strength is exposed, can they still sit still? They will definitely make a move. Mother, should we send someone over, take advantage of the chaos, and see if we can? And Yudong excitedly spoke up. As long as Wei Chen dies, he will still be the genius he was back then. He will still be a genius rarely seen in the entire Interstellar Alliance. His only enemy is the equally powerful Feng Yusheng. The Elven Queen chuckled and shook her head. No. Our elven race has always advocated peace. Even when we launched resource plundering against the human race back then, our elven race remained aloof. This time, you are not allowed to take action either. However, we can send out the Dark Elves to interview on site and let all races see this battle. The fight between In Yudong and Wei Chen was just a sparring match among peers. The Elven Queen did not want to break ties with the human race at this moment. Although the Elven race gained many benefits from the event of sharing resources with the human race, they did not take substantial action. The former king once said, "Do not be enemies with the human race unless absolutely necessary." Such a group that can produce countless geniuses in a short period of time. Who knows how strong their heritage has become after so many years? The human race back then truly made all geniuses of all races bow their heads. Geniuses were as common as can be in their group. The Elven Queen remembered the glorious moments of the human race she witnessed in her youth and couldn't help but sigh. If a genius like Wei Chen were born in any other group, he would easily ascend to the position of leader. But it's a pity. He is human. The news that the Elven race is sending reinforcements quickly spread throughout the Star Network, even making it to the top searches. Players now have their own identification and can afford to buy a smart brain to log into the Star Network. Several wealthy players quickly connected to the smart brain, looking at the Star Network page and exclaiming in excitement, "The elves are coming to support us, ha, will they be as cute as Alice's wife?" Sailing in the Starry Sea. They had to stay on the warship for 2 hours. The players didn't want to log out, afraid of missing any plot developments, so they gathered together boredly chatting. When they saw the news push on the smart brain, they excitedly exclaimed, "This game is really awesome, this Star Network is just like our internet, except there are no games in the Star Network, tisk, otherwise we could play games in the game, huh, that would be cool. Let's read the news first. Wow, this is the Elven Queen, so beautiful. How old is she? I love mature women. Let me check, damn, she's almost 500 years old." The players were all using their microphones. Their voices were clearly heard in Shui La's ears. Shui La frowned. The players suddenly saw the news at this crucial moment. Could it be a hint from the game? Playing the game for the first time, Xiao Shui was very serious, carefully considering any piece of information that was loaded. "Xiao Zhang, when you introduced the game background to me before, did you mention that the human race used to be very strong, but became desolate in order to fight the insect race, and then was looked down upon by all races?" Feng Shuipi had not been called by his real name for a long time, and he was stunned for a moment when Xiao Shui suddenly called him. "Yes, those races we encountered before all looked so arrogant, don't even mention it, it's disgusting." Xiao Shui nodded. The other races showed no reaction. Why did the elves take the lead in providing support? She opened Wei Chen's communication. Wei Chen was currently leading the players to the location of the patrol team. Pirates were not good people. The members of the patrol team were the worst of the worst scoundrels, and when they saw the newcomers, they licked their lips and approached. "Ha, we even caught a few tender newcomers, they look so delicious, keep one alive for interrogation later, kill the rest. Leave the one covered in mud." 8 members of the patrol team. All had octopus heads in human bodies. The tentacles on their heads were sticky and disgusting. Stealing Oil Ant pointed at herself, speechless, "Look down on me? What's wrong with these pirates? Do they really look so easy to bully? Damn it, why am I always the one being looked down upon by these monsters? It's really frustrating." Stealing Oil Ant wiped off the mud on his face. He shouted fiercely, "Today, let these pirates see what it means to not underestimate the poor youth." In his hand appeared 3 syringes. They were respectively inferior 3rd grade gene potion, inferior 4th grade gene potion, and 5th grade inferior gene potion. It was because of the increase in mission difficulty this time that the system gave out benefits in advance. On-site upgrade? Is this guy crazy? The octopus monsters of the patrol team frowned and shouted. Normal interstellar races knew that these gene potions had to be injected when their bodies were at their peak condition, and it had to be when their bodies had fully adapted to the current gene level. In the players' words, that meant reaching the experience points. Ordinary interstellar races were extremely cautious when injecting gene potions, because they didn't have visible experience points like the players. If their bodies couldn't handle the impact of the next stage of potion, they would explode and die. The Alliance had developed some instruments that could estimate a rough range, but it only reduced a part of the mortality rate. However, at this moment, Stealing Oil Ant pulled out 3 gene unlocking potions. Right in front of the patrol team's octopus monsters, he directly injected them into his arm. "Damn, get out of the way, we'll be covered in blood later," the octopus monsters shouted. At the same time, Stealing Oil Ant also shouted, "Ha, watch me reach level 5, I'll beat you to death." The shouting from both sides rang out simultaneously. After dodging for a while, the octopus monsters realized that nothing had happened, and Stealing Oil Ant was even more dumbfounded. Why didn't his level increase after injecting the potion? Damn, is it a fake potion? He shouted in grievance, pain, distortion, and disbelief. The next second, one of the octopus monsters reached out and slapped Stealing Oil Ant. Damn it, scared me. I really thought you were injecting the gene unlocking potion directly, turns out it's fake, trying to scare us? Nonsense. What bad luck, don't kill him. It's best to get this idiot's words on record. Listening to the octopus monster's shouts, the beggar was about to laugh himself to death, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha, are you an idiot, oil thief? You cracked me up. Ah, even if it's a low-quality gene unlocking potion, you still need to level up before injecting it. Put. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oil thief was slammed against the wall by a tentacle, spat out blood, and complained with a pale face. How was I supposed to know that you didn't know? He begged in secret. Why don't you use the wind blows but move quickly? Max out the pain sensation, gain experience directly. Even at this moment, you dare to communicate in front of us? Ah, how arrogant. Are you looking for trouble? The octopus monsters were infuriated when they saw the players chatting as if nothing was happening, showing no fear on their faces. Max out the pain sensation? Oil thief was covered in wounds from the beating, lying on the ground, eyes full of fear. Not fear of these NPCs. It's damn, the pain sensation in the game is said to be as real as in reality for authenticity. If he maxes out the pain sensation, with his current health, Oil thief glanced at his health, not even a third left. It's going to hurt like hell. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. Bro, it's just a game, do we need to go all out like this? That's maxing out the pain sensation. Oil thief and the beggar locked eyes in secret. He gulped down some saliva. Don't say it. The feeling of being pierced by the bloodthirsty chinsa tree when he first started playing the game resurfaced. It really hurt. Hesitation leads to defeat. Get ready for battle, remember to prepare medical potions in advance, or just head back to the warship. Xingqian drew her twin blades. She had maxed out the pain sensation. 10 medical syringes were ready in her backpack. The moment the twin blades were drawn, they blocked the tentacles thrown by the octopus pirates. The octopus tentacles were different from those of an octopus. They were smooth without suckers. Such strength. Xingqian held the knives in both hands, feeling a slight numbness in her palms. But with just that move, her experience points instantly increased by a section. Damn, is this even possible? Oil thief's eyes lit up. Enough said. If a little girl dares to max out, can I chicken out? The next moment. Damn. It hurts so much. This scream made even the octopus pirate attacking him shudder. After seeing his experience points rise, Oil thief immediately turned off the pain sensation. The feeling of pain fading away made him take a sharp breath. This feels so good. He's coming back to life. Quickly, another medical syringe. Oil thief alternated between screaming and looking relieved, then gave himself another injection. The few octopus pirates watching furrowed their brows. Is this person into some special fetish? Damn it, you dare scare me. Can't take it anymore, I'll kill you first. The octopus pirates shouted and charged forward. Seeing his experience points soar and reaching level 3 in an instant, Oil thief didn't back down. Come on, who doesn't fight is a coward, damn it. Anyway, as long as his reaction speed is fast enough, the pain won't catch up with him. Instead, the experience points keep increasing. Not bad. Wei Chen scanned the room with his eyes. There were no traces of BT-007, it seems to be somewhere else. A gust of wind blew towards his face. Wei Chen raised his hand and grabbed the octopus pirate trying to attack him. The octopus pirate only felt a great force, then he was pulled over entirely. The next second, his head was in Wei Chen's hand. How could this be? The octopus pirate's eyes widened in shock. He had just checked, these people were all just level 2. Where did you send the last mech you brought back? Wei Chen pinched the octopus's head, forcing it to make eye contact with him. In that moment of eye contact, the pirate octopus's gaze became unfocused as he spoke. The doctor took the mecha. He said it's not an ordinary BT mecha, he wants to study it. Wei Chen asked, where is the doctor? Inside the second battleship. Before the pirate octopus could finish his sentence, his head exploded. Wei Chen furrowed his brow. The method of mental interrogation was indeed too crude. However, he didn't expect to find someone knowledgeable within this pirate crew. Probably, it was this so-called doctor who dismantled the BT-007. What a hassle. Wei Chen shook his hand, flicking off the blood and flesh. He took out his own handkerchief and wiped his hands clean. Truly thrifty. I'll go to the second battleship. You guys have fun here, Wei Chen said before leaving. The thief who had just injected a healing needle was instantly revived with full health. After several near-death experiences, she leveled up to 5. Yuan go, we'll come find you after we deal with them, they said. The pirate octopuses were horrified to find that the people they were just overpowering were now fighting back. And why did getting beaten up feel both painful and enjoyable? What kind of twisted situation was this? The mechas had activated signal interference, preventing any screams from escaping the small room. Players only needed to focus on leveling up here. Moon ascended. Above the underwater cliff, it transmitted all the scenes it saw to Wei Chun. The second battleship was located at the center of the pirate crew. Wei Chun violently tore through all the compartments blocking his path. A loud alarm suddenly blared. Starting from the outermost pirate battleship, the alarm spread towards the center. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified enemies detected. The red alarm sounded in the 3 central battleships. At this moment, Wei Chun continued forward. He heard the voice of Xiala in his ear. Lord, the elves have announced they will send reinforcements. Are they friend or foe? The explosions, the screams of the pirates being killed by Wei Chun, all made Xiala frown. The Lord is so powerful. This NPC is more than just a game guide. Since setting off, Wei Chun hadn't had time to check the news on the Star Network. Even if he did, he might not pay attention to it. He never expected Xiala to report to him. Would the elves really come to help him so kindly? It was a huge joke. Those elves, with their beautiful appearance but ugly hearts, would not help the pirates without some ulterior motive. The Elf Queen probably had other plans in mind. Wei Chun continued towards the center of the pirate crew, killing numerous pirates and destroying dozens of battleships along the way. Finally, he stopped at the outer perimeter of the central fleet. There was an energy shield there, with several interstellar cannons aimed at him from inside. Outside, countless interstellar pirates surrounded him with weapons in hand. Those elves are up to no good. I reckon they want to expose my strength so that the other powerful races in the universe can wipe us out, Wei Chun said nonchalantly. It's inevitable, our strength is too great, jealousy will always follow, he added. Commander, what should we do? Xiala was surprised that the Lord would ask her this question. The freedom in this game was indeed as Zhang Tao had described. Should everything be decided by me? It's snowing, and the long-lost feeling of excitement made his blood boil. Wei Chun, of course, in this war, you are the supreme commander, and all decisions during the war will be commanded by you. Trust those you employ, and employ those you trust. The players were all summoned from his hometown. Wei Chun naturally believed that his fellow villagers would not betray him. After all, although they were sand sculpture players, they were also true pure humans. Moreover, even if Snowfall made a wrong judgment, he could clean up after them. A leader must cover for his players. As the boss, how could he not protect his little brothers? In the interstellar world, the human race has no allies. You are the only hope for the rise of the human race. Wei Chun finished speaking. Countless shells exploded around him. The sound of explosions continued in Snowfall's ears. Wei Chun strolled leisurely through the hail of bullets towards the center of the pirate fleet. His mental force field was fully activated. All the gunfire avoided him. Level 9. Among the pirates, a high-level genetic warrior sensed Wei Chun's level. He shouted in terror. The next second, he was strangled by the mental force field, and blood gushed out, causing his death. Heavens, it's a level 9 genetic warrior. Could he be from the Interstellar Alliance? Quick, contact the captain, hurry. It seems like his target is our warships. Immediately activate all warships. Take off, take off. Genetic warriors below level 7, board the warships and take off immediately. Those above level 7, gather and kill this kid. We've killed level 9 genetic warriors before, no need to panic. Gather. The few giant warships in the middle took longer to take off due to their massive size. Wei Chun had already torn through their energy shields. Supreme Commander, let's not chat for now, I'll go bring back BT-007. Relying solely on the players to bring back BT-007 was probably impossible. Wei Chun didn't expect that among these pirates, there were actually some knowledgeable individuals. The second warship housed the research talents of the pirate team. Their warship was the most cumbersome of all, given the multitude of research instruments. Pirates were nomads, and they usually carried all their belongings with them. A young pirate hurried in to alert the researchers to prepare for defense. Doctor, it's very dangerous outside now. We need to take off immediately, all experiments must be paused. Paused? An octopus-headed doctor with a monocle pushed up his glasses with a tentacle. Frowning, he had the disassembled BT-007 in front of him. The core of this special BT series mech is on the verge of being cracked, and you want me to stop now? The octopus doctor coldly flicked his tentacle. The pirate who came to report was immediately pierced in the neck and fell limp outside the laboratory door. The octopus doctor didn't spare a glance at the body. He opened the communication video in front of him. The face of the leader of the octopus gang appeared on the screen. Yuri's, this BT series mech is very special, and now is a critical moment for me to crack its core. No matter what happens, do not interrupt me. Yuri's, the leader of the octopus pirate gang, was also a huge octopus-like creature. There's a level 9 genetic warrior outside, seems to be a human, heading towards us, destroying many warships along the way. It's highly likely he was sent specifically to destroy our warships. Are you sure your warship won't take off and activate its defenses? I can't activate it. The core program of this mecha is very special. I need battleship energy to support my algorithm program for decryption. If the battleship is activated, all previous efforts will be in vain. Dr. Octopus was displeased to see the figure projected by the other side. Why does someone have to appear at this moment? Humans, humph, quite rare indeed. To think it's even a level 9 human. Among the myriad races, can the higher-ups tolerate a level 9 human? Yuri's, stop that human, promise some benefits, just stop him by any means necessary. Yuri's was very displeased. As the leader of the octopus pirate crew, he was the one in charge here. However, the team had no way to purchase things from the Alliance, such as advanced weapons and genetic unlocking potions, all provided by Dr. Octopus. If they lost Dr. Octopus, the strength of their crew would greatly diminish. It's really human. Halt, let's talk. Yuri's opened the mic inside the battleship. He hailed Aiden, who was still advancing. Currently, the only battleship on the battlefield that had not taken off and activated its protective shield was the second battleship. Seeing that Aiden completely ignored his intentions, Yuri shouted in anger, "Human, I have no intention of being your enemy. If you leave now, I can still spare your life. Do you not know how much the human race has suffered in the Interstellar Alliance? The Alliance sent you here, probably to get you killed. Stop now. If you don't stop, I will take action." A towering mecha flew out from the first battleship. It was a squid-shaped mecha, its mechanical tentacles lashing out towards Aiden. The speed was incredible. Aiden's eyes narrowed, swiftly dodging. The spot where he had just stood was directly shattered by the mechanical tentacles. A deep crack appeared on the ground. The mechanical tentacles swiftly changed direction, astonishingly fast without any clumsiness. This was a top-tier mecha. Moreover, it was custom-made, undoubtedly crafted by a master. Aiden could tell at a glance that it wasn't from the hands of those masters in the Alliance. Did this octopus crew also have a mecha master? Ink Cloud. A pitch-black mecha descended from the sky, its cold mechanical wings spreading open, only half the size of the octopus mecha. Aiden swiftly entered the cockpit. The two mechas instantly engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, anxiously waiting for progress, was startled by the commotion outside. He activated the monitor and immediately saw Ink Cloud battling the octopus mecha. Yuri's, leave him, leave that mecha, and leave that human too. I want to know who created them. That's a domain-level mecha, on par with yours. But there are no records in the Interstellar Alliance. Leave him. Yuri's, fighting inside the octopus mecha, was sweating profusely. Hearing Dr. Octopus's shouts, he shivered with cold anger. You already know it's on par with my mecha. How do you expect me to capture him? He's also level 9. Even if he's level 9, what can he do? Dr. Octopus's face displayed concentric blue patterns. Yuri's, you've killed level 9 gene warriors before. A fanatical expression appeared on his face. The star weapon I designed is meant to deal with high-level warriors. Yuri's, capture him, capture him, capture him. The design concepts, ideas, and even the internal programs of these mechas are so special that they can create a new race. No. I should say, what can overturn what the mechanical race claims, that they are a naturally born race? Yes, the mechanical race must be created by external forces. They are different from all other races. The blue circular pattern on Dr. Octopus's face became more and more prominent. His expression also became increasingly crazy, even with a hint of admiration and longing. Seeing the blue pattern on Dr. Octopus's face, Yuri sighed deeply. Whenever the doctor encountered something related to weapons, he would go particularly crazy. He completely ignored any other suggestions. Watching once again evade his own attacks, and even being able to destroy a black mecha of his own tentacle, Yuri gritted his teeth. Let's do it. After all, this time they came to plunder. They also seized a lot of resources. Using a star weapon once, let's consider this trip worthwhile. Alright, doctor, don't make me lose too badly. He fiercely pressed a bright red button on his subordinate. The first battleship that had risen into the air suddenly began to change shape. When all the energy condensed, the air around them trembled. Wei Chen raised his head. Danger. He raised an eyebrow, looking at that first battleship. Wow, this guy isn't playing around? According to Interstellar rules, shouldn't we settle the outcome first before using energy weapons? Wei Chen asked. Yuri smirked, we are pirates, we don't follow your rules, it's just right for you to witness the ultimate weapon of our octopus pirate group. You are the second 9th level genetic warrior to witness it. Oops. Seems like showing off too much. Wei Chen controlled the ink cloud to stop. He had already noticed that no matter how fast he was, that energy cannon had locked onto him. By now, they had already dealt with the octopus pirates who were stealing oil, and had quietly hidden among the outer pirates. Star Weapon consumes energy equivalent to the entire energy of about 3 7th level planets, can directly kill 8th level genetic warriors, and severely injure 9th level genetic warriors. Damn, that weapon in the sky seems pretty awesome. The oil thief clicked on the star weapon for inspection, secretly begging in his heart, what level is Brother Yuan? 9th level. Star held twin swords, speaking coldly. NPCs are different from us, they only have one life. If Brother Yuan is seriously injured here, I'm afraid our battle hasn't even started, we've already lost half. The secret beggar analyzed. He reported all the situation here to Snow. Snow was already advancing at full speed on his end. 10 minutes left. In 10 minutes, they would reach this ocean planet. But in 10 minutes, Wei Chen would definitely be injured by the star weapon. The healing needle could at most repair the bodies of these low-level warriors. For high-level genetic warriors, their bodies required too much energy. The effect of the needle was almost negligible. So, Snow connected with Wei Chen. Lord, surrender. Put. Wei Chen almost laughed. Wow. Almost made me laugh. Lord, we will arrive at the scene in 10 minutes. If the other side uses the star weapon, they must inject all the energy into this weapon. You are the strongest force in our team. Try to preserve your strength while maintaining it. At the same time, it can also serve as a constraint, preventing the other party from easily withdrawing energy from the star weapon. You delay time, we will launch a sneak attack. Snow's tactics were very clear. But for the pirate team, who would have expected 81 navigation battleships to come and attack them? Okay. Wei Chen nodded lightly. Despite the conversation seeming long, in reality, only a few seconds had passed at the scene, before all the energy of the star weapon gathered. Mo Yun pulled out a white flag from his waist. The small white flag swayed in the air. Wei Chen also raised his hands and walked out of Mo Yun's cockpit. Bro, don't be impulsive. I surrender. It's not easy for us to upgrade to level 9, don't just start firing at will. Can't I surrender? You're right, the Alliance isn't very friendly to our human race either. I just came to show off, not planning to give my life for the Interstellar Alliance. Wei Chen's flexible attitude left Yuri's confused. The oil thief gang secretly gave Wei Chen a thumbs up. Damn, Yuan Gu is really awesome, so flexible? Wow, I think what's even more awesome is Xiasno, she can actually boss Yuan Gu around. The supreme commander on the battlefield, you think it's a joke? Tisk TSK, so majestic, actually able to command Yuan Gu. If I ever become a battlefield commander, I'll make Yuan Gu listen to me too. You're daydreaming. They were dressed as pirates and speaking quite loudly. Several pirates around the players frowned as they saw them already in pirate attire. Why did these guys look so unfamiliar? And their way of speaking was strange. Which team are you guys from? As they turned their heads to beg for alms, they saw several oddly shaped pirates looking at them. They inwardly exclaimed in alarm. All of them had human appearances. Hopefully these pirates won't notice. Looking around, they were all level 4 or 5 pirates. Cold sweat broke out on the head of the beggar. Just as he was thinking of an excuse. Are you blind? We're from the inspection team. The oil thief shouted at the pirates who had asked them, how dare you? You dare to meddle in our inspection team's affairs? Do you want to die? The oil thief immediately noticed that these ordinary pirates, with no distinctive clothing, were different from the inspection team members who all wore red uniforms. What status does the inspection team hold? From the very beginning, the players had learned that the oil thief was a game streamer, so he had some information gathering skills. Aren't the inspection team all octopusians? The first pirate who questioned suddenly lost his momentum. Even as he spoke these words in defense, he shrunk his neck. You dare to talk back? Do you want to die? The oil thief slapped the pirate's head with a loud smack. All of them were level 5 genetic warriors, and the oil thief's arrogant demeanor directly confirmed to the surrounding pirates. Yes, it was the inspection team. The pirates quickly lowered their heads and scurried away, fearing that the words they had just spoken might bring them trouble. Members of the inspection team were the right-hand men of the leader. Can't afford to provoke them. Seeing the space around them clear out, Xingchen gestured to the oil thief. 6. Impressive. The beggar didn't expect to play like this. Makabaka was even more shocked by the oil thief's actions. Wow. At this moment, Wei Chen's surrender on the field also left Yuri's at a loss. But energy is something to save wherever possible. And the weapons of the stars have limited uses. There aren't many things that can seriously injure high-level genetic warriors. Alright, in your human words, it's called, a wise man knows when to yield. Wei Chen smiled and stood still with his hand raised. Yuri's, I've heard about you, all with grudges against the Interstellar Alliance. We don't have to be at odds. I mean no harm. Yuri's maintained a stern expression. No harm? Almost dismantled his group of low-level fleets. Is this called no malice? But the other party wouldn't be cannon fodder introduced by the Interstellar Alliance, right? The subtle relationship between the human race and the myriad races, larger forces all know. But now this mysterious level 9 genetic warrior actually surrendered on his own initiative, so he didn't mind taking in another level 9 junior. Good, since you surrendered, let's go meet our second in command, Dr. Octopus. He has something to discuss with you. Urius never expected things to go so smoothly. Bring him to Dr. Octopus. This shout, however, no pirate dared to approach at this time. No way. That's a level 9 genetic warrior. The lower level pirates had already been excluded at the start of the battle. They could only stand on the outer layer. Each one thought the higher level genetic warriors would go. The higher level pirates, on the other hand, thought the lower level pirates would lead the way. Lead the way? Do they need them for such a trivial matter? Besides, whose head isn't screwed on right? Who knows if this person, who seems to have surrendered, actually intends to wipe them out? Just now, during the battle between Wei Chen and Urius, they accidentally swept away several level 7 or 8 genetic warriors. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. The oil thief's eyes lit up. He wiped some blood from his body onto his face, then raised his hand and squeezed his way out towards the crowd. I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. Just as Urius frowned, he saw a low-level pirate covered in blood coming out. The fire that had just ignited was extinguished. He looked at the pirate covered in blood walking towards Wei Chen and nodded approvingly. Very good. What's your name? The oil thief smiled obsequiously. Captain, I'm called the oil thief. Oil thief? Not bad, your name is also good. In fact, he had no idea what an oil thief was. There are thousands of interstellar races. Each race has its own unique way of naming. The oil thief, with his blood-stained face, didn't look like a human, more like a relatively obscure tribe. With tens of thousands of members in the pirate team, Urius couldn't possibly know all the members. He just felt that the pirates who dared to stand up at this time were courageous pirates. He would have to make good use of this oil thief in the future. Boldness is the mark of a good pirate. Take him to the doctor. Urius listened to the chattering voice of Dr. Octopus in his ear, feeling a bit impatient, and pointed to the second warship. The oil thief grinned and reached out to Wei Chen. After you. This obsequious look. Even Wei Chen couldn't hold back. These players, always causing trouble no matter the occasion. Let's go. Wei Chen stepped towards the second warship. The star weapons were not deactivated. The indicator lights for energy storage were still on. If Wei Chen made any inappropriate moves, the weapons would immediately activate. Dr. Octopus was trembling with excitement at this moment. An unrecorded battle mech. He had to get his hands on this mech. He must get it. Urius looked at the screen where Dr. Octopus's blue halo was slowly turning red, frowned. Doctor, you're just researching mechs, right? Yes. Dr. Octopus smiled and replied, I just want to research mechs. The more normal it looks, the more abnormal it is. Urius frowned. Doctor, he has decided to submit to us. Don't do anything out of line. The human race is still quite difficult to deal with. Although for so many years, there had been no news coming out. But the reputation of the human race still loomed large among the myriad races. For no other reason. Up to now, whenever all the myriad races heard the name of the human race, they would tremble in fear. For hundreds of years, only the human race has dared to confront the insect race head-on. And their protectiveness is well known. If a level 9 genetic warrior dies at their hands, who knows if the human race will wait for a chance to retaliate? Dr. Octopus waved his tentacles. He could already hear footsteps approaching outside. The human race? Just a struggling group. This level 9 warrior is probably their strongest force. BT-007 core program decryption time, countdown 30 minutes. There's still time. Wei Chen knocked on the laboratory door. The pure white door was made of lays or from the planet lays. The protection level of this laboratory is at level 9. Indeed, surrender is the best solution. Commander Snow's judgment is not to be underestimated. Wei Chen squinted happily. This is truly a discerning eye. He didn't misjudge anyone. Among these players, there are still reliable ones. Squeak squeak, the heavy circular lock turned. The tens of tons heavy door slowly opened as the lock turned. The entire laboratory had white walls. Looking inside from Wei Chen's perspective, rows of experimental instruments and unidentified soaking substances could be seen. His gaze finally landed on the innermost part, where a large octopus with a friendly smile was. Blue-ringed octopus. Hello, respected human level 9 genetic warrior, how should I address you? Dr. Octopus raised its entire body with its arms, taller than a human. Its blue edges with dark red circular patterns looked magnificent. Wei Chen hadn't spoken yet. The oil thief exclaimed, "Wow, a blue-ringed octopus, such a big one. This is a game. Even if it's poisonous, can't one taste a bit of it?" The oil thief's eyes lit up. His favorite at the night market stalls was grilled octopus tentacles. TSK. It is said that the more poisonous the animal, the more delicious it is to eat. This large octopus, so big and so poisonous, must be very flavorful. Thinking of this, the oil thief's mouth started watering. Dr. Octopus keenly sensed the disrespect from this pirate. He glanced disapprovingly at the oil thief. Get out. If it weren't to show a bit of kindness in front of this level 9 genetic warrior, he would have killed this disrespectful pirate long ago. Fine, I'll roast you sooner or later, the oil thief muttered quietly. Wei Chen, watching the oil thief almost drooling earlier, thought for a moment. After this battle, he should be cautious about eating what the players make, like grilled octopus. These guys, if they restart for some honor or dignity, that's basically impossible. But if it's for a bite to eat, then it's uncertain. The oil thief turned and left. The heavy door slowly closed again. Just call me Wei Chen, right? Dr. Octopus, I've heard of your reputation for a long time. As a significant member of the Cuttlefish pirate group, he also had a reputation in the Alliance. This Dr. Octopus was even a student from the Lord's Academy. Unfortunately, not an outstanding graduate, but a student who was advised to leave. Wei Chen remembered, it seemed to be due to severe specialization and mental disorders. Yes, even in the interstellar era, mental illnesses cannot be cured. However, some of the ordinary mental illnesses previously thought to be diagnosed have been identified as side effects caused by powerful mental abilities. Wei Chen? Dr. Octopus's face changed. You are from this year, the only human lord? Impossible. You haven't even graduated. How could you become a level 9 genetic warrior? Dr. Octopus vigorously shook his big head. His mouth started to chatter. Geniuses like me haven't even reached level 9, how could you possibly do it? What were Dr. Octopus's symptoms again? Wei Chen saw the body of BT-007, which had been completely dismantled not far away, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Even if you don't say it, I almost forgot, Senior, you are also a student of the Lord Academy. Why were you expelled from the academy back then? Wei Chen looked at the octopus doctor, the concentric patterns on his body gradually turning dark red, stepping closer to him. Dr. Octopus frowned. He still had his sanity now, although he was being asked about something he didn't want to remember, he was still restraining himself. Wei Chen, don't think you're so great just because you're a level 9 genetic warrior. The level 9s who died in my hands were not non-existent. And, those old folks from the myriad races probably don't even know you're already at level 9, right? Tell me, if they knew your true strength, would they still keep you humans around? Dr. Octopus's eyes widened, staring straight at Wei Chen. It had been a long time since he had fallen ill after graduating from the Lord Academy. Many years had passed. Although the symptoms from back then still lingered, he was trying hard to restrain himself, rarely even resorting to killing, let alone doing it himself. He still had his sanity. The moment he learned Wei Chen's identity, he knew that Wei Chen would never let those old folks from the myriad races know his strength. Humans. Level 9. Lord. These 3 words, put together, were enough to terrify those cowardly and greedy old folks. They would be afraid. Afraid of a human appearing as a lord with the strength to vie for leadership. And not just any lord, but one strong enough to challenge those old folks, a level 9 genetic warrior. TSK, I remember now. Wei Chen clapped his hands, not caring at all about what Dr. Octopus was saying. Back then, you fell ill out of jealousy towards a fellow mech student, and you killed him directly, just because he had more talent than you. I gave you some pointers on mechs. TSK. Wei Chen clapped his hands. So, what if I told you that those mech programs you can't even decipher were made by me? Wouldn't that drive you crazy? Wei Chen pointed to the core program of BT-007 not far away. The same old saying, those who could enter the Lord Academy wouldn't have poor talent. But geniuses were everywhere. Even if they were 1 in a million, there were still billions of beings in the entire galaxy. Those who could be sent to the Lord Academy could be said to be 1 in a billion. But above geniuses, there were even greater geniuses. Dr. Octopus, as one of the deep-sea races, came from a powerful family and had natural talent since childhood. It could be said that he was a slightly weaker version of a Nyedong. However, his outstanding talent lay in weapon manufacturing. Among interstellar weapons, mechs were the most cutting-edge. Once a mech was completed, its core level would not change. Back then, Dr. Octopus had introduced the mimicry form mech. That is, combining the form of the mech with that of the pilot. It was a high-end custom mech. However, he had a core problem that he had been unable to solve all along, and it was only with the guidance of a cousin from his own race that he finally succeeded. But who knew, this guy, out of jealousy, used a mech he had just researched to kill that cousin on the spot. And this scene happened to be recorded by the Academy's surveillance. He was then expelled from the Academy and shunned by his family. Dr. Octopus had no way out, so he had to join the interstellar pirates. Wei Chen's sarcasm had truly maxed out the hatred value. Dr. Octopus's expression changed instantly. He looked coldly at Wei Chen. You did this? You're saying you did this? Yeah, well, who made me a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Wei Chen added fuel to the fire. Back when I was at the Lord's Academy, I could crush all my peers, and now with the Octopus Pirates, I can easily push you out. Dr. Octopus, you still haven't cracked the program I created after all this time. Really? Useless. Wei Chen's smile vanished instantly. The dismantled BT-007 was dead, killed during the process of disassembly by Dr. Octopus. The BT series mechs were created by Wei Chen years ago. Their consciousness existed within all the assembled parts. Once the core components were removed, the consciousness would vanish. It was like a person living with consciousness, where body parts could be replaced, but once the skull was opened and consciousness dissipated, even if the body was alive, the spirit was dead. Once Dr. Octopus cracked Wei Chen's core program, he could access all of 007's memories. How was this any different from desecrating a corpse? Wei Chen fumbled with the parts left by BT-007, eventually placing them on the core component of BT-007. No! Dr. Octopus's tentacles trembled. I still need to research. Just give me time, I can definitely. Can what? Wei Chen coldly raised his head. The parts in his hand had turned into powder. Do you think you can still leave alive from my hands? Even a level 9 genetic warrior, I can poison you. Dr. Octopus swung his tentacles towards Wei Chen. His speed was so fast that even his afterimage could be seen in the air. The poison of the blue ring octopus was on his skin. Just a slight touch was enough. He was confident he could kill Wei Chen, even if he was a level 9 genetic warrior. But how could Wei Chen let him get close? Buzz! A powerful mental force field distorted everything around. Dr. Octopus's tentacles reached towards Wei Chen but stopped half a meter in front of him. Yuri's, use the starburst attack directly, hurry. He's not sent by the Interstellar Alliance, he came on his own. His target has always been me. Dr. Octopus's mind worked quickly. He had already figured out the cause and effect almost the moment Wei Chen made a move. Wei Chen had come for the mech he had dismantled. There must be greater secrets hidden within the mech. Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up. Although he was only level 8, in this lab, he knew enough buttons to instantly create a shelter for himself. Yuri's didn't dare delay and pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the starburst weapon, already fully charged, shot out a hot blue light towards Wei Chen. Dr. Octopus's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. If he killed Wei Chen, he could still dismantle the mech he left behind. It was a battle domain mech, a huge profit. When the energy reached a certain level, even the air would distort. The blue energy beam shot out, causing imperceptible distortions in the environment around the second battleship. Dr. Octopus was overjoyed and pressed the button at his side. The ground cracked open, creating a gap just big enough for Dr. Octopus to fall through. Grinning, he said, "Goodbye, genius. Only those who can live on will be remembered." Grab! Wei Chen reached out and directly grabbed Dr. Octopus's tentacle. Don't you want to live? Dr. Octopus struggled hard against Wei Chen's grip on his tentacle. He didn't want to die with Wei Chen. Yuri's also felt that Wei Chen was doomed this time. As long as he was seriously injured, killing him would be a piece of cake. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Above Wei Chen, a spatial ripple appeared, and a pitch-black warship loomed over the second warship. Blue energy beams exploded on the shield, shattering the energy and making the shield disappear. At the same time, the energy emitted by the star weapon also weakened significantly. With a loud bang, a huge crater was blasted into the second warship. A scorching wave surged with the wind. The warship's hull, burned by the energy beams, dripped with melted metal. Wei Chen still held Dr. Octopus's tentacle in a daze. Dr. Octopus had been knocked unconscious by the blast. Zyasno said, "My lord, we have arrived." 81 flagship warships, one after another, appeared in every corner of the sky. Oh my, first time positioning, manual jump, still a bit lacking in strength. Hee, my lord, we're here to save the day. Just showing off in the starry sea makes me envious. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Zyasno smiled. Fire. Commander of flagship warship No. 1, Black Tulip, squinted her eyes. Her target was the weapon on the pirate's first warship. What was it called again? Star weapon. Cool. But soon, it will be mine. Follow me into battle. It's the flagship warship of the Alliance military district. A discerning pirate shouted. In an instant, the battle began. Pirates who hadn't boarded the warship raised their weapons and fired at the flagship warship. Wynn stood beside Zyasno, the warship's hull being attacked, but they couldn't even feel the vibrations inside. Snow sister, No. 1 warship has left the formation. He keenly observed the No. 1 warship sneaking towards the star weapon. Aim the cannons, attack the big boss. Zyasno ignored Wynn's words. She just glanced at the warship that had left the formation. Such a powerful weapon wasn't only liked by Black Tulip. Go steal it. Once stolen, it's hard to say whose warship it will end up on. Zyasno was also cunning. But for now, the main thing was to keep Yuri's, the big boss, occupied. Let the Lord unleash his full power without worries. The flagship warship had a total of 37 gunports, equipped with energy beam weapons, particle beam weapons, and even ion shock projectiles. Targeting took only 0.3 seconds. The high-end particle beam cannon fired instantly, heading towards Yuri's mech. Yuri's was just momentarily stunned when the flagship warships appeared. Sensing the incoming attack, his 8 mechanical tentacles swiftly moved, dodging several beams in succession. High-end particle beams with tracking. Are the core personnel coming this time? While maneuvering the mech to dodge quickly, Yuri's felt a bit uncertain. The chess pieces buried within the Alliance hadn't sent him any messages. Could it be that the pieces had been removed? Regardless, he decided to destroy these flagship warships first. The warships used by the pirates were ordinary, lacking firepower compared to the flagship warships. Moreover, the flagship warship's shields could withstand a lot. The 8 long mechanical tentacles crawled rapidly, evading the gunfire. Leaping up, a mechanical tentacle heavily struck the shield of a flagship warship. The shield broke at that moment. The mechanical tentacle then wrapped around the protruding gunport of the flagship warship and smoothly entered the shield. Inside this flagship, players were shouting and brandishing their weapons to attack. Yuri's opened the communicator. Protect the flagship, engage in mech combat, evade enemy fire, charge into these flagships, kill them, plunder the flagship. Interstellar pirates. They were no pushovers. Yuri's command echoed down. All pirate ships retreated, and countless mechs descended from these ships. Players inside the flagship were wide-eyed at the overwhelming sight of mechs flying towards them. It was spectacular. Tens of thousands of mechs soared like locusts into the air, heading towards the 81 flagships. The Black Tulip took the lead, facing the diverse array of mechs charging ferociously, and instinctively shouted, "Damn, retreat! Wow, why wasn't anyone informed earlier? These pirates have so many mechs. We can't retreat, they are destroying the shields." The Black Tulip activated the monitor and saw a swarm of mechs outside the prototype shield. They immediately surrounded flagship number 1. Countless flashes shimmered in the air. It was the energy fluctuations of mechs attacking the flagships. Is our respawn point set up? The Black Tulip's heart raced. Even in a game, witnessing such a breathtaking scene inevitably quickened the pulse and induced sweating. Truly exhilarating. This was the real interstellar warfare. They've been hidden long ago. The Supreme Commander had us install all respawn pods inside the ship's hull. Beside the Black Tulip, a player with starry eyes exclaimed enthusiastically, "I want to pilot a mech too. When the time comes, can we choose freely?" These approaching mechs were really cool. Although they were currently enemies, once these pirates were defeated, those unclaimed mechs would surely be taken back. They had to decide which one to pick in advance. The Black Tulip immediately understood his buddy's thoughts. Playing an interstellar game, who wouldn't be interested? They had to pre-order those mechs. The loot in Source Brothers' hands was unaffordable for them, but they could surely pick from these spoils. Ha, damn. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel excited too. The Black Tulip took a deep breath. But before the fun, we need to brace ourselves for pain. Tell the brothers to get ready. It's best to decide on the mechs you want before being killed, so there won't be any disputes over the spoils later. The starry-eyed player gestured coolly to the black tulip. Then he activated the open mic. Starry-eyed player, the official is giving out low-quality gene potions for free this time, so stop being stingy and just focus on gaining experience. Once it's up, inject it quickly after respawn. Choose your mechs and embrace death. As starry-eyed player's voice faded, the black tulip pressed the shield shutdown button. Boom! Countless pirate mechs were caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of the shield. Dozens even rushed onto the flagship's deck. Waiting for them were players wielding grenade launchers. Ha, eat my grenade. This battle is truly a rich one. Focus fire. Over 1,000 players concentrated their fire on the thousands of mechs. The first few mechs that dropped down were caught off guard and blown to pieces. When the level of gene soldiers was low, within 3 levels, the gap could be bridged with technological weapons. However, once the mech level rose, ordinary weapons couldn't level the playing field. They are just second-level gene soldiers, withstand the firepower and charge in. The grenade launch has limited range, and the mechs suspended in the air fired several rockets directly into the group of players. A huge explosion resounded. Hundreds of players went offline instantly. Damn, it hurts so much. It was somewhat satisfying to go offline directly after dying. The biggest loss this time was for those who got hit by the explosion but didn't die. The pain was so intense that they almost forgot to turn off their pain receptors. Damn, it hurts so much. What's with the screaming? If you're not dead, hurry up and inject the healing needle. Isn't that cheaper than buying a resurrection flower? Black Tulip shouted into the headset. The weapons bay of the flagship was opening. Those who need resurrection, hurry to the weapons bay. I have granted access to level 4 and 5 weapons. Don't let the enemy enter the interior. Roger that. Yuri's 8 long legs entwined around the muzzle of the 7th flagship. The hanging octopus, with a pair of mechanical eyes, looked towards the direction of the 2nd battleship. After the camera zoomed in for a while, it focused on the brown octopus with blue patterns all over its body. At this moment, Wei-Chen still had him firmly under control with his psychic power. Not killed. Yuri's breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the other party's intentions were, as long as they didn't directly kill Dr. Octopus, it was fine. But just as he relaxed, he saw Wei-Chen standing behind Dr. Octopus, showing 8 teeth in a particularly bright smile. Yuri's pupils constricted. What did he want to do? By now, the battlefield had spread to the rear, with mechs overwhelming the flagship, except for the first one which was trying to steal the star cluster weapon and was isolated. The other flagships were positioned according to the plan, using their ship cannons to block the approaching battleships. Looking at the monitor, Zayasala had shifted his focus from the 7th battleship's muzzle to Yuri's at the bottom of the ship, taking a deep breath. 7th battleship, please respond. Commander of the 7th battleship, Tian Laozu here. This ID was really easy to imagine as a hot-tempered old man who had attained enlightenment. But, on the screen opposite, there was actually a handsome and elegant uncle. Zayasala fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the gaming community had all kinds of people. Besides not judging people by their appearance, one should not judge them by their IDs either. Yuri's is currently lying under your battleship, although he hasn't made a move. It's probably because he's been threatened by the Lord, so he dares not act. The first one is surrounded, probably won't last long. I must send more battleships over for support. Tian Laozu was also an old hand at gaming, so he had some knowledge of tactics. He knew that Yuri's below was a time bomb for the entire team. The other flagships dared not fire at the bottom of the 7th. But as soon as Yuri started causing trouble, if the 7th flagship was seized, he would immediately use it to attack the other battleships. The flagship's defense was strong, but it couldn't withstand its own attacks. It's okay, I'll inform my subordinates first. This big boss is probably wary of the Lord now, that's why he hasn't acted. Let's try to lure him out of the protective shield. If it doesn't work, I'll have to blow up the 7th, then we'll have to rely on the brothers' resurrection pods to revive our comrades on the 7th battleship. At this point, Tian Laozu also furrowed his brow. This battleship, so cool and awesome, if it were to be blown up, he would be the first to feel heartbroken. No need to self-destruct. If Yuri seizes the battleship, we'll definitely be the first to fire at you. Zayasala chuckled. Consider this a heads up. Wow, this overall commander is quite ruthless. Such a decisive person, and he's named Zayasala? This time it was the turn of Patriarch Tianta to fall silent. Silence was the theme of the night, silently marking each other on both sides. One cannot judge a person by appearance, nor can one judge a person by their ID. I will immediately arrange a team to harass the big boss. If anything happens, just fire at me. Let me also have a taste of the limelight. Got it. Zayasala smiled and closed the communication. The situation on the know. One battleship seemed more dangerous than no. 7 for the time being. Players were dying, resurrecting, injecting drugs, dying, resurrecting, injecting drugs one after another. Damn it, how come they can't even take down a battleship? Julius hid in the bottom cabin of the No. 7 flagship, waiting for his subordinates to report back. He needed at least one flagship to fight together. Even if he occupied a flagship alone, he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat the level 9 human below. Julius knew when he saw the humans on the battleship. These flagships were actually human-made. Unexpected. The humans, who had always been silent, actually had such a profound background. 81 flagships. Even in the interstellar military region, this was a considerable fortune. The old race was indeed powerful. Julius waited. Pirates. They were just robbers. Since he had encountered so many flagships this time, even if the other side had a level 9 genetic warrior, he was confident he could take them down. After all, they only brought flagships, without matching infantry, air combat troops, or even mechs. Relying solely on a few low-level genetic warriors holding slightly advanced handheld weapons to fight against his octopus pirate group? It was simply seeking death. Julius turned his neck and sensed several armed individuals crawling towards him. His octopus eyes moved, instantly locking onto 9 people. The energy weapons they carried emitted an energy aura. Julius's mech directly locked onto the people crawling towards him from all sides based on the energy aura. When the handheld energy cannon was aimed at Julius and fired, he had already swung out his tentacles, dodged the energy cannon, and instantly killed the attacking player. Puff 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 puff. The sound of piercing continued incessantly. The players were stacked up like skewers. This is the first time I've been skewered, it hurts so much. Damn, luckily I have fast reflexes. Indeed, the health points are dropping fast. This big boss is really tough. Several players could barely keep their eyes open. With blood bubbles bubbling from their mouths, they still had the leisure to chat. The next second, Julius swung his tentacles. The players once again experienced the joy of falling from the sky. Hey, wait, buddy, I'm afraid of heights. Don't swing, don't swing. Oh my god, ah. Listening to the teammates' screams of agony, Patriarch Tienta patted his chest. Hopefully, their spirits were not too damaged. They say people who jump off buildings are scared to death. I wonder how they are doing. Patriarch Tienta was also hanging in a corner at this time, but he was not skewered, because when he rushed out just now, he was too busy calling people to fight the boss. He forgot to bring a weapon. He climbed out of the resurrection chamber. The experience points of these 9 players were skyrocketing. Ah, damn, it's so scary, falling from such a height. Luckily I disconnected before I fell. Buddy, you were scared to death, weren't you? My brain is all shattered, bits and pieces everywhere. I hope we revived, right, Patriarch Tienta? I don't know, I didn't count how many of us were skewered when we died. Ah, that old thief must have hidden and not been killed. Just as several players were complaining, Patriarch Tienta's communication came through. Step into the Sky Ancestor, brothers, bring a weapon with you. I came too hastily and didn't bring anything. Up in the high sky, the wind was blowing strongly. Step into the Sky Ancestor squatted at the cannon mount, waiting silently, until a screwdriver arrived. I brought you a weapon, charge ahead. The guy afraid of heights stuffed the screwdriver and ran. And then, another group of people. Step into the Sky Ancestor gripped the screwdriver and charged. The flagship hung in midair. The wind was strong. Step into the Sky Ancestor's hair was blown all the way back, his skin on his face even felt a bit tight. Holding a screwdriver in his hand, he carefully climbed to the edge of the warship. Here, there was a mechanical tentacle of Eurydice. Just the tip of the tentacle was as thick as a human head. He had just inserted the screwdriver into the gap where the mechanical tentacle connected, starting to dismantle it. A splattering sound came to his ears. Some warm blood splattered on his face. Turning his head, he saw the guy who had just given him the screwdriver, pierced through the chest. Hanging in midair, he waved at him. Bro, when you come back, bring me a more handy weapon. Damn it, how long did he have to dismantle with just a screwdriver? The guy with his mouth gaping, shouted at Step into the Sky Ancestor, what did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear. Before he could finish his words, he died. Then he was thrown down like trash. Step into the Sky Ancestor felt the blood on his face had dried up. He scratched it off, actually tearing off a piece of bloody skin. No, everyone can resurrect, why won't this bastard kill me? I'm also waiting to gain experience. Muttered Step into the Sky Ancestor, angrily prying at the gap of the tentacle with the screwdriver. Humans, really incomprehensible. Eurydice sat in the cockpit, his gaze passing over Step into the Sky Ancestor. Who would care about someone who was ready to dismantle the mecha with a screwdriver? But those who kept coming with weapons to die were a bit annoying. Eurydice frowned. He couldn't distinguish human faces. The players were wearing uniforms, so they looked even more alike to him. For a moment, he didn't realize that these people were all repeating. Instead, during the skirmishes, he felt that the humans attacking him seemed to be getting stronger each time. Could it be that they are testing my strength? Eurydice lowered his head. He noticed that Wei Chen was still looking at him. He couldn't figure out the opponent's tactics, so he anxiously communicated with his subordinates. Why haven't we captured the next warship yet? Captain, the flagship currently only has some low-level genetic warriors coming out. We don't need to take action yet. And I've observed that there are still high-level warriors in the warship. At first only second-level warriors died, then gradually third-level ones appeared, and now there are fourth-level genetic warriors joining the battle. I suspect that there are even 7th or 8th levels among them. We are preparing to wait until the high-level warriors can't hold back and then go into battle. The 7th and 8th level pirates had not joined the battle. These high-end combat forces often appeared last. After all, both physical strength and energy were limited. By letting the cannon fodder consume the enemy's energy first, they would have more hope of victory. Eurydice also thought their reasoning made sense. Although the human race has a good reputation now, they were also notorious for being cunning and deceitful back then. Your considerations are indeed correct, but we need to act faster, even faster. The 9th level genetic warrior below, his strength is not inferior to mine. Eurydice sat in the cockpit of the mecha, completely unaware that in his blind spot, a small prompt popped up on the mecha's system. The outer skin of the mecha was peeling off. Learning mecha disassembly, progress, 0.001%, 0.002%, 0.003%. Patriarchation had just pried open the link piece of the mechanical tentacle, ready to see if there were any screws he could dismantle inside. As he placed the screwdriver on a screw, a prompt popped up from the game system. When he moved his hand away, the prompt disappeared. Damn, can it be played like this? Turning a screw, his mecha dismantling skill improved slightly. Ha, damn, the screwdriver is really useful, huh? Patriarchation's face was about to split with laughter. What luck! Unbeatable! Truly worthy of this old man. Patriarchation stylishly swung the screwdriver and began rapidly dismantling the components on the mechanical tentacle. With his movements, the progress bar for dismantling the mecha quickly increased. Ding ding ding! Congratulations, host, triggered a side quest. Wei Chen was about to copy Dr. Octopus's brain memory when he heard the system prompt. He was delighted. A side quest. Check. Congratulations, host, your player, Patriarchation, has learned the skill of dismantling mechas during battle, triggering the Lord's side quest. Tribal occupational differentiation. Unlock occupation, mecha engineer system reward, battlefield level mecha structure, mecha core energy, top tier mecha repair technology. Note: top tier mecha repair technology can repair the consciousness of mechanical tribes. Seeing the last note, Wei Chen's mouth curved instantly. Tongzi was indeed quite something. Mechanical tribe. Wei Chen's eyes lit up. The mechas he created had self-awareness, not the AI kind of consciousness, but born purely from within the mechanical body. In a sense, the mechas he created could be considered part of the mechanical tribe. However, the mechanical tribe among the myriad races had always proclaimed that they were born naturally, not from the hands of any biological being. So Wei Chen had never exposed the fact that the mechas in his hands had self-awareness, in order to avoid trouble from the mechanical tribe. Among the myriad races, the mechanical tribe was considered a neutral race and had always maintained a friendly attitude towards the human race. He thought that this time, 007 was really going to be a complete failure. He didn't expect Tongzi to be so amazing. Wei Chen felt somewhat moved. The BT series of mechas were almost like family to him. Before the players arrived, he had no relatives at the Lord's Academy, not even a fellow tribesman. Only these mechas he created were his companions through thick and thin. Thanks, Tongzi. Tongzi did not respond to his gratitude. But another prompt appeared. After the side quest is activated, the system's point return ability is lit up. Please pay attention to it. Wei Chen didn't expect there to be more surprises. Point return. Just looking at these two words made him feel extremely excited. Could it be as amazing as he thought? That would be truly incredible. Point return. The experience and skills gained by the tribe members summoned by the Lord during the summoning process will be feedback to the Lord in the form of 1% return. Damn. Even though he was mentally prepared, Wei Chen still exclaimed damn after seeing the explanation of the point return ability. He knew his golden finger was awesome, but he didn't expect it to be this awesome. Previously, summoning players was purely because Wei Chen missed his fellow villagers a bit. Moreover, the human race on this side of the galaxy was a bit too bleak. But after the players really arrived, Wei Chen was much stronger than them. He completely treated the players as a protector. But now, as long as the players gained experience and skills, 1% would be fed back to him. Damn, Wei Chen didn't need to think. He had only summoned over 10,000 players for now. When it's time to start the next phase of the summoning task, 100,000 players. With this amount of experience points, he doesn't need to train himself at all. And skills. As long as players develop a profession, he will directly gain an advanced skill. What kind of concept is this? Invincible? Wei Chen clicked his tongue. Tongzi, suddenly giving me such good food, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Host, to initiate the next summoning, the condition to be met is to win first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition. Wei Chen was not someone who easily drifted along. Suddenly seeing the system prompt for the Lord Academy competition, he instantly became alert. Right. If he wants another 100,000 people, he needs to win first place in the Lord Academy competition. As a student of the Academy, he could crush them all. But what about the players? In that competition, it's not about the students' strength. It's about the people they have nurtured. Watching the players laughing and joking, Wei Chen felt a bit worried. When it comes to the Lord Academy competition, he can't let the players keep resurrecting indefinitely. Behind the big hole opened by stealing oilpa from the second battleship, he scratched his head and took a deep breath. I didn't expect to faint even in the game. Stealing oilpa muttered. Immediately, voices begging them for help came through the earpiece. Damn, stealing oilpa, we've been messaging you all along, thought you had logged off. Yeah, what about you on GE's side? Just from the earpiece, they could hear the explosions from the begging voices on their end. I don't know, I just woke up. Damn, after the pain sensation was activated, that blast didn't kill me, it just knocked me out. Stealing oilpa glanced around. He happened to see Wei Chen not far away. Yuan Gu is with me, where are you guys? Begging voice, you might not believe it, but I'm currently inside the enemy. The begging voice turned on the game camera. At this moment, around him were a circle of pirates. Across from him were rows of mechas. His job was to assemble the mechas. Not much different from an assembly line worker. Makabaka, we're all treated as pirates, why can you go to the adults table? Makabaka was struggling to load bullets. She was truly speechless. It's all because of stealing oilpa. That guy insisted on them also pretending to be pirates. Now, they were caught inside the enemy. She, a young girl in her prime, strong and capable, was assigned to bomb-filling duty. Where's Xingchen? Stealing oilpa rubbed his chin, feeling like things were getting interesting again. Xingchen, I'm inside a mecha. I'm about to be assigned to charge towards the first battleship. Stealing oil pay, impressive. Begging voice, don't use the mecha I assembled, I did it haphazardly, it might fall apart mid-flight. Makabaka, the ammunition I'm filling is all duds. Xingchen, 6. Now she was starting to worry if she would fly halfway and the mecha would fall apart, and then she had to worry about blowing herself up when firing? Xingchen, thumbs up for you guys. She spoke coldly, maxing out the comedic effect. The begging voice chuckled. Begging voice, exactly, how is this not considered contributing? As he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Here, inside the pirates' battleship, the assembly work was like a factory screwing operation. Several pirates around were already feeling uneasy seeing how quickly the begging voice was putting the parts together. Now, hearing him speak like that, they were even more displeased. What are you assembling? Do you think by showing effort here, you'll be appreciated and sent to a higher level to assemble complete mechas? Exactly, assembling a 5-part, and you already feel superior? Are they trying to show off by working so fast on purpose to step on us? It's ridiculous, they don't think there will be an inspection coming now, do they? Working so fast, are they crazy? Begging in secret and chatting with others in the group, suddenly hearing mocking voices around, they all froze. What's going on? He recalled. Damn, this pirate doesn't think that what he just said, why isn't this considered contributing, was directed at them, does he? Glancing at the other pirates in secret begging. Everyone was looking at him with eyes that judged his work. Secretly begging gasped. Oh no, am I considered a lazy worker? His blind assembly, although following the process, was not properly secured between parts. A slightly bigger movement could make it fall apart. Of course, the workload was not as meticulous as the other pirates' careful assembly. Secretly begging rubbed his hands, unsure if he should explain. He really didn't intend to deceive them. Being a workhorse in the real world has become a habit. Oh no. Just as secretly begging was about to slow down, behind them, a voice reprimanded, "The battle ahead is so intense, you can slack off, but mocking your fast-working companions here?" A level 7 octopus pirate stepped forward. "You don't need to rush to the front to die, you're already in luck, do you know that?" His stern gaze swept across the room. When his gaze fell on secretly begging, it softened. "You're good, quick on your feet, and have good ideas. I heard what you said just now, and coincidentally, they said there's a shortage of manpower for the overall assembly of mechs. Come with me." Secretly begging looked around in confusion before pointing at himself. "Me? Yes, it's you." The level 7 octopus pirate nodded. In fact, lower-level mechs are originally assembled from various parts. After the mechs in the front battle are destroyed, the lower-level pirates pick up the parts that fall to the ground. The battles of the lower-level soldiers are so frugal. The parts are assembled in a flow factory into components like hands, feet, and torso. Then they enter the final assembly stage. Following the level 7 octopus pirate, secretly begging moved to another place. This place was slightly more advanced than the previous flow factory. Mech assembly was taking place everywhere. One mech, equipped with 10 cannonballs, head, shoulders, legs, assemble according to this diagram. "Damn, these guys are having too much fun." Farting Wind looked at the large group, watching the players' video calls. On the first battleship, the Black Tulip was still leading the crew in a frenzy of attacking the mechs rushing onto the deck. Whooshing was acting as a temporary war correspondent. "Brothers, what we see now is the situation on the first battleship, which we can still hold on to for now." The camera pointed straight at the deck. Just then, a brown ironclad damaged mech flew from mid-air onto the deck. After a roll, several gun barrels protruded from the mech's back, firing 10 rockets directly. The camera of Whooshing was facing a rocket flying towards him. "Great, do our brothers on the rear battleship have any below level 5? Let me demonstrate for you all what your strength is like after reaching level 5. Whooshing's camera shook a bit, but could still clearly see his hand swiping in the air. He actually caught a rocket steadily. The warhead alone was as big as a human head. Damn! Not to mention the other players in the video, even Whooshing himself was stunned. Am I really this awesome now? This scorching sensation, this heavy feeling of a cannonball. Ha ha ha, I can catch cannonballs bare-handed now. Whoosher Shing shouted excitedly, his mouth almost splitting from laughter. "Hey, brothers, stop fooling around and catch all the cannonballs the enemy throws out. Maybe we can use them later." Before he finished speaking, the camera captured several players who, upon hearing his words, failed to dodge the cannonballs and were blown up alive. "Iu, Wusher Xingyu." A lively segment of traditional Chinese fast-paced storytelling unfolded among the group. The players who had just been blown up alive hadn't even lost their sense of pain yet. At this moment, Makabaka, who had been casually eating melon seeds and filling explosives, chimed in, "Ha, buddy, the one you caught, was it the one I loaded? Is this even allowed?" Wusher Shing looked at the players climbing out of the respawn chamber, their imposing manner making everyone numb. "Spare us, please." Before they could finish pleading, a huge metal sword descended from the sky, slicing through a group of players. "Ah!" Wusher Shing shuddered in pain. Subconsciously, he reached for his waist. Still there. Still there. Gasping for breath, Wusher Shing finally opened his eyes. "Damn, disconnected? What's going on? How did he die?" Inside the gaming pod, Wusher Shing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and pushed open the pod's door. What greeted his eyes were his wall-to-wall collection of action figures, with several half-sized mecha models placed in the center of the room. The time display showed that he had been in the game for almost a week. "Damn, after this big battle, I'll need to buy some gaming pod nutrient solution." Wiping away the sweat from his forehead, he first picked up his phone from the bedside table. The phone was fully charged before entering the game, but now it was almost out of battery. He quickly plugged it in. Wusher Shing messaged his mom, "Mom, send some money, send some money." Then he messaged his dad, "Dad, gold coins," and his older brother, "Bro, send some money, need to top up for gaming." Soon, his phone was buzzing with messages. "Jin Yang, money sent, don't just play games all the time, remember to go out." "You brat, asking for money for everything? You're not doing any of the work I arranged for you?" "Money sent, you don't care about anything at home now?" He didn't reply to any of the messages. Seeing that the money had been transferred, he simply tossed the phone aside. The intense pain of death needed a few minutes to dissipate. Wusher Shing opened the game group chat. "What's going on? I died in the blink of an eye?" Black Tulip replied, "Stop dawdling, come back quickly, a high-level mecha has appeared, piloted by a level 6 genetic warrior." "Damn, we're about to lose. Damn, so dangerous?" Wusher Shing didn't dare delay any longer. Without a moment of hesitation, he went straight back into the game. The first thing Wusher Xing did upon entering the game was to shut off his sense of pain. Instantly, he felt refreshed. The game designers really don't understand games at all. Why not just resurrect at the same level? Every time I come back, I have to jab myself with needles. Wusher Xing injected himself with a genetic unlocking potion. Good thing this battle doesn't cost anything, or I'd be at a loss. Wei Chen also discreetly observed the players. Hearing Wusher Xing's complaints, he was also speechless. Did he not want the players to resurrect at the same level directly? But energy and mass are conserved, right? This isn't a real game world where things can just be changed out of thin air, right? Host's thoughts detected. Would you like to resolve the issue of the tribe members not being able to maintain their levels after being resurrected? No, Tonzi, can you handle this issue? Wei Chun was dumbfounded. Could his system really break the law of conservation of mass? All we need is for the clan members to retrieve the bodies after death to maintain their original level, but we need intact bodies. I thought you could transform out of thin air, but using the original bodies works too. A simple material extraction technique. Very good, this is quite a cheat code. He immediately had players retrieve bodies, and the gold coins given for retrieving bodies were slightly less than what they needed to resurrect at their original level, making a profit out of it. Wei Chen rubbed his chin, feeling his pockets about to swell again. Great! Ding! All players please note, the player body retrieval program is now activated. Body retrieval program, all player bodies after death can be retrieved. Players can choose to retrieve their own bodies or others' bodies. Retrieving one's own body can directly offset the gold coins needed for resurrection at the original level, or can be exchanged for gold coins for personal use. Retrieving others' bodies can only be exchanged for gold coins for personal use. Only players whose bodies are retrieved can be resurrected at the original level. Several messages made all players pause for a second. The hand of Wushing, the needle star, trembled slightly. Damn, did the planners hear me complaining? He looked around. Then he heard a loud bang on the deck. No, buddy, don't just look at the system prompt. The first battleship is about to fall. The black tulip transformed into heavy armor, a metal giant sword sweeping out. In her hands, she still held several bodies, spitting blood and shouting loudly while frantically retrieving. Don't retrieve them first, you bastard. Requesting support, requesting support. On the flagship, the forehead of the commander, Shueshan, was dripping with cold sweat. Everyone, don't rush to retrieve the bodies of your comrades. If the first battleship falls, this battle will be lost. And the consequence of failure is, the game will shut down completely. Silence. Wei Chen's heart trembled. Damn, almost crashed, right? The players, whose minds were in disarray due to the game prompts, now seemed like they had been doused with cold water. Yuri should be waiting for the first battleship to fall. He can't beat the Lord, but now I've received new information. People sent by the Elven tribe are about to arrive in the war zone, and they are not allies, they are enemies. Black Tulip. At this point, the Black Tulip had already logged out, but the call was still connected. She stood up from the game pod with a pale face. Commander, I'm here. I didn't expect that there would only be 5th level warriors in your battleship. We worried for nothing. The 6th level humanoid mech, wielding a giant sword, swept the deck of the first battleship. It seems that there aren't many high-level genetic warriors within the human ranks either. Hee, in that case, your battleship belongs to us. The humanoid pirate emitted a muffled voice from within the mech. He disdainfully waved off the surrounding low-level mechs. These 5th level genetic warriors didn't even have a decent mech. He could charge in and slaughter them all by himself. It was as simple as cutting melons and vegetables. This great achievement should be his. The players initially didn't pay attention and were directly killed in large numbers. The entire deck was littered with limbs and fragments. Blood flowed everywhere. The players still alive were also covered in blood on their faces and bodies. The strong smell of blood made the remaining players shiver all over. Not out of fear, but this sense of reality made the ancient genes dormant within them start to awaken. The most attractive thing about this game is its realism. I didn't expect the real battlefield to be so thrilling. Damn, these monsters are so brutal, it's a pity you have a health bar. The players who crawled out of the blood pool were no longer laughing and joking. Activate surveillance mode, and the health bars above the opponents' heads instantly appear. As long as there's a health bar, even a god can be killed before your eyes. Players crawl out of the pile of flesh one by one. The sound of snowfall comes through the earpiece. Battlecruiser 1, all players, disable pain receptors. I will take over your battles, replacing Black Tulip directly and providing guidance. 10 players, responsible for collecting bodies on the field, and another 30 players assigned to gather the parts dropped by the mechs earlier. Now, we will start fighting and learning to assemble mechs at the same time. The peripheral navigation battleships are also here to support you. Players of Battlecruiser 2, the big boss hidden in the hull, can level up professions. Those who want to switch to become mech pilots can go level up. The Elven tribe will arrive at the battlefield in 50 minutes. Lord, you cannot reveal your true strength to the Elven tribe, so please deal with Yuris in these 50 minutes, and all players of Battlecruiser 2 cooperate with Source Brother. Now, disable pain receptors and let's start our script grinding journey. The voice of Snowfall is calm and decisive. At this moment, inside Battlecruiser 1, all players have disabled their pain receptors. A level 6 genetic warrior operates his mech, swiftly slashing towards the players. He is surprised to see that the humans who were missing limbs and injured just moments ago are now dodging his attacks as if they don't feel pain, although they still get hit. But for some reason, it doesn't feel satisfying to him. The giant sword in the mech's hand is stained with blood. Humans, embrace fear. Source Brother, is this octopus doctor still alive? Oil Thief is on the ground, unable to board the battleship for now, so he decides to run out. He looks at the octopus doctor with the blue aura and comes up with a plan. He's still alive. Wei Chen asks, "What's your plan?" Oil Thief, he's poisonous, right? I want to extract some of his blood. The toxin from the blue aura octopus is extremely potent. I believe it can be useful on the battlefield. As they say, all's fair in war, no harm, no husband. I plan to stage another poisoning incident. In war, frontal attacks are one way, but isn't poisoning from behind also a method? Besides, the four of them have always had great teamwork. Wei Chen gestures, and the massive octopus moves above Oil Thief's head. With a wave of his hand, a large gash appears on the octopus doctor's tentacle, dripping light blue blood. Oil Thief quickly buys several transparent glass bottles from the store and collects the blood. I'll go deal with Yuri's first. He won't wake up for a while, so do as you please. Wei Chen leaps up, and Mo Yun opens the cockpit in midair, catching him. Oil Thief admires Wei Chen's style and thinks to himself, when I have a mech in the future, I'll board like this every day. The massive octopus with 8 tentacles hangs in the air, blood dripping from its wounds. Seeing the blood drip less and less, Oil Thief quickly grabs a knife to cut more, but the blade can't cut through the octopus doctor's flesh. Damn, is his defense that high? Oil Thief opens the mic for the 4-person team. Oil Thief, Xingchen, calling Xingchen. Xingchen, what's up? She's currently piloting a mech outside. Even a level 5 mech can't get close to the encirclement. Oil Thief, I've got some poison blood here. Take it and go find Anjong Chitao and Makabaka in secret. Let's raid the pirates. Anjong Chitao, damn, you're a genius. Where did you get the poison blood from? Oil Thief, the octopus doctor caught by Yuango. It's huge, highly poisonous, not to be underestimated. Makabaka, impressive. It has to be you, brother. Snowfall, highly poisonous? Oil Thief, send some over to our side too. Oil Thief, oh my, how did the chief commander might get mixed up in this? What's going on? We don't even have a commander in our group. Snowfall, is it possible that you left your public channel open too? Oil Thief chuckled. Almost forgot. Next time during private chats, remember to close the public channel. Oil Thief, but this octopus has a strong defense. I can't even cut through its skin. The wound Yuango made earlier is almost closing up by now. Xingchen, leave it to me. Her weapon should do the trick. Xingchen, Snowfall, I'm piloting a mech, entering the battlefield, clear a path for me. The mech she's piloting now was hastily put together by the pirate support team. If the flagship gets blown up, she'll be out of the game instantly. Okay. With the response received, Xingchen flew straight towards the fleet of flagship warships. The pirates watched in amazement as a somewhat battered mech, braving the gunfire, headed towards the warship fleet. They were thrilled. That mech is doing it. We can definitely break through. Let's go. Another wave of mechs charged forward. From the flagship warship fleet, dazzling laser cannons were fired. Starry sky. Inside a golden aircraft, a black-haired elf looked at a war correspondent not far away, who was explaining non-stop. Her expression was somewhat obscure. Greetings to the audience of the Alliance. We are currently heading towards the planet being invaded by the Interstellar pirate team. We received information that the planet occupied by a young human lord graduate is on the pirates' route. We, the elves, have come this time to assist this young human lord graduate. You see, the graduation requirements of the Lord's Academy are strict. Students must have intact territories and train at least 30,000 genetic warriors before the competition. The one starting this war is the third-ranked large group in the Interstellar pirate team, the Octopus Pirate Group. The Octopus Pirate Group is formidable. Their leader is a level 9 genetic warrior, coupled with a Dr. Octopus who graduated from the Lord's Academy. The elf journalist broadcasting the news had golden hair flowing like waves behind her. Her golden eyes indicated she was of the Light Elf clan. Ivan remembered that this light elf named Anuralina was engaged to an Ueshi. She was also a somewhat popular figure on the Star Network. Ivan watched her perform in front of the camera in silence. This live broadcast was being directly transmitted to the Star Network. It was said that many people would be watching. Ivan tightened the bow in his hand. Before boarding the aircraft, the Queen requested him to test out Wei Chen's true strength. Wei Chen, the human genius. The Queen's words echoed in his ears. Ivan, the status of the Dark Elf clan awaits your elevation. You were specially selected as a guard for Donger. By the time of the Lord's Academy competition, you will be Donger's strongest main force. The Dark Elf clan had a low status among the elf community. They were not born from nature like other elves. They were born in the shadows cast by the Tree of Life onto the ground. Over the years, the clan had endured immense hardships due to their low status among the elves. He had to seize this opportunity, even though he was only level 6. But he brought with him the supreme weapon of the Dark Elf clan. Ivan tightened the bow in his hand. If it's true what Inueshi shouted out that day in the clan, that Wei Chen is a level 9 genetic warrior, then what about himself? If a real arrow were to be shot, I would definitely die, right? Ivan thought blankly, at least following what the Queen had said. The tribe would surely receive preferential treatment. Hey, Ivan, what are you staring at? Can't you see I'm thirsty? Hurry up and pour me a glass of water. After the camera shifted, Anna scolded Ivan. Ivan raised his head, his black eyes reflecting Anna's proud expression. All right. He silently went to pour water. The elven maid next to Anna felt a bit uneasy. She whispered, Lord Ivan is a level 6 genetic warrior. Pouring water is something you should assign us to do in the future. Smack! Anna slapped the maid's face. With a perfect and proud face, she coldly looked at the maid. Do you need to meddle in my affairs? Moreover, I will marry in Yedong in the future, just a level 6 genetic warrior of the Dark Elf tribe. What? Can't I give orders? Her gaze fell on Ivan. Ivan remained silent and handed her the water. Later, as a war correspondent, I will be live streaming the whole process, so you better protect me. I will only follow the Queen's instructions, Miss Lena. Pouring you water is just me being in a good mood, Ivan said calmly. Just as he had told the chief. The Light Elf tribe had been in power for too long. Anna didn't even notice the displeasure of the elven maid behind her. You. Anna was retorted by Ivan's words. Although she was not happy, she didn't dare to do anything. In the conversation, several planets in the war zone had already appeared in their sight. That planet seems to be in battle. Wasn't the war zone supposed to be extinguished? Anna exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that we can dig up some other news this time? She leaned in front of the screen, zooming in directly. After the clouds passed, the battlefield scene appeared. She immediately shifted the live camera over. Wow, so many flagship battleships. Are those pirate warships? Could it be a unit from the military district? On the Star Network, the audience was already waiting. Among them were powerful leaders from various races. 81 flagship battleships were continuously launching weapons. On the other side, the pirate fleet was slowly retreating, with warships being shot down from time to time. In the sky, there were large numbers of mechas that, after dodging the attacks of the flagship battleships, charged towards them. They are humans. Anna gasped as she saw the players on the flagship battleships. These flagship battleships are actually human, my goodness, wasn't it said that humans have already? Anna remembered that she was live streaming and quickly covered her mouth. This is unbelievable, let's see together what is happening down there. At this moment, the Elven Queen was also watching Anna's live broadcast on the Star Network. When she saw the 81 flagship battleships, her face changed instantly. Humans actually have flagship battleships? Flagship battleships were developed after the decline of humans, and most of them were supplied to the military district, with only a small portion given to these more powerful races. From what she knew, the humans back then could never have obtained so many flagship battleships. Could it be that there are other races pretending to maintain neutrality but secretly supporting humans? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The crew on those flagship battleships all seemed to be level 5 genetic warriors. Plus, a Wuchen, a level 9 genetic warrior. Where did the humans get so many resources to train talents from? Others may not know, but doesn't she understand it herself? The resources of the human race have long been divided up by several major clans. Among the myriad races, who would be providing resources to the human race? As the Elven Queen brainstormed, and Yuelina gasped in shock at the live broadcast. Heavens, what is happening? As the aircraft broke through the atmosphere, the clearer the picture they could see. And Yuelina's camera, after a brief shake, focused on the ground, where a warship had been breached. Inside, a huge octopus stood out vividly. A blue-ringed octopus, or rather a giant blue-ringed octopus. It was hard not to think of the infamous Octopus Doctor, one of the core members of the octopus pirate crew, a genius expelled from the Lord's Academy, the guilty octopus of the blue-ringed octopus clan. Surrounded by so many titles, this villain was now hanging in midair. On its 8 tentacles were numerous cuts. A human, wearing gloves, was ruthlessly squeezing the wounds on the tentacles. As the gloves were corroded clean by the poison, the fresh blood flowing from the wounds filled a glass container. Could it be the powerful octopus doctor from the octopus pirate crew? And Yuelina was filled with horror. Before coming here, she had also researched information about the octopus pirate crew. That octopus doctor was an 8th level genetic warrior. 8th level. And the captain of the octopus pirate crew was a solid 9th level genetic warrior. Who could have dared to kidnap the octopus doctor in front of the pirate crew captain and then treat him like this? Yes, mistreatment. Those wounds on the octopus doctor were, truth be told, not very serious for an 8th level genetic warrior. To put it simply, they were just some superficial wounds. But that human, he was too extreme. Even Ivan, standing beside Yuelina, felt uncomfortable. The human kept squeezing those wounds relentlessly. With little blood left on the cut wounds, the white flesh and blood tissue of the octopus doctor were exposed. Was he a maniac? He actually squeezed out all the blood from that area alive. It was terrifying. Ivan gasped in shock. Even the strongest warrior, if drained of blood, would have only one path left, and that was death. Were all humans this twisted? Wasn't it said that humans, as a race, were particularly friendly? Before they could finish being astonished, a mech that clearly looked like it belonged to the pirate crew suddenly descended from the sky and landed next to that devilish human. Then, a pirate came out of it? The disguise of the stars was quite good. She was still wearing clothes she had stripped from the octopus pirates before, all covered in blood. The oil thief, on the other hand, had already taken off his clothes during the labor process. Squeezing blood continuously, he was sweating profusely. I'm exhausted from squeezing out all this blood. Thank goodness I've turned off the pain sensation, or I definitely have pulled a muscle. The oil thief wiped the sweat off his forehead. The body didn't feel pain, but the spirit was exhausted. This octopus doctor had really thick skin and tight muscles. When squeezing the blood, the muscle fibers of this octopus would actually wriggle. If he didn't exert some force, the blood would flow back. Let's make another cut here. There's no more blood elsewhere, and I need to block his bloodline a bit. I wonder if Brother Yuan still needs this octopus. If he doesn't, I'll have Ertua help me grill some skewers later. This meat is so thick, it must be very chewy. As he spoke, the oil thief's mouth watered. He reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then he felt his mouth starting to numb. Oops, it's over. His words had just been spoken when he fell straight to the ground. Xingqian looked at his body, blood flowing from 7 orifices. 6. Silently commenting with a 6, she took a photo of the oil thief's body and sent it to the group. Xingqian, 6. Makabaka, what's going on? Covertly begging, could this idiot have tried Dr. Octopus's poisonous blood? Ha ha ha. Oil thief, what are you laughing at? I just wanted to taste a grilled octopus tentacle. He was truly unlucky. How could he forget that his hand was stained with a bit of poisonous blood? Oh no, that human poisoned himself to death, whispered the elven maid in shock. And Yuelina glanced at her. What's so surprising? It must have been that pirate who forced him to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, a traitor has appeared among the humans. This deceased human must have been coerced by that pirate. Driven to desperation, he drank Dr. Octopus's blood and perished. What did that pirate want to achieve? Amid the puzzled gazes of the elves and the audience on the Star Network, Xingqian collected all the glass vessels on the ground. With 17 cans of poisonous blood, she stuffed them one by one into the mecha. Then she flew back towards the pirate fleet. While Yuelina was still in shock, the queen's voice sounded in her ears. Don't bother with trivial matters, head straight to the battlefield and protect Shen. Yes, and Yuelina replied softly. Operating the aircraft, she swiftly headed towards the direction of the humans. Shuejie, the elves have appeared. Feng Shuipipi's fingers swiftly moved across the navigation battleship's console. The location of the unidentified aircraft was marked. Just by seeing the shape of the aircraft, Zwalala could already tell that it was the elves who had arrived. How many people can such a small aircraft bring for support? It's quite amusing, Feng Shuipipi sneered, opening the public channel. Brothers, let's give a warm welcome to the support from the elves. Zwalala did not stop Feng Shuipipi's childish behavior. Alright, friends from afar, welcome. Tisk TSK, didn't they know to announce their arrival before watching the battle? What source brother means is our battle cry. Elves, come at us. Bro, it's not appropriate to say come at us, haha. Are new NPCs entering the scene? Could it be elves as cute as Teacher Alice? I can't bear to fight them. Source Brother didn't clearly say they're hostile, but they're not friendly, so should we just attack them directly? Players chattered on the public channel. Feng Shuipipi coughed and arrogantly said, "The Supreme Commander has spoken, they are enemies, not friends, so we must attack. Besides, if we don't fire a few shots at them, how will we know if they are enemies or friends? Let's go." In the game, if the Lord declares a hostile force, they must all be eliminated, although they hadn't been marked as red names yet. But, coming to watch our excitement? Then they'll have to take a few hits first. 81 navigation battleships all turned their cannons. Even the besieged know. One navigation battleship managed to turn a cannon over. Boom boom boom. 81 cannon shots rang out. The battlefield fell silent for half a second. And Yuelina, who had been searching for Chen in midair, blacked out. Under attack, under attack, under attack. Aircraft damaged 20%, 30%, 70%, 99%. The AI inside the aircraft frantically sounded alarms. At the moment the defense system was completely destroyed, a more intense barrage of attacks directly destroyed the aircraft. Ah, no. One navigation battleship. Players died over and over again. On the deck, mechas and players fought together. The mecha piloted by the level 6 octopus pirate was drenched in blood from head to toe. On the metal shell, there was a faint layer of blood-colored film attached. Once again emerging from the resurrection pod, Wuxia Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and jumped back onto the deck. Indeed, opening up the pain receptors accelerated the body's enhancement. Even without the level 6 genetic unlocking potion now, he could feel that his speed, strength, and agility had improved significantly. Weapon, here you go. A player distributing weapons to the players stood beside the resurrection pod. Damn, thermal weapons won't penetrate the mech shell. A shot from a magnetic cannon will just leave a dent on the shell. Buddy, give me a cold weapon. Wuxia Xing had found it strange before. An interstellar game. Why were there cold weapons in it? Shouldn't they have been obsolete long ago? However, now he understood. The defense of mechs was simply unreasonable. A magnetic cannon that could instantly send a carbon-based lifeform flying had no effect on mechs. At most, it would just leave a big dent on the surface. And what was even more unreasonable was that some advanced mechs had coatings specifically designed to counter these technological weapons. Wasn't that a perfect restraint? Wuxia Xing recalled how he had eagerly rushed forward with advanced technological weapons a few times before, only to feel bitter about it. If this happened during regular battles, just the number of deaths would empty his pockets. While offline, he had his parents and siblings to give him money, but online, he had to mine for money himself. This time, killing a level 6 pirate should earn me a good sum. Taking the short blade thrown to him by the player, Wuxia Xing took a deep breath and charged towards the deck. The heavy mechs were still there. However, the lower-level mechs that were previously not allowed to come down were also in a fierce battle. The level 6 octopus pirate's forehead veins bulged. Although his movements were still agile, he could feel his spirit growing weary. Damn it! Why couldn't he finish them off? Fortunately, so far, no higher-level genetic warriors had appeared. They were all level 5 genetic warriors. If he couldn't take down this warship soon, higher-level pirates would come. It was really annoying. Watching the humans swarming towards him again, anger flashed in his eyes. Just let me kill you obediently. Why resist and wait for others to come and steal my credit? You humans are truly despicable. He raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it towards the players once again. Wuxia Xing executed a flip and dodged the sword directly. My speed has indeed improved. As Wuxia Xing landed, he bounced up again. A thin layer of bloodstains had already adhered to the metal shell of the heavy mech. Beneath the stains was the mech's structure. Wuxia Xing directly messaged in the player group. Wuxia Xing, at begging in the dark, buddy, do you have the schematics for this mech structure? Wuxia Xing, this guy has been killing us on our warship for too long. We can't use thermal weapons against him. Wuxia Xing, at begging in the dark. Wuxia Xing, at begging in the dark. Wuxia Xing, at begging in the dark. On the other side, begging in the dark. Amidst the busy notifications, he opened the group chat. While begging in the dark was taking a break, several pirates around him breathed a sigh of relief. How did this newcomer get so good so quickly? The boss showed him several mech designs. The key is, he hasn't rested since he arrived until now, only now taking a break. Indeed, I wonder what race he is. He looks humanoid, covered in blood. Could he be from the demon clan? Demon clans are all so lazy. Is there any other race in the world as diligent as them? Begging in secret, pretending not to hear their whispers. It's truly speechless, brothers. Being mocked by NPCs while playing games, is that cool? He was just like when he was working, absent-mindedly putting things together. Moreover, with the design blueprint in hand, it's easier than playing with Lego. If this were in the geek circle, you would all be out of a job. Criticizing these pirates, he glanced at the distress call sent by a guy named Wushishing. Begging in secret, "What a coincidence, I'm just starting to assemble this mecha, buddy. I'll send you the blueprint, some joints can be disassembled, be quick, maybe you can dismantle it for him." Begging in secret, heavy mecha image, JPG Wushishing, father above. Wushishing didn't expect that by taking a gamble, he actually hit the mark. Quickly opening the detailed image, he could see the structure of the mecha clearly at a glance. Players' circles are just a few anime, geek figurines. Piecing things together, players can understand some mecha designs. Wushishing excelled in this. All the mecha models at his home were made by him. From modeling to payment. Wushishing twirled a short blade in his hand, instantly pinpointing several weak spots of the heavy mecha. "Brothers, it's time for revenge. Congratulations on starting the basic training of a mecha pilot. Your progress, 0.1%. 0.3%. Congratulations on starting." Countless prompts for mecha disassembly learning were flashing on players' panels. Countless humans climbed over, tirelessly rushing over with various tools in hand. Urias clung to the bottom of the second battleship, watching the humans swarming towards him. He felt a hint of fear. Even if they were ants, countless of them coming towards him would make anyone uncomfortable. Not to mention, these humans showed no fear at all. Instead, they were excitedly laughing, using those ridiculous tools to directly attack his mecha. "Damn it, die." His tentacles trembled, and Urias pierced through numerous humans with another tentacle. "Ha, my health has really improved a lot now." Being pierced didn't even dent it. The first player who got impaled was spitting blood while laughing heartily. Taking advantage of the time before his health ran out, Urias quickly grabbed a wrench and started prying at the seams of the mecha nearby. "Damn, strong ones never complain about the environment, buddy, awesome." Behind him, another player who was also impaled gave a thumbs up to the first one. Then he followed suit. "Ah, they're all crazy, crazy." Urias roared in the cockpit, tossing out those lunatics as if he had gone mad. But to them, the deaths of their comrades seemed invisible. They kept coming. Urias felt a tingling sensation all over, as if ants were crawling on him. His eyes were bloodshot. These creatures in front of him were clearly humans. Why? Why was there such a strong fear? The countless creatures in front of him awakened the deepest fear in his heart. Insects. The humans in front of Urias suddenly overlapped with the images of those insects. Space pirates never settled on a single planet. They had to evade the pursuit and attacks of the Alliance. So most of the time was spent wandering in the starry sea. Urias had encountered the insect race. They were beings completely devoid of the concept of fear, with inorganic pupils that once locked onto you, they would relentlessly gnaw away. Urias trembled all over. Yes, weren't these humans in front of him just like those insects? They had no fear at all. Even when it came to their own bodies, they were just like the insects, completely indifferent to injuries. They only faithfully carried out the orders of the queen insect. Devouring. Gnawing. Urias watched as those humans, with blood gushing from their mouths, still tried to pry open the mechs. Deep in his eyes, there was only fear. No, they were just humans. Just humans. Urias roared inwardly at himself. They were just some level 5 genetic warriors. Even if tens of thousands crawled over, they couldn't possibly harm him. As long as he quickly killed them all, it would be fine. Kill them quickly. After a tremor, the octopus mech's 8 tentacles wildly thrashed about, rolling up and crushing all the players crawling over. But he had to keep 2 tentacles wrapped around the hand battleship to maintain stability. I bet right. The 2 mechanical tentacles I'm on didn't move. Damn, why do I always choose wrong? Seriously, why eliminate the 2 correct answers first? Bro, next time you eliminate a tentacle, share it with the brothers first. Below the second battleship, blood mist burst forth. It looked as if a meat grinder was in operation. At first glance, it was quite shocking, but the flesh kept pouring in endlessly. Mo Yun rose into the air with Wei Chen. Watching the octopus grinder, which continuously dropped human limbs and remains like a meat grinder, Wei Chen also gasped in shock. They were players after all. Truly amazing. No wonder they say the 4th calamity is the most terrifying. It's more frightening than the insect race. At least with the insect race, the queen insect's consciousness was superior to the individual insect's consciousness. Those lowly worker insects weren't fearless, but rather mechanically following the queen insect's commands. But the players were different. They were living beings, with strong self-awareness. They were sacrificing themselves one after another just to level up. Wei Chen sensed Yuri's fear. Honestly, if he were to face his own compatriots, he would feel scared too. No solution. Completely unafraid of death, and able to resurrect indefinitely. What's even more terrifying is that these players could derive a sense of achievement from the process of sacrificing themselves. Wei Chen took a deep breath. Don't be afraid. These compatriots were all summoned by himself. Turning his gaze to the first battleship, the players on top had already turned the tables. Mech assembly diagrams were out. Disassembling them was even faster than offline model building. The players' speed now was at least 10 times faster than when they were on Earth. Under Wusher's guidance, the players had all abandoned their high-tech weapons and directly switched to mech repair tools. It was unknown if they had some obsession with screwdrivers. Most players were holding screwdrivers. As soon as a mech landed on the deck, a group of players would quickly approach. Their roles were clearly defined: drawing fire, harassing, disassembling. Once the mech was dismantled and the pilot inside appeared, they were taken out in seconds. The only one still holding on until now was the level 6 genetic warrior. Come down. Wusher delivered an elbow strike, opening the cockpit of the heavy mech at the chest. He held a short knife and flung it directly into the cockpit. The level 6 octopus pirate swiftly dodged the attack, but his cabin door was opened by Wusher Xing. The black tulip lurking in the distance pulled the trigger. A deep blue beam, carrying a magnetic pulse, entered the cockpit. The connection between the octopus pirate and the mecha instantly broke. The mecha was completely immobilized. The level 6 octopus pirate was ejected from the cockpit and grabbed Wusher Xing by the neck. A level 5 genetic warrior dares to challenge me? Even if you have thousands of people, being one level lower means you're just lower. Crack! The sound of clavicle breaking came from Wusher Xing's body. If I die, you die with me. Wusher Xing grabbed the octopus pirate in return. Black tulip, fire at me. Fire! Damn it, bring me my Italian cannon, second lieutenant. Damn Italian cannon, bring me my second lieutenant. Fire! The players roared as they fired at Wusher Xing's position. Boom! Flames erupted. With no mecha protection and Wusher Xing's entanglement, the level 6 octopus pirate had no chance of defense and was blown up directly. He couldn't understand why the high-level reinforcements from the rear hadn't arrived yet. However, in the rear of the mecha tide, Moyan swiftly passed by in midair, silently killing all pirates above level 6. Wei Chen's mental domain was fully open, and although there were thousands of high-level genetic warriors, killing them was simple. In the rear of the octopus pirate group, the first thing Xingchen did upon returning was to inject poison into the mecha's ammunition depot. It's raining. Whenever she saw a warship, she fired a poisonous blood shell. As the blood mist spread, a sweet and fishy smell filled the air. The blood mist turned into gas and seeped into the warship. At that moment, Makabaka, who was struggling to plant bombs, suddenly smelled something foul. Damn, who farted? She covered her nose, about to curse someone for farting, but then she saw the pirates around her turning pale, with white foam oozing from their mouths. Gulp! Did Xingchen shoot poison blood? She felt the foam oozing from her own mouth. It's over. Who will come to collect my body? It's unclear which warship exploded first. In any case, suddenly, flames erupted in the rear of the pirate group, and the poisonous gas spread even further with the rising flames. Dr. Octopus's toxin could even kill level 9 genetic warriors. On another dried-up seabed, Enuelina was pale, held in the palm of Ivan's mecha. Humans are strong. Behind them, 36 dark elf mechas stood tall. Wow, brother, do you really remember where you died? Amidst the continuous bombardment at the underwater cliff, a player with the ID chicken eating potatoes was bending over, searching in the mud on the seabed. War is just a game of dominance played by enthusiasts. There are always some players who are not interested in fighting but have found another way to make money: body retrieval. New players have not been injected with special genes and can restart at any time. Anyway, this official event provides unlimited resurrection and all gene unlocking potions are freely available. However, some veteran players have been injected with special genes. If bodies are not retrieved, special genes cannot be used again. Beneath the second warship, flesh and blood flew everywhere, with limbs and fragments scattered all around. For new players, this is more profitable than mining. Retrieving bodies means getting gold coins. Moreover, some veteran players simply activate the task mode on the public screen, gather players who want to retrieve bodies, and specifically collect their bodies. At this moment, the chicken eating potatoes is on a mission to retrieve the body of the veteran player Sakura Falling Horse's corpse. The body has been found, but the head is missing. Sakura Falling Horse's voice is rough. He used to be a high-level player who entered the game with the oil thief. Now, forced to log out and unable to find his own head, it's truly distressing. Buddy, don't you remember where you lost your head before you died? The chicken-eating potato's eyes are almost blurred. With bodies scattered all over the place, he casually collects them to make some money. What a loss. Sakura Falling Horse scratches his head, knowing that leaving bodies uncollected is against his professional ethics. But he can't bear to give up the genes he worked so hard to obtain. Hey, buddy, it was a dizzying experience before I died. I saw mud all over the place, this dried up seabed, mud everywhere. Why don't you look further out? If it got thrown out, it must be far away. I'll pay you more, how about that? Add another 5,000. 5,000. The chicken-eating potatoes was about to let it go, but the offer of 5,000 changed his mind. Wow. 5,000. Veterans sure have money. Buddy, what kind of genes are you using? Why are they so valuable? Hee hee, goblin genes. I earned them during the last mission. While searching on the ground, the chicken-eating potatoes clicks his tongue. Goblins are so ugly that I can't even look at them. You don't understand. The goblin genes I injected enhance my arms. I still use a big hammer as my weapon. With such a coincidental gene enhancement, why change it? If I can't find my body, I'll have to inject a different gene. Who knows what it will enhance then? Sakura Falling Horse's hand starts to itch again. After injecting the goblin genes, there is no change in appearance, but players gain some goblin abilities. After injecting these genes, his two arms were strengthened. And since he wields a hammer, it sparks when he swings it. He smashed Yuri's mechanical tentacles, but then got strangled by them, and his head was directly rolled off. Remembering his gruesome death, Sakura Falling Horse feels a bit horrified. Although he can't feel pain anymore, seeing his headless body holding a hammer and swinging it out of habit feels surreal. The chicken-eating potatoes clicks his tongue. He has already walked out of the battlefield. Looking up, he now sees the second battleship as just the size of a fist. If I go further, I'll reach the edge of the cliff. The chicken-eating potatoes spots the cliff. If he doesn't find Sakura Falling Horse's head, this situation will be a huge loss. Gurgle. A creature from the seabed, wielding two pincers, launches an attack on the approaching humans. What an ugly crab! The chicken-eating potatoes kicks the blue creature, which resembles a crab, away. Smack! A dark gray mech blocks the incoming blue water crab. Human? A voice of a dark elf comes from inside the mech. Over 30 mechs stare straight at the chicken-eating potatoes. Holy crap! Buddy, it's not about finding your body now. The chicken-eating potatoes starts a live broadcast. Who the hell will collect my body later? On the public screen, players see the live broadcast sent by the chicken-eating potatoes. And Lena has already woken up. Her live stream is still running. Seeing the human in front of her, she was surprised that they didn't even greet her before frowning. These low-level gene warriors of the human race really didn't understand any manners. If not immortal, then they were crude. She gracefully jumped down from the mecha. A standard elven beauty, her appearance was impeccable. Her golden hair cascaded down, and Inualina's face was full of pride. She walked towards the chicken-eating potatoes. Humans, we elves are here to support you. Let your Lord Weichin come and see me. Just before hearing Inualina speak, the chicken-eating potatoes was still thinking, this NPC is really beautiful. The next moment, are you an idiot? He raised his middle finger at Inualina. Dare to insult me? How bold! Inualina raised her hand, and her mecha behind her raised its hand as well. A laser pierced the chicken-eating potato's forehead. In an instant, the chicken-eating potatoes went offline. As he fell, his gaze fell directly behind the dark elves. A head was staring back at him. Dude, I see your head. A mere human dares to be disrespectful to me. The human race really has no manners. The pale golden leather boots stepped on the chicken-eating potato's body. Looking at the dark hole on his forehead, Inualina sneered, when I see Weichin later, I must tell him how these subordinates, who are so ignorant of manners, can survive in the central galaxy. Inualina, what you're doing is a bit too much, Ivan frowned. He didn't want to offend the human race at this time. For some reason, Ivan couldn't help but feel scared after seeing that huge fire. He always felt that the human race was not like the Queen or the rumors on the Star Network. What are you worried about? We came to support the human race. Inualina glanced at Ivan. Shouldn't Weichin come to greet us? Let this stupid human come over. It's really disappointing. Dark elves are cowardly and weak, really spineless. Behind them, they had the support of the Elven Queen. And the Queen said that Weichin was powerful, possibly a level 9 advanced gene warrior. But he definitely wouldn't dare to reveal it in front of them. After all, the high-level members of all races must be watching her live broadcast. If Weichin used the power of a level 9 gene warrior, he would face oppression from the powerful races in the alliance when he returned. If he didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't win against Yuri's. By then, most of these human races would definitely be casualties. Without his people, he couldn't win the Lord Academy's competition alone. And Yuelina smiled confidently. Ivan looked at her expression, silent. Standing behind Yuelina was the latest model of the Light Elves mecha, equipped with the latest weapons. Before coming, the energy had already been fully charged. Ivan thought, with this equipment, they should be able to escape. They just didn't know. The chicken-eating potatoes had started a live broadcast, which had been recording them all along. Silence. The players who were noisy before. At this moment, they were all quietly watching Yuelina on the screen. As they walked towards the warship, moving out of the chicken-eating potatoes field of view, the players shifted their gaze. Wow, she wants Source to come and greet her on her first appearance? She's so arrogant. So does that mean Source wants us dead? Red name. This NPC must be a red name. Evil, truly evil. Even the wind blowing on the buttocks, with snow falling around, grumbled, this little girl from the elf tribe really needs a lesson. I bet she's just a level 5, right? The mech behind her seems pretty strong, talking so big? Snow glanced at the wind blowing on the buttocks. Of course, she talks big. The current queen of the elf tribe is from the Light Elf clan. This Anna, she belongs to the Light Elf clan and is also the queen's future daughter-in-law. Have you seen the mech behind her? It's a mech developed by the elf tribe themselves. Just the weapons alone can rival our warships. What do you have to compare with them? The wind blowing on the buttocks took a sharp breath. Then his eyes lit up. Oh my, if I could steal her mech. Wouldn't that make me rich? Before the wind blowing on the buttocks could finish speaking, he received a disdainful look from Snow. Attention all players. A melodious female voice echoed in all players' earpieces. Attention all players, the enemy elf tribe has appeared. Currently, the information we have is as follows. 1. This Anna of the elf tribe has started a live broadcast on the Star Network. 2. The elf tribe's attitude towards our human tribe is hostile, but it seems that they need to maintain a neutral or even friendly attitude on the surface, for unknown reasons. 3. This time, on the surface, they are here to assist us, but in reality, they are here to investigate our strength, with the most important aspect seeming to be the strength of our lord. Anna is an elf of the Light Clan, the future daughter-in-law of the Elf Queen, engaged to Yedon, who has been a perennial top 3 in the Lord Academy. And our lord has always been number 1 in the Lord Academy for many years, so it cannot be ruled out that they are here to challenge the strength of her fiancé. Before their arrival, they started a live broadcast on the Star Network, which makes me suspect that they are looking for allies, or they want to expose the strength of the human tribe to make other races take notice. Lord, are you willing to expose our strength in advance? When Snow finished speaking the last sentence, she handed the mic to Weichen. Weichen was taken aback. He took a sharp breath. This player, quite capable, truly the most insightful player. Her mind works fast, almost figuring out the truth. Weichen felt a bit pressured. This person is too clever. Hopefully, she won't discover that the game is fake later on. But for now, the most pressing issue is the question raised by Snow. Expose our strength? Those old folks must be watching him closely. Commander-in-Chief, you are in charge of this battle, so it's up to you to decide whether to reveal our strength. Weichen chuckled lightly. Having an intelligent subordinate is simply fantastic. Someone like her surely plans 10 steps ahead. Maybe her decision will be even better than his. Upon hearing Weichen's response, Snow's eyebrows twitched. Is the openness of this game so high? Are all the main storylines driven by the players themselves? The arrival of the elf tribe, their methods of response are different, and the final outcome is bound to be completely opposite. Snow glanced sideways at the wind blowing on the buttocks. This guy has always been mingling in the public chat, bantering with the players. The veins on Snow's forehead twitched slightly. This guy, she shouted loudly at the wind blowing on the buttocks, Xiao Zhang. What is the attitude of the players? Startled by this scolding, the wind blowing on the buttocks quickly raised his head. Ha! Snow, wasn't this decision up to you? Snow glanced at the wind blowing on the buttocks. This is a game. What is the ultimate goal of the game? The wind blowing on the buttocks. What is it? It's snowing. Thank goodness he wasn't raised to inherit this guy's family. Shella, it's about serving the players. Only when players have a good gaming experience will they keep playing, and be willing to invest, whether it's investing energy, money, or time. If this game is made so big just to make money, then it's definitely meaningless. Only when players are happy playing, have a good experience, will they be willing to spend money, time, and energy on the game. A virtuous cycle is most important. So, this decision now has to be made by the players. They all feel like they need to beat that female elf's face hard, and then show off properly. Saying such things about face output, it's probably better not to say it to Xiala. so he expressed the players' opinions in a tactful way. Shala nodded. Indeed, everyone plays games to have fun. This Annualina is really too arrogant. Being arrogant with the players, there's only one way to go. Moreover, she kills a player as soon as they meet. I announced the final decision. Shala spoke. Wei Chen couldn't help but pay attention. He sat inside Moyun's mecha, listening to Shala slowly say, I've decided to support the Dark Elves to rise to power. What? Wei Chen's jaw almost dropped. No way. This girl is also quite something? No, Xue Jie. Feng Chupi jumped over to Shala, sounding very excited. What we're discussing now is how to take down these elves. Clearly, just now Shala was saying that we should make the players happy. That definitely means taking down these arrogant elves. How did it suddenly turn into supporting the Dark Elves? Right, Commander, I just want to go back and have a good fight with that Annualina. Daring to step on my corpse and curse me, just an NPC, no matter how pretty, it's unforgivable. That's right, those with red names are monsters, who cares if they look good or not? Looking good still has its uses, brothers, at least I. The one upstairs has already gone to work. Type with both hands to show innocence, don't talk nonsense. Type with both hands to show innocence. Watching the players' conversation go off track like this, Shala was helpless. Should he explain? They all seem more eager for a fight. They are indeed a bunch of war maniacs. The battle here hasn't even finished yet. Brothers, let's not rush into thinking about unhealthy things. Let's get back to the main topic. Shala turned on all the microphones. By now, everyone knows that the elves are not on good terms with us. But to really go to war with this old race, it's probably going to be a clan-to-clan battle. The elf queen's strength is stronger than our source brother. If we really face off, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. So far, they haven't directly attacked. They must have some fear of the human race. The game we're playing is called Interstellar Humans. Source brother, as a native human, cannot be the only one representing a race. There must be other human races here. Although we haven't dug out the specific background yet, we can already feel it. The elves do have some fear of the humans. So, let's not think too much. Let's just assume that there's a powerful backing behind us. Anyway, from the information I found on the Star Network, I haven't seen much about the current situation of the human race. Feng Chupi listened for a while, scratching his head somewhat puzzled. Shuejie, what do you mean? How come he listened for a while and didn't understand? Weren't we just talking about the elves a moment ago? How did the human race get involved again? Interrupted by the snow, I suddenly realized that what I said might have been too complicated. In simple terms, our human race used to be very powerful, but now it seems that our strength has declined. However, the various races of the Alliance are not sure if the human race is really trash now. They are afraid that we are still as powerful as before, and they are wary of the human race being as powerful as before. So they target Brother Yuan, but they dare not really do anything to him openly. This elven race, the first to come forward, wants to expose Brother Yuan's strength and even comes with words of help. In essence, even their queen is afraid of the human race. So, we players who are not yet strong enough can use the human race's reputation to intimidate others and act like paper tigers, and pretend that the elders in our clan are very supportive of the Dark Elves. Snow touched his chin, as they say, kill the heart. The arrogance of this Annualina lies in the fact that she is a light elf, a higher lineage within the elven race. If we bring down the light elves, support the rise of the Dark Elves, do you think she will be infuriated? Wind blows but finally understood this time. But, he scratched his head, isn't the time span too long? Snow Sister's approach was clearly a tactic of the business battlefield, step by step. But the players just wanted to give Annualina a good beating. Snow immediately saw what wind blows but wanted to say. She raised her eyebrows in exasperation and said, I didn't say we couldn't go and slap her face. If we need to, we should slap it hard and make her fear the human race. Fear will lead to unease, and then she will fear that the powerful human race favors the Dark Elves. Understand? Wind blows but hadn't spoken yet. The chicken eating potatoes jumped out from the wheat and shouted wildly, I get it. The Commander-in-Chief means we need to use a strategy to make them see that we are close to the Dark Elves. Then they will fear the Dark Elves more, and the more they fear, the more hostile they will become in the future. A strategic move. Wow, Commander-in-Chief, your brain is amazing. Truly worthy of our Commander-in-Chief. Truly you. From now on, Commander-in-Chief, you are our brain. Brain, brain, brain. In an instant, the players were all shouting brain at her through the earpiece. Snow felt no sense of honor at all and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Why did she feel such a strong sense of embarrassment? Snow realized what wind blows but had told her before, that these players and the people in their circle were completely different now. Wow. They could even come up with such embarrassing titles. Snow covered her forehead with her hand, feeling so embarrassed. but to be honest, it felt pretty good. The player's admiration for the strong was so straightforward and enthusiastic. Snow blushed with embarrassment, but her lips couldn't help but curl up. I really can't do anything with you guys. Snow didn't know why, but she suddenly wanted to say that. And then, Wei Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't it contagious in front of me? How did I, such a big commander, such a serious commander-in-chief, become a sand sculpture? Wei Chen widened his eyes, listening to Snow indulgently speaking to his players, saying, I really can't do anything with you guys. He was dumbfounded. It's over, completely over. Even Snow, who had an initial IQ of 20, had fallen for it. The brainwashing technique of lazy people is so strong. Hiss. Wei Chen suddenly felt that he was not very safe. Would he take the players to meet those elders of the human race? Pondering. He really needed to ponder deeply. Just as Wei Chen fell into silence after mentioning the snow. Wind blowing but had already found the wandering quartet. Wind blowing but, bosses, help, it's time to start your performance. Makabaka, speak, we are the lackeys of our brains. Wind blowing but, as Snow Sister's lackey, it is my honor. Hoping that flattering Snow Sister would be known, so that after going offline, she would say a few good words to old Deng in front of her, and he could earn some extra pocket money. Just as Wind blowing but and the others set off. On Yuri's side, he was completely furious. Just a group of ants, actually trying to be ambitious, relying on numbers to consume his energy? Yuri saw it. Wei Chen headed towards the pirate group. He should be going to kill those pirates above level 6. Yuri's exhaled breath was somewhat crimson. Humans are indeed cunning and deceitful, bringing out so many level 5 genetic warriors just to use them as cannon fodder? Yuri's octopus eyes couldn't see human faces very clearly. He could only rely on human levels to judge. So even now, he hadn't realized that these successive human sacrifices were all part of a group. Even so, he felt tired. Anyone who controls a mech for hours will feel physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, these humans kept appearing repeatedly. Damn it! His eyes scanned outside in a circle. The cannons of the other 79 lead battleships were aimed at the second battleship. It seemed like everyone was staring at him to occupy that battleship. As soon as he entered, these 79 lead battleships would definitely send a few cannonballs his way. Giving up this battleship, Yuri's was somewhat unwilling. But now, he really had no choice. The mechanical tentacles trembled rapidly, and the players who came up again were directly thrown down. Yuri's tentacles climbed quickly, carrying him away from the second battleship. The big boss is running, brothers, shoot. Countless cannon fires exploded behind Yuri's back. A level 9 genetic warrior couldn't be killed by ordinary cannonballs. The reason for not occupying the second lead battleship was that if he entered it, he would be too exposed. A single lead battleship was somewhat dangerous for him. Easily dodging the player's attacks, Yuri snorted coldly. He really didn't know what his subordinates were eating. A bunch of fools, can't even deal with these trash goods? Yuri flashed to the ground, his 8 tentacles quickly moving him towards Dr. Octopus. Originally thinking of having a 300-round battle with Wei Chen to bring back Dr. Octopus, he was now hanging in midair. Doctor! Yuri's voice echoed from the mech. No response? He extended his mechanical tentacle and touched Dr. Octopus's body. The creature you touched no longer has vital signs. Time of death, 2 hours. Cause of death, excessive bleeding. Died from blood loss. Yuri's body went cold. He used his mechanical tentacle to wrap up Dr. Octopus's body, looking at the warship in the sky with hatred. Wei Chen, huh? Alright. Even if a human has reached level 9, so what? Treating a prisoner of war like this is simply insane. He could clearly feel that Dr. Octopus's body was covered with numerous wounds, large and small. Massacre. This was blatant massacre. Yuri's eyes widened, his arms propped on the ground, directly sending Dr. Octopus's body into the cockpit. Forget it, as long as the body is still there, I can just make a trip to the Dark City and have those creepy guys summon Dr. Octopus back. But, before that, he must kill Wei Chen. That guy is just too terrifying. Yuri's had a premonition that if he couldn't kill Wei Chen this time, he would have big trouble in the future. Beep beep beep. The communicator rang, and as Yuri's opened it, he saw a level 6 genetic warrior who had been with him not long ago. Yuri's was puzzled. Why are you calling me? Although there were no clear ranks within the pirate team. But, a level 6 genetic warrior was contacting him directly now. He was the head of the whole team. How could just any pirate casually have a direct conversation with him? Before Yuri's could voice his question, the level 6 genetic warrior began to tremble all over and his eyes were full of fear. Captain, Vice Captain, they have all disappeared. Even the brain cannot detect their activity. Yuri's froze. He quickly searched his contacts. As soon as he opened it, the gray avatars that rushed towards him made his heart tighten. How could this be? After losing vital signs, their brains would automatically change all avatars to black. The more Yuri's looked, the heavier his breathing became. Level 7 and 8 genetic warriors, all turned black. What on earth is going on? Yuri's roared. The little pirate on the other side seemed unsure of what to say. He silently lowered his head. Then Yuri saw the head of this level 6 pirate slide down his neck as it was quickly sliced open, revealing all the blood vessels and tissues on the cross-section. The next moment, blood gushed out. Yuri's took a sharp breath, and the next moment, Wei Chen's face suddenly appeared on the screen. Oh, what a coincidence, Yuri's. Wei Chen waved at Yuri's. Are you tired and planning to retreat now? After all, the sky was already darkening. Yuri's face darkened. I never expected that after going through such lessons, you humans still want to sell yourselves to the Alliance. You accept help from the elven race, Yuri sneered. Those hypocrites are just deceiving you. Wei Chen, don't you know the intentions of those elves? They want to expose your power, then make the powerful tribes of the Alliance fear you and plot against you. Oh, and then? Wei Chen picked his ear. Is that all? If that's all, then get ready to die. Ink Cloud pushed forward, and the entire mecha was ejected. If Yuri's didn't die, the pirates would resist. Without a leader, the mob would disperse. Wei Chen felt that too much time had already been wasted. And now, the oil thief was smoothly flattering in Yuelina. Ah, the girls of the Light Elf clan are truly beautiful, so dazzling that one can't look away. He whispered to the wind fart. It looked like a whisper, but Yuelina heard it loud and clear. Her lips curled up. Among the Light Elf clan, they were considered the most beautiful in the elven race. And she and Yuelina had been directly assigned to Nyedon because of her exceptionally good looks. The few humans who had come this time were still pleasing to her eyes. Well, except for that woman. And Yuelina glanced at the star behind the crowd. The girl with long black hair was stunning. She held a long knife, exuding a cold and distant aura. And Yuelina frowned at the oil thief and said, I don't like that woman, I want her dead. The oil thief was taken aback. Xingqian coldly raised his eyes and said, 6. Seeing everyone looking at him in surprise, and Yuelina suddenly remembered that she was not among the elves at the moment. Moreover, she was still live streaming. She immediately changed her tone and said, she is a traitor of the human race, I saw it myself. She was even driving a pirate mech before. In fact, from that distance, and Yuelina didn't see anything. But now, in front of everyone, she had to maintain her image. Among the elves, if she encountered a female elf who was prettier than herself, she would not hesitate to get rid of her. Moreover, in this remote area of the human race, where the queen had hinted that they could be mistreated, and Yuelina subconsciously blurted out her thoughts just now. However, she didn't expect that the sentence she made up was actually true. In the player chat group, the oil thief said, Damn, Xingqian, when did you expose yourself here? Xingqian replied, when I was helping you cut the octopus? Secretly begging for help, shall we fight fire with fire? Xingqian said, no need, I already don't like her, isn't she live streaming? Watch me go up and deal with her. The players exchanged glances. Just as Xingqian was about to act, Ivan rubbed his forehead and scolded Yuelina, enough, and Yuelina, it's not the time for you to mess around. Ivan didn't even get a clear look at Xingqian. Could Yuelina see clearly? As a dark elf who could live among the Light Elf group, Ivan had long known what kind of character Yuelina was. Just arrived in the human territory, she dared to talk nonsense and offend the human race. This female elf was simply crazy. Ivan, how dare you yell at me? And Yuelina looked at Ivan in disbelief. Ivan directly sent her a message through communication, and Yuelina, if you ruin the queen's plan, do you think the queen will spare you? And Yedon's fiancé could be Yuelina or another elf. She was just the most suitable candidate. Ivan didn't want to turn hostile right after making contact with humans. Ivan said to Xingqian, I'm really sorry, I apologize to you on behalf of Yuelina, she is used to being arrogant in the clan. Are dark elves always so straightforward in their speech? The four of them looked at each other. It was the secretly begging who reacted first and said with a smile, it's okay, the light elves have always been like this, we humans still appreciate your dark elf clan, so sincere and straightforward. Secretly begging was quite flattering. If the players heard this, they would definitely see through it. The strong tea flavor just flowed out of his mouth. But most of the elves in the elf clan were quite naive. Especially this time, and Yuelina brought out all dark elves. Who wouldn't love to hear compliments? Even Ivan liked this kind of flattery. After all, these words were spoken by humans. What did that mean? It meant that their dark elf clan was quite popular. Not only Ivan, but all the dark elf warriors who came with them this time had a bit of goodwill towards the human race. After all, in the elf clan, even if they were strong, they would be mocked and bullied by some elves with higher status, even if the other party's strength was inferior to theirs. And Yuelina was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Our lord has always said to wait for the support of the elf clan. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It's only been a day and a night since the war started. Now is the time we need you. Please help our lord by killing the enemy's level 9 gene warrior, I beg of you, and secretly implored, bowing to Ivan. A level 9 gene warrior? Ivan's heart trembled. He still remembered what the queen had asked of him back then. Gripping the bow in his hand, he nodded heavily. Alright, let's go now. Feng Shui, Pippi and the others immediately put on a delighted expression. They sent rainbow-like compliments to the dark elves as if they were free. Truly worthy of the elven race. We have heard long ago that you dark elves are the most talented and kind-hearted in the elven race. No wonder this time, all those who came to support us are of the dark elven lineage. How wonderful. The oil thief even went overboard, wiping away tears from the corner of her eyes, starting from Ivan and shaking hands with each dark elf one by one. We are so grateful to you, our lord, for facing that level 9 pirate in battle. It's just, sigh. I thought our human race had no hope, but I didn't expect you dark elves to be so kind to come and help us. Makabaka even showed a nearly moved expression, facing in Yuelina. Actually, she was facing her camera. Emotionally, she said, it seems the Alliance has not forgotten us. Yes, they haven't forgotten our human race. During the Great War with the insect race years ago, our human race suffered greatly, and I thought the Alliance was going to abandon us. Several people were on the verge of tears. On the side of the Elven Queen, seeing the scene in the video, her expression suddenly turned serious. Why hasn't Yuelina turned the camera away yet? This fool, these humans are acting, they are acting. This time, not only the rulers of the various races who despised the human race were watching in Yuelina's live broadcast, even the middle and lower levels of the Alliance were watching. Their foolish people have always had a filter against the human race. Despicable. The Elven Queen opened communication and sent a message directly to Yuelina. But on Yuelina's side, the entire Elven race was being held back by Makabaka. Makabaka, with her cute appearance, seemed harmless, even blinking at the camera. Joking around. These various races, who only know how to fight, haven't even developed games yet. All their technology is focused on warfare. If they were to compete in entertainment projects, no one would be as skilled as this group of players. Makabaka is also a well-known anchor in the gaming community. She knows best from what angle and with what expression to make the audience love her. At this moment, after injecting the level 5 gene unlocking potion, Makabaka hugged Yuelina without any malice, moved, saying, the elven race truly always gets along with the human race. We humans will always remember you. And Yuelina tried to break free but couldn't. In front of everyone, with the live broadcast on, she couldn't just push Makabaka away and say that the elves didn't come this time to help the human race, right? All she could do now was smile falsely and say, our elven race has always been friendly with the human race, that's why the queen sent us this time. Great, let's go now. The lord is having a hard time dealing with that level 9 pirate. Go help him quickly. Ivan led the dark elves, following behind the players. They looked ahead, the once innocent and cheerful humans now silent. Everyone knew why the queen had sent them this time. They were to destroy the human race's hope. The hope of the human race that had always suppressed in Yedong in school. If they were to expose Wei Chen's level 9 strength, would the races in the alliance that were not on good terms with the human race ignore it? The dark elves looked at each other. Among the dark elves sent this time, apart from Ivan, all were middle-aged elves over 300 years old. Among the 36 dark elves, there were 3 8th level gene warriors, 13 7th level gene warriors, and the rest were 6th level. With such a powerful lineup, they were not here to help the human race. They were here to restrain Wei Chen at the most critical moment, so that Ivan could draw his bow and shoot that arrow. Do they really think we are here to save them? A middle-aged elf, watching the excited faces of those human children, felt somewhat uneasy. The human race. Back then, their attitude towards the elven race was much better than towards other races. But now, it had come to this. They still don't know anything. When the time comes, as long as we reveal Wei Chen's true strength, we can just leave, right? The queen didn't say how to deal with the remaining humans. When the time comes, we can just leave directly and give them a way out. A few old elves conversed. Lena heard everything. She snorted, the queen will make arrangements when the time comes. Are you showing compassion for the humans? Just because a few of them spoke well of the dark elves earlier, you want to betray the queen's orders? Accusations were made. The old elves fell silent. After so many years of integration among the races, the younger generation of elves had already turned bad. Seeing that they still dared to ignore them, Annalena coldly brushed past their shoulders and walked ahead. Even if millions of years pass, our light elven race is still nobler than your dark elves. You are just shadows left by the mother of life. As she spoke, everyone had already arrived at the human camp. It was snowing, and a few leisurely warships descended. Annalena walked to the landing point of the warship. Thousands of players stood in neat rows. If it weren't for the lack of suitable items, they would have prepared a ceremonial team and fireworks. That person over there is our supreme commander, Snowfall. The oil thief smiled and led Ivan towards Snowfall. Although Ivan didn't understand why humans had such strange names, he still nodded towards Snowfall. Are we going to support your lord now? Snowfall nodded gratefully. Are you leaving now? I am truly grateful. The help of the dark elven race to our human race will never be forgotten. Never be forgotten. Never be forgotten. Never be forgotten. The players brought in for this performance shouted loudly at the dark elves. Hundreds of people, all shouting in unison, declaring that the human race would not forget the help of the dark elven race. This feeling, it was truly heartwarming. Ivan's face started to blush. Did they really believe in us like this? His gaze swept over all the humans. Not a single person held a hostile attitude towards them. Everyone was excitedly watching them. It was as if these dark elves were divine beings sent to rescue them. There were even people waving enthusiastically at Ivan. Ivan's conscience trembled fiercely. Were they really considering us heroes? This was treatment the elven race had never experienced before. Ivan remembered the times he spent with Annalena. All the credit went to Annalena, even the resources he seized were taken by Annalena. Every time they returned to the elven tribe, not a single elf welcomed them from the heart. Everyone's gaze only fell on the light elves. At this moment, listening to the resounding cheers of the crowd, the faces of the old elves turned red. We're going now. Ivan took a deep breath and released his mecha. 36 dark elves' mechas followed suit, soaring into the sky. Aren't you leaving? Anti-stealing oil asked Annalena. Annalena furrowed her brows. If she entered the battlefield as an advanced genetic warrior, she wouldn't be accidentally injured, right? At this moment, she didn't feel like going anymore. But what the queen wanted was a display of Wei Chen's strength. If she didn't go, it might not end well. She also released her own mecha. Watching the elves who had already gone far, anti-stealing oil gave a thumbs up to the snow. Impressive. A boss is a boss. With just a few moves, they can make the dark elves feel condemned in their hearts. It's really cool. Sis, I used to doubt you, but now, I really want to say, you're amazing. The beggar also gave a thumbs up to the snow. Snow waved his hand with a light smile, saying, the real difficult performance is yet to come. I wonder if the Lord will perform. At this moment, Urias had been intercepted by Wei Chun. Urias, where do you plan to go with Dr. Octopus's body? Ink Cloud spread its huge wings. The metallic feathers were extremely sharp, reflecting a chilling light under the lamplight. Wei Chen had already received Snow's signal. His peripheral vision caught the dark elf mechas flying towards them. Urias wasn't stupid, he had already sensed the distant air fluctuations. He turned his head and saw over 30 mechas flying towards him. Human reinforcements? Damn it, you despicable scoundrel. Indeed, humans are so cunning and deceitful, you've been hiding your strength all along. Urias gritted his teeth. What battleship only has level 5 genetic warriors? What no mechas? It's all lies. This human, from start to finish, hasn't revealed his true strength. The mechanical tentacles lashed out like lightning, aiming a heavy blow at Ink Cloud's waist. Ink Cloud dodged the tentacle attack swiftly, but the next second, several other tentacles lashed out and entwined around him. With a loud metallic collision, as the tentacles touched Ink Cloud, the metal wings behind him also shot out, targeting the eye of the octopus mecha. The huge octopus mecha, with 8 tentacles surrounding a humanoid mecha. In Wei Chen's earpiece, Snow's voice came through. Lord, seize the opportunity to show weakness. It's best if it's a bit melodramatic. Snow wasn't sure if the NPC Lord would understand what he said. But this game is so awesome, it should be fine. No problem. Melodrama, drama. Wei Chen said, feeling confident. Having watched so many melodramatic shows back then wasn't for nothing. To make those in the Alliance with a bit of conscience rethink the human race, they had to see a selfless and kind-hearted human. Character setting, now that's a good thing. There isn't much information about humans on the Star Network. So when Annalena started the live broadcast and mentioned that this time she was going to support the young lord of the human race, her live stream exploded with viewers. If it weren't for the human race, I wouldn't even bother following Annalena. Who doesn't think so? Weak strength and so arrogant, if she were in our clan, she would have been taken out long ago. The human beauty from earlier should have a higher level than her, yet she still wanted to kill the other. It's really funny. I think the young elf from the Dark Elf clan is quite good. The human race's temperament is commendable. If this happened in our clan, we would have started fighting by now. The elves brought quite a few people this time, and their strength is also very strong. I just want to see the lord of the human race, actually able to fight with Yuri's, quite impressive. I heard he's very strong. Although there is little information about him on the Star Network being able to surpass Feng Yuxing and Yadong, his strength is definitely not bad. Amidst the various opinions, Anna's live broadcast room had already focused the camera on Wei Chun. The huge octopus mecha was almost as big as half a battleship. The humanoid black armor with wings, under the siege of tentacles, was slightly embarrassed in its evasion. It seemed that Yuri's was currently in the lead. Is it the support of the elven race? Wei Chen asked loudly, sounding anxious. His gaze swept over the elves, finally landing in the distance on Anna, who had not even entered the battle circle. Ink Cloud, the mecha designed and built by Wei Chen himself, was extremely handsome. The entire body of the mecha was made of extremely rare black rock ore. Looking from the Star Network's live broadcast room, it was the incredibly handsome Warzone mecha facing the audience directly. Don't come any closer, Yuri's is very strong. Wei Chen evaded Yuri's mechanical tentacles thrown at him in a sorry state. He continued to shout at the elven mechas, hurry, leave. I wanted you not to come before, but unfortunately we are too remote here, even logging into the Star Network is very slow. He took a breath. It seemed like his physical strength was almost depleted. He even coughed subconsciously, your elven help, the human race will remember. Thank you, but now, take advantage of Yuri's not being able to spare hands to deal with you, and leave quickly. Those who could hear these words were not just the Dark Elves. Yuri's heard them too. An excited expression appeared on his face. So the previously imposing Wei Chen was just pretending? Is he now trying to give the people of the elven race a chance to escape? Oof, truly foolish humans. No wonder all races still keep them. These humans are simply naive. Up to now, have they not seen the true purpose of the elven race? There was a gleam in Yuri's eyes as he looked at Ink Cloud. Indeed, Wei Chen inside the Warzone mecha was just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The human race cannot live forever. Their previous strength came from their rapid technological development and abundant talents. Another reason was their rapid growth, being able to nurture a large number of geniuses in just a few years. However, these geniuses have experienced too little, making them somewhat naive and easily brainwashed. This Wei Chen probably has been trained by the Alliance to only be loyal to them. Perhaps he doesn't even remember the human race's fate from the past. The mechanical tentacles swung wildly. Each strike was fatal, but Wei Chen managed to narrowly evade them at the last moment. Yuri's felt that this was Wei Chen's excellent combat talent. Foolish, it's a pity to waste your talent like this, Wei Chen, reaching the 9th level is just luck. One of Yuri's tentacles wrapped around towards Wei Chen. The other tentacles instantly extended and rushed towards the Dark Elves' mechas. Run! Wei Chen was blocked behind Yuri's massive body. He shouted loudly at the Dark Elves. At this moment, Yuri's had already arrived in front of Ivan and the other elves. All coming here to die? He had been trying for so long but couldn't kill Wei Chen, and was already very impatient. Now, these elves of their own accord coming to die, made him extremely happy. All from the Dark Elf race, your queen really made a good plan. The mechanical tentacles popped out rapidly. The 3 level 8 Dark Elves at the forefront almost simultaneously stood in front of their fellow elves. Yuri's, we pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen, stop sowing discord here. The 3 Dark Elf mechs swiftly dodged Yuri's mechanical tentacles. Yuri's is too strong, you retreat first, don't come closer. Ivan, you and Annalena stay away, other elves, prepare from the sides. The 3 strongest mechs drew bows from their backs. These 3 large bows were specially made for the elven race. As soon as they were raised, faint gray energy arrows appeared on the bows. I actually wanted to see the skills of the Dark Elves, but it's a pity. Yuri's voice had just fallen. 3 tentacles instantly burst out from the backs of the elven mechs. His mechanical tentacles could extend. Swish! The huge mechanical tentacles revealed drill weapons at their tips, piercing through the bodies of the elven mechs. Crack! The crisp sound of energy glass shattering was particularly harsh. The cockpit cracked open. The mech that was about to shoot arrows suddenly lost power, its hands dropping limply. The mech and the pilot were linked by brainwaves. Now, they were powerless. I don't even feel like bothering with the weak ones, but I do need some high-level Gene Warriors' bodies now. Yuri sneered. These guys coming over were a bit annoying. Just now, he almost thought the human race had hidden some high-level Gene Warriors. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be elves. Great. Even though these elves might be of a higher level, their combat awareness couldn't compare to that of the human race. Yuri subconsciously began to think that the human race was strong. At least, those humans crawling towards him were terrifying. Finally encountering some normal interstellar trash, Yuri sighed contentedly. He quickly manipulated the tentacles to extract the bodies. The tentacles that were just drills returned to their normal state. The thick mechanical tentacles were almost as thick as the waists of the elves. Plop! The tentacles pulled out, along with the bodies, from the mechs. Annalena stood trembling in the distance. An 8th level gene warrior was killed just like that? These 3 8th level gene warriors. In the elven race, they could be considered dominant figures. Yet they died just like that? Annalena's heart trembled. Upon hearing Yuri's words, she involuntarily gasped. The elven race had many branches. Each branch had many strong individuals. However, the highest batch of gene warriors was under the control of the queen. This time, they specifically selected dark elves. Could it be that the queen deliberately chose them to come and die? Annalena's face turned pale. Even she was thinking this way. What about the other elves? At least, Ivan's hand holding the longbow had loosened by now. Those 3 elders had watched Ivan grow up. No, don't! Ivan watched as Yuri's mechanical tentacles pulled the bodies out of the cockpit. The 3 bodies hung, blood oozing from their wounds. Blood gushed out from the bodies. Yuri shuddered with satisfaction. This was more like it. Which corpse chats before dying? The massive wound that pierced through, the loss of a large amount of blood, fear and pain causing the creature to faint instinctively and then die instantly. This was it. This was the right way. Those humans were the abnormal ones. See? Even at level 8, after being pierced through and pulled out, their brains were dead, so how could they still talk? Yuri sat in the mech, even thinking of reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. He really felt like having a smoke and thinking things over. Why can those humans chat even before they die? What's even more annoying is that when he just dug out these corpses, he subconsciously wanted to hear what they would talk about. It's insane. Yuri shuddered. Indeed, humans are so abnormal that they're making me abnormal too. The cigarette had been smoked up long ago under the second flagship. Now there was only an empty cigarette box. He simply threw away the box, rubbing his cheeks. If Wei Chen knew about this state, he would definitely shout, "Brother, do you know you've been contaminated? You've been contaminated." But at this moment, Yuri didn't know anything yet. He just felt a bit off. His gaze shifted to several other mechs. Swish, swish, swish. The mechanical tentacles were very fast, even faster than before. Many Alliance viewers who had paid attention to the Octopus Pirate Group also noticed the difference. It seems Yuri is getting stronger. His speed now is several seconds faster than before. Could it be that he's already able to inject level 10 gene enhancers? Although a level 9 gene warrior can definitely crush an 8th level one, it won't be that easy. And Yuri's speed has increased. Throughout the galaxy, any recorded battles of advanced gene warriors are downloaded and studied frame by frame. So when Yuri's speed increased, it was quickly noticed. Speed, just like strength and physique, cannot be simply enhanced. Fast speed means overall improvement in the body. After reaching level 9, wanting to further increase speed is not a simple matter. Yuri's last video record was during the capture of M779 Star. How long has it been since that video? Less than a week. Is he really going to level up so quickly? It seems that this battle will be evenly matched. The Alliance citizens watching the live broadcast of this battle couldn't help but sigh. Shueisha watched the situation on the field while observing the attitudes of all the Alliance people watching the live broadcast on the Star Network. She looked at the barrage of comments from the Alliance people. She raised her hand to edit. Now it seems that the human race is also unlucky, encountering Yuri's Octopus Pirate Group. But this time, the Dark Elves suffered heavy losses. Their status within the Elven race was not high to begin with. I guess there aren't many high-level gene warriors left after this wave of deaths, right? Shueisha's comment was like dropping a stone. What was originally a discussion about Yuri's increased combat strength suddenly turned into various conspiracy theories. Don't you think? From the beginning of the live broadcast, I felt a strong sense of calculation from the Light Elves towards the Dark Elves. That's right, now that you mention it, I also have that feeling. The Queen of the Elves belongs to the Light Elves, right? No wonder Yuri said the Elven Queen is good at scheming. The Crooked Tower leaned even further. Curiosity and gossip are almost instinctual for all beings. They even began to suspect why Wei Chen was assigned to such a remote place. Back then, the human race sacrificed so many people for us. Speaking of which, could it be that someone intentionally arranged this for Wei Chen? I remember the planet where Wei Chen is now located isn't too far from the star discovered by the Zerg, right? When the Zergs devour that star, they will definitely be searching for food everywhere. As for Wei Chan and the others, Xiaosno's eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be the prelude buried for the next version? Xiaosno hadn't expected that when she logged onto the Star Network, she was just planning to watch some battle scenes. In the blink of an eye, she had a rough idea of the content of the next version test, quickly taking a screenshot. Since the players all called her brain, Xiaosno was very righteous and captured this segment of the Star Network message and sent it to the game group. Wow, Xiaosno, you're awesome. Isn't it too fast-paced? We haven't even finished this wave of battles yet, and we're already going to fight the Zergs? I need to mine quickly. As soon as I get back, I'll start mining immediately. Otherwise, if I can't keep up with the new content of the version test, it will be embarrassing. While the players were laughing and joking, above the sky, Ivan was covered in blood. The 36 mechs brought by the Dark Elves were all annihilated. Even the bodies were strung together by Yuri's, swaying ostentatiously. Thud thud thud. Ivan's heart, with each beat, made him feel his eardrums vibrating. So strong. Too strong. Reflected in his pupils, the huge octopus mech on the opposite side was waving its tentacles, mockingly slaughtering the remaining 30-plus high-level Dark Elves. Truly, it was a slaughter. So easily, effortlessly killed. Just like in the Elven world, where young Elven children casually pluck flowers and grass when they encounter them. Easy and casual. A 9th-level genetic warrior crushing lower-level genetic warriors to this extent? Ivan trembled all over, and his companion Anna was unable to control herself, covering her mouth uncontrollably. There are still 2 little flies here. Yuri's tentacles pulled out all the Dark Elves' bodies from their mechs. His eye stared straight at Ivan and Anna. In the instant they locked eyes, Anna couldn't help but scream in horror. Ah! The piercing scream echoed in Ivan's ears, making him shudder. The Queen's order was to force Wei Chen to reveal his 9th-level identity. But where was Wei Chen now? Ivan's pupils trembled frantically as he restrained his fear and looked towards Wei Chen. The humanoid combat mech was entangled with Yuri's 2 tentacles. It seemed to be struggling. Why isn't Wei Chen coming to save us? He's also 9th level. Why is he being trapped by Yuri's? Anger and frustration surged in Ivan's mind. And then, his gaze met with the ink cloud mech. In the next moment, he heard the slightly panting voice of the young man, "Run fast. I'll hold him back, you guys, run now. The Dark Elves have already sacrificed too much, you go." Ivan was momentarily confused. But the next second, he felt a strong force behind him. He turned his head and saw Anna's mech, with its hands still extended. She shook her head and shouted in terror, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Die!" Ivan gasped in shock. In that split second, he realized that Anna was trying to push him to his death. Perhaps at this moment, Yuri's tentacles were right behind him. In the fear of death, Ivan took out a longbow from the mech's cockpit. This bow. It was made by the Dark Elves using the roots of the Tree of Life. Simple, understated, yet incredibly powerful. As Ivan's fingers touched the bowstring, a phantom appeared on the brown bow in the mech's hand at the same time he assumed the posture. It's a black long arrow, a rare talent of the Dark Elf clan. Void arrow. Wow, what is that? The oil thief raised her head, looking at Ivan's mech, and suddenly pulled out a bow and arrow. This is so cool, isn't it? Is it a weapon from outer space? Let's investigate. Rare talent of the Dark Elf clan, Void Arrow, ability, 100% hit rate, ignores defense below level 10, true damage bonus, unable to self-heal. Void Arrow was originally a natural talent of the Elf clan, but after entering the era of the Interstellar Alliance, the Elf clan seemed to have been contaminated in some way. Most of the Elf clan lost the talent for archery, and could not even develop the talent for Void Arrow. As far as records show, within 100 years, there hasn't been another elf capable of shooting a Void Arrow, Tree of Life, the only tree in the universe capable of giving birth to intelligent beings autonomously. All materials on it are top grade. Wow, this is so cool. This Ivan is really amazing. The oil thief's eyes widened. She had been puzzled before. Ivan didn't seem that strong, so why were those Dark Elves listening to him? It turns out he is one of the rare elves who can shoot a Void Arrow. At this moment, as Yuri's tentacles reached out, Ivan's Void Arrow also shot out. There was no sound. The exact appearance of the long arrow couldn't even be clearly seen. Yuri just glanced, and that black long arrow had already shot towards him. Not bad, kid, you've got some strength. Yuri sneered, extending his tentacles to block the attack of the Void Arrow. Mech heavily damaged, pilot prepare to evacuate immediately. Put. The arrow pierced through the octopus mech like tofu. Ugh. Yuri thought he had blocked it, but the next moment, he saw the illusionary long arrow stuck in his chest. How? How could? Yuri winced in pain, trying to grab the arrow. But the next second, the long arrow shattered, breaking into dark light streaks, disappearing from his hand. But the wound was real. Put. Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that arrow, so strong? Wei Chen was swimming not far away. He was watching the footage of Yuri's cockpits sent by the system. Indeed, these old clans still have some tricks up their sleeves, but this won't kill Yuri, right? At most, it would just leave him severely injured. But with Yuri injured, he could take advantage of the situation. Wei Chen's smile curved. Pain doesn't make the strong fearful, it only makes them more ruthless. Yuri, feeling the pain from his injuries, his eyes bloodshot, roared, "You little elf brat, today I will make you die. Go join your kind." The tentacles that had been following Wei Chen as performance props were instantly retracted. Kill him. Yuri's 8 mechanical tentacles all opened at once. Blood gushed from the small hole in his chest. Anna had already run away. After shooting this arrow, Ivan felt drained. He looked at the huge octopus mech that covered the sky. He took a sharp breath. Was he going to die here today? He hadn't thought about what would happen after his death. Suddenly, a humanoid mech rushed out from the corner. Yuri's tentacles were about to pierce Ivan when Wei Chen reached out and directly pulled Ivan out of Yuri's encirclement. "Hey, brother, you're amazing." A clear voice came from the humanoid mech. Ivan was almost out of strength and his connection to his mech. "Is this the talent of your elf clan? Amazing, Yuri's was injured by you, so you just need to watch, I can take care of him." Wei Chen handed Ivan directly to the players. "Take care of our hero, I'll go kill Yuri's now." Wei Chen waved at Ivan, who had already come out of the mecha. Mo Yun ascended and suddenly opened the metal wings with a swoosh. Ivan watched the mecha speeding in the sky, still not fully recovered. He heard the humans around him chattering excitedly. "Brother, you're amazing, you saved our human race from danger. That arrow you just shot was incredible. Did the elves send you specifically to support us by shooting that arrow? You're so strong, so touching. You even managed to delay so many advanced gene warriors of the Dark Elves to create an opportunity for yourself." The praise from the humans made Ivan's guilt resurface. They knew nothing. Ivan sat paralyzed on the ground, having no strength left after shooting that arrow. If these humans wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pie. But they didn't. They saw him as the savior of their lord. Ivan spread his hands, looking at the burning sensation left on them. The longbow sensed his inner struggle, which is why it burned him when he initially wanted to shoot at Wei Chen. Humans and elves used to be allies, but the elves had changed since then. Ivan remembered that when he discovered his extremely rare talent, the chief of the Dark Elves at that time had said something. When the Tree of Life could still naturally give birth to elves, the talent of the Phantom Arrow was not rare. In fact, all elves possessed it. It was only later, after the insect race gnawed at the roots of the Tree of Life, and the elves began to try other means of reproduction, that the elves' original talents began to disappear. The chief of the Dark Elves had speculated that their biggest difference was kindness. Elves without a kind heart could not develop the talent of the Phantom Arrow. Yet just now, he had prepared to aim the Phantom Arrow at Wei Chen when Yuri's was dealing with him. Ivan hugged his head, realizing that this was actually the Queen's command. But shouldn't the Queen's words always be right? Why did she, knowing how dangerous this mission was, still send a few advanced gene warriors of the Dark Elves? The Dark Elves didn't have many elves to begin with. Ivan blamed himself, unable to understand these things. "Hey, isn't that elf feeling emo? Looks like he's lost in thought. Should we go up and tease him now? Didn't the commander say that the Dark Elves should take over? The previous ones are all dead, and now only him is left. And this guy has that talent, maybe he's a genius, let's butter him up." On the battlefield, the players on the frontline battleship were anxious. The players in the rear basically had nothing to do. They were just waiting for the battle to end so they could collect the spoils. With nothing else to do, the players gathered around Ivan. Sticky Fingers also planned to learn more about the elves from Ivan. He quietly sat down next to Ivan. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Ivan looked up and realized that he was surrounded by people without even noticing. He looked somewhat surprised at Sticky Fingers, who was acting familiar. "Are you worried about that runaway elf girl?" Sticky Fingers pursed his lips. That direction was where Anna had escaped. Now, it seemed like she had returned safely, skipping back. "I have to say, this little girl has some issues. No matter how good-looking she is, you can't just push her out as cannon fodder," the oil thief muttered, shaking his head in dismay. Hearing this, Ivan remembered that he almost died, all thanks to Anna. This female elf. Anger flickered in Ivan's eyes. He almost died. A fellow elf almost killed him. Another one, a person from the tribe that the Elf Queen specifically named to deal with, almost hurt him but ended up saving him. It's ridiculous. Ivan chuckled self-deprecatingly. This trip to the war zone really opened his eyes. She belongs to the Light Elf clan, her status is higher than mine. It's normal for her to push me out to face the danger, Ivan said wearily. The status of the Elf clan seemed to have been set in stone since his birth. Even if he was angry, what could he do? The queen is from the Light Elf clan, what can he do? Get angry? It would only lead to more unfair treatment of his people. Hey, buddy, what you're saying is not right. The oil thief stood up, looking excited, his voice passionate. Pointing to the sky with one hand, he patted Ivan's shoulder with the other. We humans have an old saying, among kings and generals, who has no offspring? Apart from having different attributes from your dark elf counterparts, what else makes the Light Elf clan superior to you? That girl is from the Light Elf clan, right? She looks about the same age as you, so why is her rank lower than yours? Isn't she amazing? And her character, it's so trashy. A Light Elf actually did such a despicable thing, it's simply shameful. She pushed her teammate out during battle. Such a person, if placed in our human tribe, she would be sacrificed. The oil thief's passionate speech left Ivan's head buzzing. Yeah, why should there be a hierarchy within our elf clan? Why should light elves be considered more noble than us, when we all come from the tree of life? Moreover, most young elves nowadays are born through other means of reproduction. Why should they be considered superior? Ivan looked at the oil thief with shining eyes. No one had ever told him such things before. You know, in our human tribe, everyone is equal, even the high-ranking gene warriors are treated the same as ordinary people. The oil thief affirmed. Isn't that right? Everyone mines and chops trees the same way. No one earns a single penny more. In fact, because of their higher rank, they might chop trees and mine faster, which in turn raises inflation, and the prices go up. I wonder what the game developers were thinking. They can't make money from it, so why make it so realistic? The oil thief thought bitterly. At that moment, as War Chen battled with Julius, he sneezed. Who's talking about me? War Chen frowned. He dodged Julius's attack. Watching War Chen's speed increase and his dodges become smoother, Julius grew impatient. TSK, kill a few high-level gene warriors and then take their bodies away. Julius, are you trying to bring out a corpse squad because your pirate team is about to collapse? War Chen asked. Julius, shameless human, you were just pretending earlier. Damn it. No matter how fast Julius accelerated his tentacles, he couldn't touch War Chen's mech. Obviously, during his massacre of the elf tribe, War Chen was just pretending. What does this human want to do? What does he want to do? What do you want? Tell me, my pirate crew is going to be wiped out by you anyway. We're both level 9, you can't kill me, stop wasting time. Julius was getting increasingly irritated. Just now, Wei Chen guessed it right. His pirate group was already finished, defending to the death was meaningless. With so many corpses around, he decided to take the bodies of these elite genetic warriors and directly seek out the undead clan to resurrect them, forming a new immortal legion. My goal is simple, to intercept your entire pirate group. Mo Yun's wings suddenly spread open, sparks jetting out from the small holes in the metal wings, instantly igniting the red flames behind the black mecha. And who said I couldn't kill you? He was just looking for Yuri's weakness earlier. The Warzone mecha was incomparable to ordinary mechas. Yuri's mecha defense was even stronger than Mo Yun's. But now, he found a spot. Among the 8 tentacles, there was a gap in the wrist position. Not large, but it was indeed pried open. It was. The gap gouged out by the sky-stepping ancestor. Under Wei Chen's control, the flames directly surged into that small, seemingly negligible gap. The temperature rose to a certain degree, enough to melt even the Warzone mecha. The tentacles of the octopus mecha turned red inch by inch. The entire cockpit's temperature rapidly rose. 3 seconds. The mecha AI in front of Yuri's sounded the alarm. Warning! 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 Mecha high temperature damage. 10%. 60%. 80%. Put. The cockpit quickly opened, and Yuri's flew out of the cabin, heading straight for Wei Chen's mecha. Damn elf, if I can escape today, I will definitely kill them. When Yuri's burst out of the mecha, he didn't even have time to take the bodies of Dr. Octopus and the others with him. Humans were truly cunning and sly. Yuri's looked at the gradually melting mecha, his heart aching almost to the point of bleeding. But now he was injured again. Without the mecha, he couldn't possibly be Wei Chen's match. If he didn't find a way to escape, he would probably die today. Wei Chen, if you dare, come out of the mecha, let's have a battle in our true forms. Yuri shouted loudly, but his gaze fell on his first battleship. Inside the battleship, bodies lay horizontally, all the pirates were poisoned to death. Fortunately, the battleship's defense system was still active, and humans hadn't had a chance to board yet. He linked his brainwaves to the battleship, using the highest authority to directly condense the energy on the first battleship. The starry weapon entered silent activation mode, even hiding the energy light. All of this was done in an instant. Yuri's taunted. As long as Wei Chen came out of his mecha, the starry weapon would deliver a fatal blow. It was all the energy of the first battleship, life or death depended on this moment. Asshole, the odds are in my favor now, why should I fight you in my true form? Wei Chen sneered. Without a moment of hesitation, he flapped his wings emitting scorching high temperatures and swiftly appeared behind Yuri's. He drew the hilt from the weapon slot on his back. The moment Mo Yun's hands gripped the hilt, the abundant energy gathered into a huge sword. It slashed across Yuri's back. Crack! Yuri's back split open directly, the energy shock hit his body, the giant sword pierced through him. With this one slash, he was cut in half. Just with these two moves, you still want to plot against me? Wei Chen sneered. The starry weapon on the first battleship, which had just finished charging, shut down again. Ha! Your leader is dead. On the first navigation battleship, Number 1 Star laughed heartily at the pirates. The pirates, who had already lost their will to fight, looked timid upon seeing Yuri's cut in half. The weapons in the mecha's hands fell. The pirates surrendered in the cockpit. Even Ivan raised his head, staring blankly at Wei Chen in the distance. Wow, he's so handsome, when will I ever be as handsome as Brother Yuan? Feng Chupi's eyes almost popped out, such a huge sword. The technology and weapons in this game really opened his eyes. If only I could find their company offline, I'd like to spend money. Spend money! Congratulations, host, on completing the assassination mission, rewards are being calculated for you, system initiating Advanced Gene Warrior Corpse Recovery Service. Would the host like to proceed with the recovery? The law of energy conservation holds true everywhere. The energy contained within a level 9 Gene Warrior is extremely high. Wei Chen jumped out of Mo Yun's cockpit and landed directly in front of Yuri's, who had already been split in half. Recover. Just as he reached out towards Yuri's body. Suddenly, it went dark. It was as if in an instant, all the light around was absorbed. What's going on? Oh my, is it getting dark? No, why is it suddenly so cold? Endless black clouds churned. Wei Chen frowned and looked ahead. Lightning flashed through the thick clouds, and numerous corpses could vaguely be seen around. There was even a strong aura of death. Hiss! Is it the undead race? Ivan suddenly stood up. Before the players could even ask what was happening, black clouds rolled. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of the players, in front of Wei Chen, extending like a bone ladder for thousands of meters. On the white skeletal throne, a huge undead skeleton sat atop. In its hollow eye sockets, flickered cold red soul flames. The red soul flames indicated the strength of this undead skeleton. Ivan's hair stood on end the moment he saw the undead skeleton. A level 10 undead, the chieftain of the undead race. How did he appear here? At this moment, as the Alliance audience saw everything through Annuerlina, they all felt a chill run down their spines. The undead race, although among the myriad races, was not part of the Alliance. Level 10. It was already the highest known combat power. Everyone was speculating. Why did the chieftain of the undead race suddenly appear? What did he want to do? Wow, is this an illusion? Stealing Oilpo was beside Ivan, and they were already surrounded by endless skeletons. It looks so real, but when you touch it, it's not real. Wow, this game is really amazing. Can they make such detailed bones? The undead monarch, so cool, so awesome. Hiss, just looking at it feels so cool, these bones, so white and textured. The chieftain of the undead race sat on the high seat, originally intending to wait for Wei Chen to speak first, but at this moment, he heard whispers. What? The chieftain of the undead race glanced sideways and saw some low-level humans staring at him with eager eyes. They were muttering about how handsome he was, calling him the undead monarch? Ha! The undead monarch. This name does sound quite domineering. Yes, this name suits the king's temperament. The red soul flames flickered in his eye sockets. Then, let's not hold these lowly humans accountable for their lack of respect. Withdrawing his gaze, the undead monarch continued to look at Wei Chen. But he noticed. This human genius, after glancing at him hurriedly, was actually preparing to bend down and pick up Urias' body. Wait! The undead monarch couldn't hold back. Urias and his entire pirate crew have already been sold to me. A deep voice, carrying a chilling aura, swept across the entire battlefield. The pirates who had just surrendered felt their hearts sink. The captain had sold them to the undead race? The undead race was a cursed race. All the pirates' faces turned pale. So what? Wei Chen replied without stopping his movements. He pulled at Yuri's body, intending to piece the two halves together for a better look. Human! The undead lord was furious. If he had eyebrows, they would probably be furrowed tightly by now. What was wrong with this human? Couldn't he understand? Just a level 9 junior. Did he think he was so powerful that he could challenge the dignity of the undead lord? The undead lord's anger burned. The crimson soul flames in his eye sockets blazed fiercely. Wei Chen, I told you, Yuri has already sold himself along with the entire octopus pirate crew to me in advance. These corpses are mine. Black clouds rolled. Countless corpses crawled out from underground, thousands upon thousands, endless. Just one look at this scene evoked a strong sense of oppression. Ivan was already finding it difficult to breathe. He never expected Yuri to have such a trick up his sleeve. He looked worriedly at the humans around him. They probably had no idea what a terrifying guy their lord had provoked. Fortunately, the chief of the undead clan was said to have a calm temperament and not particularly fond of killing. As long as the bodies were returned to him, there would be no problem. The human lord shouldn't do anything excessive, right? Just as Ivan was pondering this, he heard Wei Chen sneer nearby. What are you boasting about? The underworld galaxy is millions of light years away from here. Is your threat to me effective? If you dare, come over here. Wei Chen raised his head calmly and spoke calmly, but his words were indeed too provocative. Source brother, this provocative attitude isn't enough. Let me help you. With a swift move, Stealing Oil Pot slipped from Ivan's side and ran to Wei Chen. Ivan was about to reach out to stop him when he saw this human friend he had just met less than a day ago seeking death. Stealing Oil Pot laughed insolently, slapping his own cheeks in front of the undead lord. Oi, see that? I'm right here, I'll take your body. Come and fight me if you dare. Trash, even if you're level 10, so what? Do you dare? If you dare, come on. Come at me. So angry. The flames in the undead lord's eyes suddenly soared. He was about to explode. This human. This despicable human. He must kill this despicable human. The undead lord trembled with anger. He stood up abruptly, looking down at Stealing Oil Pot and Wei Chen. All right. The undead lord's voice was incredibly loud, making the players' eardrums itch. The previously stable clouds, at this moment, began to churn as if a divine punishment was about to appear. Lightning and thunder. Countless corpses crawled out from underground, looking extremely terrifying. The undead lord descended from his throne, step by step, approaching Stealing Oil Pot. They were face to face, but in reality, they were separated by millions of light years. When the undead lord stood up, he was directly as tall as two Stealing Oil Pots. Stealing Oil Pot had to tilt his neck to see the two flames in the eye sockets of the skull. What's wrong? Feeling ashamed and getting angry, you want to come and fight me? Stealing Oil Pot knew how to provoke. He deliberately raised his head, bringing half of his face close to the undead lord's hand. Hit me, if you don't, you're a coward. In the group, someone begged in secret, no, brother, aren't you afraid? Oil thief, you don't understand, Source brother must be at odds with this undead sovereign now. I'm trying to improve Source brother's favorability, you know? Oil thief, besides, don't be fooled by this undead skeleton, the way it talks is impressive. Oil thief, actually, all of this is an illusion. I just tried it, those bones can only be seen, not touched. Touch? The look of begging in the eyes directed at the oil thief seemed a bit off. Could this guy have some special fetish? Makabaka, no, isn't this too intense? Xingqian, 6. This time, Xingqian was really ready to give the oil thief a 6. After all, who would focus on these details when faced with such a grand scene? Gotta admit, the oil thief is indeed a game streamer. His mind works fast. However, he miscalculated. The undead sovereign, trembling with anger, directly grabbed the oil thief by the neck. The real sensation, and the oil thief being lifted off the ground. He was dumbfounded. No way. Is this guy for real? Coming all the way to the small sphere millions of light years away just to teach me a lesson? The oil thief's health bar started dropping rapidly. He widened his eyes, looking at the eerie flames inside the undead sovereign's skull. It was as if he had seen through the oil thief's thoughts. The undead sovereign sneered, even if I can't truly descend upon this small place where you are now, I have plenty of ways to make you beg for survival, beg for death, but not. After a moment of stuttering, the oil thief fell to the ground, coughing hard while clutching his neck. The battle was over now. If he died now, he would lose a lot of money. Watching his health bar slowly recovering, the oil thief breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw Source Brother holding something in his hand. The incredibly realistic environment from before was dissipating bit by bit. Even the undead sovereign standing in front of the oil thief, who at this moment wanted to kill him, flickered a few times and started glitching. Is this all the strength you have to come and pretend? The oil thief muttered while rubbing his neck. Wei Chen. You, wait for me. His voice was intermittent, as if he had a sore throat. Just like I told my people. Wei Chen smiled as he stood in front of the oil thief, keeping an eye on the undead skeleton. If you dare, come at me now. Wei Chen's calm voice, coupled with his words, made the players burst into laughter. Source Brother is really starting to pick up bad habits. Ha, exactly, why talk tough from so far away? This is hilarious. No money for data? Why the glitches? Yeah, his voice keeps cutting off. The players joked around. Their laughter, complete and clear, reached the undead planet millions of light years away. On that planet, bones were scattered everywhere. The corpses of all kinds of creatures rotted and decayed here, only to resurrect in the end. At the very center, on a throne identical to the one seen by the players, the undead sovereign roared in anger towards the sky. Wei Chen! Human race! They were simply despicable. Pray, you better pray that during the Lord's tournament, you don't draw the lot to compete here. Bang! The teleporter taken out of Yuri's arms was crushed by Wei Chen. I never expected Yuri's to collude with the undead race. The underworld star system under undead control is also one of the locations for the Lord's tournament. 7 competition points will be drawn from 400 star systems. If you unfortunately draw the underworld star system, my people, you better be careful. Wei Chen stood in place, reciting lines that sounded like a script. The players instantly understood. Alright, Yuan Gu, you don't need to say anymore, we all understand, we all understand. Next time, we'll definitely draw the underworld star system, we all know, just tell us. What kind of competition is it? That game planner, I don't even want to talk about it. The game is so well made. The plot of this game, every time it progresses, it always makes our Yuan Gu say these lines. It's only when saying these lines that I feel the immersion in this game is lacking. I was playing just fine, and now you got me all fired up. Yuan Gu, come on, tell us, what is this competition about? Players gathered around Wei Chen, shouting loudly. Ivan saw this scene and lost interest. Why can these humans talk so casually to Lord Wei Chen? He is a 9th level genetic warrior. Such a casual attitude. It makes Ivan jealous in a harmonious way. He was even curious about what attitude Lord Wei Chen would have towards these humans whose genetic unlocking only reached level 5. They weren't even considered advanced genetic warriors. Originally, I was planning to tell you when the 3 alliance months were approaching. Wei Chen's attitude was gentle, with a faint smile on his face. Perfect. Right after this great battle, give the players some motivation to mine faster. Otherwise, when it's time for the competition, they won't even be able to afford equipment from special star systems. I can be poor, but I can't let my people be poor. I am truly a good lord. Wei Chen gave himself a mental pat on the back. Next, he began his speech. This is a competition that students of the Lord's Academy must participate in to graduate. The participants are not lords, but the people under the lords. Each graduate can lead 300 people to participate, with the main team consisting of 8 members. Because besides team matches, there are also squad matches, and the specific format varies each year. Before each match, graduates must take their teams to the Lord's Academy grounds in the Central Star System, waiting for the principal of the Lord's Academy to draw the competition star system. 7 matches, point system, each match has a total of 100 points, and a total of 420 points are required to pass all 7 matches. Currently, my people, Wei Chen looked at all the players. The over 10,000 players were all excited. Are we going to be selected now? Ha, isn't this a perfect instance? If we follow along, it's going to be so much fun. So excited, so excited. In the players' expectant eyes, Wei Chen said, currently, the only one who has obtained a special holiday event participation voucher is a beggar among the people. Who is this big shot who begged in secret? So awesome. I remember, it's one of the old players, right? I heard that he got a voucher during the battle with the goblins, so that special event is actually going to the competition with Yuan Gu. He must be so thrilled. Envious eyes of the onlookers were almost shooting flames. This beggar, his luck is really something. At this moment, among the crowd, the beggar stood tall. Yes, it is I. If he wasn't afraid of being hit, the beggar really wanted to burst into laughter. Thrilled, too thrilled. Among all the people, he was the only one with a voucher to compete with Yuan Gu. He. Battle settlement this time, thanks to player Zwalala, who commanded throughout this campaign. Congratulations to player Zwalala for winning a special holiday event participation voucher. The system's public screen scrolled directly. All players could see it. Oh my god, this time's competition also gives out vouchers. Ha, I wonder if I can get one. I should have killed more pirates earlier, what a pity. Also, here they come, here they come. Congratulations to player Xingchen, who killed the most pirates in this battle, rewarded with a special holiday event participation voucher. Congratulations to player Tuyupo, who performed outstandingly in this battle, rewarded with a special holiday event participation voucher. 3 banners were prominently displayed. Tuyupo, who had just been feeling sour, was suddenly overwhelmed, neither crying nor laughing. Nervous. Made me think I had no chance. Tuyupo wiped away a tear. Game designers are really sensible. Wah! I took such big risks this time, did such hard work. I know about Shinchin, she eliminated many enemies from the rear, but what did this Tuyupo do? A new player asked in confusion. Tuyupo jumped up and shouted, "Dare you question the game's algorithm? Reverse the heavens." While you were all happily dismantling mechs, I was busy squeezing the toxic blood out of that octopus doctor. Otherwise, where do you think Shinchin got so much toxic blood from? Tuyupo shouted loudly. These new players, don't they watch their own videos more? They only know how to beg in secret, not even aware of Tuyupo's reputation. Despicable. In the future, when making guides and videos, make sure to present yourself in a righteous manner. Tuyupo raised her head proudly, standing tall. Congratulations to all players for completing the interception of Interstellar Pirates mission, now distributing gold coins based on player performance. First place in this mission, Zueshila. Reward, 10 million gold coins, 1 to 5 level gene unlocking elixirs each, 3 types of interstellar genes exchangeable in the system store, and a navigation battleship. Second place in this mission, Tuyupo. Reward, 80 million gold coins, 1 each of level 4 and 5 gene unlocking elixirs, 1 interstellar blue ring giant gene, and exchangeable for 1 type of interstellar gene in the store. Third place in this mission, Shinchin. Reward, 50 million gold coins, 1 each of level 4 and 5 gene unlocking elixirs, exchangeable for 1 type of interstellar gene in the store. The system began settling with each player based on their combat performance. Players rejoiced, calculating their earnings. Oh my, Shueje, your reward is actually a navigation battleship. Oh my goodness. Feng Weepy squealed with envy. Zueshila glanced at him. What's there to be surprised about? She was almost exhausted now, having expended too much mental energy in this battle. But it wasn't time for celebration yet. Zueshila still opened the microphone. Attention all players, while the system rewards have been distributed, the battlefield still needs cleaning, and the spoils of war are waiting for you to claim them yourselves. Pack up all the pirates' battleships and mechs. Oh! Cheers rose one after another. Ivan, the entire elf, was dumbfounded. Is this the human race? Annalina, who was hiding in the distance, even took a sharp breath. Her live broadcast was still on. Just as the players were frantically scavenging for loot, the Alliance's star network exploded. All trending search terms were filled with the words human race and humanity. Strange. Too strange. The high-level gene warriors of the human race and the ordinary gene warriors actually got along so harmoniously? No hierarchy. No survival of the fittest. Everyone had smiles on their faces. They even dared to joke around with Lord Weichin. Now, no Alliance member cared whether Weichin was level 9 or where he got the level 9 gene elixir from. The Elf Queen went from anger to shock. The human race was indeed not defeated. They must have been secretly developing in the corner. Up to now, the main camp of the human race has not been connected with the outside world. Even the starships transporting resources can only dock at the intermediate station, waiting for the human warriors to come and collect them. No race can infiltrate it with spies. So, up to now, the top leaders of all races do not know the internal situation of the human race. Finally, a Weichin appeared, and they were eager to explore. There are even a few high-level executives who have secretly made moves against Wei-chun. But Wei-chun not only survived but also successfully reached level 9. These self-proclaimed all-knowing high-level members of the Alliance, the controllers of all races. They don't even know when and where Wei-chun obtained the level 9 gene unlocking potion. And Wei-chun's people. When and how did they travel from the human race's main camp to the Blue Star where Wei-chun is located? Why have they not received any news at all? Are those scouts planted in the desolate star system where the human race now lives, all useless? All useless. The Elf Queen tightened the scepter in her hand. Anna is also useless. That group of dark elves is also useless. All useless. Anna, why haven't you shut down your damn live broadcast yet? You have completely disgraced the reputation of our light elf clan. The Elf Queen shouted angrily for the first time. Anna received her message and shivered all over. Only now did she realize that she had been broadcasting all along. She suddenly remembered the things she did during the battle. Pushing Ivan out to block the attack, fleeing directly at the beginning of the battle. Were all these actions seen? Were they seen by all the races in the galaxy? Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Anna trembled as she shut down the live broadcast. She even asked the Elf Queen with a hint of crying in her voice, "Queen, what should I do? You did these stupid things yourself, and you still have the nerve to ask me what to do?" The Elf Queen snorted coldly. "Bring Ivan back. Don't linger among the human race, you fool." In a while, it will be time for the Lord's graduation match. The human race. Indeed, they are not easy to deal with. It seems that she will have to find the old headmaster of the Lord's Academy. The underworld star system must become a venue for their competition. She wants to see how many tricks the human race still has up their sleeves. Watching the players cheer and rejoice, Wei Chen felt tired. These guys have endless energy, and he doesn't have a button to turn off his senses. He needs to go back and rest. Just as Wei Chen was about to return to the blue star, his communicator in his hand started vibrating frantically. Feng Yushang, Amilo, Ziyue. With a glance, Wei Chen opened the communication from the old headmaster. Headmaster, Wei Chen, the Queen of the Elves has contacted me. Wei Chen, did you arrange it secretly? Headmaster, yes, she wants you to go to the underworld star system. I knew it. Wei Chen's lips curled up. He felt even better. This elf clan, ever since the life tree was destroyed, the whole clan has been in a mess. Well, no. How is this not considered rotten to the core from the beginning? Wei Chen, oh my, headmaster, look at you. The elf clan is a big clan, their queen personally came to find you, can't you give face and arrange it secretly? Headmaster, speak properly. Wei Chen, the Interstellar Alliance has been around for so many years, haven't these rulers of all races been secretly interfering with the Lord's Academy all along? Wei Chen, I remember, according to your unwritten rules, they can even set 3 star systems. Headmaster, the old skeleton of the undead clan is not a good thing. Wei Chen, I know. If he were kind-hearted, how could he dare to snatch the remains of our human ancestors? Old principal, I understand. Inside the Lord's Academy. After closing the communication, the old principal sighed. Indeed, this child has never done so much just to become the leader. He is here for revenge. For the human race's revenge. It's just strange, clearly having such strong talent. Without relying on the academy, he has raised his level to 9, which must have come from the human race's heritage. Then, why didn't he seek revenge earlier? The old principal rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit weary, but when he was watching the live broadcast just now, he seemed to have seen those humans appearing continuously. The old principal frowned. He felt that Wei Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. When that child was in school before, he could still see through him to some extent. Now, scan the previous live videos of Anna, are those humans repeating? Although among the various races, due to different appearances, everyone would feel that humans look quite similar. But humans appearing repeatedly would still raise suspicions, because they looked too alike. A's virtual image appeared beside all the alliance leaders who had doubts about this. Scan complete, no repetitions found. The videos sent by Anna still had a bit of distance from the players. Host, players are repeating, under surveillance. The system suddenly popped up a notification. These old guys really have sharp observation skills, Wei Chen marveled. The players' forces have not fully grown yet. They still need to bide their time. All players, version update without logging out. This game has opened a new skin selection page. Each player has hundreds of skins to choose from. The game has also released exquisite skins such as collector skins, legendary skins. Please check, Earth. Every time I log out, it feels like time traveling, so surreal. The oil thief removed the tube connecting him to the game warehouse and crawled out from inside. He turned on the computer and started the live broadcast. His broadcast room had been closed while playing the game. Now he suddenly started broadcasting. He thought there wouldn't be many people, but to his surprise, as soon as he showed his face, the number of viewers in the broadcast room started to multiply rapidly. In just a few seconds, there were over 1,000 people. Damn, who bought me zombie fans? The oil thief's face appeared on the live screen, and he was so startled by the sudden popularity that he blurted out his thoughts. Haha, don't be too funny, streamer. Many players have logged out, saying the big battle is over, so we came to see if you would come back to explain. Yes, I've watched all the videos circulating outside, but it's boring without your explanations. The oil thief chuckled. You watched all of it without me? I'll upload the video of this battle later. For now, I'll answer some questions from my previous fans, and later, as per the old rules, I'll provide background stories and strategies for the game. Some fans asked before if the virtual reality technology of this game is really that good. I can only say one word, amazing. The virtual reality technology of this game can be said to completely surpass all other VR games currently, without any dizziness. To be honest, there are still some discomforts, at least every time I log out and log back in, I feel like I'm time traveling. The oil thief couldn't help but laugh at himself. And also, the body in the game is really much stronger than the body in the real world. I have to say, after getting used to that body over there, coming back, I feel heavy all over. Even hating not being able to run, do some exercise, and work out with weights as soon as possible. In the game, mining, chopping trees, killing monsters every day, to be honest, it feels great, and after turning off the pain sensation, doing these things brings a simple joy. Fans also ask about official game matters, such as the game warehouse and currency exchange in the game. Honestly, I'm not sure, but let me guess a bit. The game warehouse has a time limit, if you all remember. The oil thief said, pointing the live broadcast camera at the game warehouse. On the nutrient solution part of the game warehouse, a noticeable chunk was missing. This nutrient solution should be purchased from the official. I feel the official might be about to open the pay-to-win channel. And now they have also launched online skin usage. Alright, back to the point, let me tell you about the things in my big battle, and also give you an overview of the world background and main storyline that I currently know. The oil thief uploaded all the videos recorded in the game. The scene started with several towering mechas. The BT series mechas, looking no less impressive than Ink Cloud. Although their physique was not as slender and agile as Ink Cloud's, they were extremely massive, exuding a strong sense of combat power, which was quite eye-catching. So cool. This mecha is really handsome, isn't it? As the barrage of comments floated by, the scene began to move, all captured by the oil thief. So when netizens watched, they felt fully immersed. From discovering Klakla and the mermaid, to players following Wei Chin into the interior of the pirate battleship, killing the octopus alien of the surveillance team. Finally, a loud cannon blast woke up the netizens. Instantly, the barrage of comments flew wildly. Oh my god, this is like a movie, damn. Ha ha ha, what did I see, SpongeBob? The Interstellar setting is so interesting, right? The footage released by other players is all inside the flagship. The streamer, you really didn't disappoint me. Netizens followed the oil thief's perspective, from the beginning to the appearance of the skeleton throne. Although I have seen the skeleton throne countless times in videos released by other players, but every time I watch, it feels so shocking. Congratulations, host, for completing the super mission, intercepting the Octopus Pirate Group mission rewards, level 4 gene unlocking potion, level 5 gene unlocking potion, level 6 gene unlocking potion, high quality octopus alien gene, high quality blue ring giant gene, high quality abyss catfish gene. Level 9 Mecha Factory, Level 6 Weapon Manufacturing Factory, Level 6 Material Processing Factory, Level 6 Intelligent Training Ground Blue Star. 80 kinds of mineral charts. Players were cleaning up the battlefield. Wei Chin was here to collect the rewards. Just seeing the genes of over 400 different races, he already felt like he hit the jackpot. Unexpectedly, the next second, the system actually rewarded him with a Level 9 Mecha Manufacturing Factory. Wei Chen's breath slightly deepened. Good stuff. This is the real deal. Wei Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tonesy, this is awesome. In the Interstellar Alliance, one of the symbols of becoming a major race is the ability to process and produce weapons within one's own race. Wei Chen had not yet thought about exploiting resources from the original owner's race. The human race in this world is quite tragic. Wei Chen shook his head, sighed, and put aside those thoughts. Let's first see the rewards from the system. The Level 9 Mecha Factory has complete equipment inside, which can provide Wei Chen and players with the ability to manufacture mechas together. The remaining weapon manufacturing can also directly help Wei Chen avoid some troubles caused by purchasing weapons from elsewhere. Speaking of which, Wei Chen remembered that Pink Double Ponytail Jr. TSK, a schoolgirl who can't take charge at home. Even if she can sell him a weapon once, she can't guarantee to provide him with weapons all the time. At least, if those big clans oppress, the Tree People clan probably won't dare to associate with themselves. Even if the schoolgirl wants to help herself, it's still a case of good intentions but no power. Thinking of this, Wei Chen immediately put Amilo aside and continued to check the system rewards. The material processing plant can refine minerals into raw materials. Very good. It even comes with a map of a blue star mineral. Tones really pay attention to details. Alright. Wei Chen's mouth never stopped smiling. Finally, what pleased Wei Chen the most was this Level 6 Intelligent Training Ground. Players can choose any current interstellar galaxy environment for training here. Inside, players only need to input their weapon data and mech data, and the system will automatically simulate. This is a high-quality item. Ordinary races don't have it. The system unexpectedly arranged a Level 6 training ground for him with a wave of its hand. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Please prepare for the upgrade of the mission. Host, please summon 100,000 players within 24 hours. And within 10 days, select players to lead to the Lord's Academy. 100,000. This time, it's my turn to perform. Sure enough, after the third closed beta, they gradually started to open up the slots. 100,000 accounts. I don't believe I can't get one. This game company is really generous. Before they released 10,000 players, each with a game warehouse, I already felt it was quite generous. Now they're releasing 100,000. The game warehouse is free? Actually, this game warehouse may have cost a lot in development, but once it's developed, it's probably just a material cost, right? Material costs are not cheap. Really rich. This company is so rich, how come they didn't make a name for themselves before? After players signed up on the game's official website, they started chatting in groups. As long as we have fun, it's all good. Didn't that streamer already say that the nutrient solution will definitely cost money, and also the skins? I don't have money, but I really want to play this game. When the game starts allowing in-game purchases, with so many players, we can make money directly in the game and sell it at a discount to rich people. Just like the previous Journey to the West game, maybe we can make some money in the game. The netizens were discussing very enthusiastically. Zolala, who had just returned from the battlefield, was wearing a robe and dealing with the backlog of files in the company during this time. Her slender fingers pressed against her forehead, occasionally looking up at the computer. The assistant was somewhat surprised. The president had been saying he was busy during this time, and he originally thought it was about household matters. Unexpectedly, he was actually playing games. He glanced at Jiang Shuer's computer, where the most prominent and eye-catching box was the game group chat. The president was actually playing games. And he played for several days in a row. Indeed, geniuses combine work and rest. While the assistant was thinking about things, he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. He immediately went to answer it. President, it's a call from President Zhang of Muyan Group. Jiang Shuer stopped what she was doing and without even looking up, reached out her hand. Uncle Zhang, what's up? Shuer, it's like this, your Zhang Group has a project. Before President Zhang could finish his sentence, Jiang Shuer interrupted him. Uncle, I'm very busy, let Zhang Tao talk to me later. Let Zhang Tao talk to you? Alright, I'll go find him. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with 9 parts excitement and 1 part curiosity. After Zhang Group was taken over by Jiang Shuer, it developed rapidly and was no longer comparable to the Zhang family's Muyan Group. Moreover, since Jiang Shuer took over, she was known for only caring about profits and not old relationships. So this time, Zhang Tao's father was very uneasy. A friend had clashed with Jiang Shuer before, and he was afraid of being hung up on as well. But, even though she answered, the words left Zhang Tao's father feeling perplexed. What did she mean by being very busy? Asking Zhang Tao to find her? His own son, who was useless and always fooling around, caught Jiang Shuer's eye? Yes. Although his youngest son was a scoundrel, he had a good face. If he could marry into the Jiang family and become a virtuous helper for Jiang Shuer, it would also bring some care to their Muyan Group from Jiang Shuer. TSK. This brat finally proved somewhat useful. Wind-blowing butt, also known as Zhang Tao, returned offline after playing games, his eyes unfocused. Sister Shuai, she's so amazing, isn't she? How can she be so amazing? Not only was she strong in academics since childhood, but now she even crushed him in gaming. It's just inhumane. Compared to others, he was not as strong as the powerful ones. Even compared to Jiang Shuer, who had just entered the game, he fell short. Could it be that with the 10,000 spots given out this time, those players would surpass him? No, I must secure a spot at the Lord's Academy. That world is much more interesting than this one. No wonder everyone loves playing games. Wind-blowing butt, or Zhang Tao, was sighing. His phone, which had been lying untouched on the bedside, suddenly started vibrating. Ha! As soon as he opened the phone, he saw 2 words, father. Seeing these 2 words, wind-blowing but couldn't help but take a deep breath. In some wealthy families, parents are open-minded, highly supportive of their children's interests and hobbies, and show great care for them. But in some families, as soon as the children show any shortcomings, they are seen as a disgrace. Unfortunately, Wind-blowing butt's family was like that. Due to his rebellious ways, Wind-blowing butt had long been despised by Mr. Zhang, receiving little attention apart from some money each month. He didn't even receive 10 phone calls a year. 9 of them were because wind-blowing but caused a scandal or embarrassed their family, prompting Mr. Zhang to call and scold him. So when he saw this call, wind-blowing but felt a bit resistant. Answering the call, hello, Dad. Father, is there something you need to tell me? Wind-blowing but widened his eyes, sweat forming on his forehead. Damn, how come spending so much time in the game made him have his own thoughts? Although he thought of him as Dad, he couldn't say it out loud. He even straightened his back, fearing that his father would be furious. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be in a good mood today. I just wanted to talk to you about something today. You seem quite close to Jiang Shuer, right? Mr. Zhang asked gently. I told her today that I wanted to discuss a project at home, and she said to talk to you about it. Oh, Finding Sister Shui? No problem, Dad, tell me about it. Wind blowing but suddenly gained confidence. If his father asked him to discuss a project with someone else, he would definitely be useless. But if it was with Sister Shui, then he wouldn't back down. Hearing his youngest son so confident, Mr. Zhang was certain in his heart. Well, unexpectedly, after all these years of feeling like he had raised a useless son, he had quietly accomplished something big. Alright, I'll send you the project proposal later. When you talk to Schwer, mention our family more. Oh, by the way, do you need money recently? Should I send you some more? Wind blowing but's eyes lit up. This game is going to be expensive with all the skins and nutritional supplements to buy. I didn't expect Dad to be so generous. Yes, thank you, Dad. Feng Chupi happily hung up the phone, then quickly contacted Jiang Schwer. Game group. Feng Chupi, at Xiaoxue, Xueje, come online. Xiaoxue, wait a moment, I'm dealing with some files. I won't be online today. Come to my company this afternoon and have dinner with me. This time summoning 100,000 players, let's still have you, tongs, shoes. Those who are clamoring online about our game's false advertising, we don't want them. Now Wei Chen has stood up. He is no longer the one who used to nod and agree just to summon 30 players. Received, leaving this matter to the system is much more convenient than doing it himself. Wei Chen hummed a tune and lay on the bed. What a pity. If the players hadn't finished cleaning up the battlefield and gone offline to rest, he would have let Itoa roast some skewers for him to eat. He clicked his tongue a couple of times. There was really no taste in his mouth. No. Next time, before the players go offline, they must get me some food and then leave. Beep 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 beep, a special alert from the communicator sounded. Wei Chen sat up abruptly. He opened the communicator with a serious expression. The words clan leader appeared before him. Boom boom boom. His heart rate accelerated. The experience of the human race in this world before leaving the blue star is similar to that of the Earth human race, but not entirely the same. Since he crossed into the original owner's body, he has rarely been in contact with the human race. This was also what the human race said when they sent him out, that unless it was a matter of life and death, he should not contact them. Now, did the clan leader actually call him personally? Wei Chen took a deep breath. It must be because he saw the live broadcast of the entire alliance. If the clan leader inquires, he really doesn't know how to bluff his way through. With outsiders, of course, he can say whatever he wants, just say that the players were all selected from the human race, those people didn't reappear, they just look alike. But, facing real humans, that lie would be easily exposed. Beep 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 beep, the alert continued to sound. The old clan leader directly initiated a video call. It seemed like he wouldn't give up until Wei Chen answered. Wei Chen pressed the connect button. An old figure appeared before him. The old clan leader's body was hunched, his long hair all white. Only his eyes were remarkably bright. As soon as the video call connected, his excited face flushed, even showing a bit of excitement. Wei Chen. Ah, good lad, cough cough. I knew I didn't misjudge you. The old clan leader looked like a fairy, but his personality and appearance were completely different. He even happily walked over to Wei Chen and patted his shoulder vigorously. Clan leader? Wei Chen was a bit confused. After the old clan leader coughed a bit and calmed down, he looked at Wei Chen with a gentle smile. Your principal has already told me. Are you planning to go to the underworld star system? Wei Chen nodded. Your parents' remains may not be in the underworld star system. That battle back then was too chaotic. The old clan leader shook his head, not wanting to recall that failed war. Actually, I don't really recommend you go to the underworld star system. After all, you were produced from frozen embryos. You probably don't have any emotional attachment to your parents. The old clan leader coughed twice. Even if you find their remains, it's not of much use. All remains are controlled by the undead clan leader. Even if they wanted to return to the human race, that old fossil probably wouldn't agree. The old clan leader furrowed his brow, recalling the old fossil he saw during the live broadcast. The undead clan leader, who has control over the entire undead clan. So even if human bones were resurrected by him, possessing memories from the past, they were still controlled by the old bones at the soul level. Moreover, don't you already have those clansmen now? The old clan leader's eyes lit up once again. He didn't dare to ask directly even during the holographic call, but the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth told Wei Chen that the old clan leader must have misunderstood something. Wei Chen's mind was quick, instantly knowing how to deceive. It's precisely because I have those clansmen now that I dare to venture to the underworld star system. Wei Chen revealed a profound and inscrutable smile. In fact, he had no idea what the players the old clan leader thought of were. But seeing the old clan leader's excited expression, he must have imagined something and rationalized it. Ah, yes, you have them, you have them. The old clan leader excitedly rubbed his hands together. Do you need the clan to provide gene unlocking elixirs for them? If it's them, do we need to prepare up to level 8 directly? The old clan leader asked softly, showing a hint of respect when mentioning them. Wei Chen shook his head. No need, the clan doesn't have many resources now, and you also know about the gene unlocking elixirs in the alliance. Besides, the clan's resources are tight now, with them around, whether in technology, weapons, warfare or close combat, it's not a problem. By the way, clan leader, you need to arrange for a few ancient martial arts teachers to come to me. The old clan leader nodded, more certain of his speculation. Alright, I'll send people over these days, you don't need to worry. After ending the communication, Wei Chen immediately had Tongsu hack into the old clan leader's brain terminal. The image on the other side synchronized. Wei Chen lay on the bed, watching as the old clan leader, after ending the communication, excitedly clapped his hands. Ha ha, truly, the human race is blessed, blessed indeed. I said it, the human race's destiny should not end. Fantastic, truly fantastic. Wei Chen, this child, is truly remarkable, quietly accomplishing such a great feat. I knew it, those useless beings in the alliance, understanding nothing about technology, picking up scraps of knowledge, researching our technology, studying something that doesn't resemble ours, and even daring to fantasize about our ancestors' genes. Wei Chen's journey to the Interstellar Alliance is indeed for the sake of our ancestors' genes. I never expected that he actually managed to research them. Just that the appearance of our ancestors, he still needs to be reminded to change it. The old clan leader paced in place for a moment, then stopped, probably afraid that if he communicated with Wei Chen again, he would be monitored. So after furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, those outsiders probably won't recognize the human race's appearance, but I still need to remind this little Wei Chen, he's so clever, he should understand. Wei Chen was stunned. What does this mean? What does the old clan leader mean? What does he mean by our ancestors' genes? Unconsciously, Wei Chen had already stood up. Just then, a call from Earth came through the system. Host, Zhang Shuer is calling. The system's voice brought Wei Chen back to reality. At this moment, on Earth, Zhang Tao and Zhang Shuer sat together in the bustling company cafeteria, with employees occasionally looking at Zhang Tao in shock. Gulp! Zhang Tao almost forgot how many cups of water he had drunk. Shuejia, you didn't call me here for my father's project cooperation. You just wanted a contact number that can be found on the official website, right? Zhang Tao blinked. In the game, he could be brothers with Shuejia, but offline, watching Zhang Shuer dial the phone with a serious expression, he still felt a bit nervous. That project, your family can't handle it, lacking the qualifications. Go home and tell your dad we can't cooperate. However, I can offer him a small project he wanted before, with the condition that the price is reduced by 7%. Zhang Shuer tapped the table with one hand, her gaze fixed on the phone placed on the table. But the words she spoke made Feng Chupi feel a bit uneasy. Shuejia, you don't need to consider my face. Zhang Shuer raised her head and gave him a disdainful look. Do you have face in front of me? The previous partner for that small project couldn't even keep their family clean, letting the mistress cause a public scandal, lacking capability in both work and character. Such a person poses a high cooperation risk. Zaya Suila only explained this to Feng Chupi. Then she continued to stare at her phone. She watched as the dialed number suddenly connected. Zaya Suila tensed up suddenly, the visible tension in her whole body. Seeing Zaya Suila so nervous, Feng Chupi really wanted to say, this call. Many players have already made it. It's useless at all. It's just automated responses. Hello? Wei Chen's voice came through the phone. Hello, is this the official of Interstellar Human Race? Zhang Shuer's breathing quickened. Yes. I am the player Zaya Suila, also the CEO of Jiangshi Group. We are very interested in cooperating with you, may I? If Miss Jiang is interested, you can add my personal contact information. Our company is not based in the country, so we cannot meet in person, please understand. Zaya Suila's heart raced. Okay. The call wasn't even disconnected yet. The official game message had already been sent. Feng Chupi's eyes widened. No way. Shuejia, someone called before. Why did they all get connected to automated responses, but you got through to an official person? Could it be that you can get through today? After Feng Chupi finished shouting, he took out his phone and started dialing. But the next second, after the call connected, there was a calm and waveless electronic tone from the system. Hello, Interstellar Human Race Official Customer Service is at your service. May I help you with something? Feng Chupi, I want to discuss cooperation with your company. May I ask what your question is? Feng Chupi, I want to get in touch with an official. May I ask, do you have any questions? May I ask, do you have any questions? Feng Chupi abruptly hung up the phone. Annoyed. Shuijia, this robot actually insulted me. Ha ha. Zayaswila was in a very good mood. When cooperating with such a huge company, they will definitely conduct background checks in advance, otherwise where's the efficiency? Answering everyone's calls is just too much. When it came to the game company Interstellar Human Race, Feng Chupi was wide awake. Shuijia, let me tell you, this game company is really awesome. Tens of thousands of game warehouses, giving them away just like that. At the beginning, with only a little over 100 people, I could understand, but now it's directly 100,000 people. That's 100,000. Not 10. The technology of the game warehouse is exceptionally advanced. Although Zayaswila was also puzzled. As a businesswoman, she didn't believe anyone would do charity, especially a game company. Starting a company is definitely for making money. The technological level of this game company is terrifying, so it's not hard to guess, there's strong capital behind it. Being able to give players so many game warehouses, there's only one possibility. Zayaswila raised a finger, that is, the other party has abundant funds, disregarding costs, just to push this game globally. Their net is just wider, and they're casting it for a longer time, that's all. When the net is closed, perhaps the funds harvested will only be described as terrifying. If the high-priced game warehouse is suddenly launched, players are likely to refuse to play because of the high price of the game warehouse. With money as support, they can first give players the game warehouse for free. Later on, they can find other ways to make the money back. The more it snowed, the more terrifying this game company seemed. The wind blew, leaning on the elbow, propping the chin with one hand, watching the snow fall. Thinking to herself, Snow Sister really doesn't read novels. How could there only be that one possibility? Clearly, there is another possibility. That is, this game is not a game at all, but a large-scale collective time travel disguised as a game. And we are the Great Fourth Catastrophe. Although Wind Blows didn't play games before, he read novels. Thinking that Snow Sister's imagination was not as strong as his, Wind Blows chuckled. Finish your meal and go back, I still have a lot of work to do. Getting the contact information of the official personnel, Snow laughed and left with a smile. On Wei Chen's side, he accepted the friend request sent by Snow Laugh. Host, summoning can be forced, why do you choose to disguise yourself? That's just how humans are, Tongsu, you wouldn't understand. The fourth catastrophe had to make the summoners believe that they were playing a game. Only then could they maintain eternal fearlessness in their mindset. And the joy of playing games, nothing could compare to that, right? He had to make the players believe that this was a game. And originally, the operations he couldn't perform on Earth, now he had help. Snow laughed, hello. Snow laughed, I'm Jiang Shuer from the Jiangshi Group. Snow laughed, the research level of your company is amazing. We at the Jiangshi Group just want to discuss a partnership with you. Do you have time? Snow laughed, I couldn't find any registration records of your company on domestic websites, so your servers must be set up abroad, right? Snow laughed, the details in the game are perfect to the extreme, the scenes are realistically brutal. Snow laughed, is it because of strict control in China that you decided to launch the game overseas? Snow laughed, currently, all players are from our Huaxia region. If you want to open a pay-to-win channel, you must have a domestic company as an agent. I think. Snow laughed, our Jiangshi Group can completely act as an agent, please consider it. The smarter a person is, the more they will believe in their own deductions.